Married Mary, the bombshell Legbeard. Pretty sure that's an oxymoron. Hell yeah, my little tester chapter made it to YouTube. Thank you, ReddX. You made it hilarious. Yeah, we do the best we can to keep it spicy. That's the Whiskey Wang Bang, I think, that we're talking about. So yeah, if you want to hear a story about a whiskey dick neckbeard, I'll link that on the end card for you. How about it? Chronicling the more bizarre events from my past has become a passionate pursuit for me. It feels fantastic to let these stories fly from my mind to the keys and then to the internet to be shared read exclusively with the cringe connoisseurs of ReddX Industries. Yes, a hungry bunch they are. Thank goodness for the Red exclusives. I hope that I can live up to your standards. Well, I think everybody would agree with me when I say that you definitely go above and beyond. Funky P rivals Chris Trucker with its grossness, and that's an accomplishment. So I've crawled back under my comfy throwaway account like a little weenie so that I can give the backstory of how I met and ultimately wound up in the most meretricious romantic relationship with Funky P Beard, known throughout most of this prequel as Whiskers. I'm afraid to reveal my identity because, yeah, these beards are bonkers. My life is stable, fulfilling, and beard-free nowadays, and I'm trying to keep it that way. Yeah, I don't know if joining the ReddX community is the best way to do that, but we're glad to have you here, that's for sure. Lots of beards in reform, beard lights. They're not the dangerous or gross sort of beards, for the most part anyways. So much of this story does involve Whiskers, as the object of an obsessive Legbeard's intemperate desire. So let's just call this what it is, Legbeard cringe. Welcome to the raunchy underground of the Wellsprings theater community. You might regret it. I don't regret it. I gobble these stories up. This was written 8 months ago, but yeah, now it's time to crack this nut open. Trigger warnings for the entire story: profanity, poop, disgusting adult content, female perpetrated adult misconduct, and the biggest trigger warning of all, Cats, the musical. Memory, all alone in the moonlight. Yeah, I think I watched that one time. If you're still here after that trigger warning, well, please allow me to introduce you to this mostly new cast of characters. I'm Val, the OP, female, late 20s. At the time of this story, I'm a perky emo burlesque dancer working on my master's degree in sex therapy/psychology, reveling in the theater scene, and coping with a confusing situationship in some arguably unhealthy ways. I'm not browbeaten and weary from a year of tolerating neckbeardery yet, so I think that I'm just a little bit more fun in this story. Okay, good. That's fine. I'm feeling sick, so you be the fun one this time, okay? My best friend is Lucy, also female, also late 20s, easily the funniest person I've ever met. And I don't think my writing is ever going to be able to do her comedic skills justice. She's a drama teacher, a photographer, and a semi-professional comic in a small improv troupe, along with a woman that she intensely dislikes but tolerates out of professional obligations. Yes, a professional improv troupe. We must take this deadly serious. That just seems funny to me. I might not believe it if I hadn't seen it for myself. When I was living in Burbank near Hollywood, I tried to join the Upright Citizens Brigade, UCB, which is like a improv troupe of some note. It was basically just to improve my stand-up comedy. But yeah, everybody involved with it was so far up their own ass. I guess it's all spawned from that, like, California self-centeredness. Anyway, I didn't have a good time. I don't like improv troupes, except for the whitest kids you know. Then again, maybe they take themselves a bit too seriously too. Never meet your heroes, that's what they say. Anyway, there's also Mary, who is the Legbeard, of course. Female, early 30s. Imagine Trisha Paytas and add a few pounds, as well as a few extra drops of insanity. To be clear, I'm talking about Trisha Paytas at peak outrageousness. I understand that Trish has recently reined in the absurdity. Oh, that's good. I don't know anything about her. Seems like a maniac in passing. Mary is a married comedian, although she isn't reliably funny on stage, but she's often unintentionally hilarious. She fancies herself a curvy queen, but most others generally describe her as lumpy. Despite being lumpy, Mary is undeniably attractive in her own way, and she's wildly attractive to guys who like a little something extra to grab onto. Yeah, that ain't me. But every time I point out that ain't me, Jeebus is gonna pop up in the comments and be like, nah, more pushing for the cushion. I'm like, you ain't gonna talk me around, bro. Anyway, she has a very pretty face, long blonde hair, and even her voice is melodious and pleasing when she isn't whining, but she is usually whining. She speaks in a wet, breathy voice that strikes me as a decent attempt to imitate Marilyn Monroe's babyish bombshell voice. But if this makes it to YouTube, I absolutely do not care which Legbeard voice ReddX chooses. I just want the listeners to imagine a Marilyn wannabe who pulls it off occasionally, but usually just ends up making an unseemly spectacle of herself. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Am I close? Who cares? Whiskers, male, early 30s. He's the unfortunate object of Mary's obsession for a little while. Extremely tall, lanky, usually well-spoken, usually well-dressed, and far too pusillanimous to tell clingy-ass Mary to leave him alone. We got so many like $10 words in here. Pusillanimous means timid. I had to look it up. He often complains about her obsessive, possessive nature to others, but he usually gives in to her demands for intimate liaisons because, booba. Oh, and he has a big black, bushy, repugnant, and sometimes malodorous beard. That's not what I heard. I heard that thing was nasty all the time, but okay. We also got Mo the Bro Lester. Jesus. Male, old. I have no idea how old this guy actually is, but he's very obviously too old to be hanging out with a bunch of theater nerds in their 20s and 30s every single week. And he's definitely too old to be relentlessly hitting on the youngest of females every chance he gets. He's a crusty old creep who keeps getting away with being rude and revolting, and yeah, it's time for him to suffer some consequences. I mean, I'm just spitballing here, but couldn't we as a theater troupe decide that we don't want him here anymore? Sit him down for a hard conversation in order to protect our younger members? I'll fucking tell him off if everybody's too scared to do it. That's fine. We've also got George Gay, male, late 20s. He is a handsome, hilarious, and flamboyantly fierce member of the improv troupe. My former partner in crime from Cats, and also very active in the musical theater scene. Gosh, you don't say. Often takes on the role of the Mary sitter and can occasionally get her to behave, if only temporarily. There's also George Strait. Oh my God, dude, I'm such a fan of George Strait. All my exes live in Texas.
And that's why I hang my hat in Tennessee.
For real, George Strait is so good. I mean, no Brooks and Dunn, but he's doing his best. OP says, George Strait is the classic all-American male. Good-looking, well-mannered, and genuinely gentlemanly. But despite his chill mannerisms off stage, he's both funny and professional as a comic. Oh, professionalism. I think that's the part I was missing with my stand-up. Kind of the de facto leader of the improv troupe, and he was formerly the object of Mary's obsession. Well, I appreciate your interest, ma'am, but I'm gonna have to politely decline. There's a bit too much butter on them biscuits for my liking. Tink is a young male member of the burlesque troupe, fresh off the farm and fresh out the closet. He's sensitive and shy, but he has dancing abilities for days. You are the dancing queen, young and sweet, only 17. There's also Chuck the Cuck, who is the poor sucker who married Mary. Oops. Is he aware of all the stuff that goes on and just looks the other way? Maybe he does enjoy it. You know what? I don't want to think about that too much. OP says, you'll also get to know Darcy, Madam Moxie, Tia G, Georgina, Megan, Scumbanger, Sugar Pop, Silver Fox, Dennis. Yes, he is named after the Golden God. And finally, we'll witness the gradual unfurling of Funky P-Beard. Oh, he's not there quite yet. This is like backstory before the backstory. I'm liking this a lot. We're going way back in the future, motherfucker.
Surprise, motherfucker.
If I decide to dive deeper into the backstory, then you'll meet the fart-knocking Jar Jar Binks of the BDSM community, fart-knocking Jar Jar's dominatrix ex-fiancé, Professor McDreamy, and a shockingly malodorous John Cameron Mitchell wannabe. I don't know who John Cameron Mitchell is, so I looked it up, and it turns out he's a playwright. For some reason, I thought of Kirk Cameron from Growing Pains, you know? Now he's gone, like, heavy religious and stuff. But that's a different guy, okay? So we're into chapter 1 now. First Contact. Oh, it's not gonna go well. I suppose this long, sordid chapter of my life began on a Thursday evening. My burlesque troupe was opening for Lucy's improv troupe. It was mid-October, so the show had a sexy/spooky theme. This was my favorite time of the year. I was surrounded by my favorite people, and all of us were looking forward to putting on a delightful show for the slightly larger than usual audience that had gathered at the Imp. The Imp, I guess, being the club, as OP expounds. It was formerly known as Shout Out. That's a stupid name. The Imp is way better. The club I did stand up at for the longest was Flappers in Burbank. Few times at the Comedy Store, but yeah, a lot of time at Flappers, which I think is a pretty cool name too. Especially we're talking about burlesque shows and whatnot. Anyway, management changed the name of the charmingly ramshackle improv theater to The Imp in honor of Tyrion from Game of Thrones, back when that show was still widely adored. The Imp played host to a number of improv troupes, but will only spend time with the small troupe that included Lucy, Mary, and the Georges. I was securing a set of planchette-shaped pasties over my nips and chatting to one of the fellow dancers when we noticed a lumpy blonde woman striding over to insert herself into the conversation. I had seen her on stage before, when I had been in the audience, and she always seemed to play the bimbo character, and it remained unclear to me whether her obliviousness to her not-so-svelte body was meant to be funny, or if she truly believed that she was a serious contender for the cover of Playboy. Oh, trust me, OP. That is nothing but ego. Any acknowledgement of reality might shatter her fragile worldview. We must tread very carefully. Mary says, I want to be a burlesque dancer. Can I play? OP, well, we've already learned the choreography for tonight's show, but I can introduce you to our burlesque mother, and you could schedule an audition if you want. I'm OP, by the way. Mary. I'm Mary, but you probably know who I am. She tossed her hair. You're Lucy's friend, right? OP. Uh-huh. Nice to officially meet you. Mary. Oh, and you were in Cats with Boy Georgie. I didn't recognize you without your kitty costume. Yep, small town, I guess. Bunch of theater kids doing theater kid things. Part of me wants to cringe, but the other part says don't start the cringing too early. This is a moderately normal exchange still. OP says, yeah, George was my other half during that show. Mary says, so I can dance with you guys, right? I want to get a feel for burlesque before I commit. I sometimes have commitment issues. She laughed far too loudly at her own joke, a joke that didn't make sense to me. Yet. OP says, well, you'll still have to audition before you can perform. We're only doing a couple of numbers tonight, but maybe you could watch and see if it seems fun. Mary, whining more fervently. I shouldn't have to audition for some burlesque, Mother. Just look at the parts that Mother Nature gave me. Oh. She jiggled a pair of boobs that must have been at least double J's.
Look at these big ones, Ra-ta-ta-ta-ta.
And then she narrowed her eyes and looked down at my definitely not double J boobs. I mean, boobs on a fat girl. I have a hard time being shocked about that, but yeah, that's not all it takes for this job. I assume there's some dance numbers that you have to know, but she's just gonna get up on stage and roll around like a ball of lard. You don't know what do. Please stop harass. Thank you. Mary says,
I mean, they let you do it. They should unquestionably let me do it.
I narrowed my own eyes in response to her flimsy insult, but I decided to keep the conversation civilized. Anyone can do burlesque, as long as they learn the choreography, I told her as I laced up my witchy corset. It's more about the performance art than having any specific body type. We've even got male dancers. Darcy, my fellow witchy dancer, chimed in. Yeah, the guys usually get a better reaction than the girls do. Mary licked her lips.
I'd love to dance with a burlesque boy.
Darcy and I laughed. Yeah, they're all gay. I told Mary. But I bet they would be open to learning a new routine. Darcy added, just don't expect any romance. Is she gonna do that thing that the dudes do and swear that she could flip their orientation with the usage of her magic meat pocket? Maybe. It's a theory yet. That was when Mary tore off her blouse. Oh, Jesus. She undid her front closure bra and began to shimmy around the crowded dressing room.
All boys love big boobs, even gay boys, she screeched. Can I get an amen up in here?
Up in here. So I guess it's not even the clown pocket. It's her oversized fat girl honker-donkers. I'll be honest with you, I'm not impressed. So yeah, amen, totally. Tink, one of the young male dancers from our troupe, squeaked out the most coerced and uncomfortable amen I've ever heard. Tink was relatively new to Wellsprings, having moved to Southern California from a small town in Montana. He hadn't come out as gay until after he finished college and moved to a more liberal city, and he was still in the process of coming out of his shell. But he was a total sweetheart and an impeccable dancer. I'll tell you how I met him a bit later on. As Mary continued to shimmy, annoying Lucy, offending a few of the female dancers, and utterly shocking Tink, my partner in crime from Cats spoke up. Sometimes known as Boy George, sometimes as George Gay, but he was the only person who could effectively wrangle Mary. George Gay, girl, put your ginormous tits away and sit down. Save that hypersexual aplomb for the stage. Yeah, he can wrangle her by playing into her ego. I don't know if that's the correct way to do it, Georgie. But okay, it gets results in this moment, and I guess that's what counts in this moment. Mary indignantly refastened her bra.
I know you love me, boy Georgie, she cooed. If I were a man, I'd have my dung in your mouth right now.
Seems presumptuous, but okay. Does Georgie seem like the type that pursues overweight men? George Gay then says sarcastically, of course you would, gorgeous. Shall we grab some shots and watch the dancers before we all get up there and pretend to be funny? Mary,
I don't see why I have to put my magnificent tits away when all these little pixies are standing around with their tiny ones hanging out.
God, what would it be like to go through your whole life where, like, boobs are your only defining trait? This is the only thing that validates you? That's terrifying to me. OP says, I'm pretty sure that was directed at me, because most of the other burlesque gals were busty. Then again, even the bustiest gal in our troupe had a pair of Plutos compared to Mary's Jupiters. George Gay, you're the only one with her titties hanging out, baby girl. The burlesque dancers are just getting into costume, so let's leave them to it. Drinks! Shake a leg! Mary buttoned up and followed George Gay to the bar, lumbering her hips to and fro in a most pitiful imitation of George Gay's flawless swish. I mean, it's a rhinoceros trying to imitate a peacock. With Mary's garish presence temporarily removed from the dressing room, the normal pre-show prep continued in peace. But that peace would be short-lived. I leaned closer to a mirror to finish doing my makeup, and I noticed the reflection of Mo standing next to the dressing room door, trying and failing to casually blend in. He was wearing a Star Trek, the original series t-shirt, skinny jeans, a checkered bucket hat, fingerless gloves, and poorly applied guy liner, which really made him look like Beetlejuice. What a terrifying description. The bucket hat and the eyeliner just it kills me. You're too old for this shit, man. It's time to put childish things away, okay? Mo was an icky boomer incel and a regular audience member at the Imp who seemed to honestly believe that he was passing himself off as the super chill Wiccan bro in his 30s, but in reality he was just a dumpy old dude who gave everyone the creeps. Mo probably should have considered trying to grow a beard if he was so hell-bent on passing off as youthful. He had deep, unsightly marionette lines which created a facial expression that made him appear perpetually grumpy or even disgruntled, almost as if he were constantly smelling a fart. We must be really desperate for customers if we're letting Mo hang out in here. In the dressing room? Isn't he go to wait for the performance to start, please. Even though Mo wasn't terribly overweight, aside from a very obvious beer belly, he had a long, wobbly extra chin that sported a bit of sparse fuzz, despite his actual face being clean-shaven. It almost looked like he had a lone testicle drooping beneath his primary chin.
How did these get up here?
And I wish I could say something positive about Mo. I always try to find the pretty in people, but this guy was just butt-ass fugly. The type of fugly old creep that you'd expect to get mugged by a toot. There was also something extremely off-putting about his voice. Despite despising cigarettes, Mo had the most gravelly voice that I've ever heard, and he was a close talker. No halitosis, fortunately, just beer breath. It was still creepy, nonetheless, to converse with him.
I'll tell you why I don't like cigarettes. They got me hooked on them back in Nam. I came back 20 years later, had to kick it. Hardest thing I ever done.
Jeez, Mo, you were a nom? How old are you, actually?
Oh, did I say Nam? I meant Desert Storm.
I had been Mo-initiated, just as almost every young female imp regular had been. I hate that as a verb, thank you. The first time I went to one of their shows, Mo was immediately trading jokes with me and telling me about all of his hobbies: painting, raising iguanas, reading tarot cards, and reading/watching classic sci-fi. Despite the grating, gravelly voice and the creepy close talking, Mo seemed alright at first. Yeah, I guess, little self-centric. I sense a bit of ego there. But you just wait, 'cause soon the mask really comes off. Then one night, out of nowhere, Mo confessed his love for me. I soon found out that he had confessed his love to the vast majority of the young female regulars and volunteers and guest performers. Even if I had been interested, I wasn't. The fact that he was running around dropping L-bombs on every female who looked young enough to be his spawn would have taken away any hypothetical Twitterpation. I tried to explain that I didn't think of him that way, and he got all butt blasted and whined that he couldn't believe he was getting rejected by an older woman. I was 27. Mo was at least 50-something. Honestly, though, who does he think he's fooling? Maybe it was a joke, but yeah, it's not really working. Just please leave. How did Mo even get backstage? What the fuck? Basically, in his mind, he was lowering his standards by hitting on an old lady like me. I managed to use that in my favor and encouraged Mo to adhere to his standards and pursue the ladies that he genuinely desired. Well, that was a mistake. But it got him off my back, and we were eventually able to return to being cordial. I kept my guard up around him, however, as you should. I'm still mystified as to why he's even tolerated, but you know, we all choose to live our lives in all different types of ways. Returning to the present predicament, Darcy also noticed Mo's failed attempt at nonchalantly hanging out in the dressing room. She turned to me and fumed. What the hell is he doing in here? Okay, a tiny bit more backstory. The previous week, Mo had been skulking around the theater during the burlesque rehearsal because, yeah, we knew why, and he overheard Darcy remarking that she loved Jell-O shots. So, what did he do? He ran to the dive bar next door, bought dozens of Jell-O shots, smuggled them out, and returned to the imp. Desperation knows no bounds, I guess. When Mo passed out the shots after rehearsal, Darcy high-fived him and called him the MVP. But she didn't blow him. Darcy was 23 and light years out of his league, for the record. A high five and a toast were insufficient to appease Mo's entitlement to half his age hoo-ha, and so he raged at Darcy, accusing her of failing to comprehend the basic human concept of gratitude. He went on and on about how much trouble he'd gone through in order to procure her favorite alcoholic treat, called her a whore, and stormed out in a fit of man-baby rage. Like, what the actual fuck did you think was gonna happen here, Mo? Can I hear you say it out loud just so you can hear how ridiculous it sounds? I looked across the dressing room and locked eyes with Lucy. We'd known each other since we were 12, so she could pretty much read my mind. I widened my eyes and tilted my head in Mo's direction. She instantly understood and ran to get the manly man of the improv troupe, George Strait, so named to easily differentiate him from the more flamboyant George. And also because he's a little bit country and a little bit rock and roll. George Strait had been politely hanging back so as not to make the girls uncomfortable with his hetero presence. We didn't give a rat's ass about changing in front of the gay guys. George Strait says, "Damn it, Mo, get out of here. We got ladies changing right now." Mo, "I know. Hi, ladies."
Get out of here, you nosy little pervert, or I'm gonna slap you silly.
How are we not, like, kicking the shit out of him at this point? Like I said, must be desperate for customers. Any decent establishment, this guy's getting put out on his ass. We all muttered our half-hearted greetings to Mo. There was no point in acting overly modest, since we were all about dancing around in pasties. Even so, there's a difference between deliberately dancing half-naked on stage and getting surreptitiously creeped on by a pervy audience member. Oh no, you don't have to explain the line to me, OP. The crazy part to me is that nobody's punched him in the mouth yet. George Strait grabbed Mo by the shoulder and steered him out of the dressing room. "Have some respect, bro," he said, mocking Mo's laughable attempts to speak like a younger guy. "Go grab a drink on the house at the bar. You'll get to watch the ladies dance soon enough." A drink on the house? You're rewarding his bad behavior. Come on, everybody. We gotta do better than this. Madam Moxie, our burlesque mother and choreographer, popped in to call 5 minutes to places, and everyone responded, "Thank you, 5. We were ready. Darcy and I were marking our part of the routine. Tink was stretching in preparation for his glorious risque ballet bit, and I could hear the owner of the theater warming up the audience. "How do you warm them up for a burlesque show? Hand jobs?" Terrible joke. That was when Mary burst back into the dressing room. She collapsed dramatically in front of the mirror and cried,
Beauty is a curse! I had to come back here to hide from Mo! He tried to grope me at the bar!
George Gay had entered behind her, shaking his head. "He didn't try to grope you, Mare. Let's not slander the geezer for something that he didn't do. Yeah, there's plenty of other degenerate things he did actually do that we could persecute him for. Let's not muddy the waters here." And OP says, yes, I too am siding with George on this one. Mo said some weird stuff. He lecherously stared at young women, and he was constantly trying to manipulate young women into dating him, or worse, but I'd never seen him try to actually play grab-ass with anyone. That's right, we like our lecherous perverts with a bit of dignity around here. Aside from that, Mo had a no fatties rule. Now, Mary wasn't what I personally would consider fat. She was certainly a far cry from svelte, and she probably would have looked less lumpy if she had worn clothes that fit properly instead of squeezing herself into skimpy clothes from Forever 21, but I would wager that she definitely exceeded Mo's weight limit. You know, like I said, not just any sicko or weirdo can walk into the backstage dressing room. A certain level of class. Oh, don't get me wrong, he'll chase around a 19-year-old, but not if she's over 150. And even if Mary had been a bit slimmer, she was over 30, which was ancient in Mo's muddled mind. This was a blissful age before terms like roasty existed. Hell, the Supreme Gentleman was still out there wasting oxygen. Hey, we read his whole manifesto. You should check that one out too. But Mo would have probably described any woman with a fully formed frontal cortex as a roasty, had this vile term been part of the vernacular. Never mind the potentially pendulous plums in his pants. Like I say, just happens when you get old, you know? Part of living. Like 2 hard-boiled eggs in a tube sock just knocking around down there. I can't help it. Roasty is a rather vile term, though. I think the Japanese have it right. They call it Christmas cake, because nobody wants to eat it after the 25th. But it sounds nicer, is my point. As Mary feigned indignation over Mo's alleged grope, Madame Moxie called places, and the show kicked off. We did 2 routines, and then turned the show over to the improvers. The first audience suggestion was ghost stories around the campfire, and Mary shoehorned in a sex scene with a lecherous spirit. You really are just doing the most. Can we kick her out too? It's not even funny. It's just awkward. The next suggestion was haunted house, and Mary wound up humping an imaginary chainsaw, loudly making obnoxious vibrator jokes, followed by dubiously amusing period jokes. Oh, because the chainsaw cut her and now she's bleeding. Clever. This joke's got layers, and it's so edgy. And things wrapped up with an insistent request for Bottom Man, which was unapologetically stolen from the League. Once again, Mary managed to make an already sexual scenario overly so, and mimed playing with her equipmunk. Now that I think of it, I'm pretty sure she wasn't even miming that. You see? You see, this shit right here is why we don't have any customers. We need to implement some standards for ourselves as well as the customers, you know? I came out here with my family to enjoy a nice night of girls dancing around in pasties. I'm never coming back here again. Lucy had always complained to me that Mary could never seem to grasp one of the essential rules of improv. You always say yes and instead of yes but in order to move the scene forward. I finally understood what she meant. For those unfamiliar with improv, that basically means that Mary hijacked every scene and made it intimately focused, even when it was out of place within the context of the scene that the rest of the genuinely funny improvers had established. Yes, but I'm horny, was her response to everything. I think you just have to say yes and. Yes and now she's humping a chainsaw. Hope you enjoyed the show. Good night, everybody. For the grand finale, the burlesque troupe came back on stage and performed a very simple routine, and the improv troupe joined. They were meant to purposefully dance badly, and it was pretty funny in the beginning. George Gay stole the show when he stripped down to his skivvies and performed a graceless, offbeat, hilariously bad dance involving many ill-timed pelvic thrusts. Even though George was actually an excellent dancer, But Mary wasn't about to be upstaged by her
Precious boy, Georgie.
She pushed him off the stage. Fortunately, George knew how to fall. She took center stage and stripped down to nothing but hot pink butt floss. Oh, God. You know what? Let's go, guys. I gotta get out of here. Avoid the crowds and whatnot. Just any place I can be other than here would be great. OP says, mind you, burlesque dancers do not show bare breasts, so I can only assume that she stripped in an attempt to overshadow us. And even though the improv shows often included profanity and raunchy situations, Mary was undeniably out of line. You see what I'm saying about standards, right? They changed the name so you think it's a different place, but it's the same fucking place. It's all the same people in there doing the same weird shit, and I can't pay for a ticket. I'm gonna do my best to shut this place down on principle. The audience reacted with a mixture of shock, laughter, and horny whistles, and Mary soon lumbered off stage and began giving a lumpily lascivious lap dance to a very tall man in the front row with the biggest, bushiest, nastiest beard I had ever seen in my life. Damn, OP out here picking up Mary's seconds. It's nasty. Management killed the music and turned on the house lights. A theater volunteer rushed over to Mary and covered her with a blanket, presumably in an attempt to avoid a raid from the Vice Squad. So yeah, the show ended rather abruptly. We all took some irresolute bows, except for Mary, who continued to bump and grind in the lap of the guy with the nasty beard. But the audience was cheering and applauding, so I think we put on a fun show, despite Mary's impropriety. Well, good. I'm glad to hear it, but mark my words, Mary will be the death of live comedy. After the show, it was customary to adjourn to the dive bar next door. I changed into my street clothes, stashed my dance bag in my car, and strolled to Filthy McNasty's with Lucy. Lucy, Mary was in rare form tonight. OP, I've heard the horror stories from you and George, but seeing her backstage behavior for myself, holy shit. How do you guys put up with her? Lucy, she's so freaking annoying. George Gay is the only one who can handle her. OP, I guess she's just out there being thirsty and doing her thing. Lucy, she's married. OP, oh, is it an open relationship? Lucy, I don't really know. Sometimes she claims they're open, sometimes she claims that they're separated, but the one time her husband came to the show, she actually acted like a normal human being for the entire night. So my best guess is that he has no idea. OP, damn, poor guy. What was he like? Lucy, Chuck? I mean, him and Mary don't quite match, if that makes any sense. Decent looking, but not super hot or anything. Nebbish, kind of quiet. I didn't get to know him much because Mary kept talking for him. Yeah, you see this type of relationship depicted in Looney Tunes cartoons. The mousy browbeaten husband and the oafish, overly loud wife. It's not a good look. As we approach the door, we could hear Darcy yell, "Fuck off!" If this story took place in the present day, I would say that she was doing a stellar impression of Logan Roy, and then Mo stumbled out of the bar, dripping with booze, clearly about to enter another state of man-baby rage, and I cautiously put a hand on his shoulder. OP, what's up, Mo? Mo, almost in tears, well, Darcy and I had something of a lover's quarrel when she didn't thank me for getting you guys Jell-O shots last week. I tried to extend an olive branch and offered to read her tarot for free, but yet another display of ingratitude. He pathetically shook his head as he wiped the defensive drink off his face. Lucy, with a paucity of pity, she did thank you. She just didn't express the exact kind of gratitude that you were looking for. Mo, you weren't there. You didn't see how rude she was. OP, I was there. She wasn't rude, dude. For what it's worth, thank you again for getting us Jell-O shots. Such a weird play to make, but yeah, Mo literally has nothing else. The eyeliner and the bucket hat didn't work. Oh no, bring in the Jell-O shots. Mo says, tough love. No disrespect, OP, but it felt rude to me. I hope you can have the decency to acknowledge my feelings. Fuck your feelings. Your feelings are the whole problem. OP says, I do acknowledge that you feel hurt, Mo, but in the spirit of tough love, you've got to acknowledge that she felt offended by your comments. I think you should give her some space and maybe, don't call her a slut again. Handy hints for life. Mo says, nah, I'm just gonna go home and do some spell work. That girl's nothing but an ingrate who doesn't even know how to politely accept a peace offering. I'm done being Mr. Nice Guy. What was nice about the thing that you did? It was done with expectation in mind. You're not a nice guy. You're a pervert. But OP doesn't say any of that. Instead, I nodded and gave him a little pat on the shoulder, secretly glad he was leaving. It had been a long night, and I lacked the energy to make any further attempts to reason with him. Enjoy the spells, and hey, thanks for coming to the show. Drive carefully. Lucy grabbed my hand and pulled me into the bar, muttering, good riddance, Beetlejuice. She couldn't stand Mo, which is saying a lot, since Lucy loved older men. But she loved older men who were emotionally mature, confident, and had some silver fox swagger. Mo had none of these qualities. Yeah, he spent decades not knowing who the fuck he is, and there's nothing more sad than that. But instead of trying to improve himself or find something outside of this persona that he's cultivated, he just keeps doubling down. And how bad can I feel for somebody who keeps punching themselves in the face? None bad is the answer. Lucy and I started singing Added Up by the Violent Femmes, heartlessly mocking Mo's frustration over being unable to get just one. Darcy chimed in and we all belted day after day before we eventually trailed off into a fit of laughter at poor, dejected, rejected Mo. I had tried to feel sorry for him. I had tried to be his friend, but this guy was an irredeemable creepazoid. Were we mean girls? Who cares? A little bit of bullying, it's healthy. Maybe he'll fix himself if you bully him a little bit more. Lucy says, did you actually throw a drink in his face? And Darcy said, hell yeah, I did. He tried to whip out his tarot cards to give me a reading, and he was gearing up for his ungrateful bitch routine after I declined, so I told him to fuck off before he could throw another temper tantrum. I think I got the message across. OP, apparently that's what it takes with him. Lucy, be glad you turned down the reading. That fool doesn't even know how to read tarot cards. He just spreads them out and makes shit up. And he always finds a way to imply that your romantic future is closer than you might imagine. OP mimicking Mo, it might even be right in front of you. Lucy, oh no, you let him read your cards? OP embarrassed, yeah, I was just trying to be a good sport. Darcy gagged, he's so gross. Lucy, speaking of gross, have you guys seen Mary hanging all over Whiskers? She pointed to a nearby cocktail table where Mary was still grinding on the guy with the manky beard. Really, she's just working away. Grateful for the attention, if anything. OP says, Whiskers? Is he a cat? Lucy, I don't know his real name. That's just what everyone calls him. OP, he looks like a homeless Hagrid in an Armani knockoff. Lucy, I feel bad for him. Mary's gonna get obsessed and make his life hell. He seems cool. He's been to the show a few times, and he's always been nice when I talk to him. I glanced over at the odd pairing once again. Mary was alternating between wild, dramatic gesticulation and body displays of affection. I couldn't hear exactly what she was going on about, but then Whiskers raised his arms to get Mary settled back into her seat. I noticed he had broken chains tattooed on both wrists. Were his tattoos a spin on Jack's tattoos in BioShock? Hell yeah, ruined BioShock for me, great. Maybe this hobo chic guy was worth talking to. I mean, Lucy said he was nice, and I trusted her judgment, so I allowed the gamer geek in me to take over. I rose from the bar stool, heading into the lioness's den to talk to the strange-looking stranger about some video games. And Mary stuck out her leg when I got near their table and said,
No, this is my date for the evening.
I threw up my hands and assured her, I'm not trying to steal your date, I just wanted to talk to him about his tattoos. By the way, you guys were hilarious tonight, Mary.
We're always hilarious. You guys were cute, I suppose.
Then she sighed.
Talk tats. Then let me get back to my datey date.
Well, the datey date seems to be successful if the dry humping in the middle of a crowded bar is anything to judge by. Whiskers looked embarrassed as Mary tightly wound her arm around his waist and rested her head on his shoulder. He put out his cigarette, held out his hand, and politely introduced himself. I returned the courtesy. Mary was audibly huffing. I needed to make this quick. OP, hey, I was just noticing your tattoos. Are you a BioShock fan by any chance? Whiskers' piercing blue eyes lit up as he placed a fresh cig in a long cigarette holder. His beard was so bushy, I suppose he needed the cigarette holder to keep from setting his facial hair on fire. Whiskers, yeah, big fan. Do you understand the meaning? OP, a man chooses, a slave obeys. Jack's chains are intact in the game, but yours are broken, so I'm guessing that you're no slave. Whiskers, yeah, pretty good guess. It's basically a massive F you to that bitch Ayn Rand. But it's definitely inspired by BioShock 2. Good eye. Great taste in games. Yeah, like I came in here seeking your fucking approval. OP says, okay, well, thanks. Just wanted to compliment your ink. And then says to Mary, sorry to interrupt. Mary heaved her heavy bosom onto the table and slid her Jupiters closer to an oblivious Whiskers. Whiskers, wait, where are you from, OP? OP, originally Bristol, but I moved to California when I was 7. Whiskers, Bristol, like the poo chart? I laughed a little too hard because, you know, poop is funny. Yes, actually, I was born in the shit capital of the UK. Whiskers chuckled. That explains the cute accent. I barely have any British left in my accent, but it slips through from time to time. My classmates used to mock me for it, eventually taking to calling me Hermione. At first, I thought it was a compliment, and then I realized that it wasn't, so I appreciated Whiskers' words. Whatever, putting stock into what your classmates say. It's a bunch of children. They don't know any better. Your worldview is this fucking big. Get away from me. Mary starts whining.
Whiskey! I was in the middle of a story!
That was my cue. I certainly wasn't trying to crash Mary's date, and I was honestly a bit frightened by her. I gave Whiskers a polite nod and told Mary, carry on, I was just being a gamer geek. You two have fun. As I took my leave, I noticed an aura of heavy, obnoxiously floral perfume underneath the cigarette smoke, booze, and slight hint of pee-pee that permeated the air in filthy McNasties. I assumed that Mary had overspritzed herself in preparation for her datey date, but I would later find out that the perfume wearer was actually Whiskers. At any rate, I avoided him for the rest of the evening, not wanting to raise Mary's ire more than I already had, but as he was leaving the bar with Mary attached to him, slobbering all over the side of his beard, he locked eyes with me for a little too long, seemed to smile, though it was hard to tell under that massive beard, and he presumably went home and, got some. Probably got a little more than some, actually. Like I said, there's a lot of butter on that biscuit. Well, I guess we're just getting started. Mary really does seem like an obnoxious Legbeard, center of everything. It's sort of giving me some Amanda Legbeard saga vibes, because remember she took her shirt off in like the middle of a frat party or something like that? A little different circumstances, same sort of vibes. Hungry Legbeard ate my tendies. Married Mary, part number 2. That is one of the most egregious things. In the neckbeard or legbeard world, this means war. Well, my friends, if you made it through the relatively tame introduction to this Legbeard cringe, you're amazing! Yeah, no, pretty good sometimes maybe. I always appreciate it when people take the time to read my weird writing. You write really good, I gotta tell you that much. I appreciate it more than you'll ever know. Please keep writing, I'll keep going. But I must warn you that henceforth, things are going to get gross. Probably not as gross as the Shadowrun saga. I mean, that would be an experience. Just a modern art show where everybody poops all over themselves or rolls around in it. It's just around the corner. But since I've apparently experienced more repugnant happenings in my life than the average person, my grossometer probably needs some recalibration. So take my claims that this story is tamer with a grain of salt. I mean, everybody have different type of yuck, you know? Sometimes they get the teeth yuck, and that really gets me deep down, where some people don't really mind it that much. Butt worms, I mean, I'm pretty sure that hits everyone. That's why I gave such a resounding response. Go check out the Funky Pea Saga if you haven't already. What are you doing? But yeah, much like you, OP, my gross meter's a little off calibration too. I don't know what's socially acceptable anymore. Anyway, it so happens that most of the beards that I've encountered over the years weren't unhygienic or unattractive, but they were gross in other ways. Yeah, that stereotypical beard stuff. Like the unhygienic, unattractive beards, everybody points them out. They're like, that is definitely a weird dude. But these are weird people that have learned to keep up their social veneer in some form or fashion, and yeah, I do want to take a little look behind the mask. I know I'm going to be disgusted, disappointed, but I can't help myself, I gotta look.
That's what I'm talking about! That's why he's the MVP! That's why he's the GOAT!
Even the non-beards in this story are gross, in a sense, but they mostly adhere to the social contract and generally avoid making obnoxious scenes. Having said that, discussions of disgusting carnal mishaps will appear in this chapter, so proceed with caution. Well, my mind is swirling with all sorts of possibilities. None of them that I dare to speak aloud in a YouTube video, but let's see. Just in case you're new here, let me give you some quick introduction to the people that you'll meet. We got Val, the OP, a nerdy theater/grad student. There's Lucy, George Gay, George Strait. They're all professional comics from a local improv troupe. Mary, our Legbeard, is also a member of said improv troupe, although she doesn't take it very seriously. Mary is currently obsessed with Whiskers, a tall, eccentric guy who was an audience member at a recent improv show. Oh, come on, she could be a professional comic. It should be the next Amy Schumer. Is it still fun to bash Amy Schumer? Yeah, it is. I'll tell you, yeah, it's right off the bat. It is. Vanishing Tendies, Wednesday night, mid-October. It was the middle of the semester, and I'd been up since 6 a.m. I'd taken 2 midterms and had met with a study group for several hours that evening to prepare for my next exam. I hadn't eaten all day. I was drained, despite being obviously caffeinated. But the next midterm wasn't until Friday, and I felt well prepared for it, so I was keen to meet up with Lucy and the Georges to have some drinks and blow off some steam. Make sure that whatever drink you pick, also, yeah, Irish coffee or something, you need the caffeine to keep flowing or you're gonna crash. As soon as we exchanged greetings, I dashed to the bar and ordered some grilled chicken tenders and a mojito, went to the patio to sit down with Lucy and the Georges, and collapsed dramatically into the chair, looking forward to having a stress-free night. It's a bit of foreshadowing there, isn't it? Mojito, by the way, great pick. Last time me and my wife went clubbing, I had like 4 mojitos. They're so delicious. So while the comics all debated the degree to which their material could border on offensive without actually being offensive, I kept checking the doorway for signs of my food. I mean, the secret is you gotta make other people think the bad thing. You just allude to it, you know? Technically, I think it's still working, Blue. Like, they're not gonna bring you onto the Tonight Show if that's all your entire set consists of, you know? Although this is a different age than when I was doing stand-up comedy. Like, people are making their own specials and actually gaining some ground, you know, make a little viral Twitter thread about you bashing some heckler. It's the wrong way to think if you're waiting around for other people to discover your talent. I made that mistake. Don't be like me. You can succeed where I failed. Anyway, I kept checking the doorway for signs of my food, and that's when Whiskers ducked through the doorway, with Mary's arms wrapped around his waist. God damn, it's like a big fat boa constrictor wrapping itself around a gum-gum tree. I don't even know what a gum-gum tree is. He locked eyes with me and gave me a little nod. I think he was smiling because his eyes crinkled and his face got cheekier, but his behemoth of a beard made it really impossible to get an accurate read on his facial expression. I managed a weary smile and a wave, which Whiskers took as an invitation to sit at the table with us. Oh no, it wasn't that. I mean, maybe it was. But are you really willing to step between Mary and her man? Did you see what she did to that guy last week over the ham sandwich? Mary says,
You have to sit with me. I need some whiskey Whiskers time.
Whiskers,
Let's sit with your silly friends. We don't need a private table.
yeah, he's trying to make his moves right out in the open. It's bold. Obviously, it paid off for him in some type of way. It was also the worst mistake OP ever made, maybe, that I've heard about, at least. Mary says,
Just don't sit next to that purple pixie whiskey. I'll sit with my boy Georgie.
Lucy whispering, Oh my god, you're the purple pixie. That sounds like a supervillain. I laughed and muttered, yeah, I'm gonna get it printed on a t-shirt. I mean, it ended up as your username, so I'm glad it stuck, honestly. Sorta catchy. Mary sauntered over, hugged George Gay, greeted the rest of us politely and in a completely normal voice, and then turned to Whiskers to whine,
Whiskey, I'm starving. Will you go order me some corny dogs and a soft pretzel with honey mussy and a personal pepperoni pizza and a chocolate martini?
Hold on, you said corny dogs? Like plural, hot dog. How many hot dogs would you say you eat in a day, Mayor? Huh? Also, the disparagement of Honey Mussy, I just cannot abide. Do you realize how many calories you're putting into your body? How many grams of saturated fat? She doesn't care. Where is Mary now? Dead. Buried in a piano box. They couldn't find a coffin big enough. It's like the mom from Gilbert Grape.
Mama! Mama! Wake up!
So Whiskers smushed his beard against her hand and said,
Of course, I'll be right back.
Then he turned to the rest of us.
Any of you guys need anything?
Dude, you should place like in equally huge order. That would be hilarious. We all indicated that we were fine, though, and as Whiskers exited the patio, Mary excitedly turned to George Gay and loudly declared,
You won't believe the boom boom I've been having.
George Gay, Oh, so you've been pounding whiskey? Mary to the entire table.
He has magic fingers.
Dude, please, I don't want to be here for this.
Finger blasting is the best.
He bangs booba like a stallion. He could go all night.
Please make it stop. Please make it stop.
He eats my box like his mommy made it.
Ugh! Oh! That's the most horrible thing you've said. What?
Hey, look! Silence! I can't take this shit no more.
I'm such a smitten little kitten. Oh.
She slid her hands down her body, gasped like an adult film star, and threw her head back in unbridled ecstasy at the very thought of banging the bearded one. How you feeling at this point, OP? Is that the point where you're like, well, I want to try that out? I wouldn't be inclined to believe Mary about anything, but I don't know. If you're already into the bearded guy, I guess go take a ride, you know? I had been trying to stifle my laughter while Mary was dramatically singing the praises of Whiskers' bedroom prowess, and I squirted a bit of mojito out of my nose and choked on the rest of the sip. Tears welled up in my eyes, and I covered my mouth with both hands while I tried to catch my breath. Mary.
Are you okay, Valley?
I cleared my throat. Wrong pipe. I'm okay. Mary.
Whiskey sometimes goes up the wrong pipe, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, that's one of the possibilities that was swirling around my head earlier in this episode. George Gay. Oh, honey, the wrong pipe is the fun pipe. Get it? I'm gonna get up and excuse myself outside for a cigarette and a syringe full of heroin so I don't have to think about this anymore. It's the poo-poo pipe, George. Lucy pretended to vom. I started choke laughing again, and George straight rested his face in his palm. Mary.
So, Valley, are you single? Do you have some girl talk to share?
Why was she suddenly being friendly towards me? I was so confused, and I wasn't exactly a fan of being called Valley. Yeah, she could be the mountains, you could be the valley. But the obvious answer is because Whiskers mentioned something about you, that he found you intriguing, and now she's trying to pull you close so you don't end up stealing her man, right? I'm telling you, I've been doing this too long. OP does divulge and says, I'm kinda seeing a guy from school, I guess, but I don't have any stories that can compare to yours. George Gay. You're still seeing that ratchet flake you were banging when you were doing Cats this summer? OP. Yep. I was banging the flake and you were getting the corn. Gross. George and I launched into a brief parody of our duet from the universally reviled musical, high-fived each other, and laughed a little too hard at a joke that was probably only funny to us. I mean, I put my own meaning on it. That's why I said gross. But aren't inside jokes a most satisfying brand of humor? Well, they are to me. Yeah, here's the thing about that. It really only works for people that are clued into it. Has-Been Beard did it a whole bunch, and it made me foam at the fucking mouth. I'm gonna let this one slide because I had my own punchline, but I just hope you're trying to make a point. I hope this is all tongue-in-cheek. That's what I'll say. Like, if I get behind the microphone and say, oh, dude, you look like the Devlar, like, that doesn't mean anything to you. But my buddy Scott and I will crack up because it's an inside joke. Unfortunately, yeah, it doesn't work for anything else. Even if I explained the story, you'd think it was stupid. Okay. Anyway, George straight says, oh, now you guys have to explain that. And George Gay said, so I was Mungo Jerry. Yes, that is pronounced Mungo Jerry. I'm on brand. Isn't there also a song by Mungo Jerry? Can we cut that in, Elijah?
In the summertime, when the weather is high, you can stretch right up and touch the sky.
OP was Rumple Teaser, and she was dating a guy who was constantly flaking on her. I went home with a guy who gave me the corn. And the joke was that Mungo Jerry and Rumple Teaser were prowling around stealing cornflakes. I guess you kind of had to be there. I mean, was he giving you corn on the cob, or was it just niblets? You know what? Don't tell me. It's fine. I don't actually want to know. George Strait, you were dating a farmer? Everyone else started laughing hysterically. Those of us who were at least somewhat socially adept didn't have the heart to explain the concept of giving someone corn to George Strait, but Mary had no problem with it. Please, I don't want to hear about Mary's niblets. Don't do it. Mary says,
it means he had corn on his cob when he pulled it out of his boyfriend's.
oh no, it's worse than I imagined. George Gay. He was not my boyfriend. He was some rando I met at a bar. Does that make it better for you somehow? Then Lucy asks, didn't you guys have a threesome with Rum Tum? George Gay and I both shushed her. That was nothing more than a nasty rumor. But Mary lit up.
Ooh, fascinating.
George Gay flipped his hand at her. fictional. George Strait apparently hadn't stretched his cringe muscles that evening, and he sat there in stunned silence, having obviously sprained his brain. See? That's why you gotta listen to some ReddX. It's good for you. As long as you're above the age of majority. Any younger, I can't sign off on that. You're not supposed to be exposed to all this yet. Anyway, Whiskers soon returned to the table, carrying a chocolate martini, thankfully distracting Mary from asking questions about the aforementioned nasty rumor.
Here you go, m'lady. They'll bring your food out in a bit.
Yeah, they're gonna have to cart it in. Not on like a room service cart either, just a hand truck. Here's your stack of corn dogs, you monster. Whiskey sat the drink down in front of Mary. Now, this might seem, to a seasoned observer of neckbeard behavior, to be an early warning sign of beardery. Just the maladying? Yeah, I guess. If you've suffered through the Shadowrun story, you know what Whiskers eventually turns into, but I actually do not believe that this isolated malady was indicative of beardery. I don't know, whatever you gotta tell yourself, OP, is fine. The more you get to know Mary, the more this malady amnesty will make sense. Lucy says, "You're such a gentleman, Whiskers. Respect." Whiskers,
I work in hospitality, so it's second nature.
George Strait, where do you work? Whiskers,
I'm the maitre d' at Vert. It's a vegan gastropub in Midtown.
Yeah, and after you eat at a vegan gastropub, that's what your butt's gonna sound like all night. Vert. I don't know if that joke's stupid or ingenious. Mary cooed,
I'm gonna come visit you at work this week, and then I can come at your place after you, get off.
She took several gulps of her martini and then snuggled up to Whiskers. Yeah, look at this. She's not even drunk yet. Just out here showing your whole ass. Or probably not the ass. The top part. That's what she's most proud of. The butt is surely a deep source of shame since it's all flat. She never works it out at all. I mean, it's probably big on the XY axis, but it doesn't exist in the Z axis, if you know what I'm saying. Whisker says,
it's really not worth it. The food's pretentious.
Yes, just like the maitre d'. But we don't know that yet. My phone buzz chirped and I felt my heart skip a beat when I saw that it was Dennis, the guy that I had low-key dated. Was still low-key dating? I was unclear on that, but I took the call and scurried to the side of the patio so that I could hear more clearly. My faint hopes of romance were dashed, however. Dennis was just calling to ask me about Friday's midterm, but that was okay. It was good to talk to him, and he was asking about biological psychology, which was my favorite class. Yeah, it's all business for you. Tell me about how you want to tear my clothes off in a public place. I made my way to the parking lot so I could grab the textbook from my car and talk psych for a few minutes. Dennis ended the conversation by saying,
thanks, babe. See you Friday. Maybe we could get coffee after the exam.
OP, sure, sounds good. I'll see you Friday. I was kind of glad that Dennis had called, but I was also getting fed up with this hot and cold crap. More than anything, in the moment, I was hungry, and I was pretty sure that the food had made it to the table while I was on the phone, so I hurried back to the patio. Oh, that's right, there's still some chicken tenders on order. I was thinking Mary was just gonna scarf all her food and be a greedy pig, but you have food of your own, don't you? Good for you, that's forethought. Alas, when I arrived, Mary was housing the last of her pizza, and appeared to be on her second chocolate martini. Where the hell was my food? Dude, she ate it for sure. What a monster. OP says, hey, where are my grilled tenders? Mary,
oh, we ate them.
She irritated and giggled. Whiskers,
wait, you ordered the grilled tenders?
OP, yes! And I haven't eaten all day, and I'm fucking starved. Lucy, I told you they were probably hers. Mary,
well, she abandoned us.
OP, what the hell? I had to take a call about an exam on Friday, and I wasn't even gone that long. Mary.
Well, the way I see it, you owe me.
OP. For what? Mary.
You interrupted my date last week.
Honestly, I don't give a fuck what I did. I'm gonna punch you out right now and run your pockets. And buy myself some more chicken tenders. That's the only solution I see here. Whiskers, placing a hand on Mary's shoulder, presumably in an attempt to calm her, said, I'm sorry. I had some too. I'll be happy to buy you another basket. Grilled chicken tenders, right? I stood up, too annoyed with Mary to reply to Whiskers' kind offer. I'm not sure why I owe you food, because I had a 2-minute conversation with your date. And then I remembered my manners. That's really sweet of you to offer, though, Whiskers. I headed back inside to order some more food for myself, and Whiskers rose to follow me, presumably to pay for his date's bad manners, but Mary grabbed him by the jacket and screeched, No! You know how bad my anxiety's been, Whiskers. You can't leave me all alone. I can. I do. I didn't actually expect Mary to ever repay me, but I was too hungry to care. I leaned over the bar and asked for another order of grilled chicken tenders. The bartender said, Sorry, miss, the kitchen's closed for the night. I slumped against the bar. Yeah, fucking heartbreak right now. We gotta drive to McDonald's. This is a nugget emergency. But don't settle for the nuggets, okay? You gotta get the chicken selects from McDonald's. Oh, lots of honey mussie. Oh, I'm hungry right now. OP says, since I had sucked down a mojito on an empty stomach, I was a little too tipsy to drive. Otherwise, I would have left immediately and gone home to raid my own fridge. But damn, that pub had really good chicken tenders. Basically just sugar glazed chicken, and I'd been craving them all day. I ordered a glass of water and a cup of coffee, trudged back to the table, and lit a cigarette. Yeah, that'll hold you over for a second, I guess. Can you take an Uber through a McDonald's drive-thru? Probably you can. That's exactly what I'm gonna do. You guys sit here and watch me eat this double quarter pounder, fatty. OP says, kitchen's closed. Whatever. Caffeine and nicotine got me through the day so far, but I am leaving the forge for food as soon as I sober up a bit. Lucy, Mary, that was rude. Val probably feels like she doesn't know you well enough to read you the riot act, but I do know you, and that was some inconsiderate bullshit. You owe her an apology at the very least. Once again, Lucy read my mind, and that was when Mary burst into tears and blubbered miserably into Whiskers' chest. I was so hungry! It's just Moby Vic, if she never went to prison, right?
Valley and I are friends now. She would have shared with me. Don't yell at me, Lucy Goose.
Lucy, it's Lucy. How hard is that? Lou-C. I'm not a fowl, although I can make a fowl soup. Some people call it a snail trail. Mary, I was trying to be sweet. Is anybody buying this shit? Any of us at all? I hate it. Every part of it, I hate it. All this time, Whiskers looked incredibly uncomfortable. George Gay, usually the troop's merry apologist, looked almost as uncomfortable as Whiskers, and George Strait was shooting Whiskers some sympathetic looks. I would later find out that George Strait had been on the receiving end of Mary's obsession at one point. Mary continued to whimper and whinge until she eventually composed herself enough to whisper to Whiskers, who raised an eyebrow, and only briefly hesitated to trail in the wake of her histrionic exit. Why would you play this game at all? Fuck all that. Come back after you've calmed down and you're ready to apologize like a regular human being. But with this odd new couple out of the picture, I almost enjoyed some theater nerd chat with Lucy and the Georges. Had I been fed and rested, I would have thoroughly enjoyed the nerdy banter. At any rate, I got my sea legs back over the course of the conversation, and I was rising to leave just as Mary and Whiskers staggered back to the patio. Mary's hair was messed up, and her skimpy dress was halfway tucked into her butt floss, gratuitously exposing one bootylicious bum cheek. Mary ran over and hugged me far too tightly. Nah, get the fuck off me. I'm leaving. You ate all my stuff. I'm going now. Mary.
I'm sorry, Valley Boo. I was just so hungry. I don't get enough food at home, so I have to eat what I can when I'm out.
From the size of you get more than enough food. Get off me. But OP says, okay, and pats her on the shoulder. Honestly, I'm too exhausted to be mad at you, Mary, and feel free to call me Val. Seriously, why the fuck was she calling me a name that made me sound like some spooky airhead from West Covina? I hated it. Like, whatever, it's not even that bad, OP. Like, you just don't even know, okay? Mary hugging me even more tightly, nearly choking me with heavy, overly floral perfume, says,
You're my Valley Boo. I can tell you have the same darkness in you that I have. I think we could be like sisters.
That's not darkness inside of you. It's hardening arteries and a glob of fat stuck in your left ventricle. We're not built the same, okay? OP just questions, what? And then says, I think you might be confusing exhaustion with darkness, but yeah, it's fine. I'll see you at the next show and I'll be in better form. I pulled away from her, said goodnight to Whiskers, Lucy, and the Georges, and went home to make myself dinner at long last. Dennis flaked on coffee, but hey, I got an A on the exam. Well, see, Dennis is just executing the Dennis system where he denies you emotionally. But that's just a theory. Married Mary just being like, the biggest ham planet out here. Anything that arrives to the table gets sucked into her gravitational pull. I mean, the chicken tenders would have been cold by the time OP got back, but that's a hell of a lot better than nothing at all, isn't it? You know it's not your food, don't fucking touch it. And it's a failure on absolutely everybody else's part at that table too. We heard her say the order out loud, that is not yours. Don't fucking touch it, you pig. Maybe that's a little too harsh. Maybe it's just enough to drive the point home. I don't really know. What I do know is the episode's still a little bit short, so we get to get into part number 3 today. Oh, what a treat. So join me over there. Boomer Incel botches a blind date. Married Mary, part number 3. I like how we get all these side characters, so I never ever have to put Mary on the thumbnail. Welcome back to the seedy underground of the Wellsprings Theater community. If you're new here, or if you need a refresher on the cast, I am happy to introduce you to Lucy and the Georges, professional improvers who perform at a small theater called The Imp. I'm slightly less happy to introduce you to the Legbeard Mary, who is also a member of the improv troupe, but she doesn't take it too serious. All she cares about at this time is her steamy affair with a tall, eccentric audience member known only as Whiskers. Mo is a creepy guy who skulks around the theater hitting on young ladies. I am not in this part of the story very much and have recreated the dialogue and events based on what my friends told me. Yeah, we take secondhand accounts, that's fine. I almost forgot about Mo. Mo is super easy to hate. Maybe a little bit too easy to hate. Should I bash Mary a little bit more? I literally called her a pig 10 seconds ago, but we could do more. Anyway, this is chapter 3, Mateless Mo and the Ill-Fated Date. George Gay had a wonderful family. His mother, stepfather, aunt, and cousin all came to the Imp on a fairly regular basis. And they had all come to see Cats more than once, so I'm sure many of you would agree that they are saints. Yeah, I had my ride or dies that would show up to my comedy shows. Be like, yeah, listen to the same set 10 times in a row, and they're still the ones that are laughing the loudest. It does the heart good. They weren't even my parents, just friends. I miss them. I will reach out to them tonight. Anyway, on the night of this chapter, his mother and stepfather had a previous engagement, but his aunt and cousin were planning to see the improv show. George's aunt was a strikingly gorgeous woman. She was fun-loving, free-spirited, and nurturing. At the same time, she was recently divorced and had told George that she was ready to dip her toe back into the dating pool. Nothing serious, just some light-hearted fun, and George had a truly terrible idea that, in his defense, did make some degree of sense in the mind of a guy who always tried to see the best in everyone. I was a kindred spirit with George in that regard, which is probably why both of us wound up babysitting maniacs on a regular basis. I mean, couldn't be me, but I'm glad that you do it and report back, you know? That's what it takes to be a field agent here at ReddX Industries. So George decided to set Mo up with his aunt, Tia G. Why? Why, Georgie? Why would you subject a family member to this creepazoid? That's what you're all thinking, right? Am I right? Well, that's exactly what Lucy thought when George had shared his plan with the troupe after rehearsal earlier in the week. Lucy says, "Holy shit, George. Are you smoking crack? Do you want your aunt to get roofied?" George Gay. "No, girl, he's my master plan. Introduce Mo to a smoking hot woman closer to his age, and maybe he'll realize he doesn't have to run around in a millennial costume hitting on girls half his age. My aunt wants a date. Mo wants a date. It probably won't go anywhere, but it might open his mind, and I'll be on standby in case she needs rescuing. No, when she needs rescuing, George." It's an inevitability at this point. Lucy says, "What if it does go somewhere? Do you really want Uncle Mo around at family functions?" George smirked. "No way that's gonna happen, sweetheart. Tia G is fathoms out of Mo's league. Embrace the plan. It really could save everyone. My aunt gets back out there. Mo gets to feel like a stud for one night. He realizes that mature women are worth dating. He stops creeping on girls at the Imp. Win, 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 win." Out of curiosity, how do you, dear reader, think this is going to turn out? Comment down below. Vote in the poll that I probably did in the live chat. Do it now, before I spoil it all. Uncle Mo. It's going Uncle Mo. It's an inevitability. Sometimes I do feel like being wrong. So we'll flash forward to the night of the show. Call time was 7 p.m. and the show started at 8 p.m. Mo had a habit of rocking up long before the show began. Sometimes he even got to the theater before the improvers did. So George accurately predicted that Mo would be beer bellying up to the bar when he set out to pitch him the master plan. You know, George, it's really great of you to put your aunt in the line of fire like that to save your social circle. Maybe it will work out, but yeah, it doesn't seem like something I'd do. Sacrifice family for friends? Nah, not me. But George Gay says, "Mo, are you still single by any chance?" And Mo says, "Yeah, but I like girls, George." George says, "Honey, you're not my type. No offense, but I do know someone who's looking for a date, and I thought of you. Don't worry, she's a woman." Mo perked up. "I'm listening." George Gay, "She's a relative of mine. Is that weird?" Mo perked up even more. "Nah, bro, not at all. Wait, did she ask you to set her up with me?" George says, "Not exactly, but she did ask me to set her up with someone who likes to laugh and have a good time. She'll be at the show tonight." Mo ran his fingers through his thinning hair. "Dude, I gotta go freshen up. I gotta find some paper and make her some origami hearts. This is gonna be amazeballs." What the fuck? Yeah, dude, sure, go ahead. Go off, you know? Have the time of your life. Mo always shoehorned words like dude and bro into his conversations, even though they sounded absurd coming out of his boomer mouth. Yeah, it's like when I say stick your get out for the Ohio Rizzler. People are like, what the fuck? The kids know, it's fine, the kids know. Mo could have been really funny in a sketch if he ever found some self-awareness and spun it into comedy gold. Come to think of it, the director of the improv troupe had asked Mo to participate in a scripted sketch once, but the director wanted Mo to play the geezer role, and Mo, of course, saw himself as the romantic leading man. Needless to say, Mo took extreme umbrage at the very idea of being cast as the old guy, and refused to so much as speak to the director following this exchange. I mean, how about you just take a good look at reality, you know? The only person he's fooling is himself, and he's not even doing that well. George Gay sauntered smugly into the dressing room. "Date's on," he announced. George Strait, "You do realize that this could go horribly, horribly wrong, don't you?" George Gay, "Like I said, I'll be on roofie patrol." George Strait, "Your aunt's a cool chick. I don't know why you're subjecting her to Beetlejuice." Yeah, George Strait and I vibe, dude, for real. George Gay, "Well, maybe she'll give him some makeup tips, as in, like, stop wearing makeup." Everyone in the dressing room laughed. And the statement was made even more amusing by the fact that George Gay was sitting in front of the mirror, expertly applying guy liner as he made this quip. Too savage, so catty. I love it. Mary,
I think it's gallant of you, boy Georgie. I, for one, would be so relieved if I didn't have to put up with this groping at every single show. I'm practically taken now, after all.
Lucy, aren't you married? Mary,
Oh, we're separated. You know that. Whiskers is the only man I want now. His majestic member is the most.
Lucy covers her ear. "Wah, wah, wah, wah. I do not want to hear it." Nobody does. Mary,
Loosen up, Lucy. It's healthy to talk about sex.
"Not according to YouTube's community guidelines." Lucy says, "I agree, but even drinking water can poison you if you chug too much." Mary,
I love chugging whiskey's pearly.
Lucy,
God, what did I just say?
somebody needs to take her out back and put her down. There's no fixing this, okay? George Gay then stepped in and said, "Take it easy, Mare. I love chugging the pearly elixir just as much as you do." Again, gross. But let's give Lucy's ears a break for a little bit. We can go to Filthy's and grab some BJ shots after the show. Then you can crack as many crass jokes as your McNasty heart desires. Mary sighed wistfully and took out her phone.
Oh, fine. I'll just sex my whiskey whiskers until the show starts.
George Strait, are we not gonna run lines for the scripted sketch? Lucy, yeah, I'd like to run lines. Mary waved a dismissive hand as she stared intently at her phone screen waiting for Whiskey to reply. George Gay offered to do Mary's part, and the professional comics circled up to run their lines. No, twist her arm, make her do it. She's gonna fuck the whole thing up if you don't make her do it. She probably will anyways. I arrived at the Imp after a day of unnecessarily long lab meetings, so I headed straight to the bar to grab a plastic cup of cheap rosé. Mo was already there, and he looked even more Beetlejuice than he had at the previous show. His guy liner was heavier than usual, and he was wearing a black and white tie-dyed blazer over some sort of graphic t-shirt, pinstriped skinny jeans, and the usual fingerless gloves. He had forgone the head accessory, and his thinning salt and pepper hair was slicked back. Why do you make these choices?
Why would you do that? Why would you do any of that?
Mo wasn't alone, however. I saw him talking to an alarmingly young girl. The Imp was 21 plus, and there was no way this girl was of legal drinking age. Mo had his tarot cards spread out on the bar, and he kept unnecessarily touching this young lady's hand. I suppose he wasn't technically crossing a line, but it was still nonetheless quite disconcerting. He is crossing. You don't know that fucking kid. I'd like to go over there and say something, but by the time I get over there, I'm probably gonna be too mad. I'll just jam a cocktail fork through his hand. Then again, probably that'll fix it too. It was then that I recognized the girl. It was George Gay's cousin, Georgina. I'd met her a few times when Georgie and I were in Cats, so I decided to find a way to see if she needed rescuing from Mo, without sending Mo into a fit of man-baby rage. Yeah, this would be a true test of diplomacy. OP, Georgina? Hey, girl. Mo shot me a menacing look. Mo,
Do you mind? I'm channeling the spirits right now. I need the full powers of focused cosmic synergy.
Georgina, with no regards for the spirits. OMG, Rumple Teaser. Wait, what's your real name? OP, it's Val, but I still answer to Rumple Teaser. That show will haunt me forever. Georgina laughed and then enthused. It's so much fun here. I just got my license and my mom let me drive here by myself. She took a few sips of her Shirley Temple. Mo,
So, you want to take me for a spin when I finish your reading?
Georgina, I don't think so, Mr. Lester. I had enough trouble parking the first time and I don't want to miss the show. Mo, grabbing Georgina's hand and leaning in way too close to the poor girl's face.
The spirits agree. They want me to get back to the essential matter of your sparkling fortune, and please, call me Mo. Mo de Bro.
No, you are Mo de Lester. You will always be. It's too late to change your stripes now. Georgina giggles and says, okay, hey, ask the spirits if I'm gonna pass Trig. Shit. I had to get George gay immediately. I snatched my plastic cup of slightly sour swill and made a dash for the dressing room. George! I shouted as I burst through the door. Which one? OP. Gay! Mo's at the bar reading your little cousin's tarot cards. Both Georges leapt up from the line-running circle and headed straight for the bar. Lucy and I followed them. Mary, for some reason, was sobbing in the corner. Oh, you hate to see a fat girl cry, but I ain't got time for that right now. George Gay's typically flawless swish had been replaced by a puffed-up chest and deliberate stomps as he approached the bar. Wow, he went from bottom to top real fast. Mo was clasping Georgina's hands and was intently stating the infamous conclusion of all his tarot readings.
Right in front of you.
George Gay says, Georgina, where's Tia G? Georgina pulls her hands away from Mo and turns to her cousin. Oh, hey, George, Mom's on her way. She let me drive myself. She said she might have a date tonight. Gross. George Gay. Mo, I hope you're being polite to my cousin. Mo.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, dude, totes. She's awesome. And the cards just told us that she's gonna have a wicked cool night.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be really fucking wicked cool. Please remove your hands from the underage child. Georgina. And I'm gonna pass Trig. Mo gave her a fingerless gloved high five. Come on, Georgie, you can't be this dumb. Maybe she's a little sheltered. Her childlike curiosity and wonderment about the world's not been crushed by adulthood quite yet. I guess that's not really dumb. Slightly naive. But yeah, trust me when I say Mo is fucking bad news. Even for the aunt. Anyway, Georgina pulled a few janky origami hearts out of her purse and said, Mr. Lester even gave me some good luck charms, and he infused them with cosmic mathematical energy from the cards. George Gay said, Mo, sidebar. Mo reluctantly rose from his bar stool. Lucy took his place and struck up a conversation with Georgina about driver's ed. George Strait stood by, seemingly ready to throw a punch at any moment. I slid into a seat near the back so I could eavesdrop on George Gay's conversation with Mo. Mo,
Bro, she's amazing. I can't thank you enough for setting this up, dude.
What the fuck?
What? No, dude!
George says, I didn't. I was planning to set you up on a date with my aunt. I had no idea that my 16-year-old cousin would show up by herself. Mo,
what the actual fuck, George? Just because I'm a little bit older than you guys, you think I should be going to the nursing home to find dates?
George, the nursing home, my ass. Have you seen Tia G? She's still a younger woman, at least to you. Mo.
I have a youthful spirit, George. I can't be bothered with old bats who sit around knitting in their granny panties and going to bed at 9 p.m.
Who told you? What kind of media have you been watching? Go watch Sex and the City. Mo would love it. He'd show up and be like, George Gay, I'm ready for you now. What a twist! George says, my aunt is a Pilates instructor, and she's just now getting over her divorce, so she told me she wanted to go out and tear it up. Drinking, salsa dancing, watching raunchy comedy shows. I honestly thought you'd have fun hanging out with her. Mo.
I thought we were friends, bro, but you're just a sassy, disrespectful little
Mo's disgusting slur was thankfully truncated when Tia G arrived, looking smoking hot in a fitted pencil dress and glamorous oversized earrings. Tia G says, Georgie, did Georgina make it in one piece? George said, yeah, she's having a Shirley Temple at the bar with my friend Lucy. Tia G then says to Mo, and who do we have here? Are you in the show tonight? Mo,
no.
Tia G, then what's with the costume? Georgie, were we supposed to dress up tonight? Is this some sort of theme show? Dunking on the blind date immediately, and I love to see it. George says, no, Mo just has a unique sense of style. Tia G, well, in that case, you look dashing. Mo,
thanks.
Tia G, so where is this mystery man you told me about? George, my mistake, Tia G. I had a talk with him and decided that he's an asshole. You're still gonna stick around for the show, right? Tia G, of course, mijo. But let me go check on my little hellion of a daughter first. Oh, and thank you for sparing me from that pendejo. George, sure thing, Tia G. Damn, fumbled the ball. I wonder if Mo even feels bad about it, or he's like, nah, she's over 30, that's gross. It's like, dude, you're over 50, fucking pull it together. George glared at Mo, pivoted and swished back to the dressing room. And it appears that my morbid curiosity about George's exchange with Mo was about to bite me in the ass. Mo's man-baby rage was ramping up, and I was the closest human around, so Mo plopped down next to me. Mo,
so I guess you heard all the hullabaloo?
See, hullabaloo, that's an old person word right there. OP says, huh? I've been on my phone this whole time. What happened? Mo,
well, you saw me talking to that gorgeous girl at the bar, right?
OP, you mean George Gay's teenage cousin? Mo,
are you gonna judge me too? Why can't you girls understand that love knows no age?
OP, I think the law might disagree with you there. Mo,
I wasn't trying to bang her. I was just planting the seeds of attraction so that it would be an easy transition from friends to lovers once she's ripe.
Oh, dude, my skin crawling.
Fucking hate that. Ugh.
Yeah, OP says, well, now that is what we call grooming, and tragically it does remain difficult to prosecute, as we're finding out with the SCP deep dives that we're doing. But that won't stop me from trying to skewer their ass to the wall. My skin nevertheless indeed crawled off my body and slithered out of the theater at Mo's lecherous utterance of the word ripe. I had no desire to continue this conversation, and there was no way in hell I was going to endorse the idea of a beer-bellied boomer trying to hit on a high school girl, not even in an effort to placate Mo. And I also wanted to kick him in the cashews for his truncated slur, but I didn't want to make an ugly, accusatory scene, during which Georgina might end up overhearing something. Fortunately, though, Tia G had no problem making a scene. Tia G, what the hell did you just say to my daughter, pendejo? Mo, huh? Tia G took off her earrings. Get up! Be a man! You tell me exactly what you said to her, and you tell me exactly what you were trying to do with her. Oh, shit, man. It's getting really weird. She got a knife in her purse, bro. Tia G don't fuck around. Mo,
ma'am, senora.
He awkwardly clambered to his feet and stood before Tia G, hands clasped, staring at the floor.
I was just reading her tarot cards, and she seemed into it.
Tia G, into it? You explain to me right now what you mean by that, and look me in the eye when you speak. Mo, timidly raising his head.
Nothing. I mean, she thought it was cool.
Tia G, you're telling me that my daughter thinks black magic is cool? What kind of nonsense are you filling her head with? There, you just digging this hole deeper, ain't you? Mo.
No. I don't actually believe in anything supernatural. It's just a card game. It's a goof, like the games little girls play at slumber parties.
Mo, please never elucidate upon how you know that much about little girls' slumber parties. I definitely don't believe that he believes anything supernatural. This is all part of his, like, I'm not just a creepy boomer, I also have mystique sort of thing that he's going for. Whatever. Tia G says, okay, so maybe I believe you when you say you're not trying to poison her mind with booga booga, but why were you asking her to leave the theater and drive around? Why were you trying to be alone with a 16-year-old girl? Well, that's the question of the night, isn't it? And I think we all know the answer, but nobody wants to punch him for it. You know what? Move aside, Tia. I'll do it. Mo says,
I was just, well, she just got her license, right? So I was trying to let her show off her new driving skills.
Tia G pursed her lips and narrowed her eyes. I don't even let her get in the car with boys her own age without a chaperone. What kind of mother would allow her daughter to get into a car with a strange man old enough to be her abuelo? Mo stared blankly, and Tia G clarified, her grandfather. Mo,
I'm nowhere near old enough to be your grandfather.
He absolutely was.
I was trying to be like a cool big brother. I could have given her the driving tips.
At what point do we punch him? But Tia G, she don't get violent. She just says, you are a nasty old man. Facts. Mo,
I didn't mean to offend you, ma'am. I don't know what else to say. You have a very lovely daughter. I'd like to officially ask your permission to hang out with her.
You serious?
You gonna end up chopped up and put in buckets? Because that's how you end up chopped up and put in buckets.
There are so many things I'd love to teach her.
Oh, Jesus. Can we fucking kill him now, please? I don't think Mo realized how disgusting he sounded, but Tia G quite understandably found his words even more offensive than I did. She backhanded the creep. Yeah! Sending him tumbling back into his seat, where his fingerless glove-clad hand smacked the plastic cup of cheap wine out of my hand. Oh, God damn it. Casualties of war. Tia G to me, I'm sorry, are you okay, gata sobrina? Tia G knew me pretty well because I regularly took her Pilates classes. She called me gata sobrina, which is cat niece, because I'd played George's criminal twin sister in the universally reviled musical. Yeah, theater family runs deep. Mo says,
what about me? I'm the one who just got slapped.
Tia G smacked him upside the head again and said, Vete! No quiero verte, pendejo! Mo didn't speak Spanish, but he seemed to get the idea. As he was scurrying away, the improv director, Mo's arch nemesis, grabbed his arm and hauled him towards the door. Mo,
she hit me! Why am I the one getting thrown out? What about my rights as a man? You're a dick!
Tia G checked again to make sure I hadn't been hurt in the crossfire. I shook the spilt rosé off my hands and smiled at her. No worries, every woman here has been wanting to do that to him for ages. My dance partner threw a drink in his face a few weeks ago, but what you did was even ballsier. Tia G, will you let me buy you another drink? OP, oh, it's fine. The wine here is pretty terrible, to tell you the truth. Tia G, good to know. I'll stick with Diet Coke. OP, a girl after my own heart. Tia G, well, come on then. I'll buy you a Diet Coke. That's right, delicious phenollanolines. Whilst Mo and George Gay had been trading insults, Lucy had gotten Georgina's take on the exchange and had then discreetly told Tia G all about Mo's love of younger women and his history of questionable behavior, resulting in Mo getting pwned by the quote-unquote old bat. Lucy decided to show Georgina the dressing room in an effort to protect her from the Mo malarkey that was percolating in the audience. But when they got to the dressing room, Georgina was unfortunately then subjected to Mary's mania. Yeah, there's really just no getting away from it, is there? I guess if I had to pick, Mary's mania is slightly more acceptable. Mary had gone from sobbing quietly in the corner to bawling hysterically over the fact that Whiskers had yet to respond to her sext. The Georges had already given up on trying to console her, and when George Gay saw Lucy enter with Georgina, he launched into preemptive damage control mode. George Gay, Georgina, I'm so glad you came back here where it's safe. Well, safer. Mary was too busy weeping and wailing over Whiskers to notice what was going on around her, and her wails were interspersed with hiccups of profanity. George Gay, Mary, my little cousin is here. Remember Georgina? Mary,
Are you telling me to watch my language?
She cleared her throat and attempted to get out a full sentence.
She's gonna hear cursing during the show.
And then Mary resumed her uncontrollable blubbering as a giant snot bubble burst from her nostril. Oh, that's lovely. Georgina says, Hi, Mary. What's wrong, Mary?
He didn't text me back. Wah!
Georgina, oh, that sucks. Boys are jerks. Sometimes. Mary threw herself into Georgina's arms, nearly knocking her down, and began to sob into her shoulder. Georgina's emotional maturity was more developed than Mary's, so the teenager gently steered this grown-ass woman over to a sofa in the corner of the dressing room. Georgina, what did you text him? Oh, no. Don't. Mary,
I told him that the thought of his massive member was making me as slick as a baby seal.
Why does it have to be a baby seal? What the fuck are we doing right now? Georgina burst out laughing. Oh, so you didn't text him. You sexted him. George Gay. Georgina, you shouldn't know what that is. Georgina, dude, I'm in high school. You think the other kids aren't sexting each other all day long and showing it to their friends? Mary pulled out her phone and started scrolling through her texts with Whiskers. Georgina was snickering at first, and then she shrieked and shielded her eyes. Ah, fuck. We should have known that was headed for trouble, you know? George Gay. Damn it, Mary, what did she see? Indeed, it was a sausage selfie. George Gay snatched Mary's phone and put it into his pocket. Mary,
No, I have to have it in case Whiskey Whiskers texts me back.
George Gay, you're gonna take your phone on stage with you? The show starts in like 10 minutes. Mary,
Yes, I'll make it part of the scene.
George Strait, Mary, that's unprofessional. Mary,
You're just jealous because I'm not sexting you anymore.
George Strait muttering, Yep, jealousy and relief. That's one and the same. Georgina, hey Mary, let's look at that picture again and make fun of it. That's what my friends do when a guy's being a jerk to them. George Gay, George Strait, and Lucy all replied in unison, No. Meanwhile, I was in the audience, sipping Diet Coke and talking to Whiskers. Oh, the plot thickens. Oh! Married Mary takes a beard ride. Part number 4. Oh, has she not done that already? I presume that that's what was happening the entire time, but okay. Confirmation is great. Welcome back to the seedy underbelly of the Wellsprings theater community. You might regret it. This portion of the story carries a trigger warning for possible female perpetrated boom boom misconduct. If you're new here, well, I'm Val, your OP, and I am Beardbait. The Legbeard of this story is Mary. She's currently having a meltdown because a weird, bearded dude named Whiskers hasn't responded to her lewd text messages. I mean, to be fair, I wouldn't be interested either, but it seems to mean a lot to Mary. You know, maybe just a pity sausage selfie or something.
How's that look?
It looks like a nightmare.
All the while, he's sitting next to me, chatting away and smelling heavily of woman's perfume. I'm getting the impression that Mary isn't his one and only, as it smells like he has just been very close to another woman. Oh, you mean the perfume smell or that fish market smell? You know what I'm saying. Gets all caught up in your beard, he doesn't even wash it. Nasty. Whiskers asks, so what game are you playing right now? NOP says, Borderlands 2? I'm on my second playthrough. I'm playing as Axton, the commando this time. Whiskers, good game. Great villain. I think Axton's a pretty boy D-bag, though. I play as Sal, the gun zerker. OP, I suck playing as Sal. My favorite playable character's Gage, the Mechromancer. I guess I always like having a killer automaton to help me mow down those bandits. Whiskers, dual wielding's the only way to go. OP, yeah, not for me. But Gearbox was smart to cater to a lot of different playstyles. I am sort of weak for Borderlands. Haven't played it that much, but like good old-fashioned looter shooter, you know? And the art style, mwah! Then Whisker says, I guess. Oh, I still owe you a basket of grilled chicken tenders. I haven't forgotten. OP, no, you don't. That was Mary's bad, not yours. Whiskers, speaking of her, he sighed, I'm just not feeling it. OP, really? You guys seemed pretty cozy at the pub last week. Whiskers, I told her we needed to cool things off. OP, well, if one person's not feeling it, then it's no fun for either person. I've been on both sides of that coin, and yeah, they both suck. Yeah, plus, you know, she's married Mary and all that. All I'm saying is you better be careful, because if her husband ever grows a dick, he's gonna shoot you right in the face. Whiskers, but I feel guilty when I want to cool it because she gets so upset. I've never had a woman go crazy over me like this. It's kind of annoying, but I'm also a little bit flattered. OP says, yeah, I think crazy is the operative word there. I'm telling you, she's so desperate for attention, it's sad. She just needs someone, anyone, to make her feel like she's worth something. I think that's really sad. You don't need somebody else to validate you, or you shouldn't need somebody else to validate you. Clearly, Mary does. Even outside of, like, relationship things, even friendship things, she's just sort of weird and attention-seeking, and I guess that's the cringe that comprises most of this saga. Whisker says, yeah, maybe. Hey, would you help me dump her? Before I had time to respond, Whiskers grabbed me and smushed his gnarly beard into my face. It didn't exactly smell the best. I pushed him away, laughing a little and trying not to offend him. I'm not sure that this is the way to do it. Yeah, you don't cheat on somebody to break up with them. Be a man, have a conversation. Although Mary, probably a pretty hard person to have a conversation with. But this is the right way to do it, damn it. Whisker says, please, OP, I need help. I'm already ignoring her text, but she's blowing up my phone every other minute. I'm not kidding. I have over 100 texts from her, just from today. Yeah, she's like pretty sprung for real, for real. OP says, have you tried blocking her number? Whiskers, what if I get randy and I don't have time to go out and chat up someone new? OP, are you joking? He's not joking. Whiskers, oh, sorry. Of course I'm joking. That was probably off color. Blocking her number is a good idea, but I need to thoroughly piss her off. She knows where I live, and I've seen her sitting on my doorstep, sometimes for hours. I think she pees in my bushes, too. Yeah, marking her territory out. That's what's happening there. Who hasn't been there before once or twice, you know? A little bit of light stalking, some musky marking with the pheromones, come on. But OP has a proper serious response and says, geez, Whiskers, she's like full-on stalking you. You need to call the police, Whiskers. I can't do that. OP, why not? Whiskers, it's complicated. Look, if she sees me with another girl, maybe she'll get the hint. Please just act like we're making out. We don't even have to make out for real. It could be like a stage kiss. Where are your balls, sir? Maybe she'll get the hint, yeah. And maybe she'll consider me a love rival and knife me down in an alley. I think I'm good. OP says, look, it can't be me. Honestly, I'm scared of Mary. Plus, my best friend and my former partner in crime are both in the improv troupe, so I don't want to make these shows awkward, Whiskers. Partner in crime? OP, cat burglary, Whiskers. Whoa, it's really hot. I need to ask. But the lights were dimmed and our conversation was cut short. What a coon-brained moron. He really just can't keep it in his pants. And the most enraging thing is that OP is participating. Not out and out gung-ho, but you are participating. It's edging slowly more towards the line, which you should not cross, and I know you see it, but still you decide to let it happen. So that's a mystery that we'll probably need to unpack at a later date. Anyway, I really did want to help Whiskers escape the crazy clutches of Mary. I also wanted Mary to find a man who was as enthusiastic about her as she was about him. Yeah, like her husband. Presumably her husband wasn't a contender. Suffice it to say, I felt bad for both of them in different ways, but I was at a loss for how to handle this level of crazy, which made me feel like a bit of a failure since I was studying to be a sex therapist, but I'd have to chew on those thoughts a little bit later. Yeah, this is all practice therapy. You're not even getting paid for it yet, and honestly, yeah, I think this is too deep a problem for an amateur. Put your hands up, display your palms as a show of submission, and slowly back out of the room. Never interact again. Showtime! I don't know if that's a different story or just the show's actually starting, but the show was different that night. Mary was wearing a white crop top that really didn't contain her Jupiters at all. No bra, so yeah, the nip slips were basically near constant. It's terrible.
Well, Charles Dickens would have wanted to see her nipples then.
Is this on purpose? Is this how she's gonna reel somebody else in? Whether it's Whiskers or somebody completely new, I'm sure she doesn't care. Somebody just come up here and validate me! She was also wearing a micro mini plaid skirt that must have been at least 3 sizes too small. Furthermore, an even more ill-fitting thong rode up past her waist, squeezing floppy, fleshy cutlets out from each side of her attire. Oh, that's unfortunate. And if she bent over, even slightly, those standing behind her got an eyeful of the stubbly folds that the itty-bitty thong simply couldn't cover. Oh my god. I thought this was a comedy show. I mean, I guess it is sort of funny, but like in the weirdest, most pathetic way possible. I don't think I like this. This is not what I signed up for. Tell me a joke aside from like, you know, I'm fat and my clothes are too small.
That guy in a little coat.
Audience members either stared, transfixed by the naughty view, or they instantly looked away, horrified by the sight itself, or perhaps horrified by their own visceral reaction to the strangely alluring stubbly folds. Oh, come on, who's actually into that? Go home, you're drunk. Somebody probably would stare. But I know for me, personally, if I want to see a pig's vag, I'd go visit old MacDonald on his farm, you know? With a here and a there. Oh, that's stupid. Now, one could view her through a disdainful lens and scoff at her unflattering attire, or one could view her as a confident, liberated woman. And then there were those who viewed her as a woman who was flaunting her availability for all manner of debauched fun. All of these lenses, honestly, were probably valid, if only she had worn a similar outfit in a different size, with a different cut, and, like, functional underwear. She probably would have looked smoking, and would have attracted a different, possibly more genuine type of amorous attention from men. But, if I'm being realistic, Mary probably preferred the horned-up, lecherous attention. She absolutely does. It's easier to get, too. She ain't built for commitment, see? She's built for the streets, see? The street right outside the comedy club. But despite undoubtedly inspiring a bunch of boners in the audience with her ill-fitting attire, Mary was so mopey and distraught. She was dragging down the energy of every scene they acted out, and she clearly forgot her lines during the scripted bit. The others tried to cover for her, but even they couldn't save it completely. Finally, during a scene where the suggestion was hijacking a train, Mary hijacked the scene. She sat on the edge of the stage and wailed hysterically about how men suck, and that her venerated Vagoo would not be ignored by some callous giant with a tantalizing tallywhacker. The audience, having been fairly quiet throughout the show, actually did start to laugh at that point. I was under the presumption that the entire improv show was supposed to be funny. If this is the only point at which people laughed, yeah, that's a really bad sign. Mary then says hysterically, "It's not funny! My heart is broken! I let him blast me in the butt, and he can't even send a friendly good morning text!" The audience laughed even louder. Yeah, probably not the people to go to for sympathy, honestly. Whiskers slid out of his seat at this point and tried to disappear. Yeah, why the hell did he even show up in the first place? I guess just to mac on OP a little bit. Still a scumbag. OP, like, tries to write him a little bit better. He's not a complete degenerate quite yet, but he's pretty far down the path at this point. George Strait, desperate to get Mary to calm down and desperate to show the audience a good time, two goals that seemed diametrically opposed in that moment, grabbed the microphone and said, "Who's in the mood for a campfire sing-along?" The audience clapped in support of his suggestion. "I don't want a campfire sing-along. I want a whose line is it anyways hoedown. Bum 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 bum. Bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum bum. Oh, in the land of Wellsprings where the fog rolls in real slow, there's a tale of a girl who put it in her butt, you know. She said with a grimace as Whiskers took her cherry, I bet if you shaved that beard off, you'd look just like Drew Carey. Look just like Drew Carey. God, I missed that show, dude. George Strait then retrieves his guitar from stage left and says, "Then somebody shout out a song. Whose line is it anyways? Hoedown. Bum, bum, bum." No, I'm not going to do it again. Lucy put her arm around the sobbing Mary and shouted, "Proud Mary!" The audience was receptive, so George Strait began to strum the guitar. "Left a good job in the city." The audience chimed in. Soon everyone was on their feet and the improvers were pulling people up on stage. Lucy grabbed me and then she did a double take when she saw Whiskers crouching in the aisle, but I was happy to get on stage and sing along. We were finally having some fun. Even Mary was smiling, seeing as the song was in her honor. I got a little lost in the music and dancing for a moment, and I missed the bit where Mary went into the audience and managed to sniff out Whiskers. Like I said, I don't even know why he's here. I mean, I do, but it's a terrible excuse to be there. He could have snuck out. Now you gotta help Mary to be the center of everything. Congratulations! She led him upstage by the hand and began suggestively dancing all up on him. Whiskers was being a good sport and moving to the music, but he wasn't exactly returning Mary's affection. Man, the boys are gonna see me out here with this fat girl dancing on me. I can't do it. He doesn't have any boys. His only boy is Pongo. And Maury, I guess. I guess that's a thing at this point, since he is a waiter, as mentioned. Yeah, there's a lot of backstory in the Funky P saga, if you're not privy to what I'm talking about. Anyway, Mary grabbed his hand once again and shoved it under her skirt and began to grind more salaciously.
Finger blast me on stage, you bearded beast!
Finger blasting is the best.
What? Even over the enthusiastic singing, I could hear Mary's impression of an adult film star. This is awful. I hate all of this. The song wrapped up, and the cheering died down just as Mary, concluded. I could see Tia G hurriedly ushering Georgina out of the theater, and George Gay ran right after them. Oh, that's right, there's a 16-year-old child in the audience, watching an overweight woman get finger blasted on stage during a campfire sing-along. Wow. We just take all types of twists and turns with these videos, don't we? When I glanced back upstage, I couldn't spot Whiskers. This was a bit unnerving because Whiskers was almost 7 feet tall, if you factored in his spiky hair. Had Mary actually managed to abduct him? Was he hogtied in the dressing room? Was it my job to rescue him? No, but I got the feeling that nobody else was aware of how truly uncomfortable he was, so I decided to prowl around the theater in search of a lumpy bombshell and a bearded giant. I bet he took her to the bathroom, round two of blasting that snot box, you know? Snot box. I could hear another song start up, so things were about to get loud in the theater again. The dressing room door was open, so I crept inside and scanned the room for the signs of a struggle. No one was there. As the audience belted out, "Hold me closer, Tony Danza. Count the headlights on the highway. Baby darling, he's so blended. You had a visitor today. Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum." Okay, look, I'm no Elton John, but I'm feeling it. I'd probably sing along too. Anyways, OP walked through a narrow hallway that served as backstage, and there was still no one. I went to the back of the theater and checked the bar area. Nothing. But then I heard adult film star noises coming from the box office. I peered over the counter to see Whiskers prostrate on the floor, with Mary bouncing on his bushy beard. I quickly looked away, but decided to stay within earshot. Now, you don't want to hear what's going to happen here. This is not going to turn out well. Cut ties. Cut and run. What's wrong with that? What was I supposed to do? Was this consensual? I mean, Mary might have been on the chunky side, but Whiskers was, despite being on the lanky side, tall and male. Surely he could have fought her off if this act wasn't consensual, but what if she had threatened him or coerced him? Then again, it might have felt emasculating to have some weird little perky emo chick jump in to save a big strong man from some coerced cunnilingus, especially if it wasn't actually coerced. And then there was the selfish, or perhaps self-preserving side of me that remembered how incensed Mary had been when I spoke to Whiskers during their first date. So I could only imagine that she would beat the holy mess out of me if I got in the way of her climax. Has anyone ever faced this kind of perverse moral quandary? Faced it? Yes. Also, immediately walked away from it. So I didn't have to face it. That was the quandary for me. Do I get involved? No. Immediately, no. I just want to go home. No. As the song ended and the applause died down, Mary actually put a lid on it this time. George Strait asked the audience to please give the show one more chance and proposed a two-person scene with Lucy. Someone shouted out, "Mary's proposal gone wrong!" So George and Lucy launched into the scene. Instead of George proposing to Lucy, Lucy proposed to George. She got down on one knee, poured out a nauseating declaration of undying love that sounded like it was somewhat inspired by Mary's endless nattering about her undying love for Whiskers, and she finished with, "George, will you make me the happiest woman in the world and do me the honor of being my husband?" George, my name's Ben. That got a big laugh. A big enough laugh to coax Mary out of her box office nookie nest. Mary couldn't stand it when other members of the troupe got more attention than she did. "Yeah, sure, like to think you do it with your tongue, but we gotta put that on pause." There's another type of satisfaction that I can only get from a group of people. That sounds wrong, actually. Mary then screeches,
"That's my boyfriend, you little hussy!"
And of course, that got another laugh. Mary joined the scene, and it continued to get some good laughs. I wanted to pay attention, but I also wanted to duck into the box office and check on Whiskers. OP, hey you alright? Whiskers, hey Val, glad to see a sane face. I'm fine, I'm just a bit violated. OP, yeah, I saw her grinding up against you on stage. Whiskers, she did more than that. OP, did she? Whiskers, yeah, she basically banged herself with my finger. That is a violation. OP says, dude, that's not okay. Whiskers, well, I never complained about getting my finger wet. He raised his eyebrows suggestively. This whole situation was so hard to read. Is it? It seems crystal clear to me what's happening here. He's coming on to you just after he got finished finger blasting and muff diving. OP says, look, I don't want to say the wrong thing, so blink twice if you need help. Whiskers opened his blue eyes as widely as he could and kept them open. It was creepy. OP says, okay, so you were cool hooking up with her? Whiskers, meh. OP, what does that even mean? Whiskers, oh, well, she's not my first choice. I came here with the intention of making her jealous enough to leave me alone, but I'm not gonna turn down free cookie. Cool, right, so no standards whatsoever. Got it. I think he smacked his lips, but I couldn't be sure since his gigantic beard obscured his mouth, and the freakish facial hair was actually glistening a bit. OP, gross. But you're good? Whiskers suggestively, you tell me. He grabbed my shoulders and invaded my face with that ratchet beard again. I forcefully pushed him away this time. OP, ew, get off me. I know where you have just been. Whiskers, fair enough. I am gonna ditch her though. Hey, could I have your number? I've lost all respect for you, OP, if you do it. There's plenty of ways to go about it, and this is not fucking one of them. OP says, why? Whiskers, I thought maybe you could help me brainstorm. OP, throw a drink in her face and tell her to go screw next time. Whiskers, that could work. But seriously, I really could use some female advice right now. I sighed. Okay, maybe I can log this as practicum hours. Whiskers, meeting. OP, well, I'm studying to be a sex therapist, so this is probably good practice. Oh my god, any excuse in the book. No, I'm not buying it, dude. The signs were right in front of your face. You refused to read them. Everything that happens after this point is really only your own fault. At this point, Whiskers says, I knew you were the right person to talk to. And I suppose that was the night that our friendship began. He was disappointed to learn that I wasn't actually a criminal. I just played one in a universally reviled musical. That was a double down vote in his mind, so he knocked off the suggestive behavior. Yeah, for a little while, I guess. Until he couldn't find any other free cookie, and he's like, hey, how about we just, bust one out just to try? But yes, Whiskers kept talking to me, despite the fact that my status as a law-abiding citizen was apparently a boner kill. Well, good. I had no interest in giving him one of those. Should all this have been a warning sign? Well, no shit. Ask yourself, how many times have guys gushed over mugshots of attractive women? How many guys have openly admitted to fapping over fictional villainesses? Harley Quinn, hello? And girls are equally apt to drool over sexy villains. Yes, see every instance of Tumblr sexy men. Personally, I prefer a woman who lives their life within the confines of the law. I've seen some really, down bad reply guys on Twitter that are like, oh, I'll write to that inmate. It doesn't matter, she murdered her last boyfriend. It's like, dude, are you really that thirsty? Come on. At that point, a fictional villainess is a better option, I guess, but yeah, I'm not going for the fictional thing either. Is it really so much to ask? I want a real woman who lives a legitimate life within the confines of the law. I found precisely one, she's now my wife. Anyway, even vile, real-world criminals seem to appeal to some, so I thought nothing of Whiskers' excitement over the possibility that I was a criminal. I'm not saying that kind of thing is indicative of unassailable honor, but it's certainly not unusual. Anyways, I hope to see you guys in the next chapter, because we're going to a bizarre party at Mary's house. Yeah, this is the last person that I ever want to party with on the planet. Thank you so much. Seems to me like all these people got their heads screwed on backwards in one way or another. But then again, as I say often, life is a fairly rich tapestry. How interesting would the story be if they were just a bunch of gray people on the omnibus eating gray sludge? Is that the story you want? Is it? I don't think so. Let's dig into some more cringe with part number 5, and we'll do it right now. Party at a Legbeard's? This is gonna be crazy! Married Mary, part number 5. Spoiler alert, please do not expect a fun party. Yeah, I definitely didn't. This is gonna be like a Legbeard Amanda type of party. A Moby Vic type of party. I was gonna say Unfortunookie, but I don't think they partied very much. Anywho, yes, Mary is a needy, clingy, boy-crazy Legbeard, and she's throwing a party. OP is a burlesque dancer who's friends with a few members of Mary's improv troupe. I don't think this chapter calls for a full cast list or a detailed character description, so let's just jump in. But please note that this chapter is a bit longer than previous chapters, so let's take a deep breath and steel ourselves before we face Mary in her own Legbeard sanctuary. A nest is what we usually call. Is it a nest? Oh yeah. Trigger warning for mentions of female-perpetrated hanky-panky misconduct, and we're into Chapter 5, Epididymis. Not Oedipus, Epididymis. A few weeks after Tia G's glorious Chris Hansen impression and Mary's public meltdown, I got a Facebook invite to a party at Mary's. Yes, I accepted her friend requests. Yes, she posted way too many histrionic rants to catalog. Yes, she posted uncomfortably provocative selfies every few hours. But the weirdest thing that she did was tagging me in posts and pictures when I wasn't there at all. She posted a picture of herself in a string bikini, smoking a cigarette on her porch, and captioned it, "Smoking and sunning with my girl Val." I hate the sun. She tagged me in a post saying that we were headed off to see the Avengers and posted a picture of herself in an ill-fitting Black Widow costume. I'm not a big fan of the MCU. I mean, it's not bad, I just don't get really overly excited about it. My nerdiness doesn't extend to superheroes for whatever reason. That's fine, we get to pick and choose those things. I'm not into anime personally. But yeah, those random tags are really weird. Are you sure it wasn't like you plus all her other friends? She's just really, really hungry for some sort of reaction? Or maybe she's still trying to make OP think they're besties so OP doesn't move in on the man that she likes. Anyway, soon I found out that she had pulled all this same crap with Lucy immediately after they met. She posted a picture of a tattoo shop, tagged Lucy, and captioned it,
"Getting inked and drunk. I love Lucy."
And she had followed the post with some random close-up of matching Targaryen sigil tattoos. Lucy commented, "I'm a Stark, bitch." No love for the Lannisters. What a shame, what a shame. As odd as all of this seemed, it didn't feel like an unfriending-worthy offense. It just seemed worrying. And that brings me to the worrying party invite.
"Hubby's out of town. Party at my place."
Weren't they separated? I was so confused. But the event description was even stranger.
"My dearest loved ones, my dashing darling husband and gallant protector is going out of town on important business, and I can't get through the weekend without some company. I beg you to come over this Friday night, BYOB. And make sure to be a gracious guest and bring groceries from Gelson's for your glamorous hostess. Person that brings the best bag of groceries wins a very special secret prize. Tongue emoji, bleh."
Yeah, I'm not gonna buy you like $20 to $50 worth of groceries for a prize that I might not even get. I don't even know what it is. Someone had commented, considerately inquiring what kind of groceries Mary needed. To this, she replied with a lengthy Gelson's wish list that included items like filet mignon, branzino, langoustine, Dom Perignon, Ghirardelli chocolates. The list was insanely specific and insanely expensive. The querent replied to the comment with a string of cry laughing emojis. Yeah, I ain't bringing shit. Probably I ain't even gonna show up. Like, why would you show up? I want to imagine her sitting in her house alone crying that nobody showed up. Maybe that'll finally get the message through to her. Anyway, Lucy felt obligated to attend just to placate Mary, and she begged me to come with her. Why not? Lucy was fun to hang out with. The Georges were fun to hang out with. I liked parties. Mary was sure to be unintentionally entertaining. How bad could it be? Well, you seem intent on finding out, so go find out. Lucy insisted that we needed to come up with a secret signal in case things got weird and one of us wanted to bail. A safe word, if you will. I suggested epididymis because it's a funny word, and we were studying male anatomy in one of my classes. I'm immature. Aren't we all? Kind of a difficult one to just slide into a conversation, though. Hey, bro, how's your epididymis feeling? I'm a woman. Also, let's go. OP says, are we going to buy her groceries? Lucy, fuck that noise. I'm just bringing a six-pack. OP, but I remember her saying she doesn't get enough food at home. I'm not buying her filet mignon, but maybe like some frozen dinners? A veggie tray? Lucy, Slim Fast shakes? We laughed. Were we mean girls? I mean, yeah, but she deserves it. It's fine. OP says, I'll bring a bottle of $2 Chuck and a gift certificate for Trader Joe's, not Gelson's. She could get more bang for her buck there. Lucy, you are way too nice, Val. Yeah, maybe. True, Mary didn't appear to be starving, judging from the vajiggle-jaggle that she so frequently flaunted, but maybe she was chunky because she'd been living on ramen noodles and Wonder Bread. I decided that a gift certificate to a store with healthy food and low prices would be a considerate gesture. Plus, I had no desire to actually win whatever the hell the prize was. I definitely don't believe that she doesn't get enough food at home. I pressed X to doubt the first time I heard it, and I'm doing it again. Anybody with eyes can see she eats like a monster. So on Friday night, I grabbed my $2 Chuck and a $20 gift certificate to Trader Joe's. I headed out, picked up Lucy, and drove all the way to Mary's house. I should probably mention that I had been communicating with Whiskers on a fairly regular basis ever since the night of the shit show. And what I was hearing from Whiskers did not match what Lucy was telling me about Mary's oscillation between raging lust and butthurt hysteria. Lucy says, last week he was the biggest crap bag to ever walk the earth and he had a tiny wiener, but this week she was gushing about how they'd done it underneath the Christmas tree at the mall, and she said it was like Hallmark adult videos, whatever that's supposed to mean. Oh yeah, Andy's hung like a horse again. OP, Whiskers told me that he's just sending her dong pics every few days. He said that seems to keep her from flipping out on him. Apparently she loves them, Lucy. So he didn't mention the mall? OP, nope. But he said he caught her camping out on his doorstep last week and he, threw it at her just to get her to leave. But then she followed him to work and wound up getting banned from Vert.
Fat girl on the doorstep, why don't you stick it in just a little bit?
So he did. Lucy, did he say what she did? OP, apparently she ordered a buttload of food and alcohol and then just skipped out on her tab. Lucy, she's lucky she didn't get arrested. OP, Whiskers said that he let them take her tab out of his paycheck. Lucy, she did say that he white knighted her. I thought it was some sort of intimacy thing, and yeah, I didn't really want to hear about it. We're learning to not ask questions, and I think that's great. I pulled up to Mary's house, and it was in a nice neighborhood. There was nothing tacky, nothing disheveled, also nothing particularly posh about this home. I don't know what I had been expecting, but I supposed I had imagined at least a hint of some absurdity. When Lucy and I entered the house, things were just as unremarkable on the inside. Southwestern decor, not unusual for a small city in SoCal. No obvious mess, no toys out in the open. Mary ran to greet us at the door, nearly knocking both of us over with her enthusiasm. She was wearing a hot pink bodycon dress that was at least 2 sizes too small, but her makeup was on point, and her hair was beautifully curled. I'm describing her appearance to remind the reader that despite the Legbeard personality and the minor heft, Mary was a pretty girl. But, say it with me, it's the beard on the inside that counts. Oh my god, I just wore that t-shirt today. Are you kidding me? We're bringing that catchphrase back? All right, then I'm game. And she definitely does have that beard on the inside. The ego, the entitlements, just, yeah, a whole bunch of yuck. I handed her the gift certificate. Groceries for the hostess. I don't shop at Gelson's, but Trader Joe's has some amazing stuff. Mary.
Oh, Valley Boo, you little hipster pixie. I love going to Trader Joe's and feeling all granola. Thankies.
Lucy, I brought beer. OP, I brought wine, but do you mind if I grab a bottle of water first, Mary? Mary.
That's cool. You can raid my fridge as long as you're only taking water, but you have to get drunk once the party gets going.
I never get drunk once the party gets going. You want to know my secret? I hold the same beer the entire night. Just walk around with it. Somebody offers you one, you're like, yeah, I'm good, bro. Still good. Been nursing this thing for the last 3 hours. Unless I'm trying to get sloppy, and then, yeah, 20 minutes later, I'm gonna need a re-up. Anyway, I opened Mary's fridge to find that it was fully stocked. She's a liar. Fruit juice, soda, water, white wine, meat, veggies, salad dressing, various other condiments. George Gay rounded the corner, and we exchanged hugs and hellos. OP, I didn't know you were here already. George Gay, yeah, I'm the loser who showed up early to the party. Mary needed some help cleaning. OP, so are you responsible for this fully stocked fridge? Are you gonna win the mystery prize? George laughed and said in a hushed tone, girl, Mary has always got food. She makes the hub sound like a D-bag because he refuses to waste money on the fancy crap she wants, but she isn't starving. Obvi. Yeah, we all do that the entire time. How could you let her pull the wool over your eyes, OP? Come on. People don't get that large while they're starving, okay? Mary shouted from the living room,
Valley Boo!
OP said, "It's just Val." "What's up, scary Mary?" I went over and sat down with Mary and Lucy on the couch. Mary,
What did your burlesque mommy say about my tease at the spooky show?
OP, she's never said anything. I don't think she was offended, if that's what you were worried about. Mary,
But that was my audition!
oh dear. That was not at all the way to go about auditioning for our burlesque troupe. It hadn't even occurred to me that the gauche gyrating, followed by the dubiously desired lap dance, had been intended as an audition. We certainly did not do that sort of nonsense in our shows. Sure, our performances were on the risque side, but we never crossed the line into vulgarity. Yeah, I'm looking for like a boudoir photo with the hands over the nips. Not a direct HD photo of the clam cave opening.
Show me.
OP says, like I said before, if you want to schedule an audition, I'll be glad to give you Mad Mox's contact info. Or you could just like our page on Facebook and get in touch with her that way. Do you have any dance experience on your resume? Mary,
Why does that matter? She's already seen my dancing and my magnificent mammer jammers. I should have been offered a position on the spot.
Mary huffed a little, and then I saw tears well up in her eyes. Oh, Jesus. Damn it. I wasn't trying to offend her by once again explaining the concept of an audition, but then I realized that she was staring woefully at George Strait, who had just entered with a gorgeous, leggy brunette on his arm. She really does just take everything personally. I don't get it. Like, we're not dating, so yeah, I decided to date somebody else, and she's like,
How could you?
Lucy went over to greet George and his date. I started to follow her, but Mary grabbed my arm and pulled me out onto the back porch, weeping hysterically. OP, what the hell just happened, Mary? Mary, sobbing.
I used to date George. Straight, not gay.
Obvi. Mary.
It's just so hard to see him with someone else.
OP, I didn't know you guys had history. Yeah, it's tough to see an ex with somebody new, but you're still hot and heavy with Whiskers, right? Mary, still sniffling.
He's spending the weekend with me, but he hasn't texted me to let me know what time he's getting here. Oh, I think I'm so bad right now.
She then broke down into a fit of utter hysterics, completely ruining her marvelous makeup. My phone started chirping in my purse. Uh-oh. It's Whiskers for sure. This is scandalous. Mary squeaks,
You can answer your phone.
OP, it can wait. Let's fix that pretty face. Mary, hugging me far too tightly once again.
Thank you, Valley Boo. You can go get my makeup wipes out of the bathroom. It's down the hall. Second door on the right.
I ran inside, ventured down the hall, and opened the second door on the right. Mary's bathroom was a wreck, but I've certainly left my fair share of bathrooms wrecked after getting ready for some festive event. Can't really judge her too much for that. But certain aspects of the wreckage seemed dangerous. There were several wine glasses on the side of the bathtub, a diva cup sat atop a pile of butt floss on the back of the toilet, not very sanitary. And that is a menstrual cup for those that are confused. I thought you were talking about like a pimp chalice, but for ladies. You call it a diva cup. Also, the curling iron was still plugged in. There were no sign of the makeup wipes, so I started rifling around through the drawers. And you guessed it, phallic objects galore. Are we talking about just like the back of a hairbrush, or like she spent actual real money on a silicone dong? You know what? Don't tell me. It's fine. I eventually found a bag of makeup wipes underneath a 2-pack of Fleet enemas. Jesus. Although, I guess if you are gonna do the butt blasting, yeah, keep it clean. I took the makeup wipes, unplugged the curling iron, and headed back towards the distraught damsel on the porch. It appeared that I had become the Mary sitter. Where the hell was George Gay? As I passed through the house, I noticed that a small crowd had gathered. A few suckers had even left Gelson's bags on the countertop in the kitchen. Mary was still sobbing quietly when I returned to her, handing her the makeup wipes, and I pulled out my sparkly Hello Kitty compact mirror from my purse. Mary's eyes lit up. Mary,
I knew we were soul sisters. I love Hello Kitty.
OP, well then, cheers to never outgrowing the relics of our childhood. Mary took a makeup wipe, grabbed my Hello Kitty compact, and began to clean up her mascara smudges. OP, are you gonna be okay? Mary,
I'll be cheerio as soon as my darling whiskey rings. Listen, your accent's rubbing off on me.
As I said before, I barely have an accent, and she wasn't using cheerio in the proper context. Plus, it's a fairly archaic expression. I didn't bother correcting her, however. Yep, just another way for Mary to look like an ass. Mary dabbed her eyes one more time and turned to face me.
How do I look?
OP, like new. You got great skin, Mary.
I know. Hey, I'm keeping this mirror.
OP, what? No. I'm sorry, Mary, that was a gift from my brothers. I can't let you have it, Mary.
But you owe me.
This again? I had tried to be so nice to her. What possible infraction had I committed in her twisted mind this time? OP, I owe you, Mary.
Yeah, you get to be a burlesque dancer, and I want to do that so badly, and you just got it handed to you. That's not fair. So hand over the Hello Kitty mirror, and we'll call it even.
How about I don't break your fucking arm and we'll call it even? As I reached for the mirror, Mary snapped it shut and shoved it into her cleavage. Then she pushed her Jupiters together and added a haughty little humph. What the actual At last, George Gay floated outside and told Mary to get those luscious curves inside and start playing hostess. And Mary obliged. I tapped George on the shoulder and begged him to retrieve my mirror from Mary's massive bosom. He sighed heavily. Not again. OP, again? This is something she does on the reg? George, yeah, she's a total klepto, but I got you, sis. Just give me some time. I'll shame her into giving it back. I would have physically retrieved it, but yeah, this is probably a nicer way to go about it. I thanked George, and we made some jokes about cat burglars from Cats plotting to reclaim stolen property, and then I went back inside. Lucy ran up to me and whispered, "Do we need to epididymis yet?" OP, not yet. She stole my mirror, and George is gonna talk her into giving it back. I'm hoping that he's the Merry Whisperer. Lucy, she stole my vibe one time. OP, what? Lucy, yeah, I had everybody over after rehearsal one night, and then I noticed the vibrator was missing a few days later. She didn't even deny it. She just said I owed her since I had gotten to do a stage kiss with George Strait. OP, there is a whole drawer full of toys in her bathroom if you want to go steal it back. Lucy, no, I got roped into going to one of those awful pure romance parties, so it was pretty much a pity purchase. Plus, I don't want it back with her junk juice all over it. As I was composing myself from laughing way too hard at junk juice, my phone chirped again. I checked it this time, and guess who? Whiskers was texting me. Whiskers,
What are you doing?
God damn it, dude. This ain't gonna go well at all. Whiskers,
Val, I'm bored.
OP, I'm at your not girlfriend's house. Aren't you coming over later to spend the weekend with her? Whiskers,
Can't. Gaming.
OP, Borderlands? Whiskers,
Shadowrun.
OP, I haven't heard of that one.
Whiskers, tabletop RPG at my friend's house till Sunday. We play all weekend.
And you can see how those weekends go in the Funky P Saga. OP says, damn, that's some dedication. Whiskers,
I'm on a break now. The GM's kind of weird.
OP, well, you should probably let Mary know that you won't make it. Whiskers,
meh.
OP, tell her. It'll be worse in the long run if you don't. Yeah, he doesn't care about any of that, dude. He's gonna let her hang out to dry until she finally realizes it's over.
Whisker says, I don't have the energy for her. I got more important things to do. I'm the street samurai. I'm the strongest shadow runner in this universe. I'm gonna dual-wield SMGs on some goons. Gotta roll. Blow on my dice. Winky face emoji.
I rolled my eyes and shoved my phone back into my purse. Like I said, OP, everything that happens from this point onward is your fault. I'd like to cringe, and I am, but mostly just because you're still encouraging this. I'm not fully grasping why quite yet. Lucy asks, so who was that? And OP whispers, Whiskers. Lucy, is he on his way over? OP, he's not coming. He's playing Dungeons and Dragons or something all weekend, apparently. Lucy, Mary's gonna lose her fool mind again. Let's epididymis before that happens. OP, absolutely. Lucy, oh, and let me introduce you to George Strait's girlfriend. But before we could make our way to the lovely new couple, Mary stepped in front of us. Yeah, just a buffalo hoving its way onto the train tracks. There's no way we could get around that, fellas. We just gotta wait it out. Mary says,
well, I'm happy to see you're finally over me, Mr. Engorged George.
George Strait, Mary, we never dated. Please stop acting like we did. Mary,
I blew you.
George Strait pulls Mary aside and said,
I was asleep, and I put a stop to it as soon as I done woke up.
Mary,
oh, but you were engorged when I started suckling you.
Ugh.
Why don't you come down here so I can suck your pretty boy?
Put her in jail, please. There's no fixing this. George Strait,
that just happens to guys in our sleep. It's male physiology, not desire.
Mary,
whatever you have to tell yourself.
As George and Mary were having this little exchange, George's date leaned towards us and whispered, he's already told me about this, and he warned me that she was gonna be weird. Yeah, why would you even bring your date here? What? I skipped this shit for sure. Lucy, that woman should be on a list. Fuck the list. Behind bars, okay? The list is not enough. Clearly. But everybody just kind of laughs it off, looks the other way, because she's a woman, and she's fat. Of course she'd gobble up your goo. What did you think was gonna happen? Oh my god. George rejoined the conversation, properly introduced me to Megan, and shook off his conversation with Mary. I know it's a heavy subject, but can we all acknowledge that what Mary did to George Strait was illegal, to say the very least? Somnolence is not consent, neither is a stiffy. Even before you got there, OP, I'm miles ahead of you. I even seem more incensed about it than the people that it happened to, the people that witnessed it. And I don't really know why that is, except for the fact that she's a fat girl. Anyways, in due time, I realized that Mary would lick, flash, grope, suckle, or openly crush on any and every man that so much as skirted the periphery of her social circle, just so she could convince herself that she had staked her claim to all of them. That's right. Gotta catch 'em all, STDs.
I do you and you do me, STDs.
I don't want to sound prudish or old-fashioned, but I often wondered if Mary was missing out on the genuine human connection part of it all. I don't think that's even a question at all. She absolutely is. Which is kind of sad, because that's like the best part of the whole thing. I don't care if that sounds prudish or old-fashioned. Prudish and old-fashioned things are the best things. Anyway, speaking of human connection, Mary said,
Gather round! I'm playing IMVU, and you guys can be my audience.
oh god, is that like Second Life knockoff? We've seen this on the channel a few times before. And it's like, if you're really going to invest this much time and have a Second Life, why not just play World of Warcraft? You could be a druid! You can master arcane power. Instead, it's just like, yeah, I went to work in game and bought a house. Like, what the, who cares? Anyway, Mary plopped down on the couch, fired up her laptop, and ordered George Gay to plug the USB cable into the flat screen. The loading screen appeared, and Mary began clicking away on her laptop. I'd heard of this game before, but I thought it sounded boring as hell. All the character models were the same, and they seemed like super normal stimulus versions of Instagram girls or Kardashians. Is there a difference? I don't care. Me either, honestly. Poison yourself how you want to, but this is not to my taste. Furthermore, this game has no objective. You just walk around as an avatar of what I suppose many people consider to be a hottie and chat with other bizarrely proportioned avatars. And apparently the hookup culture is real strong in that game. I mean, yeah, I guess that's the actual objective. To come. I had no interest in virtual hookups. I'd unwillingly participated in IRL hookups with Dennis, thinking they actually meant something. That felt pretty awful. And then I tried casually hooking up on purpose to see if that was any better. Emotionally, yeah, nothing burger. But was it fun? Also no, it was just boring. IMVU proved to be even more boring than my one deliberate IRL hookup. Yeah, that's not something that I really do. I've often said to myself the expectation's probably better than the reality. I'm not interested. The fact that you want to do all that shit, that's nice, and honestly, that's enough for me. Now the date's over, go home. OPS, what was even the point of having us as an audience? Did she want us to tell her which avatars to flirt with? Did we each get a turn hipping our way around the virtual nightclub, hauling around a gargantuan ass and teetering on those stiletto heels? Whatever the case, this wasn't my idea of a fun party activity. I preferred to play video games alone, and then I liked to talk about them at parties. First-person shooters, not virtual hookup bullshit, mind you. I did briefly enjoy Twitch streaming once I discovered it, but then the creeps came out of the woodwork to get weird with female streamers, at least in my experience. Yep, sort of inevitable. Gotta come up with a good way to brush them off. Also, do you play Rainbow Six Siege? Let's play some Rainbow Six Siege. I call smoke. Back in the Legbeard's living room, long before I'd been threatened by strangers over my romance preferences in Cyberpunk 2077, Mary's busty blonde character began sashaying around the nightclub as Mary clicked away at the keyboard, wondering aloud whether the beefcake avatar she was approaching packed a majestic rooster in his tight, shiny trousers. Damn. I wanted a drink. But if this was any indication of how the party was going to go, I figured I should stay sober so that Lucy and I could epididymis as soon as we saw an opportunity. This is it, dude. This is your opportunity. As soon as you get your little compact mirror back, we gotta go. Maybe even before that, screw the mirror. I'd get another one for $5 on eBay. A few guests started carrying on their own conversations, and Mary turned to them and whined,
This is my party! Watch me play! I need this to keep me calm until my whiskey Whiskers gets here for some boom boom.
One of the guests headed for the patio with a cigarette and a lighter in hand, and Mary flipped.
Don't you dare ignore me! The hubby's gone, so you can just smoke in the house, but you have to watch me play!
Lucy muttered, Epididymis. OP, yep, for sure. We stood up. Mary whipped her head around.
Lucy Goose, Valley Boo, do not leave me!
Damn. Scary Mary wasn't just a nickname that I'd thrown out there in an attempt to demonstrate how annoying she was being. My ass clenched when she yelled at us. I guess Lucy's ass clenched as well because we both sank back down to the floor. What felt like hours later, Mary was still engaging in shockingly crass chats with random strangers and gleefully narrating the responses that she was getting. Since the crassness of the responses often exceeded the extreme crassness of her original message, I'm guessing that she was either talking to teenagers or neckbeards. Very likely both at the same time. Yeah, it was unsettling. I'm so glad Mary never discovered Twitch. She would actually get gassed up by them simps and whatnot. I mean, on the plus side, she'd never leave her house. Maybe it wouldn't be all bad. And anyway, no one else was talking. A few people seemed to be zoning out. George Strait, of course, remained alert, staring blankly at the mind-numbing tedium unfolding on the TV screen. Megan was playing some game on her phone. I was chain-smoking and listening to music through my earbuds, and Lucy was filming Mary, as well as the balefully bored and bullied party guests. For the record, I think only 10 or 15 minutes had passed, but yeah, it felt like freaking forever. George Gay finally spoke up. "Mary, this is boring as shit. You're hosting a party. If we have to play a game, pick one that we can all play. Charades, strip poker, truth or dare, like fucking duck duck goose. Anything but this. And give that Hello Kitty mirror back to Val. Quit being a klepto, Mary."
I'm entertaining you all. I'm in the mood to play IMVU and you're all just being selfish. And Valley owed me, so it's mine now.
I realized that it might take weeks for George to get Mary to feel any shame for staking her claim to my property, seeing as she had firmly convinced herself that she was entitled to it. She also seemed to have convinced herself that she was entitled to do whatever the hell she felt like doing in the moment, and that we were all selfish ingrates for getting bored. "You're a joke. Your whole party's a joke. Your whole existence is a joke. I'm leaving and going to the bar down the street, and anybody else who likes the party can come with me." Then the house empties out. She sits there and cries all by herself. Whiskey never shows up. Karmic justice! I took out my earbuds and turned to Lucy. "Epididymis?" Lucy nodded. "OP, make a run for it? Maybe we could reach into her cleavage while she's distracted." "Lucy, I'm on it. You run. Start the car." We got up. Mary was now shopping with the in-game currency that she had earned from giving a virtual handy. Honestly, the disgusting exchanges with the neckbeards and teenagers behind the beefcake avatars had been more entertaining than spending money from a fake tug on some fake clothes. I was just so over it. Without hesitating, I got up, keys in hand, and ran towards the door. I could hear Mary screeching,
Valley Boo, get your pixie ass back in here, you selfish bitch!
And then I heard her scream bloody murder.
No! Don't touch me, Lucy! That's mine! Valley owed it to me!
I reached in the car, hopped in, and started the engine. Then I saw Lucy emerge from the house, triumphantly holding my Hello Kitty compact over her head. I also saw a few other guests running from the house. Mary was not gonna like that, but yeah, I was done dealing with it. I sped off into the night as Lucy wiped the boob sweat off of her hands. And thus, the most obnoxiously inappropriate woman I've ever known managed to bore an entire house full of people who were there to party to tears. I had predicted that Mary would be naked by the end of the night. I had predicted that she'd give an unsolicited lap dance or two. I had predicted crapulence and mayhem. I most certainly hadn't predicted boredom. Especially not that level of boredom. I will give Mary this much. She was full of surprises. Yeah, full of a lot of other things too. Food, bullshit, random strangers' junk juice. Anyway, meanwhile, outside of the Shadowrun house, Whiskers was wallowing amongst the garbage in the backseat of his car, wiggling his hairy face around between the legs of some skank from Beer Goggles. She was blackout drunk, so her reactions were underwhelming and didn't adequately stroke Whiskers' ego, so he kicked her out, sending her tumbling onto the paved sidewalk without the wits or the bodily autonomy to call for help. Jeez, that's pathetic in a whole different type of way. I'm sorry, I can't continue calling him by his more benign name when he's acting like this. Whiskers is what I call him when the mask is in place. The mask is clearly not in place in this instance, so he's once again funky. He's always been funky to me, dude. The mask does not change the person. Funky left this girl to her own impaired devices, stormed back into the house, slammed the door, and crumpled dejectedly to the floor. The evening's entertainment was still going strong, and the rest of the gang was laughing at Moulin Splooge and finishing the El Pollo Loco feast. Maury,
welcome back, my sweet samurai. Did you have a nice time?
Funky, no, that chick was rude. She didn't even come.
Sage, where is she now?
Funky, who fucking cares?
Sage staggered to his feet, made his way outside, and scanned the street. He soon spotted a young girl in tattered emo attire, passed out cold on the sidewalk. Son of a bitch. Sage was pretty snozzled that night, far too snozzled to drive, so he went back inside and announced, "There's an unconscious woman on the sidewalk. Do we try to take care of her, or should we call 911? Funky,
hey, don't you dare call the cops. She's zonked out by my car. They're gonna think I did something illegal.
Which, yeah, you did. You violated a drunk woman. Maury, didn't you? Funky grunted. Snorlax, how old is she? Funky,
I don't know.
Athena, seriously? You kinda deserve to get arrested. I say we call 911. Funky,
fuck you guys, I'm leaving.
Thank God. The beard staggered outside, flopped into his clunker, and swerved down the street. Maury called 911, and the gang went outside to sit with the unconscious girl until the ambulance arrived. Athena started to pull the poor girl's underwear back up so she could maintain some dignity in front of the paramedics, but the stench of her crotch was too much for the shaman. Maury figured he could tolerate the funk, but he quickly declared that they should leave the girl untouched, so that Funky would have to be a big boy and face some consequences if an R-kit proved to be incriminating. Snorlax grabbed a towel from inside and simply draped it over the girl's nakedness. The paramedics had a ton of questions, but the Shadowrun crew played dumb when it came to giving up the asshole who did this. They just reported that they heard a car door slam, heard a car peel out, and then found this unconscious girl on the sidewalk. And I keep saying girl because, yeah, she was underage. Holy fuck. Can I shoot him now, boss? Like him and Mary together at the same time. I guess Mary's less egregious, but yeah, just 2 birds, 1 bullet, it's fine. Anyways, that's it for this chapter. I hope you'll join me in the next one, where we'll meet a pervy pest from my past, and somebody's gonna get corn. Well, it sounded to me like Mary already got cornholed, but you know, a little bit more couldn't hurt. That ending was like a punch in the gut, though. Why did the girl have to be underage? It's awful. I hope he does suffer some consequences. Put him in jail for a little bit. Maybe it'll help him to chill out. Good lord. From Cringy Val, a sincere apology for joking about underage drunk girls. Yeah, honestly, nothing sparks rage faster. Didn't we come after DJ Cactus for essentially like the same thing? So yeah, if you want to give me Funky's real name, we can dive deep and try and do a little expose, though I don't know if he has that much online presence. I guarantee you I could find out something, though. Anyway, OP says, hey guys. Hey OP. I've taken myself off the grid for a while, and before you assume that this was purely because I got butt hurt, please check those assumptions at the door. It's far more nuanced than all that. Yeah, as life tends to be. I'll admit I thought you felt a certain type of way, but it's also not the first time that happens. Sometimes I'm like, yeah, I stomped on the gas a little too hard for that person. Which surprises me, because OP does stomp on the gas in her own stories. Anyways, all I'm willing to say is that I was prepared for all manner of negativity, save the manner that actually shook me. A little bit of victim blaming is what it is. Mostly said for comic effect, granted. But yeah, I sent the brainwave out, people took it, ran with it. It didn't go the way I wanted it to go. I'd consider it less victim blaming and more screaming, raging, coping, seething at a slow motion train wreck that you know is about to happen, and you're powerless to stop it. Maybe I should have read them in a different order. Nah, too late for that now. But I've processed, says OP. I don't need to hash anything out. I just need to sincerely apologize for the nasty, nasty bit at the very end of the last installment of Married Mary. It's been many weeks, so no worries if you don't remember. Oh, I remember. I always remember. But if you don't remember, it's in the playlist in the description for you. OP says, I exercised terrible judgment and pumped out some truly terrible writing when I included that flashover about Funky messing around with an underage girl. Was it true? I don't even know. The remaining members of the Shadowrun crew have told me oodles of unflattering stories about Funky, many involving him getting outrageously frustrated with his hookups. To this day, I laugh until my sides ache when I hear these stories, even if I've heard them many times before. Yeah, for the sake of the story, I can understand twisting the truth. Like, you wanted to elicit a reaction by including the underage drunk girl. You definitely did. I don't think you expected for people to say, like, well, now I've lost respect for every member of the group. But ideally, that is the prescribed action. Like, when we have PDF file things in the past, I'm like, why are you still even interacting with this person? Shut them down cold. If you're not reporting it directly to the FBI, you're doing wrong. So yeah, it was a spicy embellishment. You just didn't realize how spicy it was until it was already too late. I ate this spicy meatball, I feel it rolling around the ring of fire, and I wish I could undo it, but I can't. OP says, so, when I was wrapping up that chapter, I wanted to dunk on Funky and make him look as bad as possible, purely for my own amusement, and that doesn't make for very good writing, and I didn't think about the consequences. Like I said, embellishments are fine. Entertainment first, reality a distant, distant second. But when it comes to the children, yeah, people do tend to get a little worked up. Chris Trucker pressed on a lot of buttons too, but I don't think that was ever one of them. Anyway, OP continues, I made my friends look bad for not reporting him, so let me be clear and admit that the story of the young drunk girl was based purely on tales of him throwing temper tantrums when his dates weren't enthusiastic enough. I should have focused on his fury, but I had to go as low goes and call him a PDF file. It would have been far funnier if I'd recreated one of the temper tantrums I witnessed personally, but I can assure you that every last chummer drove a dame from a disappointing dalliance to safety after Funky stormed into a rage about failing to enjoy a hot hookup when both parties were plastered. Some nice alliteration there. And yes, I do agree that the temper tantrum would have been more truthful, more fitting, less spicy. But yeah, sometimes time gets short. You want to wrap the post up. Maybe I saved this tantrum for another post. For right now, we'll speculate. Like, even if you admitted it was speculation, I think people would have run with it. I don't know, tough thing to handle. I guess the solution is don't call people that unless you have cold, hard facts that they are that. People get beat to death with baseball bats over accusations like that. Continuing with OP, she says they may not have reported him to the fuzz, but they stepped in and helped the girls that the beard was taking advantage of, even though the girls were probably above the age of majority. I mean, I guess Funky's not all that much. Yes, he is. A 30-year-old with an 18-year-old? I don't like it none too much. That's like the situation with Boogie2988 and his seemingly very young 21-year-old girlfriend. We did a video on it recently. I didn't speculate about a fake ID, but I should have. OP says, I'd hate to imagine that anyone out there now thinks of my Shadowrun friends as uncaring crap bags because of some dumb snippet of a story that I wrote. They're the salt of the earth, and they did their part to help. Yeah, honestly, I went in with a lot of skepticism. They had to work their way into my good graces, and I'm like, I actually like some of these people. And that part, yeah, it did throw it out the window. Like, yes, I'm accepting your humanity, but only on probation, you know? You gotta check these things out. It's all OPSEC. OP says again, I'm so sincerely sorry for grossing you out in that particular fashion. Messing around with teenagers is not funny. It's not fodder for dunking on some dunce, and I should have never included it. If the Married Mary saga continues, which it has, there will be some good old-fashioned bathroom humor soon enough. And I've decided to finally introduce the premature blast-off butt-bombing hobbit. That's Dennis. I hope I haven't completely damaged my reputation by including a bit of fictionalized smack talk, but I can certainly understand why it was off-putting to many of you. This might seem trivial, but I want to make sure that you guys know that I do consider critical comments when they have weight, and I'm willing to take an L where I screwed up. Peace. Val, not OP. Val. I always say OP just because it's easier, but you're right, you are a human being. And I'm always willing to make peace. I was willing to make peace the day that it happened. I'm also willing to take the L where we need to. Because at the end of the day, nobody's gonna count up your W's or your L's except for you. What's actually important, the thing that people actually see, is human connection. And Val has done a lot for me, wrote a banger of a Plague Doctor script in my opinion. I keep putting stuff in front of it, but we're gonna push it out real short here. And you'll know it when you see it. But yeah, she's done for me, and I hurt our relationship with a few jokes, some smack talk. I don't want it to be like that, because honestly, OP doesn't deserve all that. I mean, it's just me calling out, dumb things where I see it. But in a lot of ways, it doesn't need to be taken in that direction. So we'll see if I can do a little bit better. Probably not the last time that I ever dropped the ball, but it is what it is. So yes, forgive and forget, whatever the comments think, that's fine too. But I'm more than willing to move past it. You think a lot of this other shit wasn't made up? You're the only one that admitted to it, and that takes a set of big brass balls. So let's continue the Married Mary saga, shall we? With part number 6, Married Mary meets Scumbanger. I mean, if you're looking for scum, you came to the right place. Welcome back to the exceedingly seedy underbelly of the Wellsprings theater community. This bit of the story contains plenty of gross discussions, so stretch out your cringe muscles if you're squeamish about pervy pests or the poo-poo. Oh, that's what we all showed up for, isn't it? Show me the poop!
Poop, 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 poop. Here we go.
Here's a mini cast refresher if you need it. Val is the OP, theater nerd, burlesque dancer, grad student. Mary, the Legbeard. She's clingy, demanding, hypersexual, and currently obsessed with Whiskers. He's a tall, slightly odd dude with disgusting facial hair. I'm not entirely sure what to think of him at this point. Lucy and the Georges are professional improvers. George, Gay, and I were in a community theater production of Cats over the summer, where we both had separate encounters with the pervy pest who played the pelvic thrusty Lothario, Rum Tum Tugger. Yeah, he does a bit of tugging himself, doesn't he? Tink is a young male member of the burlesque troupe. He also had encounters with the aforementioned pervy pest. Is Scumbanger the pervy pest, or are we still talking about, what's his face? Mo. Mr. Lester. I guess we don't get any of him in this tale, and honestly, thank God for that. Before we get into everything, let's touch in on the aftermath of Mary's terrible goon cave party, as well as some questionable developments in my personal life. We're rolling into the holiday season now, and a few mentionable shenanigans had unfolded since Mary's harrowing party. Forcing a person to sit quietly and watch someone else play IMVU should be a freaking interrogation technique. Yeah, especially if they're doing the hot cybers. Whoa. Did you look in the computer chair? Is there a giant snail trail? I bet there is. But Lucy had filmed this potentially useful interrogation technique and had titled the video, "Most Boring Party Ever." I'd probably give that video a click and then click off in 30 seconds and be like, they ain't lying. There were shots of Mary musing over which beefcake had the biggest slab of trouser meat. A few shots of the obnoxious nightclub with all the absurdly proportioned avatars, and many, many shots of the bored partygoers. Lucy added a voiceover, acting as an anthropologist studying human boredom. Oh, that's a good twist. I like that. And as boring as the party had been, Lucy's video was hysterical. Mary, to my knowledge, had not seen the video. Can I request a link to that? Tell you what, I'll generate a still and I'll do my own. Witness the majesty of this fat Legbeard. Whether he is connected to this computer chair or not, we do not know. We do know she spends hours per day engaging in virtual encounters on the virtual world of IMVU. Today, something surprising. Guests approach her beard cave. They seem excited until they go inside and see what awaits them. While the things being discussed on the screen are salacious, they are only words after all. The guests begin to get bored, attempt to make small talk, but their efforts are futile. The atmosphere thick with boredom. They begin to search for an escape. As the guests make their exit, the Legbeard remains unperturbed, lost in her digital fantasy. In this case, it seems that the cure for boredom has become the source of it for others. Curious. It was a crappy Jacques Cousteau. I do a crappier David Attenborough. And whatever. So 30-second bit, what do you want from me? And the truth about what was happening between Mary and Whiskers really did remain impossible to decipher. Sometimes Whiskers was Satan incarnate. Sometimes he was nothing but her sex cow. Other times he was a total Casanova. And on occasion, Mary spoke of ending her husband so she could marry Whiskers. We were pretty sure she was joking. She wasn't joking. But I was still communicating with Whiskers. He rarely talked about Mary. Well, yeah, dude, that's basic. If you're trying to bang one chick, why are you going to talk about another chick that you bang? No. Let them know that you are wanted, but available, you see? OP says, if I did bring Mary up, Whiskers' response was invariably, meh. Mostly he complained about quote-unquote dumb shit his Facebook friends were posting, or quote-unquote dumb shit that random strangers were talking about on the online forums that he spent most of his time perusing in search of a word battle. God, I'm so glad forums are dead, honestly. Part of me's sad about it, but then you get jagoffs like this guy, and it's like, oh yeah, it's a blessing in disguise. OP says, I obviously had no interest in these things, and yes, now I see that this was a red flag. At the time, I knew very little about online forums or echo chambers, so I dismissed his odd hobby as just a guy thing. This is why you need to be intensely interested in what the people around you are doing. I'm like, hey wife, what are you growing? Castor beans? That's weird. We just watched Breaking Bad. Hope she doesn't try to sneak me a rice and cigarette.
You slip it into his food or drink. There shouldn't be any taste or smell. 36 hours later.
Nah, I'd be more likely to die from the pog, honestly. Did you see that stream on Sunday? Pretty lit. Now I've got to eat trash soup. I went to the McDonald's and asked the manager. She said no. I'll show you guys that video on the stream on Sunday. I don't want to get too off topic. But yes, I made a total ass of myself as usual. Just a guy thing, I guess. See, we looped it back in. On a more pleasant note, Whiskers occasionally sent me pictures of the very posh and pretty food that they served at Vert. Sometimes we also talked about video games, and once in a while he would send good morning or good night texts. There was nothing particularly remarkable about our communication at that point. I didn't fancy Whiskers, but I was still dealing with hot and cold BS from Dennis at school. I never knew if he was going to warmly embrace me or flat out refuse to acknowledge my presence when we saw each other. Oh, that's easy. He's cheating. You just have to figure out which person makes him pretend that he doesn't know you or something like that. Or just who cares? Burn the whole thing. doesn't seem too worth holding on to. So yeah, all of that was just like middle school in a slightly nicer building. Whiskers, on the other hand, was consistently lukewarm, and that was strangely comforting. Yeah, a little bit of stability in unstable times. I could be that rock for you, girl. That crack rock. But some interpersonal developments were also unfolding during this time of societally mandated merriment. Developments that could very well paint me as something of a villain, or a Legbeard, at the very least. Mary and I had somehow become genuine friends. I suspected that there were mental health issues and a very possible personality disorder plaguing her mind, so it felt insensitive to remain angry with her, even when her actions were infuriating. No. You don't get a pass on things like that. Your mental disorder is on you to regulate and maintain. You don't turn it into somebody else's problem. The second that you do, you're liable for repercussions. I could give out a little bit of understanding and such, but from the way it seems to me, Mary doesn't want to get better. So it's never going to improve. You're only infuriating yourself. Anyway, LP says, to be fair, Mary wasn't always barking mad. In smaller groups, when there was no audience and no potential romantic partner around, Mary could be a lot of fun. I even found it cathartic to rage about Dennis and his flaky antics. Mary added her whisker woes to the stoke of flames, and we had ourselves more than one, completely unfair and undoubtedly healthy, man-bashing bonfire. Wasn't a man-bashing bonfire, coping and seething bonfire. Emblematically speaking, of course. I wasn't going to risk arson charges for these bozos. Yes, I now realize that this was nothing but a very small echo chamber. I mean, yeah, but it did help you to cope. I think it's fine. It's probably fine. However, the more I liked Mary under these very controlled circumstances, the more she drove me nuts. She became more and more demanding of me as I began to play a more prominent role in her social circle. Nope. I barely got time for me. I don't care about you. In my mind, I clearly defined my boundaries, but either it wasn't as clear as I had imagined, or something about Mary's brain chemistry prevented her from hearing anything that flew in opposition to her immediate emotional needs. Oh, she knows. I'm sure she knows. She just doesn't care. And the single white female claptrap was real. She peppered her language with British slang, often using it in the wrong context. I wasn't sure if she was trying to make me insecure by subtly suggesting that my hint of an accent is weirder than I think it is, or if she had some flimsy sense of self and felt the need to appropriate the features and mannerisms of others in an effort to jerry-rig a new personality from this collection of spare parts. Ooh, yeah, the last one. Definitely the latter. It could be both, but yeah, heavily weighted to one side. Then again, Mary had several exceptionally distinct and overbearing personality traits of her own, so the alternative answer as to why she appropriated the features and mannerisms of others is that she couldn't let anyone have anything that was theirs alone. We all owed her pieces of ourselves, whichever one she fancied, and that brings me to yet another unreasonable demand. She declared that she wanted to dye her hair purple and asked me what I used. While I was very slightly flattered, but mostly disconcerted by her desire to imitate me, I was happy to share hair tips. But then she insisted that I should buy her the hair dye because I owed her for any male attention that my purple hair garnered. God, she's just so insecure. And OP is so eager to fix people, but I don't think this is fixable, dude. She doesn't want to get better. She's continuing to be a problem. That's it. I'm out. I can't do it anymore.
I can't take this shit no more, man.
The male attention wasn't all that much, to be honest. A few weirdos and weebs followed me around because I look like an anime girl. But the men who mattered saw me as more than a purple pixie. I refused Mary's demands, so she remained a blonde bombshell, and it suited her. How have we gone this long calling her a bombshell and I haven't made a fat man and little boy joke yet? Awkwardly flashing forward. On the day of the Imp's holiday show, I got a text message from the bombshell Legbeard's not boyfriend asking if everyone would be at the Imp that night. OP says, yeah? Why? Whiskers, I'm gonna come to the show with a girl I met under a bridge. OP, Do you spend a lot of time hanging out under bridges? Whiskers.
Irrelevant. I think this'll set me free.
OP from Mary. Whiskers.
Yeah, I just can't with her anymore. She pinched a corny loaf on my doormat last time I told her we needed to cool it.
Oh, she brought you some cornbread. That's lovely. OP. What? Ew, but how do you know it was her? Oh, OP doesn't like cornbread? What's going on here? Whiskers.
She sent me a video of herself eating corn on the cob before that poo appeared.
Oh, she's making the cornbread the old-fashioned way.
I've had bigger chunks of corn in my crap.
And she was eating the corn suggestively. Use your imagination.
OP. Double ick, dude. You seriously need to call the cops. Whiskers.
Nope. Just gonna make her mad enough to stop stalking me.
OP. I feel like making her mad might make it worse. Whiskers.
Doubtful. Gotta run. See you soon. Heart emoji.
Whatever, pig. Enjoy your bridge troll. And I mean the new bridge troll, not the old bridge troll who you don't enjoy anymore. Oh dear, says OP. This was not likely to turn out the way that Whiskers was imagining. Yeah, he's not really a student of human behavior, is he? Thursday night, when the performers gathered in the dressing room for the holiday show, I felt torn between keeping Whiskers' arguably cruel surprise under wraps and warning my emotionally fragile friend about his plot. I had downplayed the extent of my friendship with Whiskers to Mary because I feared that she would have a meltdown if she knew I was talking to her man on the regular. And while I hadn't deliberately downplayed the extent of my friendship with Mary to Whiskers, he was completely uninterested in talking about her. Whether or not she left that corny crap on his doormat was debatable, but I nevertheless understood Whiskers' objection to being the object of her obsession. Where did my loyalties lie? Well, I wasn't sure that I owed either of them my loyalty. There you go. Whose team am I on? Mine! However, Mary saved me from my own dilemma when she loudly bragged to George Gay that she had given Whiskers corn. George Gay, what the hell, Mare? I thought you were desperate to keep this guy. What did I teach you about douching that ass before he goes up the tailpipe? Gross. She probably does eat a lot of corn, doesn't she? Big gal. Takes a lot to fuel her up. Mary says, no, not like that. I messed up when I was making fudge for the Christmas party at Chucky's office, so I dumped a can of corn in the concoction and rolled it into turd shapes. And then I left it on his doorstep. I think he'll think it's funny when he realizes it's a sweet treat. Ugh, enough about these sweet treats. You really want to keep a man? You gotta hand deliver him a foul soup. Snail trail soup. George Gay says, what's he gonna do? Pick up something that looks like a turd and take a bite? You're lucky he hasn't called the cops. Mary, I thought you'd find it funny. It's a joke. I gave him corn. He'll get it. George Gay, I don't think many straight guys know about getting corn, Mare. George Straight, can confirm. I'd like to unhear that. Too late. Mary's bottom lip began quivering, and she was clearly gearing up to have a meltdown. Normally I'm the first person to laugh at poop jokes, but for some reason, this didn't turn my giggle box over. It seemed like Mary was co-opting a joke that Whiskers wasn't in on, and that she'd done this in a desperate attempt to get back into his good graces. It wasn't funny. It wasn't a sick burn. Was it even creepy? I'd say it was a failed attempt at being creepy. Yeah, actual poop would be creepy. George Gay says, listen, sweetheart, I'm all for a good prank, especially when someone did you dirty, but he hasn't really done anything evil. Val, did you put fake poop by the Flake's front door when he went radio silent? OP says, no, I just whined to my journal and talked smack about him to all of you guys. George Gay. There you go. Romance is rife with rebuffing, honey. So you talk shit to your friends or you dear diary your butt hurt like Purple Pixie does, but you don't make fake poop. Just ditch the loser and find somebody better. Jiggle those Jupiters in some new guy's face. It's fair advice. Alternatively, go to therapy and work through your issues. But, somebody new, I guess that'll fix it for a while. Oh dear, OP says, I was sitting there with the unwanted knowledge of Whiskers' plot to do something that Maria was sure to perceive as evil, but he had concocted this plot in retaliation to her corny Duke display. They were both being unfathomably immature, but I still tried to do a tiny bit of damage control. OP, what if the corny fudge made him mad enough to do something heinous, Mary?
Not possible. It showed him that I cared.
George and I exchanged vexed looks, and Lucy, who had been listening in quiet dismay, quipped, forget flowers and greeting cards. Want to show someone you care? Make corny turd fudge. Yeah, that'll win his heart. George and I both laughed, but Mary seemed bewildered.
I do care, she whined. Sometimes you need a grand gesture.
Yeah, I don't think that's what they was talking about when they said that, though. George Gay. Caca of the corn. Ain't no grand gesture, mama. Dollars to donuts. You freaked out that bearded skyscraper. Mary waved a dismissive hand.
Just send him a titty pic. All will be forgiven.
Yeah, some guys are that simple, I guess. Why couldn't it be plural? A pic of my titties. Oh, because you can't fit them both in frames? That's a strange problem to have. At this point, OP left the corny conversation and crossed the dressing room to continue telling Darcy the story of Tia G's epic Mo smackdown after she caught him hitting on Georgina. Darcy whispering, what the hell were all you guys just talking about? Why is plus-size Barbie putting poop on that weird bearded dude's doorstep? OP, well, she put fake poo on his doorstep. He thought it was real, though. She's got some obsession problems, Darcy. Sounds like she's got a lot more problems than just obsession. But speaking of obsessive weirdos, tell me more about the mowdown. OP. So, his pervy ass totally busted, right? Tia G took her earrings off and made him stand up, and I swear he was pissing in his pants at that point. Then she read him the riot act and fucking backhanded him when he started talking about all the things he wanted to teach her daughter. Yes, that is a very deep cringe moment. Is the reason we don't see him in the story because he's dead? He pissed off the wrong parent? Darcy, ew, gross, but I'm so happy he got backhanded. You have no idea. Hey, boy George, we need to give your aunt a freaking medal. George Gay, right? She's coming to the show tonight, so you can all thank her. Darcy, for real? We need to do some kind of tribute to her in the show. I'm gonna ask Mad Mox if we could throw something together. High kick in her honor at the end of the show? OP, I'm in. For anyone unfamiliar with dance terminology, imagine the Rockettes. That's a high kick routine. And for anyone who might be worried that we were going to hurt Mo's widow feelings by celebrating the fact that he got his ass kicked by a granny, well, fear not. Mo had been banned from the Imp ever since that incident, and they always had a theater volunteer, usually one of the improv students, on Mo patrol during every show. Yeah, you gotta go creep somewhere else now, Mo. Rest in piss. I'm glad we all finally came to our senses regarding this. But there was another creep in the audience that night. A creep from my past, and from George's, and from Tink's. Remember Tink? He was a rather shy younger member of the burlesque troupe and a flawless dancer. I met him when he was playing Mr. Mistopheles in Cats, and I suggested that he give burlesque a whirl when he said he wanted to explore the wonderful, terrifying, wide-open world of adulthood. Madame Moxie fell in love with him instantly, and he never failed to steal the show. Hell yeah, he's in like Flynn! Unfortunately, becoming a part-time burlesque performer wasn't the only daring new thing that he had done over the summer. He also gave Boom Boom a whirl. I'm pretty sure that's an intimidating first time, even if you are a gay fellow. Was he pitching or catching? You know what? Never mind. I had an inkling that Tink was a virgin when rehearsals began. He was most certainly not a virgin by the time the show closed. And this loss of innocence was thanks to the same rude, crude dude who had made George gay, my Eskimo brother, the most notorious pansexual playboy in the Wellsprings theater community, and sex pest extraordinaire, Royal Schlumberger, better known as Scumbanger, also known to the cast of Cats as Rum Tum Tugger. The typecasting, yeah, it was pretty strong in that show. So y'all just got taken for a ride, like, yeah, he's disgusting, but I did him. Yeah, me too, and I think he's disgusting as well.
What the hell is wrong with you people?
Weird? Maybe it started out as a romantical thing, I have no idea. George and I had both been able to shake off that cheap intimacy and return to our lives without sustaining any emotional scars, and I had insisted on safety so there were no physical scars. Was he like burning you with a lit cigarette or something? I'm much nicer, more understanding. All I do is make you keep your mouth open so I ash the blunt in it. Even so, OP did get checked and got the all clear, but Scumbanger was undoubtedly responsible for the unshakable threes-up rumor, which was a truly perplexing flex. Running around bragging that you had a threes with Mungo Jerry and Rumpelteazer does not make you sound cool. Not even among theater nerds. But I do suppose it makes you sound like a giga degenerate, so indeed, Scumbanger bragged on. Yeah, weird flex, but okay, I guess it takes different strokes to move the world, you know? What some people find ultra awesome is the thing that will make me never talk to you again. And yeah, the rumor really was never going away, so George and I just lived with it. Have I admitted what really happened? It's not great. We were all smoking the devil's lettuce and drinking cheap champagne, but I'm absolutely not using intoxication as an excuse for this bad decision. I knew exactly what was happening and just didn't really give a flip. Scumbanger had been openly lecherous with both of us and had smarmily proposed a threes-up. We declined, mostly because it felt, sort of like family matters. But ultimately, George did do it with him, and so did I, thinking perhaps I could prove to myself that I was capable with enjoying adult fun with someone besides Dennis. And it happened at the same cast party, and on the same night, but just not at the same time. Okay, but probably some fluids were exchanged. I don't think it counts, necessarily, but maybe it is rooted in fact. Get it? Rooted? We were aware of the other's short-lived affair, and neither of us cared. And just to be crystal clear, I'm fully aware that this was sleazy behavior. Hell, I recognized it as a mistake almost immediately after it happened. Fortunately for me, I at least had the awareness to see that for what it was. Yeah, I'm not even gonna clutch my pearls over it, honestly. Bunch of theater nerds rubbing their genitals together. It happens in every social circle, just maybe happens a lot more often in this one. Kind of like band kids. Band kids are always doing some weird shit to each other.
Oh, and this one time, at band camp, I stuck a flute in my...
Anyway, Tink, on the other hand, was brand new to this type of sleaze, and he mistook his own hookup with Scumbanger for genuine romance. When Scumbanger went around carelessly boasting about deflowering the magical Mr. Mistopheles, yeah, it stung. Tink was incredibly distraught over the flippant way that Scumbanger spoke of their dalliance, and Scumbanger had neither the courtesy nor the empathy to acknowledge that the encounter hadn't been casual for Tink. Yeah, welcome to the adult world. It sucks. Get used to it. I suppose I could have done the readers the courtesy of glossing over the fact that these scandals happened during a community theater production of the most reviled musical known to man, but Cats was a hell of a lot of fun to be in. Hate on it if you must, but I wish more people would respect the fact that the play requires some serious dancing and singing chops. The movie Well, sucked an entire bag of schlong, and it slaughtered our song, and it left out the epic tandem cartwheels. Whoa, tandem cartwheels! George and I, two little community theater nerds, busted our asses to learn that move. And they couldn't put it in that big budget CGI dumpster fire? Yeah, well, you know, we're unionized, so actually you'd have to hire stunt people and blah, blah, blah. I expect nothing good out of Hollywood. Are we supposed to expect something different? I've expected something different for like at least 20 years. Where was I before I snatched the opportunity to bash that movie? Oh, yes. So Scumbanger showed up at the Imp that night, and poor Tink had spotted the douche canoe entering the theater. Scumbanger was, as much as I hate to admit it, hot. And he had talent and charisma for days. Needless to say, he was extremely crushable. Surprisingly bland in bed, however. He exuded very little passion and completely dodged my attempts to temporarily form a human connection, which was surprising from a guy who could connect with an audience so effortlessly. Okay, but you see, these are two separate skills. I sort of identify with what you're talking about. When he finally locked eyes with me, I quickly realized that he was staring at his own reflection in my peepers, and then he popped. Okay, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. At least it was mercifully short, eh? So the sweet, formerly innocent Tink burst into the dressing room on the verge of tears and cried, "Scumbanger's here!" George Gay and I both rushed to our heartbroken young friend. Yes, one could perceive this as a histrionic overreaction to a disappointing love affair, but come on, Tink was young and very new to this type of drama. Therefore, he gets a pass as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, you're still hurt by the dude that took your V-card and didn't treasure it, just threw it directly in the trash? Histrionic, yes. Overreaction? Perhaps not. George Gay says, "It's gonna be fine, Tinkerbell. You don't have to talk to him. Just get up on the stage and blow everyone away with your ballet and then dip as soon as you're done. He's not with your tears, honey." Tink, "I don't think I can dance knowing that he's in the audience." OP, "Sure you can. Just be your fabulous, graceful self, and he'll be kicking himself for letting you go." Mary rudely interrupted,
"Are you guys talking about Tugger? The meaty meat in the Mungo Jerry and Rumple Teaser sandwich?"
"Oh, fuck off, Mary. Shouldn't you be eating an 8-pack of hot dogs? Get out of here!"
Get the hell out of here and stay out, you pervert!
George and I both shot eye daggers at her, knowing that her repetition of this widely believed rumor was sure to further distress Tink, and Tink sniffled. "He swore to me that didn't really happen." George and I replied in tandem, It didn't. Tink, "I thought I'd be over him by now. It's not that I even have feelings for him anymore. I just feel so cheap." Yeah, it's probably something that you should have preserved. But you wanted to make your big boy choices like a lot of us do. And indeed, now you deal with the big boy consequences. Hopefully like a big boy. I don't want you to cry anymore, is what I'm saying. Bottle all those feelings up and stuff them deep down in there like a man. OP hugs Tink and asks, "He was here first, wasn't he?" And Tink nodded. George says, "Girl, the first is the worst. Let's go to La Cage after the show and you can meet some new guys. Does that sound like a plan?" "That's right, you go down there and knock out 20, 50 of these hood rats, you ain't gonna feel nothing no more." Perhaps quite literally. Tink nodded again, finally starting to smile a bit, and Mary says,
"By Georgie, what do you tell Tinky about Tuggy's loose caboose?"
George pivoted and clamped a hand over her mouth. "Mary, stop! You're not helping." And so, just as Tink was starting to calm down, Mary burst into tears and bolted from the dressing room, completely butthurt that her insensitive yammering had been shushed. Needs to happen a lot more often, in my opinion. Tink, what was she talking about? George, who the hell knows? That girl's like totally cray. OP, certifiable. Trust me, I'm a therapist. Well, in training. George, Val, can you go therapize Mary? I'll stay here and smack talk Scumbanger with Tink. OP, She's way above my pay grade, but I'll go keep an eye on her. As I was heading out to marry sit, she came scrambling back toward the dressing room, even more frenetic than she had been when she bolted. Oh, she saw Whiskers. Mary. Valley! He's cheating on me! Her whine game was so strong, it almost made my ears bleed. I peered over her shoulder and spied Whiskers gratuitously making out with a girl who looked like an extra from New Wave Hookers. Yeah, New Wave Hookers 4 has Chasey Lane in it. Bet you didn't know that. I only know it because of a Bloodhound Gang song. OP just says, wow, what a jerk. You could do better, Mary. Mary wailed, and I saw Whiskers come up for air. I couldn't be sure, but I think there was a devilish grin beneath that behemoth of a beard when he noticed Mary's hysterics, and then his date dove back into the unkempt nest of hair on his face. Rife with intrigue, many disgusting people doing disgusting things. You'll love it. And on some level I do. On another level I find it deeply sad that these humans are so lost. But oh well, can't fix them all. Can't even fix myself, really. Anyway, Mary quite literally dragged me down into her heap of misery. I was sitting on the ground in my exotic elf costume, with Mary's arms wrapped around my waist as she writhed in the poignant pain of a woman alone and palely loitering. Madam Moxie and Darcy passed by on their way back to the dressing room, and Moxie said, "What's with Barbie?" OP, boy drama. I'm just trying to be supportive. Darcy, impervious to Mary's meltdown, says, OP, she said we could do the high kick for George's aunt before the finale, so we just need to run through it a few times. Moxie, and I'm going to send her flowers. That crusty old fart made every last one of you girls uncomfortable. I should have backhanded him myself 10 times over. Yeah, but talk is cheap, isn't it? Too little, too late, though I appreciate the acknowledgement, I suppose. Mary looked up from her heap of misery and moaned, He hit on me, too! Madam Moxie, Of course he did, Barbie. OP, Hey, Mary, I need to go run through the Modown High Kick tribute to Tia G, so you gonna be okay? Mary, squeezing me more tightly, No! I can't be alone right now! Well, that's just something you need to practice with. Get really comfortable being alone, because I think you're going to be alone for a long time after you chase all these people away. OP says, Darcy, could you ask Lucy to come take over for me so I could practice with you guys? Darcy gave me an affirmative thumbs up, and Mary continued to sob uncontrollably until George Gay emerged from the dressing room. George, Lucy's sitting with Twink now, and she's making him laugh, so I think he's good to dance. I'll take Mary while you guys practice. Tia G's gonna love it. The Mary Meltdown handoff was like passing a fussy, massively oversized toddler from one babysitter to another. George had to get down on the floor and pry her arms off of me. Come on, Mare. Valley has to go practice. I'm your binky now, okay? And just as we were getting Mary's arms wrapped around his waist instead of mine, fucking scumbanger douched his way over to the spectacle and cheekily remarked to Mary, Hey, Blondie, a bit of that same position. Less clothes, more claws. And he licked his teeth. Mary looked up, and when she saw the handsome, libidinous Lothario standing over us, her whimpering came to a screeching halt. OP, Hey, Royal, long time no see. Have you met Mary? George, Mary, this is our friend Royal. Why don't you two grab a drink before the show starts? Scumbanger. Enchanted to meet you, Miss Mary. And very enchanted to see my two favorite knockabout clowns again. He then adjusted himself. George and I ignored the lechery. Yeah, which is probably what you should have fucking done the first time, but hindsight's 20/20 in that. Mary says, Royal, are you my Prince Charming? Scumbanger charmingly. If you want me to be. It's so cheesy. Because it's a bunch of theater kids. So, of course, it's going to be over-dramatized and everything. Scumbanger helped her to her feet and allowed her to take his arm as he strolled to the bar. This was an unequivocally terrible idea in the long term, but in the short term, well, it got Scumbanger far away enough from Tink, and it got Mary to stop all his sobbing, and it appeared that Whiskers would no longer need to pay an escort to accompany him to the imp. Yeah, everybody's winning. The show went swimmingly that night, too. See, even the patrons are winning, thank God. All this backstage drama isn't affecting things too much. Lucy had managed to effectively console Tink, and his ballet was as gorgeous as ever. The improv bits were quite funny, and the scenes ran smoothly, since Mary was in an uncharacteristically fantastic mood, thanks to Scumbanger. And Tia G absolutely loved our little Rockette-style tribute to her epic defeat of the imp's resident creep. We all took our bows and climbed down from the stage to mingle with the audience. Mary made a beeline for Scumbanger and simultaneously stuck her tongue down his throat and her hand down his pants. Gross. Gotta herpacifilate. I had to protect Tink from this display. Apparently George Gay had the same thought because we both got to Tink at the same time and steered him toward Tia G, who effectively distracted him by gushing about how much she loved his dancing. I turned around to find myself face to chest with Whiskers, whose dazzling date was still dangling on his arm. OP, well, I'd say mission accomplished. Whiskers,
I have a certain sadness, to tell you the truth. Oh, this is Sugar Pop. She sells party favors, if you're into that kind of thing.
Actually, I was, at least on occasion. OP says, what kind of party favors? Sugar Pop,
I got crystal, baby. Or if you like a quick party, I got some crack.
Oh, hell no. These types of party favors were way outside of my comfort zone. Good choice, OP. Same. OP to Sugar Pop, I'm good. Thank you, though. Whiskers pulled me aside to whisper something. As his beard got close to my face, I suddenly felt like I was approaching the bog of eternal stench. But swirled within the stench, I could smell a heavy dousing of woman's perfume. Posh woman's perfume. If it was Sugar Pop's perfume, her drug dealing must have been astoundingly lucrative. I mean, crystal moves, I'll say that much. OP, back it up, Whiskers. What the hell's that smell? Whiskers,
Flower bomb? It's my secret weapon.
OP, yeah, I thought I smelled perfume, but something else. Smells like a turtle tank. You ever smelled a turtle tank? If you haven't, it might not be as evocative, but if you have, yeah, you never forget. Whiskers says,
I don't know what you're talking about.
OP, your beard, it's minging. Can we just talk later? Whiskers,
I was gonna say...
George Gay gracefully interrupted. Hey girl, are you coming to the cage? We need to get Tink out of here before Scumbanger. And then George's nostrils flared and he gagged a bit. Jesus Christ, Whiskers. You smell like 50 Shades of Stank. Whiskers.
You guys are so prissy.
You've just gone nose blind to it because you're walking around with that shit right on your face. Has nobody else giving you this negative reaction? Well, not Sugar Pop, I guess, but she's nose blind to it too. It's her stink. OP says, yeah, prissy. I suppose we were. I waved to Whiskers and Sugar Pop, fled to the dressing room, changed out of my costume as quickly as I could, and then danced the rest of the night away with my two Eskimo brothers. So the following night, Whiskers, or I guess now Funky, strode into the Shadowrun house, still somewhat ripe from his myriad sloppy encounters with Sugar Pop. Funky was relatively chill, as Sugar Pop had given a stellar performance and made him feel like a man. It's probably actually the crystal doing a lot of work there. But his uncharacteristically clear head immediately clouded when his eyes were assaulted by the sight of his bête noire, a pretty boy. It was Axton, sitting on the fireplace and looking effortlessly handsome as he traded jokes with Snorlax. Funky,
Who the fuck is this douche?
Axton was taken aback by Funky's venomous greeting. He stood and extended his hand.
Axton, I generally try to avoid being a douche, but I apologize if I gave off a bad vibe.
Funky crossed his arms and huffed, refusing the friendly handshake. Axton,
Okay then. And you are?
Funky maintained his seething, silent sanctimony. Maury, we call him Funky. Axton,
Funky like Funky Cold Medina? Or funky like don't breathe through your nose when he's around?
Maury, both would make sense, but we call him Funky because his beard stinks. Funky to Maury,
How dare you speak to me like that, pretty boy? Are you seriously letting him join the team?
Maury, back porch. We need to have a private conference. Yeah, a little meeting that consists of don't get too big for your fucking britches.
I make the rules around here. I call the shots, okay?
Funky says,
No, call me your scrote. I'll be nice, I guess.
Funky reached down the back of his pants, rummaged around, and extended his butt-cracky hand to Axton. Axton backed away.
I'm good, dude.
Maury grabbed Funky by the belt and steered the beard to the back porch, slamming the door behind them. Axton,
Seriously, what's that guy's deal?
Sage shrugged.
Alcoholism and unchecked anger?
Quite accurate.
Axton, why do you guys tolerate him? He makes my skin crawl.
Snorlax, he's like related to Maury, isn't he? Athena, no, they've known each other forever, but he's not a relative. I think he's more like a ward, or he might be Maury's pet project. Snorlax,
right, 'cause he's tarded.
Sage,
what? No, he's not.
Axton,
Dude, you can't say the R word.
Snorlax, I wasn't trying to be rude, I swear. First time I met him, he told me that his brain was exceptionally unique, and I thought that was just the latest euphemism for, like, I rode the short bus. Snorlax based and unaffected by judgment as always. He said the thing was too accurate for you? Well, I'm not sorry. Sage and Axton both half-heartedly admonished Snorlax for using insensitive terminology, and Snorlax sincerely promised to use more politically correct language in the future. But mostly, Sage and Axton were wildly amused by the fact that Snorlax had legitimately thought Funky was challenged for all of those years. And nothing about Funky's behavior challenged Snorlax's perceptions that Funky was challenged. I mean, yeah, because in a lot of ways he legitimately is. So later that night, Funky managed to wipe his butt-cracky hand on Axton's face, and that was when Axton kicked the living shit out of that neckbeard. Funky crumpled to the floor and wept pitifully, insisting that he'd been trying to use Maury's brand of frat guy humor to bond with the newbie. Nobody believed him, but Maury still refused to give the beard the boot. Maybe he's just hoping Axton will throw up. Axton decided to come back the next weekend, despite Maury's weird rules and Funky's rude and immature behavior, because he was using tabletop as a replacement for a gambling addiction. Interesting choice, but all right. The slight sense of danger that was ever present in the Shadowrun house made this otherwise odd situation a splendid substitute for basement poker games and brutish bookies. I'm not drawing the same lines, but if you like it, you like it. Roll them dice, son. Little did I know that the Shadowrun lineup I'd meet the following year had just crystallized while I was covered in glitter and dancing in a giant cage with George and Tink. Thankfully, neither Whiskers nor Scumbanger crashed that party. Tink went home with a virtual pocket full of phone numbers. George showed him how to use Grindr, and I ignored a booty call from Dennis. Running into Scumbanger and seeing that he'd made Tink feel the same way that Dennis made me feel had hit the dopaminergic pathways of my brain like a lightning bolt, effectively rewiring them for that moment. But what seemed like an instance of emotional maturation would soon lead in a roundabout way to a mistake far worse than the mistake of pawning Mary off on Scumbanger. We'll get one more instance of extreme Mary mania before this story begins to gradually morph into that Neckbeard saga that we know so well. Next time, we'll have the pleasure of meeting Chuck the Milksop. I think milksop's the acceptable way to say that on YouTube. C-U-C-K. Well, it seems like everything's, coming up roses, at least for the moment. Everybody's getting the thing that they want, or the thing that they think they want in the moment. And then you look back 20 years later down the road and you're like, damn, we should have made different decisions. But you can't, so the ones that you made are probably just fine. It's gonna turn out great, don't worry! Married Mary had a little food fight. Oh, 90s high school comedy staple right here. Some people just so media poisoned that they know that that's something that humans don't do. That's mostly reserved for animals. And Hollywood directors, which are essentially the same thing. Anyway, I think I posted enough installments of Mary Mania to forego a full cast description. All you really need to know is that all of us are full-grown theater nerds. Mary is boy-crazy, clingy, and wildly inappropriate. Oh, and also married. She's nevertheless obsessed with a pervy pest that I met during the summer musical. You'll catch on. Trigger warnings for Liquid Duke, and lewd descriptions of male anatomy, and buggery. Oh, buggery, how uncouth. Chapter 7, The Food Fight. Nothing unusual happened over the holidays. My family traveled to the UK to visit my grandparents for a week. I get on well with my family, and the seasonally appropriate snow and drizzle in England was actually a nice change of pace from sunny Southern California, especially at Christmas time. California Christmas time does suck, though. Imagine celebrating Christmas in a soulless, selfish hell pit. And also it never snows. And also it only rains once a year. Anyway, Lucy had started dating a retired band director she'd met when he subbed a class at her school. All of her accounts painted this guy as a bona fide silver fox. And she seemed sweetly smitten. My first reaction is like, ew, age gap, but it ain't my life. We all gotta make our own choices. Of course, novel romance tends to come with a hefty side of anxiety, especially when you're surrounded by maniacs like Mary, and to a lesser extent, R.O.P. In my defense, I hadn't bemoaned any romantic woes for quite some time, but I had previously made the dating scene sound like a menacing minefield of mind games and mendacity. Which it absolutely is. Mendacity does mean lying for those not in the know, but lying, you see, wouldn't fit the alliteration. Opie says, I now realize that although I hadn't created the mendacity, I had allowed it. Yes, I should have kicked Dennis to the curb as soon as his affections became inconsistent, but having subsequently dealt with Funky's bunkum, an indecisive dude with commitment issues seemed like a minor annoyance in comparison. I mean, you choose how annoyed you get at the end of the day. I choose not to be annoyed, and how do I stop being annoyed? I stop engaging. But I also understand clinging on for dear life to a relationship that is completely dysfunctional. Sometimes it'd be that way, especially if you're heavily codependent like myself. You don't know how to exist outside of a relationship. It's not a healthy way to live, but far be it for me to lecture anybody about it, I guess. That's hypocritical. Anyway, as for all of the others, well, George Strait was still dating Megan, and it seemed to be getting serious. George Gay was happily unattached, and so was I. As for Mary, well, it was difficult to say. Whiskers was consistently the scum of the earth by this time, and Scumbanger was her new obsession. She called him her Princey Pooh in the few messages that we'd traded over the holidays. Barf. Yep, pretty cringe. The imp had been dark for the past few weeks, meaning that there were no shows. I'm going to keep the lights on. But a Saturday morning Imp Tunes show was scheduled in early January. This was to be a kiddo-friendly show, and the director forbade Mary to participate. I'm glad the director knows. Avert disaster just in time. Lucy and George Gay were both foul-mouthed and raunchy off stage, but they knew when to simmer down to match the tone of the scene. George Strait was kind of the opposite. He was exceptionally well-mannered off stage, but he could flip a switch and bring forth rivers of raunch if a scene called for it. As for me, I was merely a performer. I could be entertaining on stage through song and dance, but my acting chops were undercooked. Nevertheless, they invited me to be their fourth in the children's show, since I could be trusted to avoid dropping F-bombs or making inappropriate jokes, flashing the audience, getting on stage intoxicated. Cheers to low standards. Thanks so much, Mary. Yeah, all I gotta do is stand here. As long as I don't say the bad words and pull my tits out, everything's gonna be fine. We gathered for a rehearsal on Thursday night, and I was surprised to find myself fitting in and having fun with improv. I always sucked at improv in high school and college drama classes. I'd even taken a drama workshop in LA one summer, and the openly Scientologist instructor told me that I wasn't believable as a human being. Ouch. Yeah, you gotta pay them a few $100s before they'll say something nice about you. But improv somehow came easier when I was amongst friends. Very true, that's why we don't play D&D with strangers, isn't it? As rehearsal was winding down, Mary marched into the theater with Chuck the Cuck, her husband, trailing behind her. I recognized him from some of her Facebook photos, but I honestly hadn't been certain that he was her actual husband until this very moment. Mary.
Lucy Goose, how dare you! I just found that video you made of my party. Tell her, Daddy.
Chuck. Hey Lucy, it's nice to see you again. Mary kicked his leg. All right, okay, listen, my wife was under a lot of stress when I had to go out of town, and the game she was playing helps to calm her, and I don't appreciate you mocking my wife's coping mechanism. Lucy, you're right, Chuck, that was insensitive. I can assure you that there was no malicious intent, we were just really bored, and I tried to find the funny. Well advised, honestly. You can always find the funny if you aren't too caught up in your feelings. Mary whispers, Tell her! She hurt my feelings! Look, you're allowed to feel however you want to feel. But now you're turning your problems into my problems. And I can't pretend to give a shit any longer.
That's not my problem. It's yours.
Lucy says, Mary, you can just talk directly to me. I think maybe we could both benefit from having a conversation. Mary whispers, Tell her she's mean. Chuck, you're mean. Lucy, I got it. Mary, I'm sorry I hurt your feelings. I'm owning my mistake. Can you please acknowledge that you were a bully to your party guests? We both made bad choices here. Mary stubbornly refused to meet Lucy's eyes as she stood there with her arms folded, pushing her Jupiters right up to under her chin. George Gay, Mary, honey, we talked about this. You said it yourself. Truth or Dare would have been a better party game. Nobody's trying to be mean to you. We were just hella bored. Mary appeared to be getting bored with the discussion of the boredom that her party had induced. Whatever, I'm over it, she said to no one in particular. Yeah, I believe you. But a little smirk crept across her overlined lips because it was time to make the cats squirm. Mary, Oh, Valley Boo! Boy, Georgie, I bumped into your mutual ex last week. He said to tell you both that he'd like to offer you cream! She cackled maniacally. George, pass, OP. Yeah, same for me. Oh, come on, it was such a clever joke because they were both in Cats once upon a time, don't you see? You must not understand the true hilarity of his statements. Chuck says, how the heck do you two have a mutual ex? Mary, oh, they're a couple of deviants. Since I'm a married old lady, they tell me about all their wild escapades. I'm so happy to be settled down. You should hear what went on backstage during the play. I know don't nobody here really know Chuck like that, but I'm gonna blow Mary's cover right now, okay? He deserves to know. You're providing a wonderful life for this thankless pig. It's time to return her to the wild. You might have married her, but she belonged to the streets this whole time.
She is thy for thy streets. So be not wary when she must return from whence she came.
OP says, God damn it, this was infuriating. Both of us were already embarrassed by what went on at that cast party, and those bad decisions had been grossly exaggerated by the perverted theater grapevine. Now this nebbish outsider was getting yet another twisted version of these embarrassing events, and married Mary was running around bragging about boning the source of the embarrassment, but nobody had the balls to rat her out. Why not? I'll hang her out to dry right now. I'm gonna fuck. Chuck says, oh, I see. Well, thanks for keeping my wife entertained. Mary wrapped her arms around her hubby's neck and pulled him into a loud, sloppy kiss that lasted for an uncomfortably long time and probably tasted like strange dicks.
Nasty!
Lucy, George, Gay, and I began gathering our belongings, hoping that we could sneak out while Mary was lost in this icky kiss. George Strait had noped out as soon as Mary marched in, and yeah, he had the right idea. He's a wise fellow. But one of the theater volunteers interrupted our attempt at a stealthy exit when he said, "You guys done for the night? I'm getting ready to lock up." Mary broke free from the sloppy embrace. Hot pink lipstick smeared all over her face, and she screeched,
"They're not done for the night! I still need my apologies!"
Chuck, also with hot pink lipstick smeared on his baby face, cooed to Mary, "Sweetums, I feel like they said they were sorry. It sounds like maybe they were just expecting a different kind of party, and they don't know you like I do. Why don't we head home? I'd be happy to watch my widow Pookie Pie play her pooter games." Ugh, fucking disgust me. Chuck doesn't deserve this type of treatment, but the baby talk sort of sways me a little bit. Could we just drag him out back and kick the shit out of him till he stops talking like a baby? Might be worth a shot. Mary cooed,
"Oh, you're my hero! Take me home so I can suckle my chuckle!"
Oh, God. And then there was another loud, long, sloppy kiss.
"The rest of you can kiss my humps! Or I'll see you at brunch on Saturday after the show! Lucy, you owe me!"
Oh, you slap in the mouth, maybe. How the hell did she even know about the brunch plans? Lucy wanted to introduce all of us to her silver fox, and she wanted to do that without Mary, so the poor guy didn't run away screaming. Lucy did not date indiscriminately, you see. On top of that, she had a horrendously disappointing crush in recent memory. If she felt confident introducing her silver fox to all of us, that meant she was taking this relationship seriously. And I could certainly understand why she wanted to keep the first introduction Mary-free. But I guess that was not to be. Yeah, this is the true test. Can you stand my weird theater nerd friends? Yeah, most of them. Except that fat one. She's really weird. Saturday rolled around, and the Imptoon show was a bunch of fun. The kids seemed to like it. Mary wasn't there to cause mayhem. Mo wasn't there to give anybody the creeps. No absurdity to report, so let's just fast forward to brunch. But before I fast forward, I want to say I'm so glad that Mo wasn't there around the kids. Good God. We met at a rather upscale restaurant on the other side of town. Lucy looked stunning in a rockabilly dress and a retro hairdo. I had forgone my typical emo attire and arrived in simple black slacks with a teal blue cardigan. I called this my adult costume. George Strait showed up with Megan, who was just as lovely as I remembered. Everyone introduced themselves to Silver Fox, who seemed excited to meet all of us, and he seemed to be quite taken with Lucy, which made me incredibly happy for her. Silver was in the middle of telling us about how he'd spent over a week working up the nerve to call Lucy when we heard that familiar voice.
Yoo-hoo! Lucy Goose, Valley Boo, Boy Georgie, Engorged George, Man Thief, Old Dude! I have arrived!
Okay, as soon as she comes over and sits down at the table, we're all gonna get up and move tables. Maybe she'll get the message. Mary clomped over to our table in very high, chunky heels and a short, tight, plunging cheetah print dress. Even if her attire had fit properly, she would have still looked comically out of place in this respectable establishment. She flagged down a server and semi-sweetly commanded,
"We'll be needing 2 more seats here. Thank you."
Lucy. "Oh, hey, Mary. This is Silver Fox." Lucy leaned closer to Mary and whispered, "Don't you dare embarrass me." Mary.
"Oh, I'll be on my most marvelous behavior, m'lady. My Princey Pooh is meeting me here."
Yeah, are you sure you wouldn't prefer a private booth or something? I hear they got a real nice slop bucket out back. You might be more comfortable. George Gay and I were, of course, both horrified. Scumbanger! Dang, we probably shouldn't have said that so loudly. Mary.
"His name is Royal. You bitches are just bitter because you couldn't get seconds."
Yes, I'm sure that's exactly what it is. She jiggled her Jupiters and tossed her hair as she settled into the chair that the server brought over. OP quietly, "I did not want seconds." George also quietly, "Me neither. It's like throwing a hot dog down a hallway." You know what scumbaggers' farts sound like? I laughed as discreetly as I could and muttered, "He probably ran a train before he showed up to that cast party." George started snickering and Mary started fuming. Mary,
"Stop smack-talking my precious Princey Pooh!"
God, does anybody just have a piece of piano wire or something? We could shut her up right now, forever. George says, "Mary, that guy has the emotional sensitivity of a walnut. Val and I don't hate him because of that stupid rumor. We hate him because of the way he treated Tink. And he's gotta do the same thing to you. Do not catch feelings for him." Mary,
"Too late. His regal rooster makes me slick in the snatchy all day. And I'm gonna let him bend me over and ram his enormous rock hard..."
You know what? I cannot abide this anymore. I love a champagne mimosa brunch as much as the next man. But I think I'm gonna go find a more private table. I don't want to talk about this. I can't even eat my sausage links now. Lucy said, "Mary, stop! Please! Could we have some couth for once? We're not at Filthy McNasty's." George straight, "She's right, Mary. We're trying to get to know Silver. Maybe let the guest of honor talk." Silver, "Guest of honor? Way to make a guy feel welcome. But I have to admit that this is a fascinating topic of conversation. Mary, is it?" Mary,
"Yes, Mr. Foxy."
"It's not fascinating." Turns out Silver Fox is just as weird as the rest of the people at the table. Okay, fine. But me, personally, far too prude for this shit. I gotta go. Silver Fox says, "It sounds like you've got yourself a new beau. As something of a new beau myself," he adorably took Lucy's hand, "I'd love to hear what you ladies say before he arrives." No, trust me, if they tell you everything, you're gonna want some fisticuffs in the parking lot. "I'll take you out back and cauliflower your ear, bully!" Mary says,
"Well, my ex is a vile turd. He couldn't keep his prick in his pants, and my new boo is actually Valley and Georgie's ex-boo because he swings both ways."
She swung her lumpy legs and her chunky heels into the empty seat next to her.
"But he's a literal prince. I let him use my face as a throne and he humps my lumps while I polish his salty bum-bum with my tongue."
"Ma'am, what are we doing?" And she just started eating my fucking ass, bro, just going to town on that shit.
Oh my God. I'm out, dude. I'm so done. Is Silver Fox just trying to be polite? Is he looking for tips on dating younger women? Gets out his little notepad. "Well, they all seem to have a fascination with the butthole." Yeah, they do. Thanks a lot, porn industry.
Then he gets his regal rocks off and he licks his own pearly elixir off my heaving bosom.
This is fucking despicable. She gasped like an adult film star and slid her hands down her body, throwing her head back in unbridled ecstasy at the very thought of whatever the fuck that was she just described. You're free to do whatever you want in the privacy of your own home, but you don't drag it out here, especially in the cold light of day. What the fuck? That is despicable. Lucy was slumped in her seat, with her face buried into her free hands. George Strait was laughing out loud and making no effort to conceal it, presumably because Megan had started laughing uncontrollably while Mary was singing the praises of Scumbanger's bedroom prowess. It is really tough not to laugh the first time you hear Mary's unnecessarily explicit praises of her new man's, skills. I mean, recycling your own pearly paste, not really a skill set. If Chris Chan can do it, anybody could do it. But anywho, George Gay and I were laughing because we both knew that Mary was lying. To put it delicately, Scumbanger was a lazy lay, who was really only impressive to first-timers like Tink, or delusional, pathological liars like Mary. I found myself wondering what Whiskers was really like in bed. Oh, wait, what? Why the hell had that thought popped into my head? Gross. I suppose it's natural to be curious, but not to worry. Soon enough, you shall unveil these horrors for yourself. Silver, I see the theater scene hasn't changed much. And it's boo instead of bow now? Yeah, write that down in your little notebook. The snail trail was bussin' for real, for real. Lucy, bow is classier. Silver, then I'll stick with bow. Mary,
don't you want to hear more about Royal's majestic cut?
Every single person at the table snapped in unison. No! Mary,
fine! I'll just sext my Princey Pooh, since you'd all rather pay attention to Lucy's old dude. Lucy, if you're into Mr. Foxy, why didn't you ever hump Mo?
Oh, yes, they're the same age. They're basically the same person, aren't they? And Lucy sighed audibly and almost growled at Mary as she replied, because Mo is nasty. It has nothing to do with age. I invited everyone here so they could meet Silver, not talk about fucking Beetlejuice. And Silver was just telling a truly enjoyable story, so let's let him continue. She put her elbows on the table and batted her eyes at him. Silver, thank you, dear. Shall I continue? And indeed, we all indicated the affirmative. Silver said, well, I practiced talking to her voicemail about 10 times. I had the speech down pat, but she actually picked up when I called, and I had no idea what to say. Just pretend to be senile. It's probably not that far from the truth. Hello? Do you have tapioca and applesauce? I don't live here. Who are you? Stop calling my house! It was endearing to hear an older man openly admitting to his dating insecurities. I'd even say that it was refreshing to hear any human, male or female, young or old, admit to being nervous about reaching out to someone that they're crushing on. Everyone except Mary was smiling and laughing. Mary was rudely ignoring the guest of honor and staring intently at her phone screen, willing Scumbanger to send her a message back, although this was unlikely to happen. At a certain point, like, why are you even here? Okay, you're never alone with a phone, great. But if you're not going to interact with anybody, stop fouling up the atmosphere. The server came by to refill our mimosas and coffees and to see if anyone needed anything, and you'll never guess what happened. Mary said,
I do! I need my own bottomless mimosa, and I'll have eggs Benedict and a Denver omelet and an English muffin with butter and jam, spinach salad with fried chicken strips and hot bacon dressing, and a Cosmopolitan, and put it all on my Lucy Goosey's tab.
Lucy says, no, absolutely not. I'm on Silver's tab, and he is not paying for your feast. No, let her do it. All the eggs and fried stuff, eventually her heart will stop up. Guarantee you married Mary ain't making it to 40. Mary says,
But you owe me! You made that horrible video that hurt my feelings! Buy me brunch and we'll call it even!
Lucy said, okay, that's kinda fair. I am sorry that the video hurt your feelings, so I'll buy you 1 mimosa and 1 entree. Then Silver butts in, he's like, that's right, I'm on the Social Security. I'm not Daddy Warbucks over here. Besides, it doesn't look like you need all that food. Your diet starts today, fatty. It is generous of Lucy to offer some food and drink as reparation. But of course, Mary's gonna figure out a way to try and circumvent that diet. She says,
Okay, put my mimosa and egg benedict on their tab, and Boy Georgia can buy me my omelet, and Valley Boo can buy me an English muffin since she's my muff sister now, and Engorged George can buy me a salad with hot bacon.
She lecherously winked at George Strait, who looked away and drained his mimosa in response. Oh, dear God.
My Princey Pooh can buy me my Cosmo whenever he gets here.
You really have to take from everybody at the table. What do you actually give? What do you offer as a human being? She's just gonna point to her boobs, but at a certain point that isn't good enough. You'd be surprised how little of a contribution that actually is. The server just, looked away uncomfortably. God, why did I come back to this table? Silver says, you know what? Just put the whole order on my tab. I don't want to start any drama, as the kids say. Oh God, stop it, stop it. You're trying to keep up with the slang and you're still 2 decades behind. Just please, for the love of God. We all started objecting to Silver's generosity, and each of us agreed to buy Mary 1 item. I've been a server before, so yeah, this must have been hella awkward and confusing. And since the rest of us had been there a bit longer than Mary had, a runner arrived with our food just as the server finished taking Mary's mammoth order. Without asking, Mary reached across the table and grabbed some fruit off of Lucy's plate, and Lucy gave her the stare of death. Stab her in the hand with the fork. Get her twice if you can. She ain't gonna do that again, I guarantee it. Silver says, whoa, hang on there, Mary. He laughed nervously, appearing unsure as to whether or not this was a joke. Let's not take without asking, Mary.
You're not my daddy!
She threw the handful of fruit at Silver and stormed off into the ladies' room in tears. What a devolution, man. How did it become a handful of fruit all of a sudden? She just scooped it off Lucy's plate, yeeted it into her date's face. You can write that one down, Silver. Yeeted. It means to throw something quickly. The past tense is yoked. It's usually a verb. Are you getting all this? So now what's supposed to happen after this big climax? Somebody goes and chases after Mary? I just don't think it's going to happen. I feel like, good, she's gone. Somebody texts her boyfriend and also ask him not to come. Now everything's solved. Now we can have a nice time. Silver brushes the fruit off of his sleeve. Well, it's certainly been a long time since I've been in a food fight. Who's actually been in a food fight? Come on, old man. Only in America, I'll tell you that much. Lucy mutters, I'm gonna freaking kill her. A woman who appeared to be the manager rushed over to the table. Manager, sir, is everything okay? Silver, oh yes, quite all right. Just reliving the school cafeteria. Manager to Lucy, ma'am, we'll bring you another cup of fruit in just a minute. Lucy, thank you. I don't blame the service, though. That woman is just insane. Manager, would you like us to have her escorted out? Lucy thought for a moment. No, thank you. If she makes another scene, though, feel free to tase her. What is this one more? What are you doing, Lucy?
Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind?
We could have ended all of this right now, and you chose not to. It's time for Mary to learn what consequences are. Manager says, Taser, I don't think we have the authority, Lucy says. I'm just kidding. Feel free to escort her out if she's unruly again. We enjoyed about 10 or 15 minutes of pleasant conversation, but then Mary's many plates of food arrived, and we debated going to retrieve her from the ladies. And you know, a good person would do that. But a person like myself might just say, hey, everybody eat what you paid for. It becomes a zero-sum game. I made a YouTube video about you. You threw some fruit at my date. We've both been offended. There's nothing to apologize for. I don't know if you could logic her around that way, but that's what I might try. But it seems like this friend group is a good friend group. So instead of divvying up the food and eating it, they decide to retrieve her indeed. And Lucy says, do we think that she's calmed down enough? Is she still in the bathroom, or has she left to meet up with her imaginary boyfriend? Rock, paper, scissors for who goes to the bathroom to check on her. That's not how you do it. 1, 2, 3, not it. OP says, I knew this had to be me. Mary was sure to lash out at Megan if she tried to fetch her, since Megan had stolen her engorged George. And this was Lucy's event, and I wanted her to be able to enjoy the company of her new beau as much as she could, now that Mary had crashed the party. So I ventured to the ladies' room and called out to Mary. Mary?
Valley Boo! I'm in the handicap stall!
Low-hanging fruit. This is a low-hanging fruit.
Can you come in?
No. Mary, the door's locked. I can just talk to you from out here. Mary.
You just crawl under the door. Pretend you're a cat. I need you.
This is so fucking funny. Don't do it. Please, OP. Don't do it. You know she's going to. For some reason, everybody here bends to Mary's will. I understand she's a large personality, but yes, challenge her often. Bully her often. Send the message you will not be treated like this. Or end the friendship cold. OP's just nice. So nice. Then again, I guess maybe ladies' room generally not as dirty as men's room. I mean, it's a public bathroom. It's disgusting. But, you know, there's not as much pee on the floor, is what I'm saying. OP says, fine. I bent down and checked for feet in the adjoining stall, not wanting to creep out some random stranger. The stall was unoccupied, so I slid under the door, only to find Mary doubled over on the toilet, butt floss around her ankles, crying hysterically. What is this? There are certain scenes that just feel like, you know, an out-of-body experience. This is one of those. OP says, oh, no, are you sick, Mary?
He hasn't texted me back. Wow.
And then I heard a river of something dump into the toilet. God, dude. This is horrible. Mary wiping her eyes with the toilet roll.
I took a laxative so Royal could go up my bee-hole later. I assume he prefers the back door. We're Eskimo sisters now. You could tell me.
Just let me out. Just scream, this place is a fucking prison, and kick the door open. Like, don't explain any further, you know? It'll get you out of the situation. It's fine. OP says I placed a finger under my nose, and it did little to help. I really wish George Gay had been there to confirm what I was about to tell her. Scumbanger is a bottom with boys, and he seems to like the front door just fine with girls. The whole thing was just standard issue vanilla. I promise you. That's right, slightly promiscuous, but as vanilla as could be. Mary says,
my boy Georgie was boofing Princey Poo up the hunky boo while he was nailing you, right?
I don't know what any of that means. I exhaled sharply through my nose. No, George wasn't in the room. Have you seriously sat around trying to imagine that shit? Mary giggled.
I might have. So I'm gonna give His Royal Highness the best of both worlds. He can have a wild, raunchy threes-up with just little old me.
And then another blast of diarrhea spilled out.
Is everything all right in there?
It's fine. OP says, Mary, are you sure this is a real thing with him? Mary started crying again, pooing a little with each hysterical sob.
I've been sexting him since the Christmas show, and yes, I'm sure.
OP, okay, then he's apparently changed his ways since last summer. Listen, your food's on the table, so, I don't know, feel free to come back as soon as you're feeling better. I turned to leave, and Mary said,
Wait! Whiskers told me that his best friend's by. You know Whiskey Whiskers a little, right? Could you text him and ask if his friend would like to have a intimate time with us?
That's right, everybody's in the mix. We're making a big pot of fuck soup. OP says, I really don't feel like I know Whiskers well enough to ask him that, but I know him well enough to do pretty much guarantee that he'd feel super weird asking his buddy to bone his former lover and some smarmy rando. Mary,
Royal is not a
rando! OP, not to you, not to me, unfortunately, but he is a rando to some friend of your ex's that nobody's ever met. Being a rando is, well, it's relative, Mary.
Please, Valley!
Sploosh.
I deserve to get some princey poo prick. I deserve more princey poo prick.
The very idea of deserving another person's privates, never mind. I mean, if you won't say it, OP, then I will. It's disgusting. It's disgusting! There's only one sin in my eyes, and that is to not negatively affect another person's autonomy as they travel through life. There you go. Happiness and and all that other shit, but that is the major one. Anyway, OP continues, there was no reasoning with her, and I was sick of standing around smelling her laxative-induced watery dumps. Please don't take me for like a prissy, heartless monster. If Mary had been genuinely sick, I would have said nothing about the Rhea, and I would have helped her. Within reason. Delivering Pepto. Maybe bringing a change of clothes if she pooed on herself. Calling a doctor and sitting with her if things were really severe. As it was, I would say that this was a flagrant violation of the social contract. Isn't there a clause in there somewhere forbidding people to insist that their friends stand in a stall and listen to them whinge as they sit on the loo with the self-induced trots? I'm pretty sure that's Title 18, subsection 1573C. I believe it is the second clause in there, although no legal precedent has been set for this very specific situation, so we're up in the air. As I sit, I wouldn't have gone in there in the first place. None of this would have occurred. So I told her a version of what she wanted to hear just to get myself out of that hell stall. Okay, Mary, I'll go talk to George and get his thoughts on helping you get Royal back in bed. She sniffled and nodded. I scurried out from under the stall door. No, you don't do that. You walk out, unlock it and open it. She is going to tell you not to, and you say, go screw. I washed my hands. I spritzed some perfume on myself because I didn't want to carry that stench with me. And I ignored Mary's screeching insistent that
I owed her my travel spray because I had the privilege of taking a ride on the Royal Express before she did.
Really just any perceived slight for you, huh? It seems to me that the world functions a lot in that way these days. OP returns to the table and chugs a glass of water to wash down the vom that had appeared in her mouth, after Mary lewdly reminded her of one of the most regrettably idiotic things she had ever done. Yeah, you go through life, you learn lessons. It is what it is. Lucy says, is she coming out? OP says, she's not feeling well and she's not faking it. I promise. The remainder of brunch was pleasantly free of outlandish impropriety, since Mary never came out of the ladies' room, and Scumbanger, shockingly, never showed up. Hey, look, some problems do solve themselves. And as things wound down, I went back to check on the scorned woman. Yeah, she might be dehydrated and dead in there. She's only been drinking Mountain Dew for the past 30 years. She's probably having kidney failure. She could drop at any moment. And OP says, yeah, she was still sobbing over being stood up by Princey Poo, but she said her tummy troubles had passed. I slid the many orders that the server had packed up under the stall door, adamantly refused to crawl into the stall again, and took my leave. Hey, look, that sliver of spine is growing day by day. Proud of you. Dealing with Mary was fucking draining, and I sometimes felt like a terrible person for lacking the stamina to tolerate her clinginess for extended periods of time. Don't let her guilt you into that. This is already superhuman levels of patience. Do you not understand? Especially if you made it into the video this far. Can I sneak another little Patreon plug in there? If you'd sign up, it would be so great. We're taking some bold ventures on YouTube. We might not be on here forever. YouTube membership's always appreciated too, but Patreon is where I'll be after I'm dead. Or something like that. OP continues, there was no doubt in my mind that Mary needed professional help. Yeah, I think we could all agree. I couldn't offer it to her personally because of ethical boundaries and the fact that I was a half-baked therapist at that point, but I started planning to find a gentle way to refer her to one of my contacts in the mental health field. Spoiler alert, she wasn't very receptive.
I'm a mess and I like it! Leave me alone!
Okay, I'm glad to leave you alone then. Her odd behavior was everyone else's fault, you see? Whenever someone had the balls to stand up to her and refuse the myriad unreasonable demands that she barked, that person was cruel and selfish. Yeah, much like the thing you've demanded of me. Live in the way that you want to live and don't let Mary or anybody else tell you that you shouldn't do it that way. As long as you're not affecting another person negatively. OP says, personally, I thought of it as, self-preservation and self-respect. But then again, my perspective was from the twisted, selfish mind of a mean girl who expected her adult friends to go poo-poo by themselves. That's a big ask. Also, give me a perfume. You got a few dollars I could borrow? Just suck up everything possible. She's awful. In a lot of ways, she's worse than Funky P. She falls more into the Moby Vic archetype, I guess, but without being outwardly violent like Moby Vic, she manipulates every situation to the point where, the people that will stand up to her don't want to be around her. The people that do bend to her will, begrudgingly or not, end up still hanging around her forever and enabling this, and it just becomes a giant feedback loop. So no wonder she likes it how it is, because this is the way that benefits her. At least for now. Eventually a brick wall will come and she'll be forced to learn a lesson. But even then, I'm doubtful that she's all that capable of cognitive thought. This seems to be just like, directed stimuli. This is her response to negative stimuli. This is her response to positive stimuli. It's like the whole way that we go through life. Anyway, I'm making all kind of hypotheses here. Trace about the science for reals. Survey says, let your friends go poo-poo by themselves, okay? OP says, so that's it for Married Mary for now. It's not fun anymore, and since I don't know if I'll be revisiting, let me spoil some stuff. Oh, here we go. Mary does eventually get professional help, and is now a beautiful, functional member of society. Mo never learned, Funky never changed. I finally got over Dennis, and if you were enjoying this story, I see you, and I've got you. DM me on Discord, and I'll send you to my personal website. The story needs reworking, and I need a break. Take all the time you need, OP. Lord knows I do. But it's always good to have Married Mary. She's getting more enraging by the story. But surely a breaking point will come, and soon. But we got quite a ways to go, because part number 8 is broken up into 3 parts. I'm looking forward to that little mini arc. The Golden Weasel. Dennis. Married Mary, part 8A. Oh, we're getting into subsections of parts now. Little side tangents and stuff. That's good. It's really good. Looking forward to it. I've deleted the chapter where I meet Whiskers for a drink and have an unremarkable conversation with him for a few reasons. A, the conversation's boring. B, dude's wearing his mask, so we can't even laugh at him for being beardy. And C, I've gone back over the entire Mary saga and I'm disappointed in my writing. I'm not in my feelings right now at all, but PSA, everyone has feelings. It's okay to get mired in them from time to time, as long as you can take a step back and look at things objectively once you've processed. So I'm determined to make this story make sense. And in order to do so, I think I have to dive into the Dennis debacle. I'm not so good at the feelings part, but I am glad that you're rewriting story number 8. It's just more for us to sink our teeth into, isn't it? The Married Mary saga is over halfway narrated as of the time of writing this, so please allow me to attempt whatever damage control I can cram in before the story wraps up. Starting with my biggest blunder, I only mentioned my major love interest, Dennis, a handful of times, but my crush on him loomed quite large, as crushes tend to do. That's probably why they call it a crush. It was gargantuan, ginormous, mammoth, and monstrous enough to blind me to any other man's nasty-ass attempts to hit on me after he just finger-blasted a Legbeard on stage, perhaps unwillingly. I mean, I don't think that's a thing that happens unwillingly. He was willing enough to leave it in there to pickle. It's too late to rewrite the earlier chapters and tell the story from a somewhat deranged, lovesick perspective, at least for the purpose of ReddX videos. However, I am turning the story into a novel, so I've already started having a blast channeling my ridiculously lovesick and melodramatic 20-something self. I probably could channel something like that, but nah, 20-year-old me, that's best left in the past, let me tell you. I'm not sure if it's the type of cringe that you guys subscribed for, but I feel confident that there's an audience for it somewhere. And it might play to this audience, or at least a subset of this audience. We'll have to find that out together. Yeah, willing to roll the dice, whatever. We've been rolling the dice a lot lately. Just be young, have fun, you know?
Oh yeah, why not? Just do it. Be young, have fun, stay cool.
And so that brings us into The Golden Weasel. Please allow me to properly introduce you to a guy I should have been openly obsessing over from the very beginning of this story. Demonstrate value, engage physically, nurture dependence, neglect emotionally, inspire hope, and then separate entirely. Dennis. Dennis. The Golden God's indifference was harrowing. Yeah, quit playing games with my heart, you. I was so distraught. I was so in love. The exquisite agony of yearning for a man just out of my grasp. His presence alone could poison my poise. I never thought my eyes could rain a river that would smear, but after I fell in love with Dennis, I understood what middling poets meant by drowning in your tears. Wistful sigh. Yeah, this is going to be a new brand of cringe. Like I said, I'm game. We'll roll along with it. The disgusting stuff was so amazing, I'm sure this is going to be amazing in a different way. So Dennis was a massive dweeb, who looked a lot like Moss from the IT crowd, only much, much shorter. I'm 5'3", and the dude only seemed taller than me because his wild hair added an inch or two to his stature. He was a nerdy, chic, short king, if you will. He wasn't conventionally hot, but I personally found him unbearably attractive. Dennis was at the top of his class, in the cohort above me. He was polite to everyone, he laughed easily, and he had a theatrical background to boot. I mean, you're into what you're into. I'm not going to judge you for that, as long as the personality connects. As long as you guys are both seeking the same thing, which apparently you aren't, but we'll get there. So Dennis had played Seymour in a fall production of The Little Shop of Horrors during his second year as a psychological research grad student, and I had seen the show. I quickly recognized him as Seymour on the first day of abnormal psych in the spring semester, and we instantly bonded over theatrical nerdery, and Dennis talked my ear off about himself long after class had ended. Yeah, red flag number 1. Gotta put that ego in check, although, again, young. But even from a young age, I don't really like talking about myself too much. A little bit, here and there, as needed. But really, that is the easiest way to win on a first date. You just ask questions and let them talk. Apparently, Dennis's dream role was Shay in Evita. He wanted to teach at SUNY after he graduated since his best friend from high school lived in Buffalo, New York. He made extra cash bartending, although Dennis himself did not drink. He wasn't a recovering alcoholic or anything, he just didn't like losing control. I respected that. He also loved Weezer. Hey, so did I! Yeah, me too, actually. The Blue album's the only album that ever made me cry. It just tapped into something deep inside myself. Dennis asked me if I had any sort of job, and I began to tell him about my party princess gigs. He glazed over and grabbed my necklace. Dennis,
Oh, cool, nice. Is that a Fermata?
I nodded. Uh-huh. Why had it made my toes tingly when his fingertips grazed my sternum? Dennis,
Cool. That means hold me, right?
I nodded again. He took my hand and dramatically bent to kiss it. I could smell his hair. It smelled like mandarins and mountain air. Come on, doesn't he at least have head lice? Some dandruff, maybe? No, we can't say that. That's the dude OP is swooning for. He's a prince among men at this point. Until he's not anymore. OP says I desperately wanted to touch his hair, but he rose and sauntered away before I had a chance to react to his gesture. I remember thinking that he carried himself so very gracefully. I mean, that's easier at 5'3" than it is at 6'2", you know what I'm saying? Class got canceled the next week because the professor had some sort of family emergency, so I had a full 2 weeks to ruminate over my initial interaction with Dennis. We hadn't exchanged contact info since we assumed that we'd see each other the following week, but by the time 2 full weeks had passed, I had created an entire man only inside of my mind. He looked like Dennis. He sounded like Dennis. He smelled like mandarins and mountain air. He was a theater dude who liked to listen to Weezer and was planning to teach at SUNY Buffalo. Those things were accurate and therefore harmless. And now for the crap that I made up. Dennis was also into video games, and his favorite was Mass Effect. I wasn't very good at that one, so he'd walk me through Mass Effect, and I'd let him feel like the sexy teacher. He'd sit behind me and wrap his arms around me, and we'd share the controller until I got the hang of it, and in return, I would show him the best loot locations and mini-bosses on Pandora. Is this like just a daydreaming section? Are we creating events that never happened in our own mind? I mean, I love to do that. But yeah, we can't drag it into reality. Then it becomes crazy. He was incredibly smart in a way that complemented my brand of intelligence. We were both book smart, but Dennis was better at discerning a person's true intentions. This made him slightly less likable, but his skepticism balanced out my Pollyanna outlook, and my Pollyanna outlook softened his skepticism in a way that made him seem easier to talk to. And we looked adorable together. Again, this was all fantasy, but it had spiraled out of control over those 2 weeks. And by the time I saw Dennis again, I was fully infatuated with the version of him that I had created, and thus I was nervous as hell to even say hello. Can't even feel bad. Yeah, you did this to yourself. Put him on a pedestal. Never put anybody on a pedestal. Not yourself, not anybody. I'm serious. But eventually OP did nut up and greeted Dennis, and he returned the gesture. He prattled on about himself some more after class, and I listened with dilated pupils and body language that mimicked his. He told me about a disastrous tech rehearsal for a little shop where Audrey 2 had busted and a stagehand had to become a puppeteer. I laughed too hard, even though the story was only mildly amusing, and I worried that my eyeliner was too heavy. Stop it, Val. Dennis is speaking. Shh. You're just gonna make me sad with this. When men do it to women, when women do it to men, no pedestals. I'm serious. Okay, sure. He was talking about himself a lot. Why wasn't I annoyed by this? Well, in my personal experience, if a guy wanted to tell me all about himself, that meant that he was into me. Why wasn't he asking me about myself if he was into me? Well, that's because he wanted to get me into all the things that he liked. My interests didn't really matter, since his ultimate aim was to customize them. I honestly thought that was the way male-female romantic relationships were quote-unquote supposed to work at that point in my life, because I had only dated guys who acted like this. Yeah, that's why dudes are so terrified of any chick with a history. It's like, she likes things that I didn't teach her to do. It's like, good. That's healthy. Maybe she could teach you a thing, or, well, you feel emasculated by that. It's just insanity. But how did he know that he was into me if he wasn't asking me so many questions? Well, I suppose I made his wiener feel weird for whatever reason, so eventually I would grow to righteously resent this approach to dating, but I wasn't quite there yet. Yeah, learn and grow. That's how it be. He went on and on about having been a camp counselor in high school. Camp Mohawk. Still remember that name because I thought it sounded edgy and punk. It does. I had a mohawk in high school. I would have loved to go to Camp Mohawk. Then he told me that it was just a rather culturally insensitive name that they had come up with back in the 1950s and had never bothered to change. I think culturally insensitive is a stretch there, but okay. He would lead the campers on hikes through the mountains, and he apparently told the best ghost stories thanks to his theatrical background. I told him I'd love to hear one of his ghost stories, and he promised that he'd have one for me the following week. I tried to talk about video games, and Dennis steered the conversation back to his beloved camp. It was in a beautiful part of upstate New York, and he intended to build a country house and spend his summers there once he had tenure. Yeah, he did make it sound lovely. I wondered if I would be able to genuinely enjoy a country house near the Catskills, or if I'd have to play pretend in order to make myself the perfect partner for the Golden God. A little pretending and some minor discomfort would totally be worth it if I were able to have Dennis in my life well into our later years, right? Nah. Actually, you'll probably come to resent those differences in time. There's got to be a little give and take, you know what I'm saying? Can't throw away everything that you want because Dennis says. But again, we're learning and growing. In a way, I just want to yell at my younger self for getting all mushy over this bozo and romanticizing a place I'd never even thought about just because he loved it. But then I considered that if the interpersonal connection had been legit, letting him choose the location of our summer house wouldn't have been the worst thing in the world. If we had genuinely clicked on a meaningful level, I would have loved upstate New York simply because it had a special place in his heart. Alas, Dennis didn't give a fuck about me, so all this hypothetical willingness to compromise for the sake of our imaginary relationship was totally cringe. Yeah, what can I say? The brain chemicals make you do crazy things sometimes. They make you think some shit. That's like their whole job. Okay, I'm starting to hit my limit with the mushy crap, although I will have to circle back to it at some point. Hopefully you get the idea. Dennis wasn't a menace yet. He wasn't a neckbeard. He wasn't socially inappropriate. He smelled good. He had great stories. He was charismatic. I already had a crush on him, so he barely had to do anything to make me swoon, but he was fucking full of himself. You don't say. But let's pop over to the Spring Stage, my personal favorite local theater, and meet one of my best friends in the world, my voice teacher, even to this very day, and we'll call him Darius. At my voice lesson the next week, I was all shifty and giggly as I warmed up. And Darius said, "What's with you this week?" "Wait, don't tell me. It's a boy." OP giggling. "Yeah, you know me too well. I have the biggest crush on this guy from grad school, and he's in the theater community, so you might know him." Darius, "Do tell." OP, "Dennis Gold. He played Seymour." Darius, "Oh my god, Val, that guy's a little weasel. My wife ran tech for a show he did at the Penny, and she said he was a total prima donna. I've met him a few times, and yeah, he's nothing but a braggadocious butthead." I feigned indignation. "No, he's not. He's such a sweetheart, and he's so funny." Darius, "Funny how?" I started to stammer something, but I wasn't sure that I had an actual answer. "Yeah, it's the same 4 relatable stories he's probably told to everybody in his life, and if you marry him, you will hear them again." "Oh, will you hear them again?" Darius says, "He's only funny if he's got a script. Anything that seems amusing is probably from some pickup artist website or some obscure play that he studied at that pretentious theater camp that he went to." OP, "The one in the Catskills? He said it was outdoorsy and rugged." Darius laughed out loud. "That prissy little pansy man wouldn't last 10 minutes in the rugged outdoors. I lived in New York a few years ago. That camp is where a bunch of rich theater kids stay in a renovated mansion down the street from a swanky dinner theater. They practice their show for 6 weeks and then perform it for all their snooty rich parents. It's nowhere near the Catskills. It's in Manhattan." Is this like a time before Google where we couldn't fact check? I guess you wouldn't have a reason to fact check it. But yeah, there you go. The trust has been torpedoed. Something between my chest and my belly button suddenly felt tight. I stared blankly at the sheet music in front of me. Truth be told, a cushy mansion and a performance at a swanky dinner theater seemed a lot more to my liking than rugged mountaineering. But why had Dennis lied? Oh, he must have wanted to seem more masculine, and that meant that he must have liked me. So, thusly, I no longer cared about the lie. There's some gold medal mental gymnastics going on right now. You should call him out on it, for real. That's the only way that this thing can succeed for an extended period of time. For your own sake, do it. And while I 100% believe Darius about the prima donna attitude and the incessant bragging, because I could kind of see that already, those traits didn't bother me. A lot of time would pass before I would fully understand the difficulties associated with getting somewhat romantically involved with a male prima donna who had the emotional sensitivity of a fucking turd. Well, yeah, but again, we live and learn. Feeling empowered and having convinced myself that Dennis definitely liked me, I paid to have my hair done, wore a low-cut top and a push-up bra to class, and made sure to top off my look with the fermata necklace. Did my ridiculous seduction preparation work? Actually, yeah, kinda. That was the day when Dennis finally suggested that we exchange contact info. See? It's really easy to understand what dudes are interested in. OP says I was overjoyed! Lucy knew about my crush, but she didn't actually know Dennis, so I called her and gushed about the exchanging of phone numbers and Facebooks. Oh my god, it's getting really real, Lucy! Lucy was very, very relationship-minded. That's one of the reasons her hatred of Mary's fat, cheating ass ran so deep. Personally, I'd had exactly zero interest in having a serious relationship after I finally broke up with the fart-knocking Jar Jar Binks. He wasn't a bad dude, not by any means. We were incompatible as hell in the bedroom, though, and I acted like a total bitch to him, accusing him of being positively wretched in the sack. I used to tell him, mocking his obnoxious Jar Jar Binks voice, "Every time you so horny, me dries up." Jar Jar, "No, me so want to pussy, please." What are we talking about right now? Does he actually do a Jar Jar? Is it better than mine? Tell me it's not better than mine! In truth, the boom boom wasn't working because I was too inexperienced to identify, much less articulate, what was making me uncomfortable. I mean, I'd tell my girlfriends, imagine getting bumpily humped by some dude who just ripped a ripe one and is dropping P-bombs in a Jar Jar Binks voice. Then he pulls a dramatic O face after just a few pumps.
Megan! You now have herpes.
But all that was absurdity and really only a small fraction of the problem. It sounded funny when I only told the worst of the worst experiences, and so that became my go-to narrative on girls' nights, but he didn't actually act like a goofball in the bedroom every single time, and he wasn't actually a preemie. I only added that part when I was mad at him. Like I said, I was a bitch. What percentage of the time does he do the Jar Jar Binks voice? What percentage of the time is he actually premature? He does seem like a really weird dude, like... I guess the theater thing is enough to hold it all together. But I will say, he makes me uncomfortable. He seems like a little bit of a weirdo. Opie says the truth was that I hated his brand of dirty talk. His body language, his O face, the sounds he made in his sleep, his obsession with the Phantom Menace, and his unwillingness to let me pick a movie. But I had a lot of fun going to shows with him, and I enjoyed his stand-up. Tons of fart jokes. And he had a really cool dog. Okay, back to the bitchin' though. Now, can we talk about the stand-up? I probably would have enjoyed that too. You can't build your entire act on poop jokes, but they could definitely make up a bulk of the foundation. Jar Jar seemed to have been extremely inspired by the nography we'd insisted we watch together. I wasn't impressed. And he would always get aggressive and pull stupid faces like the male actors did. Yet he would make the sounds that the female actors made. It was super weird. And he lacked the emotional maturity to imagine that his way of doing things might not be every woman's personal preference, despite there being a possibly creepy age gap between us, 9 years. Not so bad when both parties are adulty adults, but it might be creepy when the female's 20 and the man's pushing 30. It probably depends on the personalities involved. I mean, honestly, that's big enough to prick my ears up. Is 20 really like an adulty adult? I don't think your prefrontal cortex is even fully solidified yet. Or maybe it is for women. It's not for men. Something like that. Whatever. You can look it up. There's your science for the day. The whole thing might sound a bit beardy, and yeah, maybe it was. I still wouldn't classify Jar Jar as a neckbeard. He could be a know-it-all, but he wasn't overly entitled, and if anything, he had a deflated sense of self. He wasn't smelly or gross, aside from the frequent flatulence, which he probably did because I found it hilarious at first. But you see, I'm a fart joke connoisseur, while Jar Jar liked to pretend that he was a fart sommelier. He would rip one into the couch cushion, get up, and start describing the peaty, earthy tones and the gentle sulfur finish. It was pretty funny, though. And Opie says, yeah, that was funny as hell to me the first time he did it, but it got old. And it eventually became gross and annoying, especially when he ostentatiously broke wind when it was indisputably socially inappropriate to do so. I really wish I had a video of my dad, a typically mild-mannered man, losing his cool when Jar Jar reenacted a scene from Thunderpants at my parents' anniversary dinner. I kind of want to know what's meant by, like, losing his cool. Did he scream at him? I really hope he scrumped at him. Anyway, back to Lucy's approval. Lucy wanted to get married and have babies, and she couldn't imagine how any woman could have different desires. I'd espoused a pretty pessimistic attitude toward romance, and that worried Lucy because she wanted her version of quote-unquote the best for me, which was both sweet and slightly annoying. Both of us had been boy crazy in middle school and high school, but once we got to college, Lucy's boy craziness went off the charts, while mine simmered down. Now that I had a raging crush on a guy, Lucy was thrilled for me. She had her own raging crush on a recently divorced dude she'd met in a production of Noises Off, but she suspected that he was gay, and yeah, he was. Is that the reason for the divorce? And yeah, Lucy does seem cool, but not particularly here. We're two separate people. I know you want our kids to grow up together, and maybe they will or maybe they won't. Maybe mine won't exist. We'll have to see how it goes. OP says, did I suspect the same of Dennis? That he was gay? OP says, of course. After what my voice teacher told me about the prima donna attitude and the pretentious theater camp, yeah, my gaydar was definitely activated, so Lucy and I would spend hours every night that week musing over whether or not our respective crushes liked to chug dong. We met up with George Gay, presented our cases, allowed him to stalk our crushes on social media, and asked him for his expert opinion. Of course, George asserted that they were both flaming gaylords. Obvi. I mean, theater actor doesn't automatically mean gay. Musical theater actor, that's a little gayer. Not in a bad way, just as an observation. But the very next week, Dennis offered to walk me to my car after class and properly kissed me in the parking lot, and it was a really good kiss. The baby bear's porridge of kiss. Not too short, not too long, not too aggressive, not too timid. Just right. How was the moisture content? Because it's easy to get that wrong. My heart soared. I nearly had a wreck on the way home because I was too busy singing along with Liza Minnelli to drive properly. Oh, the odds are in my favor. Something's bound to begin. I don't know Liza Minnelli. I'm sorry. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, but also please don't die. Well, it would be a while before anything of note began. Dennis casually mentioned that he was a born-again Christian. The Christian part was cool, but just how born-again are we talking? Dennis, don't you worry. I'm not a virgin or anything. Wink. OP, yeah, you didn't strike me as that, but I couldn't read that wink. Dennis leaned closer and whispered, I think I want you. OP, I think that statement would be hotter if you were sure. Dennis, I sometimes struggle with intimacy, babe. I have to call my best friend in New York and get him to pray about it. I'll have an answer for you by this weekend. Dude, what the hell's that even mean? Your best friend tells you who you want to boink? Does he ask for pictures of the girl or just like Jesus knows? It's fine. I flip a coin, I tell him what Jesus said. OP says, but I never asked for that. I like you, but that doesn't mean I'm focused on the intimacy. Let's maybe just enjoy getting to know each other. And then he put his arm around me and launched into Barone's monologue from Love's Labor's Lost. When I got home, I Googled that monologue and pored over every word for hours, trying to decide whether Dennis had been trying to tell me something without saying it outright, or if he was just randomly monologuing, as he was wont to do. Dread Prince of Plackets, King of Codpieces, a whitely wonton with a velvet brow with two pitch-black balls stuck to her face for eyes. I've never really studied Shakespeare in depth, since I've always been a musical theater nerd, so I felt confused, and a little bit dumb. Don't let him make you feel... He's doing it on purpose to be pretentious. If you looked any deeper than surface level, you'd quickly realize that, yeah, he is randomly monologuing. Here's a thing that felt smart to say, but didn't actually fit the situation. Wow, impressive. And then I got a message from Dennis that made me feel all tingly on one hand, but it was strange on the other hand. It wasn't a selfie, certainly wasn't a sausage selfie. It looked like he'd hired a professional photographer to snap golden hour pics on the mountainside. The golden hour god was shirtless, with his jeans partially undone, showing off black, shiny underwear. His upper body looked amazing. Not beefy, but nicely toned, my preference, and he seemed to be going for a smoldering face, but he actually looked kind of aggressive. I call it blue steel. He really is just a fuckboy, isn't he? I mean, he didn't come out with the sausage selfie right away, which, bravo. OP replies, very artsy, very handsome, much wow. Dennis, so, is that a yes? OP, what was the question? He sent me a wave file. Don't you want me, baby? Don't you want me? Oh. I sent her an 80s song. Bitches love 80s songs. OP, you look great, that's for sure. More factors contribute to that kind of wanting than good looks, though. My question is, do you want me, Dennis?
Well, if I say it outright, it's a sin.
OP, like I said, it doesn't need to be about intimacy. I genuinely like you as a person. I'm grateful to have you in my life. Isn't that more important? Dennis,
got it. Never mind.
OP, I'm trying to be supportive of your beliefs. I'm trying not to put pressure on you. Have I said something wrong? No response. You bruised his massive ego, which, to be fair, is so large and sensitive that just by merely breathing on it, it probably becomes bruised in some way. OP texts again and says, please finish this conversation with me. I'm not mad, and I really do think you look amazing in the picture. I didn't hear from him again that night. In fact, I'd heard nothing by the time the next abnormal psych class rolled around. My chest was in knots. My hands were like ice. I could feel my knees knocking like a nervous cartoon character's. And then he sauntered in. He and I usually sat together in the front row, playfully trying to outdo each other when it came to answering questions or offering examples. We really were a couple of Hermiones. The professor teased us about being overzealous, but he also liked us because he could tell that we took the class very seriously. I loved having someone to sit with who was as committed to his study as his... Wait, what the hell? Uh-oh, trouble in paradise. As I was once again admiring random things about him and wondering exactly what it meant that we'd been sitting together since the first day of class, Dennis altered his saunter and almost skipped to the back of the classroom, where he launched into a comedic monologue that I didn't recognize in front of a small group of girls. They giggled. My blood boiled. My face went hot. The tightness in my chest released and morphed into a swarm of bees, repeatedly stinging me from the inside. Well, don't let him miss out on the fun. Go scream some bees into his face.
Not the bees! Ah! Oh, my eyes! Eyes!
I made a dramatic show of slamming my books onto the table, and then I sat down very gingerly, crossed my ankles, and poised myself. Book open to the appropriate chapter. A signed article, printed, highlighted, covered in post-it notes, and ready for me to critique. Favorite pen resting in my left hand atop one of those frankly ridiculous Lisa Frank notebooks that I refuse to stop using, despite being a friggin' adult and going through 3 or 4 of them per class. This one had colorful dolphins on it. Yeah, that's the cool thing about being an adult. You can do whatever you want. If I want to wear a Dora the Explorer backpack tomorrow, I can. Can't tell me shit. I mean, people probably will try to, but you don't have to listen. I could hear the girls in the back politely clap, but I couldn't tell if they were mocking Dennis or getting smitten with him. Either way, I was irrationally mad at them. The golden goofball pulled up a seat in the front row, but not next to me for once. My hands were shaking now. I steeled myself and exhaled as Dr. Roman took his place at the podium and instructed us to take out the materials that were already neatly arranged in front of me. You know what this means, don't you? This means war! Up to that point, I had been pretending to Dennis that I found the class challenging, since it was a second-year class and I had decided to take it during my first year. In truth, I loved the class. I had learned to use the DSM-4 as an undergrad, and I was asking for Dennis's help to facilitate feelings of manliness in him, and to have an excuse to talk to him. It worked for Katie Heron, remember? Seems like Mean Girls might have been on to something. It's a really good movie.
I don't get this. Do you get any of this?
Nice job, Katie.
Kinda seems like you get it.
I didn't worry about getting caught because I wasn't playing dumb. I was just pretending to need a little too much guidance. Barf. Please don't downplay your own intelligence to make some prima donna's head get even bigger so that maybe he'll like you because, yeah, that's super cringe. I see that clearly now. Hell, I'll see it very clearly before the end of the story. I take your point, OP, but if I downplay my intelligence anymore, I become a vegetable. I have to stay this way. You don't understand. Dennis turned to me and said aloud, "Are you cool if I sit over here?" My grip tightened on my favorite pen, and I ground my ankle bones together, covertly took in a deep breath, and said in an icily sweet voice, "Why wouldn't I be?" I flashed him a fake smile, sat up even straighter, and focused on the PowerPoint presentation on the screen. That's right, war is not a game of guns and missiles anymore. You don't want to cut him with your words. It's all about politics. You gotta do a little 4D chess. And it seems to me like OP's played before. After I'd held my own in class, with no help from Dennis and his magnificent brain, he waited for me at the end of the front row as everyone was leaving. "Looks like you don't need my help with the DSM anymore." I caught his gaze, and he quickly looked down at the table. "That's right. You're finally shot of me, Dennis." "I don't want to shoot you. Babe, you have to understand." OP, I meant rid of me. The Brit comes out when I'm cross. Dennis grabbed my shoulders and belted, "Suddenly Seymour," which I guess is a song. I shrugged him off. "Save it. I got things to do after class." Dennis, "Wait, babe, I thought you liked my singing." Ha ha. The love bombing didn't work. Of course, his answer to that is just going to be to love bomb harder. At least until he disappears completely. Because again, you have to nurture the dependence before you neglect emotionally. Then you inspire hope, and then you separate entirely, right? We got a syllabus right up front. Here's the playbook. OP says, I spun around and said in a quieter voice, so as not to become a spectacle, "This has nothing to do with your singing. You got super weird with me last week, and you've been avoiding me ever since. Have an adult conversation with me, or fuck off." Dennis, "Babe, you know I don't curse." OP, "Yeah? Well, sometimes I do." Oops. So much for not making a spectacle. I tightened my grip on my stack of books and notebooks, made a clawed fist with my keys like I always do as I'm leaving a public space, and stalked out of the building. I kind of expected Dennis to run after me and finish our conversation in private, since he had not been following what I was trying to say to him, but when I reached my silver Prius, customized with geeky decals all over the back windshield, I turned around to find myself alone. My heart, having been pounding in self-righteous fury during the long walk to the parking lot, now sank dejectedly into my belly. I felt ill. Yeah, this little chase me. Will they, won't they? Oh my god. It's exhausting. I could see it at 20. He's doing it at 30 years old. How is that even possible? Then again, Big Ed and Boogie 2988 and a bunch of other people are 50 years old and still aren't even close to getting it figured out. So I don't know. Maybe 30's not as bad as I think. Anyway, later that night, Dennis rang. Not a text, an actual voice-on-voice phone call. I wanted to ignore it the way that he'd ignored my texts the previous week, but Dennis always made my spine feel funny. Not the way that nasty-ass neckbeards or creepy nice guys powder our spines, but you know when you're so into someone that a chill runs all the way down your spine and then a charge rushes right back up your spine whenever you encounter them? Is that just me? I never had it happen, sorry. Anyway, I was under the spell of the crush, and I had no desire to break it yet. OP, did you mean to call me, or was this a butt dial? Dennis laughed. No, I wanted to call.
Actually, I wanted to see you.
OP, why? I feel like I never say the right thing to you, and I just wind up getting on your nerves when I'm trying to give you compliments, Dennis.
I think I can communicate better in person.
OP, yeah, same. Are we the last of the humans who prefer face-to-face interaction, Dennis?
Maybe it's a theater person thing.
Probably it is. I can't count myself aboard the face-to-face interaction boat. I don't like it none too much. I wanted to point out that he had been complete dog shit at communicating in class earlier that day, but it felt like we were bonding again. Even if the matter was relatively trivial, my anger was going away, and I was starting to jones for a hug from the golden god. So I agreed to meet up at a coffee shop near his apartment. That's all it took, huh? He's pressuring you into something face-to-face because he wants to pressure you into something physical, which you can only do face-to-face. I wouldn't do it. I ain't having none of this. I hope you come out of this okay, OP. OP says he was super intense when I walked into the coffee shop. He stood up, adopted a purposeful, motivated, manly stride as he made his way to the entryway. Well, probably as manly as a stride as his little legs can do. And he wrapped me up in an uncomfortably tight embrace that nonetheless warmed my heart. I got a little high on the mandarins and mountain air. When he finally pulled away, he took my hand, laced his fingers through mine, led me to a booth, and insisted that we sit beside one another. OP, Dennis, I'm getting whiplash. I don't know if you loathe me or like me. Dennis,
I like you, just maybe I like you too much. That's why I get sensitive.
Yeah, he's a sensitive little guy. That's why I ignored you for a week. My emotions matter more than yours because I'm just so sensitive. It's like the most BS excuse in the world. He took off his glasses and pulled me in for a long, deliberate kiss. What was happening? He hadn't kissed me like that since the very first time that we'd kissed. When we finally unlocked our lips, he took my face in his hands and was able to hold eye contact with me for the first time in a long time. His voice shook as he said quietly,
I want you.
OP, okay, you mean... And Dennis nodded. I pulled back a little and took his hands. Listen, it doesn't have to be a big deal. I'm not even sure that I'm ready to completely take that plunge. Dennis,
I thought you thought I was attractive.
I do. I stroked his soft, stylishly unkempt hair, but he pulled away. I continued trying to talk sense to the lad. I mean it. I really do. You're gorgeous. I've just never had great experiences with that, and honestly, I'm kind of scared. Dennis,
I told you I'm not a virgin. I know how to do it.
You're sort of missing the whole point. OP says that's not what I'm scared of. I'm scared of pain. Dennis seemed to regain some of that over-the-top confidence that he typically radiated. He sat up straighter. A glint began to bedazzle his hazel eyes, and he smirked a little.
Wow, now you're sounding more like the virgin.
OP has the Chad answer, saying, yeah, I'm okay with that. Perfectly executed. If it's ever gonna happen, I'd prefer that you treated me like that instead of trying to recreate some scene from an adult video. That's what most guys do, and it totally takes me out of the game. Yeah, you could get her to do all the things she does in the adult videos. You just gotta warm her up a little bit first, you know? I'm not giving tips here. Dennis made an ick face.
I've never even seen anything of that nature. I wouldn't even know how to begin to create that kind of trash.
Uh-huh, sure, buddy. OP, well, that actually does make me feel calmer about going there, Dennis.
Right now?
I shrugged. It happens when it happens, Dennis.
Can it please be now? I'm not kidding, Val. There's an ache.
He gestured to his crotch. Okay, got it. I guess this was happening. That's all he has to do is point out his blue balls. He left a $20 bill on the table, even though I'm pretty sure he only had a cup of coffee and I hadn't had the chance to order anything at all, since the server had been too uncomfortable to approach the table. Surprisingly, it went quite well. For the first time in my life, I was intimate with a guy who took things slowly. Well, he took it slowly once I told him that it wasn't going to happen at all unless he pumped the brakes. Out in the world, Dennis was constantly on stage, but in the bedroom, he acted like a normal human being. He was considerate. He was careful not to hurt me. The actual intimacy was over very quickly, but we were able to give it a go later that night. After some shockingly normal pillow talk, where Dennis finally stopped acting like the center of the universe for one peaceful moment, I stood up to get dressed. Dennis,
"Hey, you're not sleeping over?"
OP, no. Takes me a while before I can literally sleep with someone. Dennis,
"But we just..."
OP, it's a different kind of intimacy. Different kind of trust. I was the kid who couldn't go to sleep at slumber parties. Not even in high school. Dennis,
"You had your parents come get you? That's cute."
OP says, no. I usually just started staring at the ceiling and made up stories in my head all night. If you really want me to stay over, I can stare at your ceiling all night. Maybe I'll think of a good story while you sleep. Dennis,
"Nah, that's cool, actually. I love that you're not clingy."
I leaned over and kissed him. He let me take the lead for once. Don't mistake my clinginess for lack of caring, because I do like you. And then I added in a tone that was both playful and stern, don't ever freaking ignore me again, though. Mutual respect from here on out. Dennis,
"Absolutely."
Yeah, totally for reals this time. As my jelly legs carried me to the parking lot of Dennis's apartment complex, I finally understood what people meant when they said they were satisfied after knocking boots. You gotta smoke a cigarette after that one. In the past, I had always felt a perverse sense of accomplishment for having endured the unpleasantness of bumpy thrusts and bizarre noises, and the repetition of that hideous phrase,
"Yeah, baby, I know you like that."
I didn't, but I had liked what had just happened with Dennis, as if I hadn't been smitten enough already. Now my brain was swirling with oxytocin. I was done for. Yeah, for a little while. You gotta take this ride. You gotta learn this lesson. It's just how it be sometimes. For the next few weeks, Dennis was a sweetheart. He was still braggadocious, and being madly in love with him by this point, I found it endearing. We saw each other several times a week, and I felt increasingly at ease around him. I was even comfortable enough to literally sleep in the bed with him from time to time.
Ooh, I just felt it.
I've been writing a bunch of awkward romance, but I haven't really provided any smut or good cringe. Is my pathetic crush cringeworthy? I really have no way of knowing how this bit of the story is going to play. Apologies. It will get gross here in a minute, though. Yeah, I think that's what everybody's waiting for. But I am being patient with this one, you know. Give me a bit of backstory, that's fine. I'm putting all the pieces together now. Basically, Dennis was as full of himself as ever, but he was super nice now that I was a direct line to his precious orgasm. And the bedroom stuff remained great, for the first few weeks at least. And then the semester ended, and Dennis went radio silent. I crumpled into a complete mess, crying on the phone to Lucy, going out and getting drunk as my body would permit as a massive F you to Dennis's arrogant abstinence. And I wrote, holy shit, I wrote, pages upon pages of nauseating, meandering prose about a vanishing romance, not unlike what's coming out of my brain right now as I attempt to channel 2011 Dennis-obsessed Val. And then Dennis called me out of the blue, acting like nothing was weird. He wanted me to come over and, yeah. I was elated that things were back on, and I assumed he would explain his absence. He didn't. He stroked the side of my face, kissed my forehead, and stared at me intensely. OP, what's up? Something wrong, or is this a dramatic moment? Dennis,
I trust you. I feel safe with you.
they're just words that he's saying. Don't believe the words. You have to look at the actions. OP says, okay, thanks. That means a lot to me. Dennis,
I think we're a great team, too. In and out of bed.
My heart was pounding. Dennis said,
Val?
And OP said, yes. Dennis,
I need to ask you something. You can give it some thought if you need to, because it's a pretty big ask.
Oh my God. This was it. He must have needed those few weeks to do some soul searching. He was about to say he loved me. He was about to ask me to be his girlfriend. At the very least, he was about to ask, Dennis,
can we, do it in the butt?
What's that? Girl, that's a booty hole.
That'll deflate those romantic thoughts pretty fast, huh? OP says, what? Huh? Dennis?
Stuff in the butt?
I sat up and covered my nakedness with his shirt. No! Ew, what's wrong with you? Dennis?
I mean, lots of people do it.
OP, I don't. Dennis?
Oh, okay. Well, I certainly wouldn't want to be that pushy guy who pressures you into doing something you're not comfortable with, but could we maybe...
OP, no! Butt stuff is not up for discussion. It's a hard pass for me, dude. I thought you were Christian. Dennis?
I am! That's why I want to switch to the butt, because it's not a sin.
It's God's wish, my dear. All right.
I'm pretty sure it's sodomy, but okay. Whatever helps you get through the week, I guess. OP says, oh, for God's sakes. Don't take the scriptures so literally. Butt stuff between men and women isn't mentioned in the Bible because people didn't even talk about that shit back then. Dennis?
No, it's a purer form of lovemaking because you can't get pregnant.
That's right, gay sex, the purest form of lovemaking. Because you can't get pregnant, you see. OP says, pure? Sticking your dong in the poop chute is supposed to be pure? You're deluded. Dennis?
I wouldn't need to wear rubber if you let me go back in. I kind of struggle with the morality of contraception, too.
Oh, now we're just all laying it all on the table, huh?
Now that we're back together, I want to go raw and also do butt stuff.
Didn't you just get back together? OP says, are you insane? Butt stuff is the easiest way to spread STIs. Dennis says,
really? But you can't get pregnant? Alright, I guess there's still mucous membranes and stuff.
OP says, yeah, and you're more likely to bleed, so you're more likely to get cooties in your bloodstream. Can we stop talking about this? It's making me queasy. Dennis?
I get it. It's just a thought. Are you gonna stay the night?
OP, not tonight. I need to go home and wash off this conversation, but I'll call you later, okay? And I'm sure he'll answer. Dennis nodded, but he didn't answer when I called him. Perfect, right on cue. He blocked me on Facebook. He didn't return my emails. Okay, that was that, I suppose. By refusing his butt-blasting request, I had ruined my chances with the good and good. I began to consider trying it. I could get a high colonic. I'd get George Gay's advice on the best lubricants. Even if it was as awful as I predicted it would be, it would show him that I was willing to put his needs before my comfort level. That's love, right? What? No. The whole thing I've been saying about the two-way street, the happy medium. Were you not listening at all? But let the chips fall where they may, I guess. You'll figure it out eventually, I guess. Opie says, oh my God, it's not love. No, you little romance novice, get a clue. I just had to wait for him to finish feeling slighted and get turned on and swallow his pride and call me up, acting like he hadn't dropped off the face of the earth for, what was it now, over a month? Ugh. I'm pressing pause right here while Dennis is radio silent because I get a sense that it's getting long. Next time I see you, George Gay and I will be rehearsing for Cats. I don't think I could put up with being anybody's booty call. Like, that's exactly what this is, but somehow OP has tricked herself into thinking that's not what it is because of the words that he says.
I trust you now. I trust you so much, I'm gonna go in the poop chute.
I don't think that's how any of that works, Dennis, but okay. Not really okay. But he'll get his just desserts eventually. Dennis, Val's real love interest. Married Mary Part 8B, tandem cartwheels. Oh, that's a reference to Cats when they do the tandem cartwheel. Sorry, I didn't mean to spoil it. This chapter's a bit longer than Reddit allows, so I've had to split it up. This part's on the short side, though, and there's nothing at all to be done about that. Don't worry, we'll fill in the extra time. Believe me. By this time, we're well into our rehearsals for Cats. Spot on the ground! The acrobatics instructor shouted as George Gay and I cartwheeled across the gymnastics studio that our cast was borrowing to learn the complicated stunts before we did them on stage. We got through about 4 passes, and then I got nervous and tightened my grip on his legs and sent us both tumbling into a heap on the mats. Yeah, I understand that completely. It's really hard for me to relax when I'm upside down, too. OP, I'm so sorry. I knew better. George, all good. We're almost there. Acrobatics instructor, take a beat. Dust yourselves off. We'll go again in a minute. OP, hey, George. Do you got any advice on butt stuff for a first-timer?
Try to relax your aim.
This casual conversations that we have. Only advice I got is clean it out real good. George says, oh, fun. Who's the guy? OP, same guy I was dating during the semester. George, Braggy McFlake? And now he wants ass play. Girl, I told you that bitch was gay. Acrobatics instructor, okay, go again. George assumed a strong stance in second position, demi-plie. I centered myself, prepped, and dove between his legs, keeping my grip light this time and keeping my eyes on the ground. The momentum carried us through all 5 spins that time. They do 7 on Broadway, but our stage was only wide enough for 5. You should outdo Broadway. Like, do 5 forward and then do 5 backwards. Whoa! Standing ovation shit, I guarantee it. It still wasn't perfect, however. Both of us stumbled when we finished the stunt, and the acrobatics instructor pointed out that we weren't going in a straight line, and we would fall off the stage if we didn't fix it. Do it again! Bruised and exhausted, George and I talked some more about Dennis as we headed for the parking lot after we'd finally started to get the hang of those tandem cartwheels. George, seriously, sis, if you were like psyched to try it, I'd be your biggest supporter, but you're not psyched. You're willing to hurt yourself for this guy who's literally blocked you on Facebook. Dude, George Gay, the realist right now. That's a best friend for life right there. Best friends know when to tell you no. And OP says, but he only blocked me because I kink-shamed him when he brought up the butt stuff. George, no excuse. Swear to me that you won't let him in the holiest of holies until you've decided for yourself that you want it. Not because of him, but because the idea of it makes you moist. Yeah, snail trails and such. I really don't like moist as an adjective. OP says, ew! But he really does think it's the holier of the holes. He thinks the Bible permits butt stuff, but condemns it in the Vagoo. And he's suddenly siding with the Pope on the issue of rubbers. Man, people use religion to justify a lot of crazy stuff, don't they? This is on the wilder end of the spectrum. Or is it? George says, I'll bet you a bucket of fucks that boy's not even a real Christian. He's not. He's just looking for an excuse to go butt blasting without a raincoat. Forget him. Hey, I'm going to the cage tonight if you want to troll for strange with me. OP. Honey, I have no shot with any of the men there, but thanks for the pep talk. George did get corn that night. Yeah, you got corned right in the old cornhole. I mean, if you're gay, dude, I hear it's pretty easy. Like, dudes are massively driven by humping, and then you put two dudes together, and they both like each other, and the hump is never gonna stop, honestly.
Take it, boy. Yeah. Take it like a man. Yeah. Yeah. Good boy.
OP says, well, George was in the shower, utterly revolted by the rando who apparently hadn't learned to douche that ass. See what I tell you, gotta clean it. I was icing my ankle and typing furiously in my diary, pouring out nauseating drivel over Dennis until I finally burst into tears, poured a glass of wine, and slipped in my worn DVD of Breakfast at Tiffany's. Yeah, I do things a little bit different. I scrawl my hatred on the wall in felt tip marker and pour myself a glass of bourbon before watching Night of the Living Dead like for the 50th time. For me, it's not about leaning into the tears. I'm gonna create a comfy atmosphere. Still a hell of an excuse to dig into some ice cream though. Ice cream and bourbon. Mmm! Sweet and indulgent. George Romero, take me away. OP says, that movie always made me feel better. Breakfast at Tiffany's, not Night of the Living Dead. As Holly Golightly was telling Paul to search for her black alligator shoes, I heard a knock. That wasn't the real world, right? Being a single woman living alone, I tended not to open the door unless I was expecting someone. I got very still and very quiet, but I let the movie keep playing. There was a more insistent knock. Okay, and now I was scared. Just go creep over to the peephole, take a look, you know? If it's somebody you don't want to talk to, you just turn the lights off. Pretend not to be home. If he starts calling you, you pretend to be your own answering machine, like a 90s sitcom.
Nobody home.
Val! Called a male voice. It sounded like Dennis, but I knew that his was the voice that I wanted myself to hear, so I didn't trust my perception.
Valerie, please, it's Dennis. I miss you, babe. I'll never ask for your butt again, I swear. I like your girl hole.
That's suspicious. That's weird.
Romance is alive.
I miss you, girl.
I opened the door, shushed him, and ushered him inside. OP, are you drunk? Dennis?
You know I love to drink.
He sounded drunk as hell. OP, I might be a little drunk. Sorry. If you had called first, Dennis.
No worries. Can I sit?
I gestured to the couch and he plopped down. Then he reached for my hand.
Please, babe. I need suckage.
Shit. Is you gonna suck my You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to go crazy.
Oh, this is the worst thing ever. I hope that OP comes at him with all of the righteous indignation that is well deserved at this point. I should burn you alive for even thinking of asking. And luckily, OP has the correct response. I laughed out loud. You're kidding, right? I haven't heard a peep from you in over a month. You blocked me on social media, and now you show up wasted in the middle of the night, begging for a blowy. Dennis, matter-of-factly, as though he were posing a perfectly reasonable request.
Yeah.
Just get out of my house. This is not happening. I rummaged through my closet and found a spare pillow and a blanket, which I threw at Mr. Butt Blaster. Here, sleep it off. Tomorrow we'll have a coherent conversation. More than he deserves, honestly. Well, instead of curling up and passing out, Dennis made a wobbly run for the bathroom, projectile barfing all over the place as he staggered. Make sure you get it everywhere. I want that to soak deep in the carpets. God damn it! I very deliberately committed blasphemy. And his barf reeked of tequila. Not drunk my ass. George was probably right. Dennis probably wasn't even a Christian. I mean, generally you can tell by people's actions if they're actually Christian or not. This guy, not Christ-like in the least. I grabbed some bleach, a whole roll of paper towels, air freshener, and antibacterial hand soap, and started to clean up the spew. I'm not a big puker, and the few times I've gotten sick like that, I have been able to make it to the bathroom, so this was my first time cleaning up barf. Aww, I was taking care of him. This might have been a more meaningful gesture than butt stuff. I don't think he's gonna see it that way. He's not even gonna remember that he puked. I'll wait till he's done in the bathroom, then I'd drag his drunk ass into the living room and say, okay, clean up your trail. Hope he doesn't do that. She says I could hear him heaving in there for a while, and then he shouted, Val, I think I missed my pants. Help me. Yeah, it's going down to both ends, is it? The fuck you want me to do about it for real? Throw yourself in the shower. Go outside, burn those underpants in the parking lot, and don't mind me while I lock the door behind you. Oh, hell no, is OP's response. I wasn't even halfway done scrubbing spew off the arm of the couch. Now there was some sort of accident in his pants. An accident that sounded more substantial than the practice loads that popped off before he had time to get his pants off. What a weird individual. OP just says, what the fuck, dude? Dennis, it's not that bad. Need clean undie, though. Now you're just regressing into a child. I can't do this. I put you up for adoption. Anybody want him? No? I guess he's going in a dumpster. That's dark. OP says, why would I have men's underwear lying around? Dennis says, boy shorts? I like those. Boy shorts. He wanted to wear a pair of my boy shorts. I sighed. Okay, fine. Listen, get in the shower, wash the mess off your underwear, hang them up, and I'll bring you some boy shorts once you're clean. Yes, boy shorts for little bitty baby boys that puke and shit all over themselves. Just the attraction, if it's still there after this, I'm gonna be amazed. Although wifey has seen me at my darkest moments, similar moments, and she's stuck around, so I don't know. OP says I could hear him fumbling around with the shower, but I was not gonna help him. Oh, come on, showers are always turned on in all these fucking different ways. You gotta be like a NASA engineer to get the shower right the first time. As much as I longed for genuine intimacy to develop between us, it thus far had not. I had felt all compassionate and girlfriendy as I scrubbed his puke off my carpet and furniture, but yeah, I wasn't ready to wipe his ass. Even the scrubbing of the furniture is too much. He's been nothing but an imposition in your life. And eventually you'll see it, but that point is not yet. Dennis calls out, Babe! OP, don't call me babe. You lose that privilege when you vanish. Dennis, okay. Can you hold my hand in the shower? It's wobbly. Yes, hold my hand as I scrub my own shit from my legs and ball sack. I don't think I want to. I hope you do fall down in there, and the fact that you're talking like a 2005 scene kid only makes me want it that much more. I sighed. Let me take care of the tequila spew, and then I'll help you steady yourself. And to think, I'd be worried that he would judge me for being slightly tipsy from a glass of wine. Yeah, he's a human puke stain for real. Whatever happened to grand romantic gestures, you know? Don't just show up to my house drunk. Come with something for me, even if it's flowers you stole out of the front yard. Just anything. Not this. I heard the shower power up, and I kept scrubbing puke till I reached the bathroom door, and I dreaded the possibility of encountering a poopy mess. Yeah, that was far too personal. Even though he should have been the embarrassed one, I would have been mortified to encounter an accident of that nature. Nevertheless, I knocked. Dude, just go to bed. Say you forgot he was there. Just pray he doesn't steal any of your stuff. OP says, Dennis, do you still need a hand? Dennis, yes, and boy hurts. I cautiously opened the door. He hadn't done a great job of getting all the barf into the toilet, but I could neither see nor smell any other sort of mess. Yeah, he was just sort of turtle-heading it. And sometimes when you retch real hard, the turtle, well, his head pops off. I saw a pair of wet boxers hanging over the shower curtain, so the mess must have just been pee. Or maybe he farted and was so drunk he thought he pooped. It was very weird that he was so hell-bent on wearing my underwear. Maybe there had been no accident after all, and he just wanted my underwear. Okay, whatever. I'd hold his drunky hand. Likes butt stuff, wants to wear women's underwear. Are the pieces falling into place for you? A little bit?
He's gay! I'm not gay. He's gay!
I reached around the shower curtain and expected my outstretched hand to be met with his hand. Instead, he managed to nudge my hand with his member. And it had risen. Oh my god, dude. What? OP says, what the fuck? Dennis,
I said I need a hand. You don't have to blow. Jerk is fine.
The only option here is to firmly grasp it and use it to drag him to the front door. Now get out of my house! Don't do it, OP. Please don't do it. OP says, having neither seen nor heard from Dennis in over a month, his desire for a tug was both perplexing and slightly flattering. Oh, damn it, dude. I know I shouldn't have been flattered, but I still had feelings for a certain version of him. Yeah, the one that doesn't exist. Even so, as much as he had jerked me around, I wasn't gonna jerk him until he sobered up and had an adult conversation with me. Oh, big ups for small miracles, honestly. Not only was it a matter of upholding at least some semblance of my own self-respect, but also my whole body ached from an evening of learning how to do tandem cartwheels. I lacked the energy to yank off a drunk dude. In the next installment, you'll meet my colon hydrotherapist.
Well, that sounds like a treat. Sounds like this relationship's going to the next level.
And I find that horrifying. Like the fact that he didn't ask about how things had been or how even just today was. He immediately comes in and presents like you have to put it in your mouth. That's the wildest thing in the world to me. You would have to be drunk to think that was ever gonna fucking work. And then his last ditch effort is just like, yeah, give me one of those tired wife hand jobs while I'm in the shower. Oh man. It was a short part indeed, but I gotta say, I don't think anything else but Married Mary / Dennis / all these other characters is going to sate my lust for cringe. So I guess we'll carry on and wrap up the Dennis subplot, and if it's a nice long video, well, good for everybody. So join me over there. The prematurely popping, butt-blasting hobbit. Married Mary Part 8C. This will be the end of Part 8 officially. And up to this point, Dennis had claimed to be a virtuous teetotaler, but something had apparently gone amiss. He just staggered into my apartment, hurled tequila all over the place from his mouth, and claimed to have missed his pants. Neither seeing nor smelling evidence of dookie, I surmised that he was pretending to clean underpants because he wanted to wear mine for some damn reason. Oh, I know what the reason is, OP. You'll learn too eventually. And my lovesick, dong-struck, smitten AF ass was flattered, somehow. The freshly showered, drunken little horned-up weasel finally stretched out on the couch, wearing a pair of my black boy shorts. His semi-alert junk was pitching a tent, and the sack was hanging out of the small undergarment that wasn't really made to contain a mail package. He kept slurring something about certain body parts being really blue. I knew better. Mr. Butt Blaster over there was in the psych research program, while I was in the MFT / sex therapy program, although we had to take a few of the same classes. Having some of the therapy training under my belt, I knew for sure that blue balls, yeah, that's generally a myth. gonadopelvic pain resulting from prolonged and unreleased arousal may feel subjectively painful to a small number of delusional horn dogs, although self-report measures are notoriously unreliable. However, more often than not, manipulative horn dogs use blue balls to coerce potential partners into a pity bang or pity tug or pity whatever have you. And I have the receipts, or as we say in academia, the references. Well, I'm gonna look into my big bag of anecdotal evidence and pull this out here. It did hurt that one time, and I remember it vividly. OP says, dude, that's not a real condition. Plus your stuff's hanging out of my underwear. Nothing's blue. I'd feel better if you covered yourself with that blanket, Dennis.
It's real. I swear, I'm in so much pain.
OP, go yank it in the bathroom if it's bothering you that much, Dennis.
But that's a sin.
Oh yes, pick and choose. OP says, oh, for fuck's sake. I'm not gonna tell Jesus, Dennis.
I need to call my friend first. We gotta pray.
OP, you need to sleep it off, and you can pray in the morning. I hope this takes a guitar beard twist, where she wraps him up in blankets until he sweats a whole lot and has to do an enema to get water back into his body. Remember Guitar Beard? God, that's so good. OP says, I covered him with a blanket as he continued to mumble about his private parts. I think I heard him apologize for being drunk, but I don't know if he was talking to me or to Jesus. No matter. I got into bed and stared at the ceiling, both irate and elated that Dennis was asleep on my couch. I did not sleep at all. Me personally, I'm irate that he's on your couch, but you know, you do you. At least you didn't give in to his whining and all this crap. I see some strengthening of the spine here. It's a very good sign. As dawn crept through the curtains and provided a gentle glow in my little studio apartment, I heard the golden god stir. Footsteps. I heard the bathroom door close, water running, toilet flushing, and there was a bit more rustling around, and then I heard the door open. I watched through half-closed eyes as he tiptoed towards the door in clothes that still looked damp. He gingerly turned the deadbolt. OP, sneaking out? Dennis jumped.
Oh, no, I just didn't want to wake you.
OP, you really think I'd be able to sleep? I've been writing stories in my head all night, and you're in them, Dennis.
Sweet! Can I play myself in the movie version?
I glared at him, but I don't think he could see my face clearly. His glasses were perched on the top of his head. OP, anything you'd like to say to me, Dennis?
Honestly, babe, I don't remember that much. I think they goofed and put alcohol in my drink, even though I ordered it a virgin.
Yeah, bars are known to goof like that. Just a bunch of goofy guys doling out the liquid that keeps this establishment running for free. OP says, don't call me babe, Dennis.
Okay, sweetie. I really don't remember last night.
OP, do you remember the past month? You asked me for a really revolting, intimate favor, and I declined, and you dropped off the face of the earth. It really hurt my feelings. Am I nothing more to you than a butt to screw?
Yeah, you totally got two other hoes.
No, just cut that out. We can't use that.
Don't actually cut it out.
Oh, you really feeling froggy today?
Dennis says, no, but, sweetie, it was just an idea. I love you, and
He said some more words, but that Delphic L-bomb was making the blood rush through my ears to the point where I couldn't hear anything else he was saying. Oh, come on, he's just making more sounds! You're not buying this, are you? He was leaning down to kiss me when I floated back into my body. What? Dennis?
See you next week.
OP? Yeah. Text me the details. I'm half asleep and I'm not sure I'll remember. Dennis?
I got you, babe.
OP? Hold up. Are you still wearing my underwear? Dennis grinned.
Yep.
What a weirdo. I shook my head, laughing a little and feeling slightly flattered that he wanted to keep something of mine so close to himself. Keep 'em. Consider them a reminder of the treacheries of tequila, I guess. He nodded, kissed my hand, and sauntered out the door. What the actual foo had just happened here? You got played like a fiddle. And he did take some of your stuff! You won the battle with him last night, but the war is far from over, it seems. Next part is called Girl Talk! The next evening, I met up with Lucy and two of her friends from a recent show, Pick Me and Doormat. These three had bonded over a shared burning desire for a forever love. Out of the three, Lucy remained the most jaded and skeptical. After all, she could override her own desires and read people well enough to discern the possibility that Scooter, her crush, was a skin fluter. Skin flautist? He was gay. He'd at least had the decency to come out to her when he picked up on her romantic feelings for him, but Scooter was still deep in the closet to the rest of the world, however. Doormat asked, Lucy, what's going on with Scoots? You guys make such a cute couple. Lucy, yeah, that's not happening. He's got too much baggage from his ex-wife. Pick Me. Well, maybe you can find out what she did to run him off and do the exact opposite. Lucy, yeah, I don't think I have the money for that. Lucy and I both laughed. Doormat and Pick Me didn't get the joke. Oh, gender transition. But yeah, there's a reason they didn't get it. Lucy says, okay, Val, these are my boy crazy backstage gal pals. Present your case. OP, the whole case, as in like butt stuff? Lucy, no, maybe no butt stuff with this crowd. Pick Me giggled. Butt stuff, I can handle talking about that. What's going on? Does your guy want to try it in the pooper?
I want to put it in your ass.
Lucy, okay, apparently they are fine with it. OP says, well, yeah, he does, but that's not even the worst of it. He disappears, and then he reappears acting like nothing was ever wrong. And he's a religious fanatic, at least when it's convenient. He's never actually mentioned going to church. He doesn't even wear a cross. And then he lied about this summer camp. Doormat, girl, just give him the booty. That's why he's being shifty. He wants something taboo. Most guys need to feel like they're bending the rules a little bit. OP, but I don't feel Pick Me. Do you love this guy or not? At least try things his way. A couple of idiots. Listen to George Gay. He gets it. Lucy says, I don't know, ladies. We've got to consider her personal limits. Then again, if you really think it'll land you the love of your life, I mean, what's 30 seconds of discomfort? Pick Me and Doormat giggled. OP, it's not always that quick. Lucy, okay, girl, but George Gay and I have already started scripting a sketch called The Prematurely Popping Butt Blasting Hobbit, and we're going to do it at a show at the Imp as soon as it's ready. And I talk about him in my stand-up. Check this out. He's got to be good at border control because he's a minute man. A miniature minute man. Nothing? Huh. Tough crowd. He's already a one-pump chump, and he seriously wants to put it in the donut instead of the eclair. Hey, babe, sorry I haven't called. How about we, oh, darn it. I didn't even get my pants off, but at least I got my rocks off. Who else but Dennis? Beep, 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 beep.
Oh my god.
Yeah, too much, I think, right?
Stay in it. It doesn't look that bad.
I tapped her on the head with my straw, secretly trying not to laugh. Rude. Please never let him hear that, Lucy. I promise you that no good, clean Christian boy would ever come to an open mic night at the Raunch Room or a show at the Imp. That place has gotten vile. The other girl in our troupe up and quit, and the director replaced her with this fat-ass sex maniac. She's disgusting! I know who we're talking about. It's the titular character of the saga. She's obsessed with George Strait and won't stop going on about how much she needs some Georgie Porgy sexy time because she's got blue lips. Yeah, that one's definitely real, for real. And then she sits there in her micro mini with her fleshy hoo-ha hanging out, stuffing her face and rambling on about all this freaky deaky stuff she wants to do with this dude who's like my freaking brother. Oh, I can't stand it. OP. Huh. Gross. Pick me. Wait, Lucy, did you say Danny's a good Christian boy? Val, you have to reel him in. Yeah, there's only one way to do it. Right up the poop chute. OP says, that's the problem. I'm not sure I believe him when he says he's Christian. George Gay thinks he's using religion as an excuse for some weird stuff in the sack. Doormat. I bet he's totally Christian. They make the best husbands. You gotta do what you can do to lock this one down. And if you can't give him exactly what he wants in bed, then give him something close. He's a man, and you can't blame him if he goes looking for it elsewhere. She really is a doormat, isn't she? Why are we hanging around these girls at all? Bad vibes, bad juju. Lucy, are you okay? These are your friends? Yuck. I guess OP's feeling the same way, because she said, I feel my fists clenching. Pick me and doormat were making my brain implode. OP. Or maybe I need to admit that I'm not right for him and walk away. I mean, it sounds impossible right now, but I think it'd be for the best in the grand scheme of things. Pick me. No, as a woman, it's your duty to make yourself into exactly what your man wants. It sounds old-fashioned, but old-fashioned works. That's why our grandparents never got divorced. They never got divorced because it was a two-way relationship. What you're talking about, this whole thing, that's one way. You don't go down a one-way road. It's only gonna end in tragedy. Opie says, yeah, I'm pretty sure Grandpappy wasn't running around trying to put it in Granny's hiney. Oh, thanks for that. Thanks for that, OP. Great. Now I've got to think about that! Next section is called How Not to Prepare for a Date. My love-stuck brain convinced my love-struck ass to prepare itself for the possibility of an invasion. No. Oh no! Dennis had texted me that he was coming over on Saturday night around 8 p.m. and he wanted nothing more than conversation and respectful making out, but he also asked me to wear lingerie. We're really just... critical thinking faculties are offline. On Friday, I went to Victoria's Secret and abused my credit card with a very pretty, very flattering halter teddy with Swarovski crystals adorning the plunging neckline. I'm pretty flat-chested, but I'm also short-waisted, so the plunge gives the illusion of length. Once I was all set up for lingerie, I got my hair professionally done, extensions and all. Imagine having 1,000 teeny tiny tight ponytails all over your scalp. Hair extensions like that will give you one hell of a headache. My hair looked fantastic though. Yeah, pain is beauty, as they say. My wife likes to get these like really tight braids done, and then, yeah, she only keeps it in for a couple days because it gets itchy and causes a headache. But we only need it for one night, right? I guess. Do you sleep in extensions? Whatever, it's fine. Then I went to the dentist and had my teeth whitened with medical-grade lasers. Wow. This plunged me even further into debt, and it hurt like hell. I was crying and shaking by the end of the procedure, and my teeth hadn't even been slightly yellowed beforehand, but I wanted those Hollywood caliber, blinding white teeth. It's all pointless. I like my yellow teeth. I smoke and drink coffee. Even if I had them whitened, it's gonna be back to like it was in a week. And then, feeling like I'd just been punched in the mouth, I went to the day spa to have every bit of body hair removed, save my eyebrows and eyelashes. Oh, this really is over the top, isn't it? Dennis despised body hair on women, even the vellus hair, peach fuzz, that tends to crop up when you're a bit malnourished, so I had everything waxed. Dude, Dennis is a weird guy. There's some subtext to that. I'm sure OP's considered it before. I mean, it's probably okay, but deep down in my bones, I don't know, man. It doesn't feel okay. And I really need to emphasize the word everything. In everything waxed. I'm not just talking about my crotch and armpits. I'm talking forearms, back, cheeks, toes. It was like he wanted a plastic doll. Yeah, he should have just done that. That would be a lot cheaper.
So, a school teacher. That must be interesting.
And I was more than willing to get as close to that as I possibly could. Being an impressionable, people-pleasing young woman in the 20-teens. If you can't relate to this, you might be feeling horrified. I'm certainly feeling embarrassed when I look back on it. I'm quite horrified. It's really not the plastic dolls that I'm worried about. They don't have feelings. Dennis can make that plastic doll as miserable as he wants. Listen, I know this was dumb AF. No matter how much I abused my credit card with flattering garments and beauty services and cosmetic dentistry, I'd never be Hollywood hot. I was regular person attractive with a former scene kid slant, which basically meant that nerds, theater weirdos, and recovering scene kids found me hot. Normatively attractive dudes flirted with me often enough. Gross guys gushed over me. Although I still don't know how to describe or even identify a bona fide neckbeard. And image-conscious posers didn't even give me the time of day because I was a little bit weird. I don't vibe with guys of that ilk, so their indifference didn't bother me. I think gross guys describes neckbeards well enough. It really has to do with like the ego and the entitlement. If they've got like a nerdy slant to them, I guess that's another point. But yeah, do your best to ignore them. That's my advice. Do not engage. Dennis's sporadic indifference was another matter. I'd always been relatively fine with the way I looked until Dennis and his hot and cold whiplash got into my head. If only I were Hollywood hot enough to serve as a trophy on his arm, maybe he'd consistently pay attention to me. Barf! I'm glad you see that now, OP. And sure, I had considered that our personalities didn't quite mesh. Even so, he kept calling, sporadically, and I kept answering, faithfully. So I decided to focus on something that I could pretend to have some semblance of control over. I could rack up a shit ton of debt on superficial crap that most straight guys probably wouldn't even notice, but that might make me feel more confident in my own unnaturally hairless skin. Ah! This is all so fucking cringe to recall. It's okay, OP, you're doing great. This is all part of the human experience. My methods might differ a bit from yours, but the idea is still the same. OP says, I know now that when the right emotional connection is there, you don't feel the need to turn yourself into a plastic replica of a human being. Both parties just joyfully coexist and enjoy each other's vibes. It's not that complicated, nor is it expensive. Yeah, I sort of only found that once and I married her. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about the butt stuff. Don't worry, Dennis didn't. He's gonna bring this up every day for the rest of his life. So on Saturday morning, I went to the Sao Paulo Center for Wellness and Healing and got my very first high colonic, just in case. What the hell's that mean? I wish I had a disgusting story to share, but it actually wasn't all that big of a deal. My colon hydrotherapist was named Harmony, and she was able to put me at ease. I explained that I might try butt stuff with my dude, with my guy that I was, with the guy that I was kind of seeing, so I wanted to be clean. Harmony enthused, that'll be fun, it's so good for you. Even if you're not planning on having visitors in there, a high colonic flushes out years and years of toxins that get trapped in the pocket of your large intestines. Now you think Harmony's just towing the company line here. She's really a big fan of high colonics and recommends them to everyone she knows. But the truth is, in secret, is she getting that booty ate? And better safe than sorry, you know? That's how you catch hepatitis, kids. Trace amounts of science. All this was complete crap, but Harmony was really sweet, and she did a good job of keeping my mind off of what was happening. Ultimately, it wasn't painful, just a bit uncomfortable, and I did feel better and lighter and more energized when it was over. Probably no different than the way an average person would feel after taking a giant dump. I love that feeling. Before I headed home, I stopped by yet another salon for eyelash extensions, a mani-pedi, even though I hate having fake nails, and I hate having my feet touched. Remember though, I needed to be Hollywood perfect. And I racked up some more debt on a bottle of expensive snake oil that was allegedly packed with pheromones that would drive any man mad with lust. Yeah, just a dabble do ya, you'll be attacked in the street by a pack of wild animals. No, I don't think that sounds good to me.
Frobobs is totally real though, guys.
Well, then I suppose I was prepared as I could be now. Lightheaded and woozy from the emptying of my lower intestines, combined with the fact that I hadn't eaten anything since Wednesday of that week, I made the long drive back to my apartment in Wellsprings and started tidying up. Yeah, but also maybe eat a sandwich or something too, though. Eating disorders are no joke. There's some serious negative long-term health effects on your body. As the 8 p.m. hour grew nearer, I wiggled into the halter teddy. I checked my hair and makeup. I changed my shoes 3 times. I spritzed snake oil all over myself, and then I poured myself a small glass of rosé to take the edge off. I very gently brushed my insanely white and incredibly sensitive teeth and gargled with Listerine so that Dennis wouldn't be able to smell booze on my breath, and to counteract any fast-acting halitosis that might have been present. The clock said 8:15, so I dimmed the lights, lounged on the couch, and waited. He never showed. Damn, dude. Ugh. This is soul-crushing. What the fuck, man? All of that! It's over now, right? Now it's over for real? Oh, cuts me so deep. OP says, laugh at me. I'm not kidding. Please laugh. Or at least cringe. Yeah, it gave me one of those sad cringes. This was some of the dumbest bullshit I've ever done in an effort to please some dude. And then, to get stood up! It felt like the end of the fucking world at the time. But it just seems pathetic when I look back on it. Yeah, time's funny that way. Although, to give some grace to my lovesick younger self, it really was a pretty harsh blow to my ego. I mean, at least call and cancel, right? Oh, that's too much to ask from a spiritually confused young man. Okay. For whatever it's worth, I wore the halter teddy for Axton a few years later, and he seemed to really appreciate it. He also didn't give a damn about the peach fuzz on my forearms. Okay, back to the story. I am glad you got some use out of it, I suppose. Dennis has to be just a sociopath. Nobody can be this forgetful. He was so excited for the butt, and he's just like, oh yeah, I'm not gonna go actually. Or he didn't even say it, just don't show up. I'm dead inside. This section's called Stood Up, Stand Up. George and Lucy soon figured out what was going on, came over with hard liquor and some trees, listened to me rant, shared some of their own stories about being sorely disappointed by men, and cracked me up with their prematurely popping, butt-blasting Hobbit sketch, which would eventually lead to me becoming a regular at the Imp. But, in the meantime, how did I cope with the crushing disappointment that seemed to permanently permeate my mind long after the golden weasel went completely radio silent? Again. Well, once we were in Tech Week for cats, I barely had time to eat, sleep, poop, let alone obsess over Dennis. And once the show opened up, I took up smoking again. I dyed my hair purple, and I had a green finch, a linnet bird, a nightingale, and a blackbird tattooed on my ribs. It's a very pretty and meaningful tattoo, and I've never regretted it. I loved having purple hair, although I did eventually get tired of the upkeep. And I'd forgotten how friggin' comforting a cigarette can be. I still miss smoking sometimes. Kicking that habit might have been the hardest frickin' thing I've ever done, but I'm a soprano again. In my world, that is very, very important. I also work with my voice. Fuck, man, I gotta give up smoking again. As far as tattoos, I don't think most people regret their tattoos. With the caveat that, yeah, if it's attached to a relationship, it's probably going to get done over at some point. So, about halfway through the run of cats, and my phone rang at around 2 a.m. It was a number I didn't recognize. 716 area code. Must have been the wrong number. I pressed ignore and rolled over. The phone rang again. Same number. Again. Same number. Oh, why the hell am I even trying to build suspense here? I finally answered the butt-blasting weasel's call. OP, who the fuck is this? Dennis? Hey, babe. Good to talk to you. OP, with as much venom as I could muster. You! I had written you off as a lost cause. He laughed. No, babe. I told you. I'm staying with my bro here in Buffalo. I'm coming back to Cali in a few weeks. What you wearing? OP, you're seriously asking me what I'm wearing after you left me holding my dick and didn't call me for 6 weeks. Plus, it's 2 in the morning. Dennis? Oh, darn. It's 11 here. I didn't think about the time difference. Yeah, you don't think about many things, do you, Dennis? OP says, yeah. Well, I have a matinee tomorrow, so if you really want to talk, call me tomorrow evening. Dennis? So sweet. What show are you doing? OP? Cats. I told you that. Dennis? Ew, nobody likes that play anymore. OP? I do. Our audiences seem to. Dennis? Hey, you want to hear about the show that I just helped direct here in New York? OP? Tomorrow. Dennis? You want me to send you a selfie? I wouldn't mind listening to you, do it solo. OP says, that's a sin. And hangs up on him. And silences her phone. Beautifully done. I think we've finally broken on through to the other side. And glorious, isn't it? OP says he didn't call the next evening. Hopefully you're just over it by now. Expect that. Midway through the following week, I tried to call the 716 number. No answer. I had fumed and stewed and cursed his name and gotten dangerously intoxicated and written about 100 pages of scorned woman rage after he stood me up, but in time, I put all my focus back into rehearsals. I planned activities with my parents and my brothers since they were coming to Wellsprings to see cats. I got back into burlesque. I enjoyed mocking the weasel with Darius during my voice lessons, and I admitted that he'd been absolutely right about the intolerably arrogant character of the man that I'd idealized. And while I wasn't taking summer classes, I looked forward to the classes that I'd be taking in the fall. Things had evened out, and I had pretty much gone back to being my perky, happy-go-lucky self. I can still sense you clinging on to hope a little bit, calling the number back and whatnot. But yeah, I'm glad we're moving past it. About now's where we can probably close the book, right? Everything all wrapped up with a neat little bow? No, of course he needs one last debut. Then Dennis rang again, claiming to be back in town. He claimed he was desperate to see me. I caved and agreed to meet him at his place. Well, why do you do this to yourself? It's just gonna make me sad all over again. Oh, I finally got my equilibrium back, and he's like, well, let me fuck that up for you. Yeah, you do every time. Ugh. OP says, we have firmly established that my spine is not yet reliably functional at this point in the story. Yeah, I know. Oh, I know, OP, but it still makes me sad, okay? But go off about my younger self's flimsy spine in the comments. No skin off my ass. Back at Dennis's place, things started to get a little spicy. And he clutched his nuts and hung his head and begged me to whip him as he wept over the wanton sins of his wicked wiener. Wow, this just went 0 to 100, didn't it? No, a bit of BDSM just for fun between consenting adults isn't necessarily shocking or off-putting, but this felt unhealthy. I mean, the entire fucking thing's unhealthy. What? What? Even students of psychology battle with mental health issues, just as med students sometimes get physically ill. Dennis needed help. You can't save him. Unless he wants to change, you can't save him. Just know that. My best guess was that he needed some combination of psychological and spiritual counseling, but I'm not sure that such an ideal hybrid exists. I tried to assure him that I was perfectly happy to avoid engaging in anything intimate, and I encouraged him to think of alternative activities, not butt stuff, that might prove exciting without inciting guilt or shame. But he banished me, accusing me of being a temptress. This is going so well. You think you can fix that? And my head was refucked after that bizarre encounter. Like I said, knock you right off your equilibrium. So before long, due largely to my insistence on making things much, much weirder than they needed to be, things got super weird. Still dazed by Dennis's bizarre behavior and ensuing radio silence, I decided to take drastic measures in an attempt to forget about the Golden God once and for all. That drastic measure was Scumbanger. And yeah, I'd rather not talk about that again. It's embarrassing. Apologies to anyone who applies Rule 34 to cats. No smut for you. I mean, there's a whole ass internet out there, but this is not the place for it. At least not today. But, fun random fact, furries are not into Cats, the musical. They despise it. Mainly because the actors in Cats don't wear fursuits. We wore elaborately decorated leotards and tights. And the actors in Cats have human faces. We were wearing heavy makeup, but you could still completely tell that we were people. There isn't the anonymity that a fursona would allow, so no, we didn't have to deal with any furries yanking it in the audience or skulking around by the stage door. Gee, that is a thing I hadn't even considered. What? Can't come out of left field. Now I'm thinking that it did happen. Anyway, let's pop back over to the Imp. Once Cats had opened, it was much, much easier to see the weeknight shows. The improvers were elated since George Gay's rehearsal schedule, which was the same as mine, no longer forced them to rehearse during absurd hours. And once the prematurely popping, butt-blasting Hobbit was ready to perform as a skit, I started seeing the shows at the Imp on the regular. Here we go, finding our equilibrium again, okay? Hold steady this time. Steady! It was all a lot of fun at first. Mo hadn't disclosed to me that I was in his boom boom crosshairs, so I thought he was just some eccentric old dude who made up bizarre stories using tarot cards as prompts. The fat-ass sex maniac that Lucy had told me about was terrible at improv, but holy crap, I did laugh my ass off at her outfits, and the fact that she often got on stage, plopped down with truckloads of grub, and proceeded to engage in what we would now call a mukbang, while the real comedians acted out a sketch. Was she actually ahead of her time all this time? Yeah, get on YouTube and do it. They'll love it. Eventually, somebody in the chat or comments is going to offer you $50,000 to eat a live gerbil, and you have to be strong enough to say no. Lucy isn't strong enough to say no. Within the month, Cats wrapped up. Mo divulged his disgustingness and pitched a seething hissy fit because he was rejected by an older woman. Even so, I continued to spend my Thursday nights at the Imp, careful to avoid Mo and determined to keep a safe distance from Mary. But the fall semester was upon us before I'd even had enough time to get Dennis completely out of my system. I'm embarrassed to admit that Mo had given me a love banishing spell that involved a candle, a pendulum, a few drops of my own blood, and myrrh oil. He had passed on this super chill Wiccan bro wisdom before he revealed his romantic intentions, and he lorded his generosity of spirits and spells over me when I rejected his advances. Whatever. I still nicked my skin, mixed the blood with myrrh, smeared it on the crystal pendulum, and let it swing over the flame, allowing the ideomotor effect to magically push the pendulum clockwise or counterclockwise, depending on what I wanted to hear. If I'm being brutally honest, it comforted me in those moments, and no, the skin nicking wasn't self-inflicted. Are we allowed to use those words together? Let me put it another way. I didn't get any kicks from those nicks. I didn't even really believe in spells. I just felt like I needed a ritual. I needed an illusion of control. It was utter foolishness, but I suppose I could have done worse things. I suppose I would do worse things in due time. Well, if that ain't the truest statement. I mean, I've said before when I was living in my car and stuff, I used to read tarot cards. And I don't really believe in it. Most of it's just so I could eat, stuff like that. However, there may have been a time or two that I read for myself. Just for fun, just to activate my almonds, get my mind off something. Get a vivid and detailed glimpse into the distant future.
I can see the future!
No, not that last one. The fall semester is where we are now, just before the events of Married Mary. And the golden weasel, prematurely popping, butt-blasting hobbit, born-again horn dog, woman's underwear wearing weirdo, indeed resurfaced when our class schedules forced him to. We had biological psychology together, which didn't exactly thrill me. That had been my favorite class as an undergrad, and I was psyched to experience the grad school version. I wasn't about to let Dennis ruin it for me, so I vowed to keep my contact with him purely surface level, even if that meant busting out Moe's bullshit spell every week after class. Are you gonna hold steady? I hope you're gonna hold steady. Of course, Dennis tried to yank me around a little more once the fall semester was in full swing, though it was heartbreaking to keep him at arm's length, and though I faltered many times, I realized that I simply liked him more than he liked me. And that was nobody's fault. We met, we clicked, we low-key dated, we hooked up, and it all meant one thing to me and quite another to him. The longer things carried on, the more opaque the emotional connection became, and the harder I tried, and the harder I loved. Meanwhile, he slacked off and loved far more lightly, if indeed at all. My feelings waxed as his waned. Yes, he should have manned up and had a conversation about his waning feelings for me. That would have sucked in the moment, but it would have saved me heaps of heartache in the long run. It's rare that will ever happen. Humans are selfish creatures. That conversation's uncomfortable. I don't want to have it. I know we made this baggage together, but you get to deal with it. This part's called The Diary. Where did I go wrong with Dennis? I think the question is, where does his mother go wrong? I think I went wrong right off the bat when I dreamt up my own version of him, fell madly in love with it, and then gave that pompous ass undue attention and too much forgiveness because he was the avatar of that dream guy I invented. It's happened to me before. I think I've been in love with fictional characters, mostly my own, more times than I've been in love with real human beings. How do you feel about anime girls? Is that weird? It's probably weird. It's a little weird. Luckily, I don't write much, and I only watch shows where the characters are largely hateable. It's Always Sunny, Dexter, House, Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul. We're in the age of the anti-hero, so yeah, I guess unless you wrote it, it's hard to fall in love with a fictional character these days. Anyway, OP says, I've also heard that this is like an Arrow/Ace thing. I'm Gray Arrow, Gray Ace, in case anyone's confused by my undying love for Dennis and the crazy hot intimacy with Axton. Oh, I left that part out of the funky epilogue, didn't I? Best to keep those details private. And I'm not going to launch into an explanation about what Gray Arrow/Ace means. I realize it's annoying to go on about such things. If you know, you know. If you don't, you probably don't care. I'm not offended at all, and it's a completely understandable indifference. Well, thank you for understanding my indifference. If people want to know, Google's right there. I'm not going to spoil the fun for myself. So, what else went wrong with Dennis? Does he deserve to get tarred and feathered, drawn and quartered, locked in the stocks to have rotten food thrown in his face? I don't think so. I think he might have been on the spectrum. I think he was far less experienced than he let on when we entered into something vaguely resembling a romance. Eventually, I succeeded in backing away from him, although I never dramatically cut ties. That would have required giving him more undeserved attention. I simply allowed myself to lose touch with him. Sometimes that's just fine. And yeah, I think the first time he jizzed in his pants, I'd be able to tell that, oh, he's not very well versed at this kind of thing. Am I angry that he led me on? Not anymore. Early on into the fall semester, he tried to recreate the vibe we'd had initially, but I just couldn't trust him. I still liked him more than I cared to admit, but I politely refused his quasi-romantic advances, for the most part. But as I slipped a few times and found myself alone with him, resulting in varying degrees of intimate contact, a bizarre new behavior emerged. Dennis would sometimes ignore me at school. Grad school? Nah, son, we're going back to middle school. It was infuriating. The ignoring usually happened when things had gotten spicy between us, but it wasn't consistent. Sometimes he was extra sweet and touchy-feely after things got hot. It was unpredictable, inconsistent, senseless, smoking hot, ice cold, and completely maddening. Ain't nobody got time for that, especially as you get older. Go take a flying leap. I captured every little thing that transpired between us in that dreadful, dramatic diary of mine, which was brimming with saccharine statements about my undying adoration of Dennis, the Golden God, the Golden Weasel, the prematurely popping butt-blasting hobbit. His moniker depended on the qualitative nature of my most recent interaction with him. I often took inspiration from Sex and the City and tried to write like Carrie when she was pining over Big. Oh man, I wrote tons of terrible poems. I wrote a handful of halfway decent poems. I tried to close the door on Dennis by writing a definitive ending to our dalliance. I tried to rewrite some of the more confusing interactions and make them make sense. I cried myself to sleep in an effort to maximally suffer because I still believed in the notion that one must reach a suffering quota before she's earned the right to be happy. That's total BS, and I realize that now. I do want to interject here and say that suffering can be a good thing, but you have to be suffering for yourself. Suffering in pursuit of something greater. Nobody has to earn the right to be happy, but if you want to be the happiest that you'll ever be, sometimes you gotta mix a little bit of hurt in there, you know? It's just my sadomasochism speaking up? I don't know. Now that Dennis was partially reinforcing my pining, my emotional high was off the charts whenever he would randomly pop up and express romantic desires. The high was even higher when he continued to acknowledge my existence following the expression of romantic desires. I briefly became a behaviorist and worked privately with one of my professors to research schedules of reinforcement and the partial reinforcement extinction effect in relation to a phenomenon that Dr. Helen Fisher calls frustration attraction. In layman's terms, we were researching the Dennis system. So my unintentionally hilarious Giga Cringe diary also included a crap ton of research notes, many of which were terrible ideas. If you've ever made notes on a project, you know that the cutting room floor is there for a reason. I don't use the cutting room floor, I just mash it into Patreon and members-only content. But I had accidentally saved my cutting room floor as a Word document for whatever reason. A year or so later, Funky hacked into my computer, found my diary, posted it to Tumblr. I wouldn't even find out about the publication until years after I dumped Funky, and by that time an older, even weaselier version of Dennis had seen it. More on that in the abridged goblinization, which is like the last part of Married Mary and Funky P together at once. OP says, I happened to glimpse a comment in chat when the first Dennis video was airing, and the commenter was wondering, is Val going to become a beard? Well, you're not entirely off base to wonder about that. I'm quite sure that the diary in question gets a little Legbeardy in places, although I never camped outside of Dennis's apartment, I never waited by his car to ambush him. I would attempt contact twice. If he remained unresponsive, I refused to fill his inbox with whiny pleas for attention. That's what my diary was for, and that's why and where it gets so Legbeardy. I also never sent unsolicited naughty images. As a matter of fact, I never sent him anything naughty, even when he asked, because I was too afraid that he would flip a switch and become revolted by my wicked feminine form in the time between the request and the delivery. Pathetic? Yes. Legbeardy? I guess it depends on which traits you consider Legbeardy. My research on Legbeards is nowhere near complete. I can't make the call on that. They are a rare and elusive species. Anyway, I was able to remove the dramatic diary from Tumblr, so it's not live anymore, but I still have it on a thumb drive. somewhere. I'd consider posting it if I'm able to find it amidst boxes of notebooks and knickknacks, although it really is nothing but whiny, lovesick, Carrie Bradshaw wannabe cringe. But to give my whiny, lovesick younger self some grace, Dennis was behaving erratically, yanking me around and holding me personally responsible for the sins of his pee-pee. On certain levels, I think he had a right to be pissed. On other levels, I did this to myself by putting that horny little shame monster on a pedestal. I said it before, I say it again, no pedestals! Pedestals are banned! It never helps, it only hurts. Pre-funky is this section, I believe the last section. I suppose I have to close all this out with a small mention of Whiskers. He didn't leave much of an impression on me until he upped his game and got way more obvious with the flirting. My head was rammed so far up Dennis's ass, even when I hated him, perhaps even most of all when I hated him, that I paid no attention to any other man, with the obvious exception of the superficial attention that I paid the scumbanger. At some point, once Mary fully loathed Whiskers, and once Whiskers was able to socialize freely without Mary keeping tabs on him, I basically told him exactly what I wrote in this post, about my feelings waxing while Dennis's waned, and how I was working on accepting things for exactly what they were instead of what they might have been under different circumstances, blah blah blah. Well, he sniffed out my weakness and put on this creepily consistent, attentive, emotionally available guy act. It didn't work on me at first because I still thought Whiskers was butt-ass ugly. But then I checked myself for being shallow and decided to give him a chance, since he'd been consistently kind for several months. Several months is a long time, but I don't know. This mask is so light and breathable, I sometimes forget that I have it on. But we've seen his mask come off, oh yes. After some awkward initial missteps, Whiskers, now Whiskey, not yet Funky, and I got along well, and I felt proud of myself for finally being able to enjoy male attention from someone other than Dennis. I gave myself too much credit for helping Whiskey escape the crazy clutches of Mary, and I broke girl code when I dated the bearded giant, even though Mary had been through 4 new men since the night of the Christmas show. Oh yeah, and also she was still married. Girl code is a little bit trickier when you're dealing with a delusional maniac. Some would probably say that I didn't break girl code because of Mary's marital status. Mary, of course, says that I did break girl code. I mean, I'll admit that it's a little bit weird for me, but I don't know, people make choices, what do you want? Whether I did or didn't, I was being a crap friend because I cared more about doing something that felt mentally and emotionally healthy for me at the time than I did about Mary's easily hurt feelings. Either way, I'll get what's coming to me, both by way of karma and by way of Mary mania, so stay tuned for my comeuppance. And I neglected to mention that in the first Dennis chapter, something that is relevant to the story, so I'm just gonna mention it now. Remember how I wasn't able to sleep next to Dennis at first because I didn't feel comfortable enough, even though I was fine with banging him? Was that weird? It seemed a little weird to me. I would call it a little bit weird, yes. But everybody has like a different moral line. I'm not the fucking morality police out here. Well, maybe sometimes, a little bit. But really I can only tell you what like I would do personally. OP says, I had a long think about all that after I began to accept that Dennis was a douche, so I made up a new rule. No banging dudes until I felt emotionally safe enough with them to literally sleep next to them. Sounds like a good rule to me. I mean, even if you think you're safe, somebody might knife you to death in your sleep, but I don't know, every day's a dice roll. I broke that rule with Scumbanger. Of course, I wasn't trying to have a relationship with that dreamy, depthless douche. I also broke that rule with Whiskey. Once. And by the time he convinced me that he had simply been too in his head because he cared so much, I flat out told him that I wasn't going to go to bed with him again unless I reached a point where I felt more comfortable with him. And dude did manage to make me feel at ease. Was this all an act? Yeah, of course. But how was I supposed to know it was an act? Especially when he was being infinitely kinder and more attentive to my emotions than Dennis had ever come close to being. It honestly felt like an improvement. At least in the beginning. Yeah, you gotta wait for the mask to come off. That's always the hardest part, isn't it? But there are always cracks in the veneer. You could see them if you look closely enough. And before I date somebody, you're going under a microscope. So I fell asleep in Funky Whiskey's bed one night, and I took that to mean I must have trusted him, and that he might be worth considering as a legitimate romantic partner. I had established a boundary for myself long before things got real with that masked beardo, and although I faltered a few times, I felt like I was finally getting it right. I felt confident that I somehow walked into this hidden gem of a relationship. Yeah, because he's ugly. He must be a nice guy because he's ugly. There's like sort of a weird double standard there sometimes. I was dating a guy who wasn't my typical type, theater weirdo, attention seeker, pretty boy, but he had been consistently kind. Even when he was weird at first, he was convincingly apologetic for his weaknesses. And once things settled down and I persuaded him to stop worrying about boom boom and focus on being a genuine gentleman, he did exactly that. It was honestly an enjoyable companionship. Again, at least at first. That's how it began. Dennis, by being a middling piece of shit, had paved the way for Funky, a bona fide piece of shit, also alcoholic psycho, to do his very convincing impression of a normal human being. The impression that he'd honed over the many years he spent as Vert's maitre d' made him seem like a massive improvement over the last guy, and the guy before for that matter. So I felt that stupid sense of accomplishment and personal growth when I began to engineer feelings for this hidden gem of a man. Or so I thought. Every time I felt a sense of accomplishment within the context of a relationship in my younger days, it was a bad, bad thing. I endured terrible boom boom that I didn't even want in the first place. Accomplishment! I talked myself into liking a dude just because he called me back. Accomplishment! I just want to go back in time and scream in my own face. No! You shouldn't feel accomplished, you nitwit! You should feel giddy and Twitter-pated. You should feel simultaneously calm and euphoric. Enduring bad boom boom or liking the nice guy TM is not an accomplishment. Gah! I'd like to say that I'd be kinder to my younger self, but I'd probably be a lot more mean. Well, alright. I've taken you very patient people on the lamest romantic journey of my life. And with that one out of the way, let's have a drink at nasty-ass beer goggles next time. That's Married Mary part number 9, which I posted several months back before I decided to shoehorn the Dennis debacle into this story. So we're about to Tarantino back in time a few months, to just after I met Whiskey for an uneventful drink, and just before I started considering going out with him. Sorry if that creates any confusion, but thank you, as always, for being here. And if these stories haven't been to your liking, thank you for powering through and supporting ReddX. He deserves it. Let me tell you something, don't nobody deserve nothing in this world. But I am very, very excited and humbled having you guys along for the ride. Also, here are some peer-reviewed articles debunking blue balls. Hey, who knew? Again, I state anecdotally that one time it hurt really bad. I don't know if you fully understand.
What happened? My wife say no, and now my balls are blue.
Yeah, we definitely went like a bit out of the way describing Dennis, but it does help to frame things for like why you couldn't see Funky for what he truly is. Sometimes we get all twisted up jumping from relationship to relationship. You need to stop, reset your compass, work on yourself. But yeah, I didn't do that shit in my early 20s, so I can't sit here and preach it for you unless you'd like to try something different than I did. Whatever. This is Beer Goggles, Married Mary / Whiskey Whiskers, part number 9. Hello to all of the gracious readers and listeners who have clutched the barf bag and powered through my sophomore slump. Better than the freshman 15, isn't it? For better or for worse, I'm steering this back to the original Married Mary story, now that I've introduced you fine folks to the man that I loved madly from afar. And yeah, only an avatar of him that was in your head. But I don't know, man, sort of I get it, because brain chemicals are weird. Despite having been very physically close to him on numerous occasions, I was only beginning to fish flecks of fake love from my scrambled brains that Dennis had, on occasion, unwittingly fucked out. Damn, dude, he must have been laying some pipe. And you know what? Good for him, because he doesn't seem meant for much else. I still had a great deal of growing up to do, and I was in no way ready for real romance at this point in my life, and I had finally recognized my own unreadiness when I stood on the outside of a similar situation and watched Tink mirror my love-struck histrionics. I love that, honestly. We always see the things that we need to see. The universe is like, look, this is you, this is what you look like. And you're like, oh God, I hate it. That is if you have the self-reflection to realize that that is why you hate it or it makes you uncomfortable. You're seeing a sliver of yourself.
I never left you. What do you want from me?
Anyways, not long after this revelation, Whiskers made his romantic intentions somewhat known to me. I rejected his bumbling advances, but I was determined to remain on friendly terms with him because I wanted to be a freaking hero. I feel that Mary had taken advantage of the people-pleasing habits that he'd developed working as a maitre d', so I wanted to be there for him in case what she'd done was more traumatic than he was letting on. Whatever, not my garbage, I'm not taking it out. Like, I guess you couldn't possibly know at this point in time how unpicky he actually is. So, okay, maybe sorta, I get it. This should hit YouTube while Baby Reindeer is still relatively fresh in many minds. So perhaps a few of you are currently hyper aware of the emotional damage that female stalkers can do to male victims. Baby Reindeer seems like exactly the type of show that I would love.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is my stalker. Say hello to Martha.
Don't you say that to me! Apologize to me right now!
It's been suggested to me multiple times. I just wanted to watch it with fresh eyes, you know? Maybe we do it over on twitch.tv/DaytonDoes. After this live stream, sure, we'll do it. If you're here during the premiere, a couple hours after, we'll boot up the old Twitch until we get a copyright strike. Then I'll really give my way in. And to be clear, yes, I'm aware of the emotional damage that female stalkers can do to male victims. However, not in the context of Baby Reindeer. Okay, let's jump back into the story in its original form. We'll be heading to Beer Goggles as soon as I unwind from that awful afternoon of merry mania in the bathroom of that upscale restaurant where we had tried to enjoy a nice brunch. Ah, yes, I remember it as if it were yesterday, no matter how much I try to forget. After I'd found myself safely back home and far away from the diarrhea cannon and her obnoxious Princey Poo obsession, I noticed that I missed a call from Whiskers. Oh no. Had Mary dialed him from the bathroom and begged him to beg his friend to have a breezy threesy with her and an imaginary scumbanger? I wouldn't put it past her. But really, who does that? Mary. I don't know what to tell you, Peter. There's some thirsty hoes out there. Mary's out here just like, oh, I'm snail trailing over this dude who won't call me back, so I'm gonna call my obsession, and ask him to ask his bye buddy to bop over and butt bang both of us.
Wouldn't let that shit happen to me, though.
The alliteration, in her head, I'm sure she thought it would work. She thought it played out as a grand romantic gesture. And having subsequently met the friend in question, the idea of Maury's ego, Mary's ego, and Scumbanger's ego vying for control while those three weirdos try and bang it out, yeah, it would never work. I definitely think that it's for the best, yes. I left the call from Whiskers unreturned, but eventually I met up with him at Filthy's and he acted normal. It's not worth including in this version of the story because there was nothing funny or gross or really even cringe about it, so let's go to the place where people come to smear their bodily fluid on the walls. Chapter 9, Beer Goggles. That's right, I have so many fluids to smear. ReddX spine powder, not a fluid. Unless you add 250 milliliters of propylene glycol and create your own ReddX spine powder suspension fluid. And then you can smear it around all you like. But alas, who would purchase ReddX spine powder if we actually had some for sale? You thought I was going to plug it right here, but no, I'm actually asking. I'm trying to figure out the logistics. Anywho, at Beer Goggles, a few weeks after the mundane meeting with Whiskers, now whiskey not yet funky, I was getting ready for a burlesque show at Beer Goggles, possibly the vilest nightclub in all of Wellsprings. Well, we know what's going to happen here. Get empty beer bottles thrown at you. But needs must, I guess. The people need their adult entertainment. This place made Filthy McNasty's look like a prim and proper English tea room. I do so love finger sandwiches. On the upside, the audiences there were always completely plastered and enjoyably enthusiastic, so performing at Beer Goggles typically provided a cheap, meaningless ego boost. Yeah, we take those. But due to the oft unruly behavior of the audience members, Madame Moxie always hired 2 big, beefy bodyguards to keep her dancers safe. Yeah, sort of the least you can do, isn't it? Did she have that foresight the first time she did a show? Or is the 2 beefy bodyguards thing written in blood now? Whiskers been in contact just as he'd promised, and his messages were starting to border on saccharine. Ooh, the love bombing. It was almost as though he'd taken me for some self-loathing damsel in emotional distress ever since I confessed my misguided, quasi-romantic feelings for Dennis. Since I've chosen to awkwardly Tarantino around, I feel like it's my responsibility to remind the readers that these lame-ass events are happening during a time period when I had managed to create some enduring emotional distance from Dennis. My attitude towards him was uncharacteristically blasé at this point in time. Yeah, hey, here's a thing that happened to me. It sort of sucked.
Do you hear that? A lady needs rescuing.
Oh boy. I'm sure on some level Whiskers does think that he's going to fix a bird with a broken wing, but all he does is make everything worse. Everything he touches turns to shit. To be frank, I was starting to find whiskey obnoxious because of those saccharine remarks. Unfortunately, I had told him about the show before he began to vex me, so yeah, he was planning to be there. Just rip the band-aid off. What you're saying's kind of weird, and I feel like you're overstepping bounds, so could you not show up at the show? That's laying it down pretty flat, I feel. Apparently, Beer Goggles was one of his favorite haunts. Yeah, that probably should have sounded the beard alarm. But this all happened many years before Neckbeards, nice guys, TMs, and incels became the butt of jokes on the internet. Isn't that wonderful? I guess who we have to go after now is like Tate Bros. That's like the current culture war that needs fighting, I guess. It's like the entire thing is just IRL clickbait and people have fallen for it hook, line, and sinker. It drives me nuts. Anyway, Feliate wasn't yet well known. Nice guy TMs still got away with believing basic human decency should earn them some boom boom. Yeah, but it's totally okay if you don't feel like it, unless... Funky denied any such expectations. He dampened his temper to the point where he barely had a personality beyond cursory politeness. That in itself is really fucking unsettling. I'm not gonna trust that person at all. He talked about the forums, but I was unaware of the vile nature of these echo chambers. Which forums exactly? Actually, you're right. It probably doesn't actually matter because they're all basically the same thing. Subject matter, a little bit different. But e-peening never changes. OP says the signs were probably there, but I just wasn't trained to spot them. Yeah, I guess these things do come in time. Or maybe the signs weren't there at all. Maybe he was that good at pretending to be normal. No, wait, your perception of normal has been warped by theater kid things. I know the signs were there. The fact that he would talk about something that happened in an online forum in a real life capacity, like, what the fuck? He's far gone. I wasn't there. I can't truly say for sure, because my perception's been warped by being a dirty gutter punk. But there had to be some signs. Even just the one internet forum thing. Anyway, maybe he could have remained normal if I had been able to give him the kind of attention that he craved. I'll never know, and yeah, it's hard to even care anymore. Oh, it would have never been enough. You know that. I know that. It only gets bigger and bigger until his ego completely spins out of control. You bailed out before the boom. You learned some valuable life lessons. And from there, I don't know, we just keep fucking going until it's over. That's what I do. Wake up, just keep going. So let's kick off the story. As I was zipping up my dance bag, my phone buzz chirped. Hey, you got that chirp? It was Mary. I hadn't heard much from her since the food fight over brunch, but there was no telling what fresh hell she'd cooked up this time. I hesitated, but ultimately, I did answer. Mary.
Valley Boo! Can you help me?
No, you can only be helped by medication and years of therapy, and then hang up. OP says, I'm actually heading out for a show right now. Could I call you back? Mary.
A burlesque show? Why wasn't I asked to be in it?
Yes, just continuing to make the conversation about yourself, but in a different way. OP just says, I have no idea. Mad Mox is clearly insane. Mary giggled, failing to pick up on my sarcasm.
Obviously. Hey, could you pick me up and bring me to the show?
No. OP says, no can do. I'm running late as it is, and you're on the other side of town. Mary says,
come on, Valley. Don't be selfish.
No, you pig whale. OP says, I'm not trying to be selfish. I'm trying to be punctual. What is it that you need help with? Mary says,
Whiskers told me that he's dating someone.
OP says, who cares? Aren't you still hot and heavy with Scum Royal? Mary.
Not so much. I tried to booty call Whiskey Whiskers, and he apparently can't ravish me anymore because he's practically got a girlfriend. I need you to help me poison her.
Just be honest. Have you come here to kill me?
Oh my god. I can't help you do it, and I don't want to tell you the reason. I would just lay it completely bare. I do not like her enough as a person to put in the energy to try and maintain this very taxing relationship. OP says, are you sure he's really dating somebody though? Because I saw him at Filthy's pretty recently and he didn't say anything about dating anybody. Maybe he's seeing that drug dealer. Mary.
You saw my sexy whiskey boo lickety lover boy Pookie Bean Honey Bear and you didn't call me?
OP says, I thought you hated his guts. Mary.
I'm in love with him, Valley!
She was gearing up to start bawling. OP says, oh, okay. Well, it's hard to keep up with your love life. Listen, I really do have to get my ass out the door. I'll call you tomorrow. Mary.
You're being mean right now. I need you.
I can't help you. I also don't give two shits about being mean. Who said that I did? OP says, I didn't mean to be mean. Just chin up. I'll talk to you soon. Mary.
No! Take me with you!
OP, you're welcome to come to the show. It's at Beer Goggles, but I can't drive you. Mary.
You owe me, you selfish little purple-haired
and I hung up on her. Hell yes, dude. I love to see that. I was so hoping you wouldn't cave, and it didn't happen. Prioritizing the show, as well you should. It seems to me like everybody's slowly getting over Mary's bullshit at this point. So yeah, OP hung up on her, and I'm sure she thought I was being a horrible friend. In my mind, she was being immature by inviting herself to my event and not being respectful of my time constraint. Whatever. I didn't have time to worry about it, and yeah, I realized that Whiskey might have been referring to me when he told Mary that he was dating someone, but the thing is, we weren't dating. Maybe he had designs, but I certainly didn't return them at that point. And seeing as I had no idea that Whiskey was a filthy fucking liar, while I knew for a fact that Mary lacked even the most tenuous grasp on reality, I blamed her for overreacting to what was undoubtedly just another attempt by Whiskey to blow her off. I guess you could slice it and dice it all type of ways. But to me, this information, paired with the saccharine comments and stuff like that, means that we need to sit down and have a conversation about what exactly it is you're expecting here. But yeah, I guess they do have a history, and OP knows that he's been trying to brush her off. There's plausible deniability there. Anyway, I was about 5 minutes late to beer goggles, but I walked into a state of utter chaos, so I don't think Madame Moxie noticed my tardiness. Some of the club patrons had already arrived, and many of them were already obviously inebriated. The stagehands were scrambling about, trying to erect the backdrops. The music was already booming, and I'm pretty sure some drug deals were going down right out there in the open. I spotted Tink on the edge of the stage, and he motioned for me to follow him into the dressing room. Yes, indeed, let's find some peace and quiet so we can conduct an illicit drug exchange of our own.
Just high five and say drugs. Drugs! Unreal. Look at these clowns.
That's not what it's for. The dressing room reeked of stale vomit. I made a face, which Tink mimicked. I know, girl. Apparently the band that played here last night upchucked all over the bathroom. Do not go in there. They said we could use the club's restroom. Oh yeah. How generous. Now I get to wade through a sea of drunk people that just saw me with my shirt off? No thanks. No thanks. I will pee in this Mountain Dew bottle. I think it's acceptable in this case. OP says, yeah, wonderful. We could use the public restroom, littered with heroin needles and decorated with period blood and poop graffiti. Why were people always putting their bodily fluids onto the wall in this nightclub? Well, 2 reasons. 1, beer goggles had become a goth club somewhere along the way, so neckbeards and edgelord vampires were the main patrons. I'd like to see some research done at beer goggles, but I'm not putting anybody in harm's way. We only know a small portion of what these freaks are capable of. Reason number 2 was that they didn't card, so the place was often crawling with ill-mannered teenage dirtbags, many of whom were baby beards and proto-edgelords. I mean, I do enjoy a certain amount of edge, but all things in moderation, you know. I put the cat back on my water bottle and decided to avoid drinking until the show was over so I could hopefully avoid the horror show in that unisex restroom. In the stinky dressing room, I stepped over a few empty beer bottles and claimed my spot in front of the smudged mirror. I brushed off some booger sugar residue and pushed some razor blades aside before I sat my dance bag down. The things you'll put up with when you were born with the performing junkie gene. I know what you mean, but sort of in a different way. Although the show must go on, yeah, it didn't happen twice this week. I took my kids to the zoo, the power was out. Elijah was busy with some stuff, so yeah, missed a couple uploads. I didn't feel that bad about it, though. I guess all that to say that, yeah, the show only has to go on as long as you're not endangering your mental or physical health. Or your relationships with your family and stuff. Oh yeah, took my wife out for a date night this week for karaoke. She live streamed part of it on her channel. I guess I've just come to a point in my life where I realize that I'm going to pick my family above the show every single time. Although, around the age OP is currently, without the family and stuff, what else do you have to live for? A couple razor blades, no problem, give me a bump. We're really going to shimmy, cha-cha-cha. Tink says, that's really weird. Do you think they were like baking and shaving before the last show? I wasn't sure if he was joking or if he'd never been around any drug paraphernalia before. OP says, honey, please tell me you're joking. Tink laughed. Yeah, I know what that stuff is. Cool. We all totally believe you, dude. And OP says, so, how you doing, Tinkerbell? You still playing the field? Tink, kinda. I have a favorite guy, though. Can't help it. I smiled. I'm glad. Just don't break any hearts. If you're not feeling it with the other ones, then don't string them along. Tink, no way. I'd never want to be that guy. Oh, hey, did you really used to date Mo? My smile faded. What the fuck?
What? No, dude!
And really the only response to have when a question like that comes out. And Tink says, I knew it. I'm finally getting a nose for dishonesty. OP says, yeah, you are. Where'd you hear that hooey? Tink, don't shoot the messenger, but Mo's here tonight, and he's running around telling everybody that he dated 2 of the dancers, you and Darcy. Call him out publicly. Walk up on stage with a microphone and say, none of us have ever dated that man. We find him repulsive and repugnant. We request that he is removed from the audience tonight. And then the 2 bouncers grab him and throw him outside. That's what they're there for. I really wanted to slap that dirty old fart bag into oblivion. My skin was crawling, and I had every intention of ratting him out to both Darcy and Madame Moxie. Where the hell would Mo make up that malarkey? I mean, it's pretty obvious to me in hindsight. In that moment, it felt like I was back in high school, dealing with some disgusting rumor instigated by one of the bitchy drill girls. Where the drill girls was a thing? I missed that memo. But I'd have to fume about it later. Darcy entered the dressing room and claimed her spot at the mirror next to me. She was chipper, aside from being revolted by the stale chunderpong, so I could only surmise that she had no idea that Mo was spreading those vile lies. I decided not to tell her until we finished the show. Yeah, I guess. Keep your head in the game. And also I'll enjoy the weird feeling of secret power while we're doing the show. OP didn't say that. That's me. The audience at Beer Goggles was just as rowdy as always. The bodyguards had to wrestle a few drunks away from the stage. A fight broke out in the crowd at some point. Somebody threw a rubber on the stage. Whether or not it was used remained unconfirmed. Nah, somebody just blew it up like a balloon and let it fly up there. It's fun. Some dude got thrown out for yanking it during Tink's ballet routine. Ugh. I hope it wasn't one of his suitors. And a few female audience members flashed us. This, of course, went on without any semblance of reprimand. Yeah, it's just good fun. Who's gonna be mad about those? We closed the show with a high kick routine and adjourned to the smelly dressing room. Most of the dancers were in a hurry to change into their street clothes and get the hell out of that dump, but I needed to stay to say hello to Whiskey once I was back in my own street clothes. So this was when I chose to tell Darcy what Tink had told me. And then Darcy said, Tink, what exactly did that walking creep show say? Tink, well, he was running around bragging that he dated 2 of the dancers, and I asked him who he was talking about, and he told me this long-winded load of lies about how he'd had a tortured on-again, off-again affair with Val, and then he finally, sorry about this part, traded her in for a younger model. But he claims that he dumped Darcy because, sorry again, she gave lousy blowies. I'm so sorry. You guys totally look the same age. And Darcy, I'm sure you give excellent blowies.
Can you do this?
Yeah, that's a comment. I appreciate you for that. Good looking out. Next time he does that shit, you attack him immediately, okay? Tink was so damn sweet, and of course, neither of us were offended by his disclosure of Mo's disgustingness. Darcy, I'm sure my blowy's pale in comparison to yours, darling. Tink blushed. Well, I've had some pretty positive feedback. Oh, you were kidding. Only halfway kidding from what I could see. We all laughed. Was it a sitcom laugh? Did credits roll? Not yet. Darcy and Tink both offered to go find Mad Mox and rat Mo out so I could venture into the crowd and visit with Whiskey. I stepped over a landfill of cigarette butts and broken beer bottles on my way to the main room of the nightclub. When I made it to the bar, I presented my drink ticket. That was our payment. Oh, good. I'll pay my rent with this one mojito. I don't think so. Like, I got paid jack shit doing stand-up comedy, but at least it was something you could hold in your hand. So OP paid herself with a vodka cran. Tipped the bartender even though the drink was free because I used to be a bartender myself. And then I shot Whiskey a text telling him where I was. A few minutes later, the bearded skyscraper rocked up, smelling of women's perfume, and he presented me with a bouquet of purple roses. Whiskey, nice job, Pixie. I was surprised by this gesture. Wow. Thank you. These are lovely, Whiskey. I only usually get flowers after a show from my family. Whiskey,
I thought you deserved to know that you're appreciated. Is your family here tonight?
I guess serene politeness in an age of debauchery can be off-putting to the point where you might let your defenses down a little bit. The flower thing, it's nice. He says all the right words. He does all the right gestures. Cool as a cucumber on the outside, bundle of electrified wires on the inside. Opie says, my family's not here. They know I do burlesque, but this type of show isn't really their scene. My parents see all my plays at the spring stage, though. I also probably would not go to my child's burlesque show. No, thank you.
Whiskey says, well, you were charming. I hope the audience wasn't too offensive.
OP, nah, we know what to expect from this crowd. The only audience member I want to kick in the bullocks is bloody Mo. Whiskey,
the geezer with the tarot cards?
I nodded. He's apparently going around claiming that he and I dated. I shuddered. Whiskey,
I'm gonna go kick that guy's ass.
Let him do it. This'll go well. Let him do it. OP says, no, let it go. He's just pathetic. That's true. But think how much more pathetic he could be in a cast, or 2, or 4. Whiskey puts his arm around OP and says,
are you okay? I know how fragile you are.
Yes, I'm a delicate little flower, you see. OP says, I'm not that fragile. And then some fat old fart waddled over. Fat old fart.
Hey there, missy. How about a little kiss for...
I flipped my hand up. Nope. If you've been talking to Beetlejuice, you got the wrong idea about me. Fat old fart.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is this your new boyfriend?
Uh-oh, easy cover. This is how you get locked into the relationship. OP says, I suppose that was a fair assumption. Whiskey still had his hand on my shoulder, and I was still holding the roses that he'd brought me. And truth be told, being mistaken for Whiskey's girlfriend was far less insulting than being mistaken for Mo's ex-girlfriend, at least given the limited information I had at that moment. So I replied, yes. This time let's put a little echo on it. Yes! It shall reverberate through time and space. The fat old fart muttered, slut, as he walked away, and I thanked Whiskey for covering me. He leaned closer and said,
it doesn't have to be cover.
Yeah, I know it doesn't have to be. That's why it is. I scratched the back of my neck and looked away. I already told you how I feel about relationships right now, and I'm worried that you have some inaccurate perceptions of me, Whiskey.
Such as?
OP. Look, I told you about the feelings I had for that guy from school because I felt like I could trust you, but I need you to understand that I'm not emotionally damaged from the ordeal. In a weird way, it helped me gain a more realistic perspective on romance. No harm done. No need to worry about my emotional fragility. Oh, trust me, he's not worrying on your behalf. He's worrying, quote unquote, because it makes him feel like a big man. But yes, again, hindsight, it's 2020. Whiskey says,
okay, I hear you, but I still feel like you've never been appreciated by a real man.
Beard alarm! Beard alarm! You hear that? That's the motherfucking beard alarm.
I'm not trying to be your boyfriend. I just want a chance to appreciate you.
Yeah, isn't that what we're doing now? Again, I must ask, what exactly are you expecting here? OP says that had better not be code for sex. Whiskey?
It's not, I swear. I'm a feminist. I respect female autonomy. I'm just saying that I'd be honored to hang out with you.
That's a really fucking weird way to phrase it, fella. Honored? I also like how he threw I'm a feminist in there. Like, most of the biggest predators say that they're feminists because it's like good cover, you know? I will remain egalitarian, thank you very much. These claims of feminism and respect for female autonomy were clearly complete bullshit, but yeah, I had no way to know that yet. And Whiskey was honestly looking halfway decent in comparison to Mo and to some tubby old rando in a vile nightclub and to Dennis's flaky antics. All things considered, the idea of getting closer to Whiskey was starting to sound like it might be worth considering. Nah, take a couple days to think on it. You're all twisted up right now. Although, yeah, I did a lot of jumping from toxic relationship to toxic relationship, so, who am I to really speak on this? Of course, I was only thinking about considering the possibility of trying to look at him in a romantic way at this point. I wasn't there yet. Not by any means. I know you guys know that I'll end up considering it eventually, and then I'll foolishly wind up romantically involved with him. In my mind, in that moment, with Whiskey, I was just thinking, this weird bearded dude might end up being a cool friend, and I think maybe he likes me, and he hasn't been rude about it. He's been a safe enough person to converse with in a public space. So OP says, well, okay then. Let's hang out right now, as in like a friendly hangout. You care to hear my Mo horror stories? And Whiskey said, yeah, sounds cool. Maybe OP's right. Maybe there were no cracks in the mask. There has to be something beside the forum thing that he said. We'll keep working on cracking that egg. And so I told Whiskey about Mo's ceaseless creepiness at the Imp. I told him about the terrible things Mo had said to Darcy. I told him about Mo skulking around the dressing room, trying to catch glimpses of us changing. I told him about Mo's many instances of man-baby rage. And I told him about the incident with Georgina and Tia G's ensuing Mo-down. I miss Tia G for real. Whiskey seemed amused by some of the stories, although it was really tough to read his facial expressions, but he seemed incensed by the more infuriating tales, especially the story about Mo hitting on Georgina. I will spare you the rest of that conversation because there was really nothing remarkable about it. Let's just say I had a perfectly pleasant time talking to Whiskey. Yeah, you could have a conversation, but did he show you any of his soul? Or is it just like a series of pre-programmed responses? Maybe his mask could be that good if his subconscious is engaged in some sort of autopilot? I can't dwell on it. On the Mo front, I'd later hear from Darcy that his foul fibs had bitten her in the ass far more revoltingly than they'd bitten me. Lots of old dudes asking her for blowies because
they wanted to see for themselves.
Ick. Yeah, this is not the sort of place we want to hang around.
What kind of place is this?
As soon as the bouncers leave, I need to leave too. I also had to wonder why Beer Goggles was suddenly crawling with crusty old creeps. I mean, it was always crawling with weirdos, but the demographic seemed to have shifted just for that one night. Was Mo the leader of some kind of old fart forum who'd managed to get all his nasty old online buddies to emerge from their respective basements to creep on girls? You pose the question like it's supposed to be far-fetched or something. I think he did exactly that. Fortunately, I never ran into Mo that night, although I saw him from across the club, wearing Hot Topic knockoffs and a slouchy beanie, guy liner for days, full-on emo boomer beer-bellied Beetlejuice. That's probably what we'll put on the thumbnail, come to think of it. OP says, I decided I was having more fun smack-talking the deluded perv to Whiskey than I would have had screaming in his face to no avail. Plus, I really didn't want to give him any attention, lest Mo was the type to find even negative attention encouraging, which he definitely is. So I left well enough alone, and I didn't see Mo again for the rest of the night. Yeah, small blessings, I guess. He knows he lied about it, and he's the one who truly has to live with it. But Whiskey's reaction to the Mo stories soon turned extreme. He made a website full of unflattering photos of Mo and detailed descriptions that were clearly based on the tales that I'd told. He plastered the entire city with posters of Mo that read, "Known Ped." You know the rest. Susan hates it. Or is it Neil now? Don't worry, Neil. Mo never actually inspected any tallywhackers aside from his own. I mean, Neil seems a lot more laid back, but even the remonetized version of Sir Sam is demonetized again, so I think I am going to just have to redo the whole saga. I don't know if it'll hit different, but it's worth a try, I guess. Whiskey even made a fake Craigslist ad pretending to be Mo, soliciting calls from underage girls. Yeah, that's not going to blow up in your face. The FBI's like, what's this? Came from your IP. He did this in the hopes of getting Mo arrested, which seemed to be a bit much. Mo was gross, but I don't think he ever actually did anything. Not that he wouldn't have if he had found a receptive female who was up to his standards. No one had any proof that Mo was an actual Lester. He just really seemed like one. If it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, sometimes it's not a duck at all. Sometimes this is just your preconceived notion of a duck. No, I'm pretty sure he's done some disgusting things that we don't want to talk about here. I heard through the grapevine that Mo got loads of crank calls as a result of the Craigslist ad, although he never got in trouble with the law. Still pretty funny, though. The masked beard soon knocked off the poor, fragile little pixie nonsense, and he mostly just mocked Mo and talked about video games and Game of Thrones, going on and on about how much he idolized Ned and Tyrion. Oh, cool, yeah, you've completely misunderstood these characters. At least you're having fun, though. Many months would pass before I realized that he was far more like some vile mashup of Joffrey and his drunk fool. And yeah, I became Sansa in this scenario. Say what you will about her, but she weathered the storm and she wised up, and so would I. Eventually. Yeah, but this is all just like part of the lessons that we need to learn, you know? And the learning truly never ends until the lights go out. You see, I'd been a late bloomer, in a sense. I didn't lose my V card until I was 20, despite having dated from a fairly young age. I loved making out with guys, but I was terrified of doing the actual deed. Good. You should be terrified. It's a terrifying thing. One slip-up on the wrong day could change the entire course of your life forever and ever. Take it seriously. So I was perceived as a goody two-shoes throughout high school and much of college. I hated that reputation, and I tried to combat it by claiming to be more experienced than I really was. Oh, that might not go well. I got really good at pretending to be unfazed by things that I secretly found shocking. Yeah, that skill will come into your life a lot, it seems. At some point, that ceased to be an act, and I just found myself genuinely undaunted in all manner of repugnance. Hey, samesies, we all gotta start somewhere. Nobody was born into the filth, at least not in a literal sense. The gross antics to which I became impervious were just that. Gross. They weren't malicious antics. Thus, I still had much to learn about the evils of the world. The worst crap I'd ever been through on the romance front was losing my V-card to a fart-knocking weirdo who had been my boyfriend for nearly a year before I finally took a dangerous mixtures of painkillers and tranquilizers to dull my senses before I took the boom plunge. Hey, there you go. Taking a page out of every adult film star's book. Just like, yeah, load me up with horse tranquilizers and let them do what they want. Yes, this is romance, isn't it? That breaks my heart, honestly. But the first time, it's never fun. It's a whole lot of bumbling and inexperience, and yeah, it turns out both of you guys were probably lying about the experiences you have had. Neither of you could be honest enough to make this a shared experience, and I think that's really sad. I don't know if it's actually what happened, but if it is, I think that's really sad. The taker of my V-card was a nice person, despite his oddities, and he was horrified when he learned what I'd done to myself in order to adhere to social norms and leave my shameful innocence in the dust. Yeah, it wasn't even a choice that you really made. You're just like, I guess it's time now. That's weird. Later, there was the indignation over getting erratically ignored by the golden god in grad school. In the years between university and grad school, I had some weird experiences, most notably a guy who mistook a hemorrhoid for a clitoris.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
That is the worst thing ever. But none of this was good practice for dealing with an unremittingly enraged alcoholic neckbeard. Are you sure, OP? Because I think Funky P knows a thing or two about hemorrhoids. Maury might have chafed a hemorrhoid or two his way. I don't know if that's the nature of their relationship, truly. At least not at this point yet. So, OP continues, if I'm being painfully honest with myself, I suppose my neckbeard naivete did make me fragile, in a sense. Whiskey sniffed that right out. Creepy. But his mask was still firmly in place, at least in my own inexperienced perceptions. So after a few weeks of friendly, slightly flirtatious, but mostly shockingly normal conversations, we decided that we would probably be fine to go out on a proper date. And this brings us to Whiskey Wang Bang! And if you'd like to hear it hilariously narrated by ReddX himself, I'll link it below. It is in the description. But be warned, it's naughty, just not in an especially fun way. Maybe in a funny way. You be the judge! Yeah, I had a lot of fun with that one. It performed super well too. Thanks for the easy plug. And I need to clarify that I do not suffer from chronic piles, lest that was anyone's takeaway. It was an isolated incident that happened because of my vegan diet at the time. Why am I typically apathetic about all the other potentially unflattering conclusions that one could reasonably draw from these stories? Yet I feel the need to defend the health of my backside? Well, I don't have an answer. Well, that sounds like it's going to take some serious soul-searching, OP, and a lot of yogurt. Eat more yogurt. So are we done yet? No. There's still some merry absurdity to report, and I got a few one-offs all in the funky verse or merry verse that I could roll out if I start feeling all nostalgic for certain aspects of this time period. Funky himself can rot for all I care, but I do sometimes miss the days of packing as many performances as I possibly could into my schedule. I miss dreaming about how my research could change the way people looked at love and possibly even save some poor souls a bit of heartache. I even miss feeding hopeless crushes on miniature megalomaniacs. Crushes thrive on false promises, fantasies, frustration, so mine always grew up into big beefy baddies with ever-changing crit spots. Dennis himself was little more than an annoying NPC, but my crush on him, that bitch was a raid boss. Yeah, it drops some pretty sweet loot though. The helm of apathy, the footwear of don't give a fuck. You can tell me what you guys got for loot this week in the comments. Why am I finding it difficult to stop rambling? The chapter's over! You guys can go on about your day. I'm putting a lid on myself now. Thanks for being here. Mary's gonna be super nasty in the next few installments. Well, we all look forward to that, don't we? This was a bit of a Mo episode, and I remembered that I hate him a whole hell of a lot. But there was also Mary calling at the beginning, being like, "Take me to the show!" Nah. Glad OP didn't cave for that one. Seems to be a little bit of growth here already. OP's picking her battles, right? Do you need to go scream at Mo about the thing he said? He's not gonna listen, who cares? Mary, she's not gonna listen. I hang up. It's a really good way to go through life. Stop caring so much. There are certain things you should care about if you actually care about them. Probably the thing you do for work is one of them. But as far as like other people and their actions and what they got to say about you, who cares? It's like water off a duck's back, man, like I say. But I think that is a lesson learned in time. Like once you hit your 30s, you're like, oh, suddenly I don't give a shit anymore. But in your 20s, you're still looking upwards, trying to discover what you could become. Whatever. Now I'm rambling. So I'll also put a lid on it. A couple of pots and kettles, if I'm using that term properly. I'm not. Married Mary's many, many, many majestic members. Oh, she just like to, collect them. You can comb the hair like a troll doll collection. Welcome back to a little more Married Mary Mania before I wrap things up with the abridged goblinization. Told you, it's almost over. Tragic. I decided that this bit deserved its own chapter, or chapters, both relatively short. Some of you seem to be entertained by Mary, or at least entertained by your own loathing of her, so I hope that this will prove amusing. She's just a lot to take on. Even through a story, it's just, what a drain. But an amusing drain, yes, I guess. In my life, I've encountered an inordinate number of low-key lolcows, probably because I was far too patient and far too passive for far too long, so I might as well throw just enough distortion on the page to protect my friends and myself while I shine a bright, unflattering spotlight on the lolcows, creeps, weirdos, pervs, and beards, both neck and leg. I'm hoping they don't have the self-awareness to recognize themselves underneath the superficial distortion. I don't know, you'd be surprised, some of them not as dumb as they look. Then again, a lot of them are, so we roll the dice. It's not like the channel's that big, come on. There's billions of people in the world. You think one of those thousands that clicks on the video is going to recognize themselves? Nah. Although it has happened at least twice now. Anyway, I'll very, very cautiously tiptoe over the bit where I do a bunch of mental gymnastics and squint my eyes and tilt my head and convince myself that dating whiskey, well, it might be a welcome change of pace. I have no delusions when I look back on it. This was a dumb move in retrospect, but all the mental gymnastics in the world can't bring me to a reasonable scenario where I was psychic and thus able to predict what he would become once he stopped pretending to be a gentleman. Nor can the most elite Olympic-level mental gymnastics execute a double salto layout with a half twist perfectly enough to force me to concede the logical point that I should have spotted warning signs that I'd never frickin' seen before. Okay, that's enough saltiness for today. Don't worry, this chapter mostly focuses on Mary's mania. Whiskey is just kind of there. Aren't we all just kind of there, man? And yeah, hindsight's 20/20 or whatever. We did a thing and it sucked and we learned from the suckage. Damn it. So there I was, dating a guy who called when he said he would, remained consistent in his affections, never asked for weird stuff in the sack. In fact, we weren't even intimate at that point. And he claimed to be a secular humanist who practiced elements of Taoism paired with some new age fantasy meditation crap that I'd never heard of, as opposed to conveniently becoming born again whenever it suited his need to wallow in shame. Yes, indeed, I'm like a chameleon. I'm whatever color this manipulation needs. We did seem to have similar enough tastes in media, which made for pleasant movie nights and enjoyable conversations about nerdy stuff. It felt like a step up. It felt like emotional maturation. It wasn't. I was deluding myself and I was listening to people who had seriously whacked out views on romance. I'd learn, eventually, but at this point in time, I was delulu and impressionable. For shame. Yeah, I guess if your sounding board is Pick Me Girl and Doormat, I think those were their names, then yeah, your reflection on the world might be a little skewed. But here's an even more shameful admission for you. The original intention was to make Whiskey the for now guy. I knew that I could do better. So women do it too, huh? It's good to know. I was formally educated, which isn't to say that formal education is the only path to wisdom. I've known some incredibly wise people who were students of life, and I've known complete nincompoops with advanced degrees. But Whiskey actually thought he could go toe-to-toe with scholars who had doctorates in philosophy. Delulu, arrogant, annoying, but also probably kind of fun to watch him get picked apart, right? Like, I know where my shortcomings are. Why you try to go toe-to-toe and compete and making yourself look dumb? Well, you could shut your mouth and try to learn something, maybe. I know, it's hard. That ego gets in the way. Anyway, on the more superficial levels, I was in shape, I was normatively attractive, and I tended to be successful in both my theatrical and academic endeavors. Whiskey was weirdo-looking, and not in an intriguing way. He was a total wimp, and he never saw things through. Most importantly, I was super friendly, good with people, and generally upheld the social contract, so my social life was usually fun and fulfilling. Whiskey was just a tall, bearded bump on a log. Sure, he seemed nice. He was sometimes able to make interesting conversation, but my overall sentiment regarding the relationship was, to quote Whiskey's favorite catchphrase, meh. I understand at least that part 100%. Just for now, it's convenient. We can have some fun, but you're not the one. But I also recognize that I'm kind of codependent and don't know how to exist outside of a relationship, which is something that I had to learn for myself after quite some struggles. But yeah, all of those relationships before my wife were, again, meh. I knew he was mooching off his mysterious big bro, and he wasn't doing this with the intention of saving up and eventually becoming self-sufficient. He just kicked up a fuss whenever he wanted something, and it usually appeared. I still thought he was physically unattractive, too. I hate nasty-ass beards. I have a strong preference for shorter guys. They don't need to be as short as Dennis, but I don't exactly love being towered over. Also, Whiskey had whatever the dude version of resting bitch face is. I think it's FU face. I admonished myself for being shallow and decided to soldier on, date after date. And I did kind of get used to all the shallow things that I objected to. I couldn't do it. Some things are non-negotiable. Like, I hate to sound like a shallow bitch or whatever, but isn't it true that you should be physically attracted to your partner? Is that not the initial spark? At least in many cases. I won't even say most cases, because a personality can really just ruin everything. You know what, the beard, draw a line in the sand. You shave that or we're not gonna date. He's gonna think it's a controlling affront to his manhood and never shave, and then you guys won't have dated. Easy day.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Don't negotiate with terrorists is what I'm saying. But really, dating Whiskey at all was sort of a dick move on my part. Then again, how many nice guy TMs want girls to do exactly what I did? Not attracted? Think he's kind of a bum? Find him a bit boring? Just give him a chance! Yeah, things are gonna get way better for reals. Go on a crap ton of dates with him until you like the familiarity enough to settle for him. That's the key to a healthy relationship. It never works. You could flip this around and apply it to nice girls who want pity dates too. Yeah, that's kind of what I've been saying all along. Being shallow's good. You should do that. Prefer things. It's okay to have what you want. I insist. Then again, some people go too far the other way. Whatever. Anyway, Lucy knew I was dating Whiskey and she thought it was great. She was honestly just happy to see that I was no longer pining over Dennis, and that Whiskey was no longer getting relentlessly stalked by Mary. Speaking of Mary, she'd had an imaginary dramatic breakup with Scumbanger not long after she crashed Lucy's brunch. I think imaginary and dramatic are the two things that most describes Married Mary's life, you know? Dubious aside, the following summer I'd do another show with the pervy pest, and I'd hear a version of events where Mary had given the former rum-tum-tugger a tug in the parking lot of the Imp and had let him motorboat her.
You motorboating son of a bitch, you old sailor, you.
When dozens of lewd messages filled his inbox the following day, the most indiscriminate playboy I'd ever met in my life blocked that clingy Legbeard's number and never had any further contact with her. But, seeing as neither of them are especially reliable sources, my best guess is that the truth is somewhere in between. I'm not even going to try and unpack it. I'm just glad they got out before the AIDS baby happened.
Get him out of here! He's got AIDS!
It was going to happen. I'm sorry to bring it up. But you know it. We all know it. After the dramatic breakup with Scumbanger, Mary immediately became obsessed with the new tech guy. He wore oversized glasses, had a Fu Manchu, and always smelled of the devil's lettuce. A little bit of giggle bush can help you talk to robots. True fact. The real comics said that he was a cool dude who was good with sound and lighting, so their shows came off as more polished when he was around. I wasn't seeing shows as often, but I heard from Lucy and George that Mary had taken to wearing see-through mesh shirts with no bra since Tech Guy operated the spotlight. Oh my gosh, did she put some like dark foundation on her nips to to make it stand out in the spotlight? If you don't have at least a little makeup on, you get totally washed out. Mary would rush out to Tech Guy's car as soon as the show ended and just wait for him. Is a paycheck worth all this? George said he often saw Tech Guy sneaking out of the emergency exit. Lucy said she saw him get into an Uber a few times and leave his car in the parking lot all night with Mary lounging provocatively on the hood. Oh, she probably fell asleep on the hood. Sounds like a snoring water buffalo. Did she finally eventually give up and go home? No one knew. No one cared. Tech Guy, yeah, he knows what he's doing. The Uber is worth it. Soon enough, Tech Guy's wife started attending the shows. Oh, the plot thickens. And she would remain glued to him. And so, Mary's narrative became, she was shy about things at first because he's married, but then I explained ethical infidelity and polyamory to him, so now I'm the guest star in their intimate life. We're practically a throuple. Again, dramatic and imaginary. Neither Lucy nor George saw any evidence of this. In fact, Mrs. Tech was consistently rude and aggressive towards Mary. According to the delusional Legbeard, that's just foreplay. She loves to do it angry, and I'm cool with being a sub. She'll tie me up and shut. Lucy would usually shush her at this point when she sensed that Mary was ramping up the raunch factor. It's all just so weird. Who are you even trying to impress here? I don't understand. After a very short time, Tech Guy issued a formal complaint, which led to Mary getting called into the artistic director's office. Tech Guy quit the following week, and Mary was suddenly officially dating the artistic director of The Imp. Or the once artistic director, I guess. She began calling herself First Lady of the Theater! And at first, this seemed outlandish, but the director had been the one to hire her, and he repeatedly refused to replace her when she consistently failed to learn her lines and ran around naked, stalked the Tech Guy, and contributed little more than mukbang to the comedies. It is a little bit sus, I'll say that much. I guess these are just the sort of wacky hijinks that people get up to when they let their genitals do the thinking, no? Some sort of skullduggery was certainly stirring. Was it sexy time, as Mary enthusiastically claimed? Who knows? Chucky might have been paying the dude to give Mary a hobby. But not long after Mary started boasting about boning this new boo, he lost his temper during a show, stormed onto the stage, swept her mountains of food aside, making an enormous mess, and shouted in her face,
"You've had enough food for 4 fucking lifetimes, you slam pig! And cover your giant jugs! You're not as hot as you think you are. In fact, you're getting fat."
The audience, thinking it was a part of the sketch, apparently roared with laughter. It is funny, though. And then artistic director pivoted and added,
"And learn to deliver a joke! For the love of fuck!"
Mary burst into tears and went into hiding for a few days. Yes, indeed. Time to lick your wounds, isn't it? She's never going to recover from that. When she re-emerged, she was miraculously back in the improv group, much to Lucy's chagrin. She began dressing a little more conservatively, which basically only meant that she knocked off the deliberate nip slips and started wearing underwear. Well, you have to understand, for Mary, that is a great accomplishment. The director barely interacted with her, and she still wept in the dressing room over that harrowing breakup. Was this true in the slightest? Well, Mary bragged that she could sue the director for harassment if he fired her. Seeing as she could have and should have been booted many times over, I think it does check out to some extent. Man, that artistic director must be a thirsty boy. There's plenty of places you could go out and get it, you know? You don't have to shit directly where you eat. There's pro tips for life here. She went through a brief phase during which she was hounding me and George Gay to have a threes-up with her. Why? Apparently she had worked herself into a snail-traily frenzy thinking about Scumbanger's rumor. Plus, she wanted to out-threes-up him since he had been such a terrible boyfriend. I was unfortunately quite accustomed to unsolicited sausage selfies, but I found unsolicited twat shots somehow more shocking. Yeah, no doubt. Imagine if that was like the norm. Now there's no more mystery there. Now I'm not even interested anymore.
Oh, sick, it kinda looks like roast beef. What the hell is that?
And of course, poor George Gay, well, he nearly went blind. I don't think he had ever seen a vajayjay before. We tried gently refusing her offer and gently suggested that there were more appropriate recipients of her lewd pictures, but she continued to whine about her desire to one-up Scumbanger. It's never gonna happen. Not here, not now. And if you're gonna send the picture, you gotta crack that thing open a little bit. You don't leave the roast beef lips all hanging there. Lord, I apologize. It was never happening, said OP. It's good. Confirmation. Obvi. A gay guy and a straight girl would only have a threes-up with a bi guy, not a bi girl, which is why Scumbanger's rumor was, unfortunately, somewhat believable, while Mary's request was absolutely ridiculous. It took a sleazy meet-cute with a straight biker dude and his bi wife to make Mary give up on becoming the meaty meat in the Mungo Jerry and Rumple Teaser sandwich that never even existed. Hell yeah, biker dude. Mary's gonna get addicted to crank. I see what's coming next. I've relayed what I can recall regarding Mary's fanciful and fickle fixations following the forlornness over Whiskers. We can call them Funky for the alliteration, can't we? Come on. Not to shame her, not to mock her, but to demonstrate that her obsessing was not limited to Whiskers. Long before these many infatuations began unfolding, I noted that Mary had a tendency to stake her claim to basically every male that she encountered, and I have some insight as to why she did this. Oh, interesting. We're going deep inside the mind. Actually, we can't go that deep because it's a pretty shallow place. There's a lot of space in here, but I still like to dig around a bit. OP says, first off, Mary was popular and smoking hot in high school. She showed me her yearbooks, and she clearly wasn't lying about this. When time's cruelty stopped allowing her to gorge indiscriminately without consequence, she simply denied the consequences instead of altering her behavior. And while high school boys apparently tripped all over themselves to give her gifts in exchange for favors of a very specific nature, the distant relatives who raised her were apparently quite stingy. I mean, a gift in exchange for a favor of a specific nature isn't really a gift, is it? That's just buying a blowy with a McDonald's chicken sandwich. Chuck, from what George Gay and I could piece together, was not at all stingy, but his love language was quality time, while Mary's love language was clearly gifts. So maximizing the likelihood that she would get stuff from men hinged on making every man in her path feel desired. Some dudes would be pretty into it. I'd probably find it pretty off-putting. Every time I've had a chick stare at me like that, yeah, I just want to disappear. Please don't do this. It was around that point that Mary's obsessive nature would take over, and it would cease to be solely about what she could get from men, and instead became a desperate yearning for connection. See, that's the part that I'm really picking up. She's lonely. I don't give enough of a shit to try and remedy it, but she's definitely lonely. Mary had never learned how to connect emotionally without using her Jupiters. Sort of a sad tale, isn't it? So that brings me to the piece de resistance of Mary's misadventures in mating. Mary's biker dude was disgusting. Most of her previous obsessions had been questionable, weird, possibly imaginary, but we all saw and smelled this one. He was as fat as a hut. He smelled like a grease trap, motor oil, BO, and a very specific type of cheese. What is that? Havarti? Or is it farty?
You smell like you farted.
The few teeth that he had were black and green. His fingernails were yellowed, and a few of them oozed pus. Damn, what the hell's going on there? Finally, the volume and crackly, bubbly properties of his frequent farts indicated to George Gay that he quote-unquote definitely had a virgin booty. Well, that's reassuring at least, I think. What? Mary's lard-ass lover boy called himself Hog, which was probably a reference to the two-wheeled vehicle that he was very obviously too large to actually ride, or it might have just been an obvious nickname for a filthy fat fuck.
Speaking of a big fat guy in a barrel, what could be better?
Oh, it was apparently his last name. And that is too perfectly fitting to be true. His parents knew. I'd like to see a picture of his parents. Do we have that? We don't? Damn. But Hog, like Tech Guy a few lover boys ago, had a wife. And she made frequent appearances at Filthy McNasty's as well. Hog's wife was shockingly kinda pretty. A little rough around the edges. A touch of BO, which might have just been Hog's pit funk that rubbed off on her. But she generally stood in stark contrast to her completely repugnant hubby. Even with her fried Elsa blonde hair, her sloppily inked tats, her awkwardly placed piercing, and her imprecisely applied eye makeup, her teeth were obviously free of rot, she had a beautiful figure, and she had a carefree attitude that was probably attractive to a number of people. She'd fart right alongside Hog. She didn't shave her legs, which I found super edgy and cool, having personally always kowtowed to the current societal norm regarding female body hair, and the profane compound nouns that she'd come up with always cracked me up. Lardtard, smegma booster, felch belcher. Mrs. Hogg was almost a cool chick, except for, smoking crystal and her truly repugnant taste in men and women, apparently. Yeah, there's some deeper damage going on there. On a long enough timeline, it all falls apart. She's not cool no more, but we'll enjoy it for now. How about that? Mary was once again claiming to be in a throuple with the Hogs. I think she was more into Mrs. Hogg than she was into Fatty McFarts a lot, but she might have just been having a gross-out contest with herself. they'd get busy in some corner of the establishment and even got booted from the dive bar a few times for lewd behavior, offensive odors, and illegal drug use. Yeah, does it smell like cat pee in here to anyone else? On one particular night, Mrs. Hogg lit one of her hubby's prize-winning ass rippers while Mary was doing her thing, completely shrouded by his big belly. The blue flame ignited some spilt booze on the dingy floor, and a small fire erupted. The staff were able to stomp it out, but the bar manager unceremoniously banished the nasty throuple. Yeah, you're a fire hazard. We can put up with all the other gross shit, but you're gonna burn my establishment down? No, don't come back. Alas, Mary was allowed to re-enter the bar because she apparently had some sort of sway with one of the bartenders. We know what that means. Instead of meeting her partners for some boom boom, Mary decided to come back inside and gush about Hogg's majestic rooster to all of us. She smelled like D-cheese, ammonia, and burnt farts as she plopped down at our table, already screeching about how much bigger her new boo was compared to that vile turd of an artistic director, and how Mrs. Hogg's snail trail tastes like raw bacon and ketchup. Oh. Is that... you like that? You might want to get that checked out by a medical professional. Yuck! George Gay says, screw me, Mary, you reek. Go wash that uncut meth head off your hands. Mary started to protest, and Lucy cut her off. Your whole body is probably a veritable petri dish from fooling around with those nasty-ass people. She handed Mary some Purell. Wash the junky junk off, keep the bottle, and don't you dare so much as breathe on me when you get back. Mary's bottom lip began to quiver, and she looked pleadingly at me. Just wash up, I told her. You're too pretty to go around smelling like that. Of course, she went off to the bathroom, and maybe I wasn't harsh enough, but flattery did get results in this instance. And when she returned, she smelled like an upscale tattoo shop. Heavy disinfectant, cigarette smoke, and incense. No idea where she found incense, but yeah, I was grateful for it, and so was everybody else who had to interact with her, I'm sure. I'm sorry, I can't have a conversation with you smelling like smegma. I just can't. Mary took a deep breath in preparation to gush about something that undoubtedly would have been disgusting, but George cut her off this time. Mare, how do you even bang somebody with a belly like that? Mary, speaking a bit more quickly than usual.
Oh, it just takes some creative positioning. We get him to lie down, and if Mrs. Hogg's taking in the rod, I hold his bowl of jelly up with both arms and stick my coos in his face. He eats it like his mommy made it. Oh!
Oh, you nasty.
Please stop. Already stop.
Oh, when it's my turn to get blasted, the missus uses a bunch of yoga straps to hold it up. I have to do it from behind because of my own tiny itty-bitty bit of a jiggle-jaggle bumping up against his bowl of jelly. So why try to smush like vanilla people? It's so hot, though. And then he props his bowl of jelly on the coffee table and plays with himself while he watches his honey strap on a dill.
George, I so regret asking. Yeah, she gotta draw you a diagram. Mary says,
are you asking because you have your eyes on a chubby boy?
George, no, gross, just morbid curiosity. Please stop answering the question now. Mary,
they're glorious to fool around with. I think they might be my forever partners.
Yeah, right. Her hands were too shaky to slide down her body in unbridled ecstasy, so she clasped them together and hid them underneath her itty-bitty, tiny little front butt. Lucy says, so when are you gonna dump Chuck? Because you either need to cut him loose or let him know that he needs to go get every STI test known to man. Mary,
I'm clean.
OP, are you sure? I could get you an appointment at the university's clinic. Mary,
nah, I'm fine. I always ask my partners if they're clean. I won't give them the good stuff unless they say they are.
Yeah, they said it, so it must be true. George, what's the real deal, Mare? You'd really rather run around with those junkies than work on your marriage? What's so bad about your husband? Mary,
Well, Hoggy and the missus don't have much scratch, and when they do, they spend it on smokables for her and beer for him. And when I meet a real sugar daddy, I'll get rid of Chuck. He pretended to be a baller before we got married, but he's just middle management, and he's content to stay there. Pfft, no ambition.
Well, it seems to me like you two could relate on that. Mary launched into another long, unnecessarily graphic gushing about her garbage partners and their nasty-ass boom-boom, so I decided this would be a good time to clear my conscience about dating Whiskey. Mary hadn't so much as mentioned him in months. She was inexplicably smitten with the hogs, and her ultimate dream man was obviously some filthy rich dude, perhaps a literally filthy dude who was also rich, and all this took Whiskey out of the running, I presumed. I still think it would have been amusing if Mary had tried to date Maury. No, man, Maury's into some gross stuff, but not that. Never that. I waited for adult film star gasps to wind down before I finally interjected, wow, sounds like you've got a fantastic intimate life at the moment, Mary.
I do. You need to get over that born-again butt banger and find a real man so you and I can have good girl talk. Or you could grow up and take it in the back door. That'd be good girl talk.
Are you not ashamed of yourself? Are you not embarrassed? This is really embarrassing.
Yeah, I guess.
I made niblets for Hoggy the other night, and then I got to nibble the niblets out of his...
OP, stop! Stop! I'm in physical pain now. Ew! I'm not banging anybody. Not even in what you'd call the vanilla way. But I'm dating someone, sort of, or maybe we're just talking. I don't know. But he's been super sweet to me, and I'm gonna give it a fair chance. Lucy put her arm around me, almost as if she knew I was about to need protection. Mary,
tell me!
OP hesitates and then says, well, it's Whiskers. In an instant, George jumped up and grabbed Mary by the shoulders, lest she lunge at me. But instead, Mary got very quiet. Silent tears welled up in her eyes and rolled down her cheeks. She gasped and buried her face in her hands, now emitting one seemingly endless, impossibly high-pitched whine. Anything to make it all about her, I swear. George loosened his grip and began to pat her on the back. Lucy's grip tightened on me, and she whispered, here we go. Overreaction sequence has commenced. Mary lifted her red, tear-stained face and glared at me.
How could you?
OP, Mary, I swear, I thought you hated his guts. I haven't heard you talk about him in ages. When he asked, I thought it would be good for me to give him a chance, since he's always been really sweet to me. Mary,
but what about the way he treated me? He was such an asshole.
Lucy says, was he though? Mary, you stalked the guy. If he was rude, it was only because you weren't taking no for an answer. Mary,
he never told me he wanted to end things. He just kept ghosting me. But whenever I showed up at his house and jumped on him, we always wound up smashing. Eventually.
I think he's just too noodle spine to lay it down. He just kind of hopes that you'll get the message eventually. I didn't have the gumption at this point in my life to suggest to Mary that it's wrong on every imaginable level to coerce someone into intimate activity regardless of gender. And even knowing what Whiskers would eventually become, he didn't deserve that. I should have called her out. Instead, I tried to steer the conversation back to her current bedroom bliss, hoping she'd get distracted by the disgusting thoughts that delighted her so much more. It's not gonna work, dude. She's locked in now, man. OP says, who cares what he's doing now? Aren't you insanely happy with your new lovers? Mary,
no! They stink! He's fat!
Oh, so you did notice.
I want my sexy Whiskey Whiskers back! Give him back, Valley! Please!
OP, I don't have him. I'm just seeing him. If he hurt you this much, why don't you sit down and have a real conversation with him? It might be good for both of you to clear the air. Yeah, just make sure you take a shower and don't fart on him, for God's sake. Mary.
But he blocked me on everything! Wah!
OP says, well, I guess that's your answer. You probably overwhelmed him. He seems like a bit of a softie. Personally, I need a softie right now, but I think you need a manly man. Mary rose. She gave me an icy stare and then cooed in an unnervingly sweet tone.
I love you, Valley Boo. I know you didn't mean to break my heart.
OP, thank you, Mary. Really, I wouldn't even have considered his initial invitation if you hadn't been calling him Satan and telling us all that you hated him and dating all these new guys and sporadically working on your marriage. I didn't do it to spite you, I swear, it just sort of happened. Mary, still creepily, icily sweet.
Yes, we're so alike, you and I. It's perfectly understandable that the same guy would go for both of us. But you owe me. You owe me big.
What the hell does that mean? OP says, I disagree. If you think I slighted you, tell me to fuck off and never talk to me again. If you really do understand that these things happen, then you'll accept that there was no malice on anyone's part. Mary.
Well, we'll see about that.
She jiggled her Jupiters, tossed her hair, and stalked out of the dive bar. And then she banged Dennis!
What a twist!
That's hilarious. That was her big vengeance plot. I guess it did work on some level. Little boy like Dennis, I'm surprised he didn't get lost in those mountains of fat, you know? He's lucky that he made it out alive. This whole situation is just, really weird, overly dramatic. Like, why can't people just be cool about it? I guess most people are being, but it's Mary. When she gets in the mix, she just makes everything super weird. As always, super awkward. Like I said, she's exhausting. So, I'm gonna go have a nap now. Married Mary Part 11. War. Huh. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Say it again now. War. What is it good for? I don't know if you did, but if you did, thanks a lot. When we left off, I had just confessed to Mary that I was low-key dating Whiskey. I thought I was doing the responsible, respectful thing. Yes, because Mary's such a responsible, respectful person. She deserves that. If it's your friend, I get it. But with hindsight, yeah, fuck her. Mary burst into a fit of histrionics before she composed herself and icily stated that I owed her. And instead of being clear about what she was expecting and waiting for me to pay the piper with, she simply jiggled her Jupiters, stalked out of the bar, and took what she felt entitled to. War. I mean, that is a pretty good horseman of the beard apocalypse for Mary to be. She's definitely not famine, I can tell you that much. Maybe she's plague. Not death. Not yet. That happens in another 10 years. Anyway, a few days later, my phone buzz chirped. Hey, yo, you got that chirp? I opened my messages to find several pics of Dennis's Jeep, a blurry mess of lights, and a final shot of Dennis leaning back in the driver's seat with his eyes closed and his junk out and at attention. And there was a caption, "Consider us even." You shouldn't care about that. Really, you shouldn't care about this at all. But I know it hurts. I know it does. You gotta keep that stiff upper lip, though. Never let him see you sweat, especially from your eyes. I saw red, said OP. The possibility of finding peaceful contentment with whiskey was a distant memory, a figment of my imagination. I now wanted blood. I wanted to slap Mary's fat fucking face senseless. I wanted to rat her out to her husband Chuck. I was livid. Angry heat spread from my sternum to my shoulders, and the sharp sting of wrath radiated through my being. I rang Mary. Mary.
How does it feel, bitch?
I couldn't make words. I was shaking, my head was spinning. All I could muster was a squeaky little, why? I thought there was going to be some righteous justice, some indignation here. She answered the phone. She wants this just as bad as you do. Light her up. Mary says,
well, you owed me.
I took a deep breath. Mary, I was trying to do right by you when I told you that I was dating Whiskey. I was scared, but I thought you deserved to hear it from me. And I'm not even boning him, so why get with Dennis? I'm not even seeing him anymore, Mary.
But you still love him. I know you, Valley. I still love Whiskey but Whiskers, so we're even.
Yeah, sure, even Stevens. I don't actually care about the Duke. Can I just have my Hello Kitty compact back? Did you ever get it back, OP? I mean, probably she did. George Gay seems to come through. Anyway, OP says, what if I'd gone out with artistic director? Would you conveniently still be in love with him? Mary, you can't claim every man on the planet. How did you even find Dennis? Do you even like him? Mary.
Totes! He's so cute. But I could find the sexy in any man. It's a gift. You need to get over yourself. I wouldn't be mad if you hooked up with Hoggy. We'd be like quadruple Eskimo sisters.
Yes, and if I never caught anything through that ordeal, I would wear that as a badge of honor. Go ahead, read the badge. It says, I confronted Super AIDS and survived. And I stammered some unintelligible pseudo-cursing. Mary, this is why people are always leaving you. You're petty and you're selfish and you're nasty. Oh, here we go. The gloves are coming off for real. Mary.
Nasty is normal, Miss Goody Two-Shoes. Want to hear what I did with your precious little nerdlet?
Nerdlet.
Nerd!
Yeah, it's kind of funny. And I will say, nasty can be normal. But even more normal than that, I think, is morality. You can do all the nasty things you want on your own time, but when it comes to affecting other people, yeah, maybe just consider twice. Don't do things like this on purpose. I think I recall OP being from California, which does sort of explain some things like this. As an ex-Californian myself, yes, people are rather self-serving and nasty out that way. It's one of the reasons I had to leave. That and housing prices. OP says, no, I don't want to hear what you did with my nerdlet. And Mary says,
we banged it out. A whole bunch in his car. He was like my little spinner.
I'm a fidget spinner.
He bangs like a stallion, and he took forever to get there. But when he did...
And then she gasped like an adult film star. Probably took forever to get there because you're just disgusting to look at. Dennis took forever? Yeah, right. Either Mary's capricious cooter kept him in the game, or Mary was lying. I started to call her out, but the recounting of her filthy fictional fantasy continued. Nice alliteration.
And then he told me to lie down in the parking lot, and he peed in my general direction. It was so hot.
I'm gonna piss on your boobs and put my nuts in your mouth.
I can't imagine Mary just laying down in a parking lot. Disgusting fucking ham beast, so eager for male attention. Ugh. Nasty, dude. OP says, I don't believe you. That's not one of his proclivities, and there's no way that Mary...
Well, he told me that you were too vanilla to do anything fun.
My blood boiled over again. And OP says, yeah, I didn't want to get butt blasted without a rubber by a guy who couldn't even be bothered to show up when we had plans. That's not being vanilla. That's having self-respect. You might as well be speaking in a foreign language to Mary. The parking lot pee-pee queen. And Mary says,
guys don't like girls who make a big deal about self-respect.
I know you're desperate, but have some self-respect.
Oh my god.
It's a major turnoff. That's why I get the good D on the rag while you're at home writing about your feelings and drying up. Hey, now that we're done fighting, you can pick me up and take me out for sushi. I'll teach you how to make men happy, and then you'll owe me dinner. I obviously pleased Dennis when you couldn't.
Just tell her, yeah, let's meet in this 7-Eleven parking lot, and then you get a ski mask and a ReddX Industries brand lead pipe, and you do what needs to be done. Not a jury in the land will convict you. They'll all sit there and look at each other and be like, I've had to do what needs to be done before. Everybody's like, yeah, we've all been there. Case dismissed. Words failed me, yet again. I mean, there really is no logical course of action aside from hitting her until she stops. Stops everything. Breathing, brain function, whatever. After some more unintelligible stammering, I shouted out a far filthier version of, "Go screw!" and hung up on her. I put on my sneakers and ran aimlessly through my neighborhood until I almost collapsed. I mean, that's one way to make the brain hurt stop. You get some body hurt started. ReddX Industries approves this message. Once I trudged back home, I smoked a crap ton of cigarettes and drank a crap ton of vodka, which for me was only like 3 shots, but I really did collapse afterwards. I mean, at least you got the running in, I guess. Maybe it balances out. Let's hope. And I'd soon find out that Mary stalked Megan's ex because Megan owed her for dating George straight. But Megan's ex had a gun and the good sense to call the cops. So, trying to bang dudes who'd once been important to the mean girls who dared to date one of the many, many, many men that Mary had once mooned over was apparently just something that sodding cow did. On the rag! But that failed to make me feel better. I could sort of see that it's hard to lose friends, you know, but at a certain point you have to realize they're not a friend. It's time to scrape them off. This journey's gonna be a whole lot easier without you in it, Mary. Up to this point, I felt like I had been patient with Mary. More patient than she deserved. I probably hadn't done her any favors by allowing her to behave like a fucking maniac while I did nothing more than gently suggesting alternative behaviors. I still wanted to have faith in her ability to grow emotionally. Yeah, horizontally, no problem. She's got that. But all of that came crashing down. For some reason, my formerly improved sense of self-respect crashed as well. I mean, if the dude that you once mooned over is going pigging, yeah, that probably doesn't feel so great. It's like, oh no, I wasn't special. He'll stick it in anything that moves. And that seems to be the case a lot of times, unless you spend a lot of time together. Really built some rapport. And I mean actual rapport, not the limerence and obsession that built the Dennis caricature that Opie fell in love with. He's useless, bro. Dog, bro. Why are we still doing this? I guess because young love is hard, and it really sucks a lot of the time. But we're learning every day. We're getting stronger. Anyway, Opie says I texted Whiskey, planned to meet him at Maury's mommy's townhouse, and I did successfully bang him. Yeah, that's the best way to start a physical relationship. Out of vengeance! It was absolutely a hate bang, even though I didn't hate Whiskey at all, yet. I had never engaged in hate-fueled intimacy before. I didn't realize that those two states could coexist like that. Yeah, pretty awesome, isn't it? What a spicy mix. As reluctant as I am to admit it, it was cathartic. It often is, dude. It was also admittedly unfair to Whiskey because, yeah, he had no idea what was happening. I don't think he cares. I just used him to make myself feel marginally better about a guy that I guess I still had some kind of feelings for. I didn't even tell Mary about it. It illogically made me feel powerful to know that I had done something that would have gotten those fat girl tears a-flowing. Ah yes, the feeling of secret power. I too enjoy it. You have to unsheathe that blade at just the right moment, and then you cut her deep. Was this denial? Did I secretly want to bang Whiskey? Dude, I don't freaking know. It's been over a decade, and the denial was deep, if it was there at all, and that's the most honest answer that I can give you. I mean, you did want to on some level, since it happened. But yeah, you don't really know how deep the depths of his depravity go. You're like, oh, he seems like a nice dude. Maybe I can use him for my own means. Nah, just kidding. That's what every human does. What a cynical outlook on the world, ReddX. Yeah, well, you do this long enough, you see it all. In case I've been unclear, I'm fully acknowledging that my actions were immature and inconsiderate and indefensible. Don't bang somebody just because you're mad at somebody else, kids. Nobody wins. Well, it might feel like winning for a short time, but it's not. It's bad behavior. And I absolutely hold myself accountable. Did I deserve to get verbally maltreated by a psycho neckbeard lurking behind the mask of the man that I just hate banged? No. Unequivocally, no. But would Whiskey have been well within his rights to dump me in a spectacular fashion if he'd realized what I was doing in that moment? Abso-freaking-lutely. Like I said, I don't think he'd care. He'd just be like, that's weird. Whatever. At least I'm getting laid.
Put a bag on my head.
OP says, hell, I would have totally deserved it if he booted me out of his house buck naked and screamed insults from the window. For those not well versed in these matters, an isolated hurling of insults is not the same as chronic verbal maltreatment within the context of a relationship, but that's a serious topic that feels out of place in this story. Yeah, it could have been like a one and done. Oh, that person's a maniac. I don't want to engage in a relationship with him. Unfortunately, yeah, not that lucky. He's still playing his role as the loyal beta orbiter who finally got what he was actually orbiting for. Okay, that's also another serious topic for another video. Instead of calling me on my crap and giving my butt the boot, Whiskey remained oblivious as to what was going on in my misguided mind, and he took the hate bang to mean that our relationship had just gone to the next level. Yeah, I guess that's the same conclusion I would draw. And he became even sweeter and more affectionate towards me. This made my skin crawl because all my feelings for Dennis, both good and bad, had just come flooding back with a vengeance. I had no idea what to do with them. Part of me wanted Dennis to hug me and apologize. Part of me just wanted to punch him right in the dick.
Weakness identified.
Hey, what are you...
Part of me wanted Whiskey to hug me and assure me that I had value as a human being, even if some golden god hadn't chosen me to be his partner. I mean, I knew in my heart of hearts that my value as a human being didn't depend on Dennis's wanting me, but I wanted to hear someone else say it. And then, part of me wanted to snap at Whiskey every time he touched me in a suggestive way and say, "You're not the one I want, you circus freak!" Oh, man. There's more than just a little bit of misguidance going on here. Some definite nice girl vibes, but I think that it's helpful that OP explains her point of view, the thought process behind all of this stuff. It's like if you were young and dumb and loved, then maybe you could see yourself doing some of these things, no? It's just a human condition. Who hasn't done what they had to do before? OP says, the truth is I didn't really want Dennis either. I mean, I wanted him in theory, but I didn't want the real version of him. Yeah, the version I invented is so much nicer. He was a flake. He was nasty. I couldn't wrap my head around his inconsistent, albeit devout, spiritual beliefs. He was indeed a braggadocious butthead. I suspected that he wasn't even a very nice person beneath his affable veneer. No need to suspect, that stuff's confirmed. Even so, I was irrationally irate with Mary for deliberately stalking him and seducing him. Did she really think that her hoe bag antics would make me rethink finally dating a guy who was consistently nice to me? I might not have been properly smitten with Whiskey, but I was enjoying the relatively stress-free togetherness. Furthermore, I hadn't stalked the bearded giant. I hadn't even pursued him. In fact, I'd initially rebuffed him several times, albeit not out of respect for Mary. She, on the other hand, deliberately tracked Dennis down just to get as far as she possibly could with him and then throw their tryst in my face. Yeah, I think that's the only reason Mary gets close to people, so she can find their weak point and twist it when it suits her. I certainly never gloated to Mary whenever Whiskey and I went to the movies or met up for coffee. It never even occurred to me. My flirty friendship with him had nothing to do with Mary's fat ass. Well, not initially. And even after I banged Whiskey as a screw you to Mary, I was only getting revenge in my head because, yeah, I never told her about it. Ah, the feeling of secret power. I suppose it does bring up somewhat of an ethical conundrum. Like, it's a noble thing to want to try and tell the truth, but if it does nothing but sow discord, then is it still a noble thing, or is it a selfish thing? This thing that you needed to get off your chest? Like, I guess Mary would find out anyway, but maybe it's best to just let her find out, naturally. I don't know, I don't have time for ethical conundrums today. You let me know down in the comments. I mean, seriously, how are these two situations alike? What am I failing to see here? Maybe I was the villain. I certainly wasn't innocent, but neither was Mary. I think I responded to her immaturity with immaturity. Bad move. It's par for the course on the internet. Don't feel too bad. Then again, it's easy to coulda, shoulda, woulda myself now that I'm so far removed from those emotions and events, and it's easy to look back and say that I shouldn't have let it upset me, but yeah, it did upset me. And not just because I was jealous. I was fed up with Mary's obnoxious thirst, her entitlement, her stealing, her arrogance. She had zero regard for faithfulness or loyalty or fidelity when it was expected of her, and yet she demanded fealty from every single person in her realm, as though she were Henrietta VIII or something, the majestic mountain of madness, queen of clunge. Bow down and lick the regal snail trail. All ye who wish to be spared her royal rotund rage, slap it up! Do it! Slap it now! Let me watch you!
Hell no! 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 I refuse. No!
And be sure to leave a generous gift for the mountainous monarch. A ham for the ham planet. Good ideas all. Plus, of course, you know, Mary was freaking married. I tended to forget that important little factoid. Chucky never seemed to be around much, and Mary only splooshed over her Pookie Pie when he'd bought her a gift, or when she was between beaus. I mean, obsessions. This was exceptionally rare, of course. She'd mostly go around blabbing indelicately about all her supremely nasty boom boom, whether real or fabricated, with Whiskers, Scumbanger, artistic director, and the Hogs, both of them. How the living, breathing, godforsaken fuck had she decided that she had the right to brandish her fleshy clunge in the face of my former crush just because I was seeing one of the innumerable guys that she had stalked once upon a time? Gah! You really feel the emotion springing off the page there. This is what I've been saying to you the whole time. Mary is so frustrating to be around. I would spend 30 minutes with this person and be like, I never want to see them again. We're never going to interact. I'll say hi in passing. That's fine. But that's all you get. I won't get fooled again. And yeah, I'm fully aware that all this reads like the irrational emotional roller coaster of a scorned woman who was hurt, enraged, frustrated, humiliated, guilty, and somehow sporadically indifferent. I can't possibly be the only person in the world who wound up losing my fool mind for a spell over getting my own crushes tangled up with those of another person who ran in many of the same circles, especially when you consider that we were all in Erickson's intimacy and isolation stage of development. Oh, I didn't know that was a choice. Somehow I picked both. I want to be in a relationship, but I also need a lot of space. Go ahead and tell me how irrational all of this is. What an astoundingly astute observation! I would have never noticed. Your wisdom won't help me avoid having done something dumb 10 plus years ago, but it will be good for the algorithm. Yes, bless algorithms. Okay, I'm done being salty. Gotta leave some salt for the hot dog man. Oh man, if we have any more of that, I'm gonna get kidney stones. We did a summoning to resurrect the soul of Ramtide last night. It worked. He's back walking the earth. I'm sorry I covered up his death for a year, okay? That was a fun live stream. You should join us for our Sunday Funday streams if you're available. Monday 1 a.m. in the Philippines, like noon on Saturday. For the people in the US, I guess it's evening time in Europe, right? Those live streams are perfect for our Euro friends. Returning to the ridiculous events of the story, Dennis was almost finished with his graduate program and was planning to move to New York that summer while I still had another 2 years to go, counting the internship. But we both worked in the neuropharmacology lab that semester, so I still had to see him every single week. Even though nothing had happened between us in many, many months, I never knew if Dennis was going to acknowledge my presence or look right through me. I kind of do that sometimes too. He might be slightly autistic. The power of invisibility isn't all it's cracked up to be, you know? But the next time I saw him following the Mary tryst, he very deliberately approached me and said in a timid, almost apologetic tone,
Val, can we please talk after lab?
I shrugged.
Please, something really weird happened to me, and you're the only person I trust to talk about it.
I shrugged again, but I felt the shrug gradually morphing into an affirmative nod. Just turn to him and sarcastically say, wow, weird things happening to a weird person. I'll extend you the same courtesy that you extended me. Or maybe actually a bit more than, since I'm telling you face to face to get away from me. I don't want to talk to you. And then watch him slink away and know that you've won! The crush has been defeated! Dennis asked me to get into his car, but I couldn't stand the thought of sitting in the ghost of Mary's snail trail. Yeah, gross. I insisted that we sit in my car, and he didn't protest. The familiar scent of mandarins and mountain air wafted through my Prius as I steeled myself for a confrontation. Dennis,
I think your friend stalked me.
OP, you mean the crazy bitch with the big old boobas? Dennis.
Yeah, she messaged me on Facebook, and she was talking like you told her about me, and thought that we should hang out. I said we should call you and invite you to come along, but she said you have a boyfriend. Do you have a boyfriend?
That's none of your damn business, and I'll thank you to stay out of my personal affairs.
I guess that is the early 20s. You just lay claim to every person of the opposite gender that you come across. Our genitals touch. We're cosmically intertwined now. You have to think about me forever. OP says, I'm seeing someone, but he's not my boyfriend by any means. What does it even matter, Dennis?
I guess it doesn't. Anyway, I met her at this 24-hour diner, and she drank like 10 beers, even though I told her that I don't drink. And then she stuck me with the tab.
Who else but Mary? OP says, yeah, she does that, Dennis.
That's really rude. Well, anyway, she eventually got all sloppy and literally started doing, like, mouth stuff to me under the table. And she burped in the middle of it. I kinda like that. What the fuck?
Hey, champ, that's really interesting. Next time, keep it to yourself.
You guys belong together, you know that? Just this oversharing, this love of disgust. Go to her. Surely she is your piggy princess. Opie says, my stomach turned and my blood boiled. I don't want to hear it. She already told me about your night. She sent me pictures of your dick and told me how you peed on her in a parking lot. Dennis.
She said I what? Babe, Val, I'd never do that.
I gave him a skeptical stare. I had no idea what to believe anymore. Dennis.
Hand to God, I totally didn't whiz on her, but wait, she took pictures of my stuff?
Well, yeah, she took the pictures, but you're the one that whipped it out for essentially a complete stranger. I took out my phone and showed him the picture. Dennis blushed ferociously and looked away. Finally, he said,
I'm so ashamed of myself.
Good. Hold on to that. It's the only evidence that we have so far that you're actually human. I sighed. You're always ashamed of yourself. That's why I stopped fooling around with you. It felt like you were ashamed of me too, Dennis.
Babe, no, I just have to get right with God.
Personally, I think God got a lot of other shit going on. Yes, omnipotent, okay, but also he knows somewhere deep down I'm sort of sorry about it. A little bit. Isn't that enough? OP says, well, have you talked to God about Mary? Dennis?
I'm not ready for that one yet. I feel dirty. Like, dirtier than usual. Nothing even really happened. She just... Well, I mean, I never... But she put her mouth...
I threw up in my mouth. Got it. She blew ya. You should feel dirty, dude. If only you knew where that mouth had been. Facts. Mary needs to go into quarantine for a long time. Dennis put one hand over his mouth, shielded his precious crotch with the other hand. Mary had undoubtedly neglected to mention being married, and that tidbit of information would have probably sent Dennis into a paroxysm of prayer. Was it my place to rat out Mary's marital status just to deliberately distress Dennis? Did I have the energy for his reaction? No, I was done with Dennis and all of his dramatics. Sounds logical to me. This ain't my garbage to dig through. I did feel illogically responsible for Mary's strange seduction and for Dennis's icky feelings. I mean, the dude didn't have to mess around with her. He could have put a stop to it. No one will ever convince me that men can't control themselves once the blood flow wakes the wiener. But even so. No, not even so. I said it as soon as you unveiled to him that a picture of his crotch was floating around out there. You're the one who whipped it out, dude. You did this to yourself. I will say that men can get really stupid around pretty girls. But there is always some sense of self-control, you know? You don't go all werewolf mode and forget the thing that happened. You're still you. You're still making choices. OP says, well, now I feel kind of guilty because she's mad at me that I'm dating a guy that she used to have a crush on, and she went after you because she knew that I used to have a crush on you. Dennis?
You had a crush on me? For real?
Ugh, had. Past tense. At first I scoffed, thinking he was being sarcastic. Then I looked at his wide eyes and realized that he may have been that clueless. OP, yes, Dennis, I massively had a crush on you. You knew that, but it was apparently too vanilla for you, according to Mary. Dennis,
what, babe? I never said you were vanilla. I said you were classier than her.
Yeah, that's a low hurdle, but I guess we take those. Alley cats and Heat are classier than Mary. OP says, well, thank you. If that is really what you said to her, then I appreciate that. Dennis, striking his version of a smoldering pose. Oh, it's blue steel.
So, do you still have a crush on me?
God, he's so desperate. Can't you see him now for the tiny, pathetic little worm that he is? That's basically half your 20s, just people running around going,
validate me! My existence matters, right?
Yes, it does. Now shut the fuck up! OP says, I think I'll always wonder what could have been if we were just slightly different people, but I had to move on. I knew you didn't like me in that way, and it wasn't fair to either of us. Dennis?
Well, for what it's worth, I wish it had been your mouth the other night.
What? No, dude!
Oh, flattering. What a fucking prince. Get out of my face, you degenerate!
Degenerates like you belong on a cross.
OP finally smiles a little bit. I wished the same thing. Is that a flattering statement to make? I guess in this specific circumstance, because she actually still does like Dennis. If a dude that you didn't like said this to you, skeeved out instantly. There's a tip for everybody in my audience. Hopefully you know better, but if you don't, definitely never ever try that fucking line, okay? I didn't say that I had wished it out loud, and even though his words had made me smile, when I think back on this interaction, I do think Dennis was just blowing smoke, as usual. Totally. He's gross, dude. My smile gradually faded, and I felt very, very sad as I drove away. It was like I knew that I'd never feel Dennis-induced butterflies again.
That's right, all them butterflies is dead.
The rage hadn't ramped back up yet, but that part'll happen soon enough. Oddly enough, having that somewhat respectful, somewhat reassuring conversation with Dennis quelled my anger at Mary. A little. For a night or two. Don't get me wrong, I was still pissed, and I never let her get close to me again after that, but I also never made a big dramatic show of telling her off again. In my mind, that would have just invited more unnecessary drama. I mean, you nailed that one down for sure. I say just bide your time. Pick your moment when you can burn her succinctly to the ground. If she's dead and buried by everybody she's ever known, then there's no possibility of retaliation. Nobody actually likes her enough to try and retaliate. It's a foolproof plan. By tacitly distancing myself and henceforth keeping Mary at arm's length, she wasn't able to freak out over anything, and I was able to keep her fat ass out of my business.
You hear that? It's the sound of a friendship dying.
You think it's a sad sound, but it's not. It's a healthy sound. Friendships have to die sometimes. And where whiskey was concerned, I finally felt some sense of closure with Dennis after the aforementioned talk. So I leaned into the new relationship, and I began to genuinely enjoy the possibility of new romance. Nothing was super hot, but nothing was super weird. At least not yet. Having learned from my disgusting mistake, I knew that I tended to get tempted to speculate about incredibly offensive crap regarding whiskey whenever his behavior is unremarkable and not in keeping with the delightfully repulsive tone that this audience tends to enjoy, so I'll just end this chapter here. And before I officially wrap things up, I need to write a one-off about my pie-loving buddy and bring back some classic cringe, so please join me for a wild night that ends with a slice of maple walnut pie.
You won't regret it.
I never do. I don't know where to fit maple walnut pie into the chronology. I guess I could just DM OP and ask about it. But why not ask about it right here, publicly, on the video? So everybody can say you're rambling, ReddX. We don't want to hear any of this. This is how we have transparency, okay? I have all my conversations publicly and then I'm unimpeachable. Not unimpeachable, though, is Mary. Is OP, is Dennis, is Funky. It's all a very messy situation, but sometimes that's real life, you know? Sometimes you get a little caught up, start sliding away, and when you're at the bottom of the hill, you're like, shit, how'd I get here? Now I gotta climb all the way back to the top. Try and regain my sense of self. Easier said than done, of course. But OP seems to have managed to do it, and as always, I appreciate the stories. The abridged goblinization. Married Mary / Funky P wrap-up. Part 1. It's not actually a finale, as is explained shortly. I got all dramatic and titled this the finale. It's really not. It's more of a wrap-up. Finale implies grandiosity and thoughtful reflection. I tried to reflect, but I think some past mistakes will forever remain impossible to explain. Yeah, it's just brain stuff. What do you want? I'll try to laugh at myself as much as possible. I'll slip in a few previously untold funky horrors. I'll reveal some more crazy crap that Mary pulled, and I'll tell you where certain folks are now. But this is going to be a little all over the place, and I'm constantly going to break the fourth wall. I really need to work on my endings. My penultimate chapters are usually funny, though. I learned that penultimate means second to the last. And if we're talking about the video before this one, was that Cadillac Kirk? It's pretty fucking funny, honestly. He finger blasted a pie in the middle of a restaurant. For the blissfully uninitiated, this is the final installment of Married Mary and the sort of lead-in to Funky P-Beard. I had originally intended to give a painfully detailed account of how Whiskers, the eccentric do-gooder who occasionally drank too much and displayed pitiably awkward insecurities, gradually transformed into Funky P, the unremittingly enraged alcoholic psycho with a penchant for snacking on stinky snatch and making very little effort to hide that fact. How often does he get cold sores? Can I ask you that? You probably don't know because it's covered by a giant beard. That's why he keeps the giant beard. If you shave the beard off, it's just rubbed red raw from lice and herpes. But something kept telling me that the vignettes chronicling the goblinization just didn't belong on the internet. Funky's only funny when he's acting like a psycho in front of a group of people who will either openly mock him, call him out, beat his ass, or unapologetically steal his girlfriend. or all of the above, as happened in Funky P. That isn't to say that I never called him on his crap or mocked him for a whole host of absurd breaches of the social contract. I did that quite a bit, and it did absolutely no good. But ultimately I decided that when the entire story is nothing but this super uncomfortable brand of claustrophobic cringe, it ceases to be enjoyable on any level at all. I take that as a challenge. I could make it enjoyable, but it's up to you whether to write it or not. Closest thing we have to claustrophobic cringe currently is Ted the Caver over on Dayton Dies, read by Ramtide. Check that out. I'm gonna pin it in the comment. I'm really trying to get Dayton Dies off the ground, you know. Anyway, let me briefly remind the readers of the state that I was in when I initially began to consider dating Whiskey, the secret beardo. I wasn't actively pining over Dennis at that point, but a fake version of him was still living rent-free in my nucleus accumbens. Once those catecholamines started dancing up and down the mesolimbic pathway, a cute little crush becomes a blight in your brain that's impossible to evict. Yeah, motherfucker getting on my nerves like a myelin sheath. See, I do science too. I thought maybe I could evict the blight by dating someone new. Someone kind and consistent. Someone tall and ugly as opposed to short and dreamy. Someone who could be more chill, but there were a million other things that I could have done. I could have just toughed it out, felt those uncomfortable feelings, and waited for them to pass. Probably the healthiest option. I could have dated a variety of guys. Hell, I could have branched out and dated a nice variety of, people. I could have taken solace in my cringy diary and in writing funny love songs. Whether my songs are super cringe or remarkably relatable depends on the listener, I guess. But even if my songs are absolute garbage, they were better coping mechanisms than dating a weird dude and waiting around for the attraction to magically manifest as though it were some kind of arranged marriage. Well, yeah, could have made better choices, could have made worse ones too. It's just life, we're all here to learn. Surprisingly, a certain affection toward pre-funky Whiskey did manifest. It wasn't physical attraction per se, but it felt more mature than physical attraction, somehow. Yeah, all those boomer jokes told me that I am supposed to hate my partner. This must be what growing up feels like. When he was wearing his mask, he was attentive, protective, validating, considerate, and affectionate. Everything that I wanted, on paper. Did I see the warning signs and make a conscious choice to ignore them? No! I'd never dated a neckbeard before! Why is that impossible for some people to understand? Well, some people consume and or make this content a lot. And if that's the case, especially when it's in a Neckbeard story, it's pretty easy to see the flags waving high. But I'm of the opinion that we should offer, some sort of forgiveness. Even for the Neckbeards, and especially for ourselves. OP continues, I'm getting salty, because I think a few of you guys lack empathy. So I'm gonna flip it around and try to be empathetic toward the people who had made me bristle a bit. You guys are probably beard scientists. You've probably been reading Neckbeard Niceguy incel Reddit posts since before I knew what Reddit was. You might be a little beardy yourself and are hyper aware of the warning signs because you personally had to rein them in. Whatever your reasoning, it seems unfathomably stupid to you when I say that I didn't know the signs of a beardy beau at the time in 2011. A few of you have been kind enough to say, OP's not stupid, she was so obviously willfully blind to the signs. I mean, it's entirely possible to be intelligent in certain issues and naive in other senses, but my life experiences have probably been drastically different from yours. That doesn't mean that my experiences are invalid. All of this, very true, but certain things you gotta learn to let them slide, I get people talking shit in the comments every day. You either take it on board as constructive criticism, or you say, hey, that doesn't sound true to me, and you ignore it. Anyway, okay, I'm done being salty. For now. Gotta leave some salt in the communal OP shaker, so the hot dog man can season his next post. God, we are about due, aren't we? I hope nothing bad happened to him. To lighten the mood, I'd love to share this one little tidbit from the original version of the Goblinization because ReddX referred to it in one of the installments of the Shadowrun saga, and I laughed until I cried. The very first extreme fight I ever had with Funky was over Jackass. I had just watched the fart helmet stunt when Funky arrived at my place. Oh, it's such a good one. Probably one of the best segments from Jackass ever. When I explained why I was in stitches, he read me the riot act for laughing at dumb shit and not living up to his expectations of me as a serious, well-mannered girlfriend. I mean, you have to understand, he was an intellectual. Am I allowed to beg Elijah to play the Jackass clip one more time? I mean, YouTube didn't strike us for it the first time, so Elijah, if you please. But before the mask slipped, he was often a delightful companion. He took me to carnivals and was a good sport about riding the rides, at least the ones he wasn't too tall for. He smushed cotton candy into his bushy beard and didn't get mad when I laughed hysterically and took pictures. He took me to the puppy petting zoo when I was feeling stressed at school. He'd curl up on the couch with me and play with my hair while we watched movies, and he introduced me to my new favorite boba place. There were good times. Well, yeah, I have to expect that much. Beginning stages of a relationship, that's as good as it's ever gonna get. And these times do sound pretty good. Sometimes it declines a lot faster than other times. As we learned, I guess. And not just in the beginning. Between bouts of rage, Funky would simmer down and sporadically behave this way throughout the relationship. None of this makes the untreated alcoholism or the mind games or the irrational outbursts okay. I just wanted to include a blurb about the not so bad stuff. To double down on clarity here, because it feels important, being nice from time to time does not let you off the hook for being an irascible tyrant and treating another human being like garbage. Wait a minute, you're telling me being nice isn't a get-out-of-jail-free card? Then what the hell have I been being nice for? TLDR for the whole goblinization saga. Funky acts normal, then he acts like an apoplectic Weisenheimer, then he gravels at my feet, often literally, and cries like a little bitch. Then he wallows in debilitating depression, which, I don't know, might not be an act, in fairness to Funky. Then he goes nuclear and hurls disgusting threats at me, my academic endeavors, my side jobs, my friends, my family, my property, and then he acts like a normal human being for a while, and the cycle begins anew. At long last, my Pollyanna outlook begins to crack, and I see him for the irrational rage beast that he is. Yes, the cycle of maltreatment. It's got all the parts. Tensions build up, everything explodes, then you have a little honeymoon period while the tensions build up again. But again, how would you know without having experienced that for yourself? I wish I could tell you one specific outlandish display of beardery that shattered that Pollyanna outlook I had. Believe it or not, it served me fairly well until I got tangled up with Funky. But that Pollyanna outlook shattered gradually, alongside the gradual realization that this was my freaking life, and I was sharing it with an angry ogre, just to prove to myself that I could like a guy who liked me back. I lost friends because Funky scared them away. I lost interest in activities that I'd once enjoyed because Funky was always around to make those activities miserable. It's really all just a blur of bitterness and boredom. Yeah, he was doing his best to try and isolate you from any support system. I don't know if all this was conscious, but it is fucking devious. Of course, all this is until the crazy Shadowrun weekend happened. That's when I remembered how much I enjoyed the world beyond the Funky bubble. I saw an opportunity, and I popped that Funky bubble with a shard of my shattered Pollyanna outlook, and I've never regretted running away. Not for a millisecond. The only thing I regret is not doing it sooner. Although, I smile when I think back on how things shook out in the end. If I had fled the country as soon as I realized Funky was a psycho, well, I wouldn't have the crazy Shadowrun story. I wouldn't have my awesome Shadowrun friends, and I wouldn't have fully learned the hardest lessons. Yeah, people are so scared to run away, to escape any sort of confrontation. There are some things that are worth standing and fighting for, and if you get your ass kicked, well, you learned something, didn't you? It's just life stuff. Here's another part called How Funky Got His Freak On. I will address a completely fair question that I came across in the comment section of an earlier Funky P video. How the hell did a freak like Funky have so many randos? Well, I trust that most of you are familiar with the term lot lizards, After the Chris Trucker saga, I hope we all are. Well, on the dodgy end of Wellsprings, there's an encampment under a bridge. We call it the Dodge Street Encampment. And there were plenty of dodgy doxies that drummed up business there, and Funky was a regular. He also had decent success at beer goggles, picking up undiscerning drunk girls. That's pretty gross. You know, if people stop doing shit like this, we could get rid of gonorrhea overnight. But it's not gonna happen. He was even able to score with a few highfalutin hippie housewives who frequented the vegan gastropub where he worked. Ooh, these hoes ain't loyal. Since he had to wear a mask on the job, it wasn't too difficult to keep it on for a quick, lucrative tumble in the storage room. They tipped him generously in exchange for the discretion that he falsely promised. But he preferred the drunks and the pros, since he felt no pressure to perform with them. Oh, come on, that's terrible. You have to perform. It's supposed to be fun for everybody. Except the ones you paid for, I guess. Anyway, yet again, I feel the need to remind the readers and listeners that Funky wasn't an unsightly fat slob. He didn't stink until after the hanky-panky, and even then, that depended on the hygiene of his partner. And he was scary good at reining in the crazy when he wanted something. Why didn't all this bother me more? Well, the short answer is because there were far worse things to worry about. The longer answer involves a boring discussion of being kind of asexual and typically not giving a flip about physical intimacy. Basically, those randos managed to get me off the hook. It's a strange way to live, but not my experience, so you can do as you please. Sort of like them housewives that marry a rich, powerful man and know they's cheating with the secretary, but they're like, whatever, at least I got all my stuff paid for. Except Funky P's not paying for anything. That's the part that's a mystery to me. I valued the girlfriend label more than I valued the piss-awful relationship itself. In my mind, at the time, the label served as armor against accusations of self-loathing. Oh, you have a boyfriend. You must be so happy. Oh, he's ugly? Well, he must be nice. You must have a ton of self-respect. That was the voice in my head. But she sounded a lot like a pick-me. And now I find recounting tales of this piss-awful relationship often leads to accusations of self-loathing. It's so frustrating! Gah! It does sound like that's a big chip on your shoulder that you have to overcome. Don't ask me for advice. I struggle with self-loathing to this very day. I just try not to present that side of myself too often. I mean, sure, some days I feel better about myself than others, but in my opinion, having a strong, steady sense of self-awareness is far more important than getting overly concerned with loving yourself all the damn time. That's exhausting. Having a bad day and feeling self-critical from time to time is not a mental disorder. In fact, if you learn to sit with those uncomfortable feelings and look at yourself objectively, something that's far easier to do when you're feeling not so hot, well, then you might accidentally experience some personal growth. Fuck yeah, we only grow from uncomfortable situations. I'm totally with this thought, OP. Let's all be uncomfortable. I'm so freaking sick of these TikTok self-love cults that basically just encourage people to not lift a finger towards any semblance of betterment and to become self-obsessed snobs. Did I just sound old? I don't care. Wait, what was I talking about? I mean, it's a good tangent to get off on because I feel much the same way. The internet's made everyone feel like they're the main character. Spend fucking hours primping and preening themselves and never take a look with a critical eye. That's why things are the way they are, you see. So if you're old, OP, I'm being old with you. It's fine. Anyway, right. My icky love life in the 20-teens. The truth was that Funky and I were totally using each other. He needed a grad student girlfriend to make him look smarter. I needed a boyfriend, any boyfriend, to prove to my imaginary critics that I was capable of liking a guy who would like me back and stick around. Funky stuck around all right, like a very angry dingleberry. But was there ever any semblance of love between us? Yeah, at first, I think. But does it count if he was wearing a mask and I was forcing my feelings? No, No, it doesn't. If his attentive gentleman act hadn't been bullshit, would I have grown to genuinely love him? I mean, I guess it would have depended on... scratch that. No! I would have crossed paths with Axton eventually, and then I would have rightfully been the villain in Funky's story. I would have ditched the bearded buffoon even if he'd been genuinely nice, because the chemistry with Axton just came more naturally. Our personalities meshed more comfortably, and we never tried to customize each other. But if it hadn't been Axton, would it have been someone else? I mean, I don't think it would have clicked as effortlessly, but yeah, I was desperate to jump ship. Even if he was a gentleman, you would have jumped ship? Yeah, I mean, I guess. Physical attraction's really high up there on the list for me, so I get it. All said, basically, I just wasn't that into Funky. And I think he could sense that, which must have sucked. Seriously, shame on me for not walking away as soon as I failed to feel the feelings that I was trying to force. Funky would have been well within his rights to dump me. I wasn't a good girlfriend to him. He should have been relieved when I wanted to break up. I wouldn't have even cared if he called me names and stormed out. If only he'd gone away for good. But I'd never been with a guy who fought so angrily and irrationally for a relationship that neither one of us really cared about. He's a lost soul. He doesn't know what he wants either. The boyfriend label also gives him meaning. You see, all this makes no sense. Maybe if we had even once had a rational conversation, I'd have a better understanding of what went wrong with the relationship in general, but all I remember is a brief time period where things seemed romantically promising, and then resentment stacked on resentment, stacked on resentment, stacked on bullshit, and then we stacked that on a little more resentment. And it wasn't just him. I contributed to the shitty resentment tower as well. He resented me for not snail trailing over him. I resented him for resenting me. He resented me for resenting him and for not snail trailing. I resented him for trying to dictate how my body reacted to intimate situations and for resenting me. And of course it just seemed to snowball from there. Yep, it's not functional. As long as we can all admit that, then let's get while the getting's good. Or not necessarily good, but not as bad as it could be. I'm trying to put myself back in the mindset that I had at the time, and it's eluding me. It was easy to remember how things felt during the Dennis debacle. Then again, Dennis simply hurt my feelings. He never traumatized me. I think my brain might be hiding elements of the Funky farce in order to protect me. It's cool, brain. I'm trying to explain one of the dumbest things I've ever done. Explain it to who? Bunch of random strangers on the internet? Oh, that's a bad idea, you say? You're locking things up even more tightly to keep me from publicly making an ass out of myself? Well, thanks, Brain.
All right, Brain. You don't like me and I don't like you. But let's just do this and I can get back to killing you with beer.
Nah, it's a good thing. Brain's always out here doing the most. But I've already shown my whole ass, and the reactions have been a mixed bag. The rude reactions annoy me, because most of them come from a top-mount stupid, but the supportive reactions more than make up for the few moments of minor annoyance. And a number of critical but fair comments have actually helped me to grow as a writer, so yeah, I'm doing okay, Brain. Oh, leave him alone. Brain's just trying to help. He's just concerned. Or I guess she's just concerned since it's OP. I guess that's a discussion for another video. In this video, we move on to the next part. The overly tolerant, quote-unquote, wretch batch. That's me right here, sweetie. Biggest brat you ever saw. But why didn't I just leave? Well, first of all, just is one of the most insensitive and ignorant-ass words in the English language. If it were just that easy, most people would just do the difficult or impossible things that seem easy to others because they've had different experiences. Secondly, I did just leave many times, and then Funky would weep pitifully or apologize, blame his depression or anxiety, and this excuse worked embarrassingly well on a psych grad student who attended required weekly seminars on empathy and emotional validation. I mean, you could validate his emotions to still leave. But yeah, he is sort of a psycho stalker alcoholic, so I don't know. Probably a good reason to be scared to leave. Anyway, I learned as an undergrad that we should all try to avoid committing the fundamental attribution error. the tendency to blame the situation for our own fuck-ups, while blaming the stupidity or terrible disposition of others for their fuck-ups. Yeah, a little bit of ego-maxing, isn't it? But the professors should have added the caveat that sometimes people really are just batshit crazy dickheads. Seeing as I hadn't endured over a year of watching Funky's temper tantrums yet, I kept trying to figure out which situation was making him so volatile, but studying to be a therapist doesn't turn you into a human lie detector, or a psychic, or a caller-outer on all manners of bullshit. In the earliest stages of training, remember I was a first year at the time of these events, there's just a lot of trying on different styles of therapy. So commence the therapy training montage. We need a montage. Montage.
A simple little montage.
This week it's all CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, not the other CBT. Or maybe it is that for sex therapists who specialize in BDSM. I don't really know. I don't even know what the hell we're talking about, so I'm gonna let that one pass me by. Don't even bother telling me what it's supposed to mean in the comments. I like my innocence. I know far too much about other things that I'd rather never know. Let's just let this sleeping dog lie. I mostly ended up teaching teenagers why rubbers are important and why a V-card is nothing to be ashamed of. Oh, now it's solution-focused therapy. Structural family therapy? Nah, screw that. I'm a Rogerian, but I'm also super into narrative therapy. Throw in some existentialism. No psychodynamic bullshit, ever. Wait, Jung actually had a few good points. Humanistic approach? A little narrative therapy where we weave archetypes into the picture and then have an existential discussion? No? That's a messy mashup? Well, okay then. I'll just take the humanistic approach with no frills. It's like a second freaking adolescence. Yes, sorta. The learning never stops. Even if you want to be a YouTube funny man, you have to sit down and consider like how you're gonna come about that. What is your personality behind the microphone? Took me 10 plus years to develop into what you see before you, and I still think the growing is not quite done. There's a lot of other YouTube stuff I want to try. Anyway, keep changing, learning, growing. OP says many of us became quick to forgive and or validate even the most egregious behaviors we observed. How clients tended to open up more easily when they felt like the therapist could understand their point of view, thus creating a strong therapeutic alliance. And no, the first years we didn't see real clients. We watched videotaped therapy sessions, observed the professors and more experienced students, and did a lot of classroom role plays. I had one mentor who encouraged a soft, squishy, validating approach. Why did I suddenly get a mental image of stepping in poop? Well, easy answer there, OP, is because we just put out our Don't Waffle Stomp on Me shirt over on Fourth Wall. It's the perfect combination for patriots who also enjoy stomping crap down the shower drain. It's a very small market, niche market, but I think we've cornered it. Anyway, check out the other offerings we have there. Thank you to everybody who has purchased merch thus far. We're working on expanding the line even as we speak. Anyway, OP says, I had another mentor who was all about tough love and accountability. Yeah, that's me right there. So it took a few more years of trial and error to strike a balance between validation and holding someone accountable in a non-combative way. Oh, non-combative, never mind, that ain't me. It probably comes as a shock to exactly no one that I ended up leaning towards a more warm, validating, humanistic approach. In my early professional years, I was asking the question, how can I treat or cure or change this person? Now, I would phrase the question in this way. How can I provide a relationship which this person might use for their own personal growth? That's a quote from Carl Rogers. Can't hold a candle to Fred Rogers, in my opinion, but I guess if you're a psychiatrist, you might feel a bit different. OP says, I let Funky get away with some seriously wackadoodle stuff because I thought he'd simmer down and open up about his feelings if I sat patiently and showed him kindness and acceptance. And to be fair, the approach does work quite well with most people, but not with Funky. I soon began to realize that Funky didn't have access to any emotion except for anger, and he was entirely incapable of articulating the roots of his rage or brainstorming ways to avoid angering situations. He worked himself into fits of fury because he just loved being mad.
I don't want peace.
I want problems, always!
I mean, I can't tell you how to live, but sounds to me like a dog shit way to go through life. And then he'd whimper about his mental health, since that had gotten him off the hook in the past. When his wounded puppy act began to consistently fail, he resorted to threatening antics. He called in a bomb threat to the coffee shop where I worked for a brief spell, and I wound up losing that job because an employee with an unhinged significant other was considered a quote-unquote liability. I mean, yeah. Especially with threats of that nature, yeah, I see where the coffee shop is coming from. Funky also sent a letter to the psych department at my university, telling them that I was a quote-unquote emotionally unstable intimacy addict. And the real kicker here is that he implied that I had a drinking problem. I didn't get in trouble for this, but they called me to the office and asked if I was in a dangerous relationship. I admitted that I might have been, and they placed a call to social services. Nothing ever came of that. One of my professors followed up and checked on me a few weeks later. I wanted to work with her on some research projects, so I didn't want her to think that I was a weak, pathetic, self-loathing nincompoop. Yes, I now realize it's neither weak nor pathetic to ask for help. Even so, a buttload of people will call you weak and pathetic and stupid for getting into a bad relationship. I was terrified that this genuinely concerned professor would judge me, so I lied and said I was fine and that the letter was just a misunderstanding that we had managed to resolve. I mean, sort of not the greatest decision, but did you get to do the research projects? Soon enough, I noticed some Jersey Shore-looking dudes loitering in the parking lot of my apartment complex. They would call out to me, saying things along the lines of, "Hey, yo, Pixie, we're on behalf of the funk to keep you safe, little lady." I'm guessing Funky probably made up some malarkey about his wicked girlfriend and begged Maury to pay some dudes to wear tacky gold chains and stand around near my apartment. They were probably just actors desperate for a gig. They never threatened me, but they creeped me the hell out. That is a really weird display of affection. Funky, fortunately, never attacked me physically, although he loved to destroy my property. He peed on my social cognition textbook because he'd convinced himself that I was banging the professor. I wasn't. He smashed a glitter globe that I bought in Vegas when I was there for a friend's wedding because he'd gotten it in his head that I'd hooked up with one of the groomsmen. It was just a kiss on the dance floor, and it happened years before I even met Funky, but whatever. And then he singed my Merida costume when I booked a birthday party where they wanted a, quote, Rise of the Brave Tangled Dragons theme. Funky was jealous because George Gay was going as Hiccup, and fans of this mashup shipped our characters. I made it work, though. I said Toothless had burped fire on me, and the kids thought it was funny. Yeah, there you go. Look at you, making the best of a bad situation. My parents lived about 2 hours away, so running to the safety of my childhood home wasn't exactly convenient. Funky was too insecure to ever meet my family, so I was able to successfully hide from him at my parents' house on a few occasions. But academic and professional obligations invariably forced me to go back home, where the beard himself or his situation goons awaited me. My eldest brother lived in England, and my middle brother lived in the Bay Area, so even though they would have gladly beaten Funky to a bloody pulp, it's not like they were in a position to swoop in if he ever went nuclear. Very true, that's why we shouldn't rely on our siblings. Just buy a gun.
If you squeeze me, I make bad people go away.
You never felt more powerful than you do with 7 pounds of gunmetal in your hand. And of course, Funky was furious when he wasn't able to convince me to cut ties with my family, but oh, he tried. The beard mocked me for being a daddy's girl. Why is that something to be mocked? My dad is badass. Funky told me I should never forgive my older brothers for picking on me when I was little. The pranks and the merciless teasing are now a source of laughs with us. Who the hell holds a grudge against someone for playing a dumb prank when they were a literal child? Yeah, that's blood. You can't get over something like that. Me and my brother used to fight with, like, pieces of wood and PVC pipe. Like 10 and 12 years old, just beating the living shit out of each other. We forgave each other. We're still friends. Although now that I think about it, those battles might have awakened something. Perhaps more damage was done than I thought. Makes me sad to talk about, so I'm not going to talk about it anymore. Funky told me it was pathetic for a grown woman to be friends with her mother. Why? My mom's an awesome friend. None of Funky's ridiculous attempts to make me question my familial relationships worked, and so my safety net remained in place. Thank God for that. And I realized that it was extremely fortunate to have been able to maintain a safety net. Had I been forced to rely on Funky financially or move in with him, things could have been much, much worse. Yeah, we're just tiptoeing near the precipice, but we didn't fall in, so that's something to be grateful for. Soon enough, Funky realized that my parents had money. Not to the extent that Maury's family had money, but my parents were financially secure and they helped all their kids financially from time to time. Admittedly, they helped me more than they helped my brothers because I was the baby and the only girl, so Funky started calling me a stuck-up rich bitch and tried to convince me to ask my parents for outlandish things. A mansion, a Lamborghini, money for posh dates or vacations, and of course I refused to do this. My parents helped me with rent and tuition, but I made it a point to never ask for frivolous crap. If I wanted frivolous crap, I'd save what I earned from my TA position, theater stipends, princess parties, burlesque. We eventually did get paid with money instead of drink tickets. Well, thank God for that. Nobody should be pulling their titties out for a vodka tonic, pasties or not. And yeah, all the random part-time jobs, like the one at the coffee shop that Funky ruined for me. Well, you're never gonna get a Lamborghini that way. You gotta step on some necks. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. That's why I'll never be rich. But wait just a second here. Maybe Funky refused to accept the breakup, even when he resented everything about me, because he thought that he'd eventually be able to get money from my parents one way or another. He would have been sorely disappointed, though. Knowing what I now know about the extravagant shit that he and Maury got up to when they were younger, he would have scoffed at the things that my family thought of as fancy. Plus, Maury's mommy was bankrolling Funky's entire life. I did not know that at the time. And yet, Funky still wanted more money teats to suck. I mean, what's better than one glass of Cambodian breast milk? That's right, 2.
Breast milk, you made my day.
As for running to my close friends with these relationship woes, Lucy was dealing with her own crushing disappointment after Silver came out of the closet, so I hated to unload my Funky troubles on her. George Gay was enmeshed in a beautiful new romance, not with Silver for the record, so I didn't want to disrupt his honeymoon phase. He was dating the guy who played Claude in Hair, and they were so friggin' adorable together. Speaking of hair, I'll tease a possible one-off in the next installment, and then I'll wrap up my sophomore slump at last. I'm confident that my third saga is gonna be funny! No clue what it'll be, but I feel like I have a better idea of what works and what doesn't. I got lucky and cranked out good cringe with the Funky P saga. The Married Mary saga didn't feel consistently well received, and I'm not upset about that, just taking a hard look at what I could have done differently. There you go, I like this progress, everything better than the last. It's just like making YouTube videos. Again, you make your little tweaks and improvements here and there. Maybe some people don't like this or that you did, but it feels more me than anything that I did before. And that's important. Here's what I've learned. Events taking place mostly in one location, a number of likable or at least tolerable characters, 1 or 2 deplorable creatures, and maybe a wild card. That works better than scattered events and too many characters to really get to know them properly. Keep the narrative linear. Too much introspection doesn't play to this particular crowd. Well, that's true. I personally enjoy it. Like the Stealthbeard saga was really slow moving. But sometimes it's worth stopping and taking the time to put other people in your shoes. Pants pooping gross people being super inappropriate and finally putting the gross person or people in their place, violently if necessary, will almost always go over well. That's true, especially if it's got some violence. And some element of the story needs to be uniquely disgusting or repulsively fascinating. That's what works. And as I've said before, I've encountered a lot of disgusting creatures over the years. Well, you've nailed down what works a lot better than even I have, and it's my freaking channel. A lot of the content lately is scattershot. We did super gross for a long time. Now I'm sort of trying to break out with some stuff, but I don't know, man. Neckbeard stories, they really do always feel like home. I don't think I'll ever truly leave it behind. So which one will I choose to put on blast? Deep dive into Cadillac Kirk? Deep dive into fart knockin' Jar Jar? The Legbeard who ate makeup samples in Sephora? She's probably just a one-off. The creepy-ass student who stalked me once I became a professor, and then he made headlines when he got mugged by a toot, but he swore that he hadn't paid her for Boom Boom. He paid her to let him talk to her about Jesus for an hour because he just wanted to save her soul. Or is that too similar to Dennis? Maybe I could shine the spotlight on Nasty Norman. He's a good lead-in to the next installment. Well, I look forward to meeting all these characters and more. As long as you'd like to continue on the cinematic universe, I'm along for the ride. Gonna make a hell of a compilation, too. I don't know, I'll probably split it up. There's a 12-hour limit on these things, and usually something in the 4 to 6 hour range performs the best, but I'm just thinking out loud here. I'd like to learn more about Funky. I thought we'd wrap it up, but our time is spent for the day, so we'll get to it one more at some point down the road. The Harry one-off trailer and Married Mary / Funky P wrap-up, part number 2. Super duper, love to see it. Bangled, tangled, spangled, and spaghettied is what this part is called. I like that a lot. You put that on a t-shirt. Maybe we should. This is a mandatory plug for my fourth wall right at the beginning of the video. Look at all that merch. You love that merch, don't you? If you don't yet, then you will. Anyway, the Harry Summer might come out as a one-off. I'll write a trailer, and you guys tell me if it's worth posting the short story. Almost always the answer to that is yes. But I do understand if you'd want a wider range of opinions. From the weirdo who brought you Funky P-Beard and Married Mary comes the story of a summer musical brimming with soulful singing, delightful dancing, and horrifying heaps of human garbage. Get bangled, get tangled, get spangled, and get spaghettied. Cringy Val and perhaps ReddX Industries presents a Harry Summer and a Pearl Jam cocktail. Featuring Rob Schneider as a stapler.
He's about to find out that being a stapler is harder than it looks.
And co-starring Rob Schneider as a carrot.
I'm a carrot!
Well, I'm looking forward to the full release already. Here are the highlights. Scumbanger did something so vile and inappropriate, I'm not sure I can put it in writing without getting sued by an advocacy organization. Oh my. Then there was this bossy cast member who stank so badly, the guys had to use the girls' dressing rooms just so they could breathe without barfing. This Pong monster was a tall, glamorous, genuinely talented drag queen named Thomas. He was American, but his name was pronounced Thomas. To this day, he remains the only gay guy I've ever known who had a hygiene problem. Well, that is a mystery wrapped in a riddle, isn't it? I think he was just trying to keep other dudes away from his smooch hole. I only pitch. Okay, Thomas. And then there was this historical consultant who was supposed to be an expert on 1960s counterculture. This bozo couldn't have possibly been much older than 40, so his claims of having lived through the late 60s just meant that he was a wee one at most during that era. On top of that, he dyed his hair gray. And this was obvious because he had brown roots. It's so ridiculous. He dressed like Louis Skolnick from Revenge of the Nerds. He was obsessed with Richard Nixon, even though he should have been talking about LBJ. And he openly hated everything about modern pop culture. Imagine a non-wholesome, Nixon-obsessed Norman. Well, yes, that, but also he's grifting his way through his entire existence. Like, you just dress up like an old man to go into work, and then you come home and put on your cargo shorts with the pockets all filled with Mountain Dew and gummy bears. I don't know how these kids do things nowadays. I know how to pretend to be old. Maybe I should apply for that job. Also, the historical consultant loved younger women who enjoyed modern pop culture, and yet he made it his mission in life to capture us and teach us the error of our ways. Ah yes, how generous of him. I'm sure he wasn't expecting restitution in any form. He said, "I am not a crook, but you are a cradle robber." Don't get me wrong, I absolutely adore music, movies, novels, fashion, all sorts of things that were before my time, but I also enjoy generationally appropriate pop culture, video games, shows like It's Always Sunny, modern musicals like Horrified Gasp, Hamilton. That doesn't make me a shallow moron, Norman. And I'm not gonna go near the mini museum in your basement, you creep. Nasty Norman got fired for sending Dion a sausage selfie where she said he even dyed his nether hairs gray. That's so weird. Come on. I'm super glad they got rid of that dude. That's a boatload of problems. Even before the unrequested picture in question. And then, of course, there were Mary's inappropriate and illegal behavior when she came to the show. Big titty privilege kept her out of jail, but she enjoyed running around making up stories about having done hard time and having swapped snail trails with her celly. Yeah, women's prison, right? It's probably just like one long hen night in there. No, I'm pretty sure it's pretty bad in some places. Mary continued to write love letters to her prison wife long after she was released. That was probably a healthier marriage than a real one, to be honest. And remember, Mary never got arrested at all, but she wrote real letters and sent them to someone, somewhere, in some slammer. Sure, whatever. Prison pen pal's not on my bucket list, but you like what you like. Because I began writing this section with the intention of connecting Married Mary to Funky P, allow me to spit out an observation. Funky, according to the tales I heard from the remaining chummers in the Shadowrun crew, was indeed a tall, bearded bump on a log who basically just did Maury's bidding, and engaged in excessive grumbling over trivial matters, namely the attractiveness of other men, during the formative years of the gaming session. He only occasionally lost his temper, but he seemed to become considerably more aggressive around the time of his dalliance with Mary. Why is that? Well, while Funky never spoke of his feelings regarding Mary's ensnarement of his tantalizing tallywhacker, I suspect that he felt somewhat emasculated by her ability to exert control over him, and Mary was indeed a ferocious force when she wanted something, and oh my god, she always wanted something. But I also think that Funky was taking notes while she was bossing him around. The pitiful crying, the yelling, the tantrums, the constant scrutiny, and the keeping of tabs. I think he picked up a fair amount of manipulation tactics from her, and then managed to improve on them. Yes, namely with the threat of physical force. I mean, Married Mary's exhausting, but nothing compared to the degeneracy that is Funky P. Beard. So did Mary create Funky? I don't think so. I think Funky was fucked up long before Mary started grinding on him at the imp, but I think she facilitated certain elements of the goblinization, namely the manipulation. She served as both baggage and inspiration. I don't know, Dennis might have done something similar for me. He was obviously baggage, but his inconsistent attention, instead of making me more considerate of other person's time and feelings, it made me more inclined to be distant. To this day, I catch myself pulling away when I realize that I've got feelings for someone. Not because I'm scared of getting hurt, but because that behavior was modeled for me during an impressionable time period of my life. I can usually override that terrible tendency and communicate like a fucking adult, but the instinct to go radio silent as soon as feelings emerge got its hooks in there real deep. I'm not proud of it, and I'll continue to work on it. Well, good for you. See, you gotta know your own faults a little bit. And then everybody's like, well, what are your faults, ReddX? And I'm like, oh, me? I don't have any. I'm too humble. That's probably just the only one. Anyway, so when I began to think of pre-funky whiskey as a legitimately dateable dude, I pulled away. Remember that I was fresh out of the dentist debacle at that point, but when I did pull away, I think that thrilled pre-funky whiskey. I wasn't blowing up his phone, wasn't camping out on his doorstep, wasn't whining for his attention, so our respective pseudo-exes messed us up in a way that made us initially compatible. Do I blame them? Hell yeah, I blame them! Dennis was a piece of crap, and Mary was batshit crazy. Do I honestly blame them? Not really. The whole mess was a runny, undercooked casserole of bad experiences serving as the ingredients for even worse experiences, and bad decisions getting smothered in the gritty goo of truly atrocious decisions. So, let's see what happened when summer ended, and Mary decided to pick on Funky one more time. I know you're joking about the whole blame the exes thing, but it's so easy to blame the exes. So much baggage can go with the exes that you don't see anymore. Although you gotta be careful, maybe there was some legitimate criticism in there. Some nugget of wisdom that could change your next relationship in a way that you can't quite consider yet. Anyway, things had begun to simmer down, but Mary just had to stir up some drama by making Funky a Pearl Jam cocktail at Filthy McNasty's. He ran crying to me over this heinous slight, even though this all happened during our one and only bona fide break. And he lured me back into his life with his feigned emotional distress, assuring me that he just needed a friend. Nasty Norman had turned his creepy old guy wannabe energy toward me after the show closed, and Funky offered to pose as my boyfriend a few times in an effort to discourage Norman. Somewhere along the line, it ceased to be an act. I'll give Funky that. He knew how to use creeps and flakes in order to prop himself up. I'm embarrassed that it worked on me. My current solution is to stay far, far away from the creeps and the flakes, so there's not even an opportunity for a gallant nice guy TM to offer his services. So yeah, double win. Well, that's a foolproof plan if I've ever seen one. Be quick to turn away. I do the same thing. And then OP presumes an interjection from the audience, saying, wait, she was completely broken up with him, but she let it back in to keep some creepy guy away? Funky's the king of creeps. This has to be BS. OP had to want it on some level. Damn, I feel so warm and fuzzy when some snooty person just calls me out. I was an idiot. Funky was back to his gentleman act. He swore up and down that he was back on Zoloft and Paxil, and the idea of giving him a second chance seemed so romantic to me. Barf. Yeah, we don't really do second chances. You fucked it up, you're out. You know what I mean? Listen, guys, a love life can be messy when you haven't got it figured out yet. Even if you've studied attraction and rejection from an academic standpoint, getting personally mired in the chemicals and the confusion can make you rethink things. Plus, there's no one correct way to go about these things, nor is there a single standard trajectory with romance, be it good or bad. Were there times where I actually liked Funky? Yeah, duh. I already admitted that numerous times. Was I dumb for liking him? After the mask slipped? Well, yeah. I'm once again bending over backwards and cringing as I try like hell to own my fuck-ups. The secret to owning it, OP, is to not be defensive about it. People got some stuff to say, you're like, whatever, 2 fingers. It's my story, not yours. Just feel honored that I wrote it down for you.
I'm very sorry, and I apologize for the inconvenience of me not giving up.
That's not to say you should be immune to constructive criticism, but the negative stuff, yeah. Water off a duck, man. I'm out here doing my own thing. I don't care. So once things began to feel dangerous with Funky, what could I have done differently? I spent a great deal of time asking myself this. I recently heard a mental health TikToker from the manosphere rant about how humans always have agency, even in the most seemingly hopeless situations. Therefore, what we illogical foids perceive as victim blaming is really just logical individuals encouraging us to use our agency. But the thing is, I never lost my agency with Funky. In fact, I often doubled down on it, but my agency became impotent, just like Funky's precious peen. My words fell on deaf ears. He assigned nefarious intentions to even the most innocuous actions. Oh, why are you making coffee? Are you imagining sometime when you had coffee with one of your pretty boy douchebag exes? No, dude. I just wanted a cup of coffee. Bullshit! And then a screaming match would ensue. Christ, how do you live like this, walking around on eggshells? In retrospect, I could have definitely gone to Mad Mox for help. I could have gone to the university and asked them to place another call to social services. Could have gone to one of my professors and asked them to put me in touch with someone who specialized in helping people out of coercive control situations. But even though we had briefly touched on coercive control in one of my classes, I wouldn't admit that Funky was doing that shit to me until I looked back on the relationship with nothing to prove to myself. And yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Victims of all sorts of things often rationalize it to themselves. The truth was that I was humiliated to have even been in that situation. Since I was a psych grad student, I felt like I should have known better. That's why I get so bristly when people leave comments that call my intelligence and my credentials into question, haughtily stating that, "Whew, I should have known better." I know they probably think they're making an insightful observation or calling me out on some bullshit, but try taking a beat and asking around a little before you make a laughable attempt to mansplain my field to me. Surely you know someone who knows someone in the mental health field. God, mansplain. I hate mansplain. Are we sure all of these commenters were men? I will admit this much. Sometimes forgiveness and understanding is lost in the bloodlusted pursuit for justice. Even if essentially we are just chasing ghosts from a Reddit story. Whatever. You'll quickly see that it's not at all uncommon for individuals in every corner of the mental health profession to have been victims of some sort of maltreatment. Yes, even after having completed grad school, an internship, a fellowship, med school, or even decades of practice. It's not something that many mental health professionals talk about openly, primarily because it's unprofessional to unload your personal problems within a psychoeducation context. But also, many mental health professionals are hesitant to admit to being victims because of the a-holes, like the ones who have graced many a comment section with their astute observations. I'm not writing the story as a mental health professional. I'm writing it as a theater nerd who happened to be studying psychology and encountered some exceptionally odd individuals who did some truly bizarre things. I honestly thought it would be funny. Now I almost regret not throwing some distortion on my grad school experience and claiming to have been studying Russian literature, or Assyriology, or biomimicry. Yeah, well, don't let it get you down. Focus on the positive comments instead of the negative ones. Negative ones are just wasted energy. OP continues, this is my personal truth. If I hadn't been so ashamed of myself for trusting the wrong person and getting in way over my head years before I had actually completed my therapist training, I would have probably reached out for help as soon as the mask slipped. And after I finally got away, I had to work through the shame of letting it go on for as long as it did. The shame of not reaching out when I could have, and the shame of getting trapped in an unhealthy relationship in the first place. I can't go back to that place. I took my time writing this story, and I thought I'd been careful to very clearly acknowledge when and where I'd made mistakes, and to share what would have been a more appropriate choice or action, and perhaps I failed in that. I don't think that's the case. The chronology is the entire problem. If Married Mary had come first, then I wouldn't be screaming at the top of my lungs to stay away from Funky P. OP continues, I get salty about this BS because it was obviously an exceptionally hurtful thing when I realized that not only do these people despise me, a complete stranger, so much that they're willing to insult my ability to understand my field, but they also have unreasonable expectations of mental health professionals in general. Guess what? We're human. We fuck up. So do doctors and lawyers and cops. I'll say it again. Insulting someone in the mental health field for getting played by a uniquely demented individual is tantamount to insulting a medical doctor for getting sick. I mean, we are waxing pretty poetic here, but that was a good analogy. I take some small comfort in the fact that every time I come across one of these astute comments describing why and how I was an idiot and why I'm not to be believed, the wording is usually awkward, the punctuation's non-existent, and whatever astute observation they thought they were making just gets lost in some ignorant-ass ramblings of some dipshit yelling unintelligibly from a top-mount stupid. Yeah, you got me. I'm gonna put the salt shaker down in just a moment, I promise. If you lack the empathy and emotional intelligence to understand why some of you egregiously crossed the line, I'm not the right person to explain it to you. And this isn't about me being personally butthurt. Don't get me wrong, I did get offended, even though I repeatedly promised myself I wouldn't. The internet is a lot nastier than I realized. Well, ain't that the truth? I don't know, after a certain amount of times, eventually you're forged in fire, and somebody says, I hate you, and I'm like, well, it's not for everybody, you know? Just let it roll off your back, I'm saying. But OP's counterpoint is, I won't just let it go, because of the harm that you people could be doing to others if you make a habit of insulting the intelligence and sanity of people who have been maltreated, reused, or used. And now some supercilious farquad's gonna say, yeah, but... And then some ignorant-ass drivel's gonna spill into the comment section, go nuts! It's good for the algorithm. Hey, ain't that the truth? But the comments I'd rather get are more positive, so tell me which ice cream you like between these, okay? You got SpongeBob, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, or Batman. Or Peppa Pig, too, I guess. While we're making up ice creams. See what I did there? Perfect distraction. Got him. Opie's dumb. I mean, she knew and she stayed, so she got what was cumin to her. How self-loathing was it? Funky date so long. Can't even feel sorry for her. Psych study should make you smarter and gets you good at spotting narcissists. I don't understand whatever Gladys poster claims to be now. And I hop my wise words make her realize she kinda doom. It's barely an exaggeration. Spank that algorithm with your wisdom, you staggeringly intellectual people. How could I ever hope to understand what you're trying to say to me? You're speaking far too above my head. Yeah, totally. Anyway, I like the Batman one because I really like to feel heroic. And I really like to chew bubble gum. Perfect deflection. Works every time. Okay, what was that? My third dash of salt. I really am done now. And I'm pretty sure there's still plenty of salt left over for the hot dog man. Don't consume that. That's how you get kidney stones. As irritated as I was with the supercilious morons throughout the airings of these readings, I was elated by the kindred spirits who said supportive things. I'm working on a Reddit post highlighting the wonderful strangers I've encountered on this journey, so let's get back on track. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Hindsight's 20/20. I learned a hard lesson and, for better or worse, decided to share it all. Warts and all! Not genital warts, I just mean I tried really hard to own it where I fucked up. No offense meant, OP, but you gotta own it harder. You gotta say it with your chest. You feel however you need to feel about my lived experience. I don't give a fuck. Anyway, now continuing on into a section of the post titled, Where Are They Now? These sections are always nice to see how people have progressed or devolved. I'll kick things off with some dirt on Dennis. I hadn't thought about him in years. We remained Facebook friends, but never had any meaningful exchanges. And then one day, out of nowhere, I got a very long DM from him. He apologized profusely for his behavior in grad school, admitted that he knew that he had broken my heart, and he insisted that we should meet for drinks when I was back in California on business. Drinks? I thought Dennis didn't drink. Maybe that accidental shot to tequila steered him away from the loud and down the sinful path of the bottle. Then again, when was Dennis ever honest with me or with himself? Never. Yeah, I think there's ulterior motive to that. Tiger never truly changes its stripes, you know? He was just reminiscing about what was, and he's like, oh, I'm gonna write her a Facebook message. Sure, cool, that usually goes great. I should probably mention that Funky had hacked into my laptop, copied my diary, and posted it online in its entirety while we were dating. So Dennis had gotten to read my terrible Carrie Bradshaw impression, in which he was the Mr. Big character.
I couldn't help but wonder, are men just women with balls?
I mean, I never watched the show before, but I couldn't help but wonder. I couldn't help but wonder how could a grown man who loved to study human behavior, fail to muster the courage to meet the eyes that had looked upon his nude body the night before. Ugh. That's OP's ugh. I personally think it's written in a much more interesting way than like, yeah, we banged and then he didn't look at me after. And when I arrived with some trepidation at the hotel bar, oh no, you're supposed to leave him on red. Oh well, here we go again.
Oh shit, here we go again.
I couldn't spot the golden god, but then a man in a snazzy suit with a mighty beer gut and an unflattering goatee tripped my fusiform facial area. Being a bit of a short king, his frame didn't exactly allow him to rock the beer gut. So apparently it was the beer can, not the tequila bottle, that had corrupted, douchey, duplicitous, oh so dashing, butt-blasting Dennis. See, look at him out here, end of his rope. He knows mating season's almost over for him. Now he just wants to do one last sweep. Does anybody want to settle for me? Please? Hilarious. Despite the booming beer gut and the hideous facial fuzz, Dennis put on a cocksure and flirtatious air straight away, and was shocked when I wasn't receptive. Well, I'm shocked that you showed up at all. OP's shocked that Dennis looks like shit. What can I say? Time is cruel. Looks like the Dennis system won't work forever. And it wasn't the weight and the awful goatee that made the thought of bedding the menace uninteresting. It was the fact that I had bedded Axton. It was one of those unicorn situations where the reality exceeded the expectation to an extent that I feel slightly uncomfortable describing it. There was no way in hell that Dennis could compare. Axton, at his most basic, could fuck circles around Dennis at his peak. Yeah, that is a thing that matters. That's why you gotta get some physical fitness in, you know? Toss her around a little bit. It's getting too wild, all right. The menace nevertheless started spamming me with long, inappropriate, saccharine text messages. I see exactly what this is. God. No sausage selfies, fortunately. Just half-hearted apologies, vague declarations of love, and then paragraphs upon paragraphs of cringe-worthy erotica that seem to have been copied and pasted from an old fanfic forum full of filthy-minded freaks. Yeah, there's a few of them out there. I'm gonna put my money on FetLife, because that's the one we mentioned in those SCP Deep Dive Controversy videos. Have you seen those yet? You should check them out, please and thanks. Truth was, no one could ever build palaces out of those paragraphs, let alone cathedrals. Burn, bitch! How the mighty fall. And indeed, it's always pride that cometh before the fall. Now let's move on to Mo. Funky's tasteless smear campaign had absolutely no effect on Mo's ways, for the record. Another altruism fail for Funky. The last time I bumped into Mo, he was throwing a temper tantrum because an extremely inebriated, much younger woman had called her girlfriend to pick her up instead of getting into the car with him. Dude, that guy needs to be like chemically castrated or something. I don't know. He was wearing baggy jeans, a Vulcan Science Academy hockey jersey, some bizarre medallion, ridiculous kicks, fake freckles, most of which got lost in his wrinkles, and a sideways baseball cap.
Forward and backwards is fantastic, but anything in between, run for the hills, because that's a psychopath.
Who wears that shit sideways? What are you talking about? Fake freckles and a sonotube medallion? Oh my god. He's got off the deep end. Mo had made a terrible attempt to paint his fingernails. I think he currently has a live stream where he talks about tarot cards and love spells, and he apparently pays escorts to appear on these streams. To my knowledge, Mo has never actually harmed anyone, but all signs point to him continuing to be a creepazoid. Yeah, Mo's a total freak. I hope eventually an older brother or a dad shows up and just, shows him the error of his ways. Now, for some good news. Mary is a normal human being now. For real?
Say what?
She spent at least a year in a mental health facility where she was obviously an active participant in her own recovery because the treatment seemed to do a world of good. I'm not super close to her anymore, but she was well-mannered and pleasant the last time I saw her. I honestly had a good time catching up with her. She's lost a bunch of weight and is now as gorgeous as she believed herself to be during the events of the story. Well, God, that seems like a whole lot of change in a little amount of time, but yeah, it seems like she put in the work. Good for you, Mary. You deserve it. Still probably some neuroses deep down in there. I don't know if I want to hang out on the reg, but you're normal, and that's half the battle. I didn't want to put too much emphasis on the weight. She was obnoxious during the Married Mary saga, primarily because of her behavior. And even though it can come off as cringy, I have some degree of admiration for women who can strut their stuff no matter their size. If I get so much as some mild monthly bloating, you can bet I'll be wearing oversized sweatshirts. Anyway, Married Mary is re-Married Mary, and she seems genuinely smitten with her new hubby. So let's all give her a big round of applause for doing the work and embracing some personal growth. Way to go, girl. But please stop talking about your golden shower from the golden god. You're more than a big-tittied urinal cake. Plus, it's gross. I mean, for most people, it's gross. There's a tiny portion of the population that's into it, but I'm not going to bet that that's any of us.
Look at us. Look at us. Huh? Who would have thought? Not me.
Please. Stand up off the asphalt of the parking lot, towel yourself off, and then lay back down, because number 2's on its way. It's disgusting. As for Funky, well, his ass was in jail. Prison. It's difficult to explain what landed him there because mentions of the specific crime that he committed are frowned upon under any and all circumstances, so I'll be vague. A few years after I escaped, he sloppily photoshopped some poor dude's face onto some truly vile images in an unsuccessful effort to frame the poor dude. Then he posted these images all over social media, and he got busted for distributing that. Bro, that's about the lamest fucking thing you could ever go to prison for, Oh my god. For whatever reason, he didn't stay in prison for very long, and he's once again a free beard. I mean, yeah, he probably didn't get much time. The nature of the crime and that. Like, it's gross, disgusting, degenerate, but it wasn't the dude's actual face and whatever. I give him 6 months. OP says I have no contact with him. I have no desire to know more about his current situation, and I don't think I'd even recognize him if I saw him. Since he was probably made to shave in prison, well, the insane height might make me suspect that it was him. I honestly don't know what the dude's actual face looks like. He might be handsome. Doubt it, though. But for the sake of those close to him, I do hope that he finds a way to explore the roots of his rage. I'm just not sure what it would take to convince him to consider the possibility that his various vicious attacks are not, in fact, acts of altruism. He's just looking for an excuse to feed his ego is what it really is. And now feels like a good time to reveal the single most shocking truth about Funky. He was well endowed. Why was he so insecure about the size of his member? Well, maybe because its largeness made the Whiskey Willy worse, since there was more surface area for the reduced blood flow to quite literally let down. Maybe he watched too much adult anime and felt itty-bitty in comparison to those cartoon dongs. Maybe he's just generally an insecure person. I have no idea, but it's weird, right? He positively oozed small peepee energy. Well, ain't that a pity? Maury, according to reliable sources, is now running a small cult, a kink retreat in Hawaii. I never got to know Maury well enough to develop a deep dive into his psyche. Weird and power-hungry as he appeared, he never struck me as cruel, but it seemed that his monkey shines were exceptionally off-putting to some people, and I do apologize if I crossed the line by writing about staff shenanigans. I personally wasn't bothered by it, but as I've said many times, I've apparently encountered more nasty situations than the average person, so my grossometer might need some recalibrating. Yeah, we could do that. We could do that here at ReddX Industries. That's fine. In-house. I only charge you a couple grand. How's that sound? As a person who, believe it or not, takes writing seriously, I'll certainly take the negative responses into account if I ever decided to try and spin this story into something resembling a book. Maury played an integral role in my escape by putting Funky in his place just enough to give me the upper hand for a moment, so I feel horrible for accidentally writing him as nothing but a loathsome perv. I mean, he was weird as hell, but he was also nuanced, as most people are, I suppose. I think I failed at getting all that across. Then again, I feel like some people really enjoyed Maury, so I suppose it's fun to have a divisive character in your story. I'll have some pros and cons to weigh here. Yeah, I thought he was pretty gross at first, but then by the end, actually I was still pretty suspicious of him. People who seek power like that, you can't trust them. Not to mention the indisputable fact that rich people are basically always some degree of weird. But let's move on to the guy who got a universally good reaction. Snorlax. Hey! Snorlax married a girl named Evie, and I still see them together fairly regularly to play non-degenerate games of Shadowrun at the vintage gaming shop that Sage and Athena intend to take over when the current owner retires. Oh, and Snorlax's physical therapy eventually got him back in the ring, and he is a mound of pure, intimidating muscle again. Still smokes the devil's lettuce, but in moderation. Sage and Athena got married a few years after the events of the story, and they got a couple adorable kiddos. Axton remains one of my dearest friends in the world, even though we never really became a couple. Well, I like that. It sounds like good news for everybody. I was worried that people would be annoyed with me for including a romantic subplot in the Funky P story, and then I was worried that people would be mad because Axton and I didn't get married and have babies, but I think I was once again worried about imaginary critics. Yeah, absolutely. Life's not a fucking Hollywood movie, okay? The two people that you like, they don't always get together. Sorry. I'll reiterate what I said in the afterword of Funky P Beard. I'm genuinely happy to be single. Some of us are just wired that way. I love Axton to the moon and back, but I don't think I would love him so much if we tried to force a labeled relationship that wasn't happening naturally. So let's move on to the non-beardy people from the Married Mary saga. They've been through some rough stuff that's really not my place to share, but they've all landed on their feet. I'm currently gathering my costume for Lucy's daughter's birthday party. Yeah, I still do the party princess thing. I doubt I'll ever stop donning costumes for kids' parties, even if I eventually have to switch it up to dressing like Disney villains when I get too old to pass for a princess. Is there an opportunity for some social commentary about ageism? Yeah, probably. Go nuts in the comments. I mean, you guys can do that if you want. I don't have much to say about it. People get old. Fuck you want from me? Thank you so much for reading. I know I've said it before, but I don't have the words to express how much it means to me when anyone is able to power through tales of my bizarre experiences, even if those experiences aren't relatable. If you made it, I have endless admiration for your patience. Extra special thanks to ReddX for lending his voice and his hysterically funny and insightful commentary to these stories. Without the videos, Funky P and Married Mary would just be a bunch of impotent words disintegrating in the dumpsters of publishing houses or bleakly existing in the void of an unvisited blog. To ReddX and the entire ReddX gang, you guys are legends for breathing life into these stories. Yeah, just wait until AI video generation reaches its zenith and I can go back and animate every part of it. As for me, I'm certainly no legend, but I am a functional, content human being with a fabulous family and plenty of friends who love and accept me despite my past foolishness. Yeah, so why does it matter what some fuckers online said? My life is far from perfect, but I'm still perky and free-spirited. Funky didn't take that away. And for whatever it's worth, I never got duped by another neckbeard following the Funky farce, although quite a few have tried. I'm a little weird. I'm not particularly bothered by weirdness in others, and that sometimes makes me beard bait. I know that. So whenever I clock a warning sign of beardery, I slowly back away from the impending drama, smoke a bowl, and laugh it off, so to speak. I'm just saying, I'm trying to be more like Snorlax. Indeed, he's my spirit animal after all. And so the time has come for me to slowly back away from this story. It's been a labor of love and a healing exercise to write this, but it might have felt like a chore to read or listen to it. If any manner of badness was painful to read or listen to, well, I regret that. I tried to make this an entertaining ride, but I can certainly understand why it might not be universally relatable, and I probably could have done a better job of explaining what made me feel trapped in the relationship with Funky if I had been willing to take a big steamy trauma dump on the internet. I'm hoping this installment was more of a trauma shart, so now I wipe away the skid marks and flush the remnants of Funky down the toilet. Well, it sounds like the people that deserve to suffer, at least in some capacity. But indeed, it is a wrap-up more than like a grand finale with a bang or something. People just go on about their lives. It's not a Hollywood movie. Not everything gets a nice resolution like that. And somehow that makes it more human. Somehow that makes me like it even more. But even beyond this post, what is next for OP? Well, she has this post to explain it all. It's time to leave, Married Mary. Change of plans. I'm done with my sophomore slump. It just feels icky to me now. I'll be back with a story about nasty, tiny mustache man Norman, scumbanger engaging in some wildly inappropriate smashing, not with me, a malodorous drag queen, Wolf the Butt Blaster, not to be confused with Dennis, although they did know each other, and Married Mary's violation of the law.
Stop! You violated the law. Pay the court a fine or serve your sentence.
I'm back into the burlesque and musical theater after a fairly long stint under the thumb of physical illness, so my focus is elsewhere right now, but I do find time to write here and there. So I'll post some fresh cringe when it's ready, and the story is from an omniscient POV. I'm not a main character, so I don't talk about my feelings at all, and I think that'll play better with the audience who's not really here to connect, but to laugh at some human garbage. I get it now. Well, thank you for unpacking all that for me. We do like to connect a little bit, but I get it. It leaves you exposed. I solemnly swear to deliver several repulsive species of human garbage to you in due time. I feel pretty confident that you guys will love to hate nasty, tiny mustache man Norman, because he's super cringe. We did get a taste of that, didn't we? I'm also going to have to get the scumbanger subplot cleared with ReddX Industries lawyers. I don't want an advocacy group organization suing anybody. That is to say, Scumbanger should probably be in jail. Well, that's a hell of a cliffhanger, so we're not done with the cinematic universe quite yet, and that does my heart well. I look forward to what's next, and I look forward to you guys checking out my, fourth wall, so you can check out my merch and my whatnots. We've also got Patreon, YouTube memberships. If you want to connect with me a little bit more, I'd more than welcome it in exchange for some dollary dues. Even if you don't got it, I mean, I'd probably say what's up to you. Come on through the Discord. It's gonna be fine. However, I do want you to remember, friends, that you are loved, you are worthy, you definitely deserve it, and I shall see you in the next one. So until then, bye-bye.